Chapter 1. Please, save me. Ruan Yuan was pregnant with triplets. She wandered out of the hospital building, clutching her examination report. Her heart heavy with despair. The doctor had instructed her to bring the father of the children for an abortion, but where could she possibly find that unfamiliar man? Moreover, she could not even afford the cost of the procedure. Ruan Yuan gazed at the bustling street, her heart laden with bitterness, her thoughts involuntarily drifting back to over a month ago. In the old living room of the Ruan family, a loud slap echoed through the air. Ruan Yuan was struck to the ground by her elder brother. Ruan Hai, exasperated, exclaimed, "You stubborn girl! If you refuse to marry, how can I afford the bride price for my in-laws? Are you truly content to ruin the chance of marrying the woman I desire? Just wait and see how I'll discipline you today." Ruan Yuan's fair cheeks flushed instantly, swelling with the sting of humiliation, tears welling in her eyes. "Dad, Mom, I beg you, don't force me to drop out of school and marry. Attending university is my only opportunity to change my life." Although Ruan Zhangwo felt a twinge of cruelty, he reasoned that with his son reaching adulthood, if he failed to marry, the villagers would mock him relentlessly. Yuan, Boss Wang's family is prosperous, and he's a contractor you will have to marry eventually. This is merely a matter of timing, and it won't be detrimental to you. Your brother cannot delay this any longer. If he becomes an old bachelor, he won't be able to marry a virtuous woman. Qin Xiaomei joined the persuasion, pulling Ruan Yuan closer with feigned affection. Yuan, you've been blinded by your studies. What use is education for a girl? No matter how much you learn, in the end, you'll be cooking, cleaning, and bearing children for a man. The money you earn will belong to your husband's family. There's a saying, once you miss this village, you won't find the shop again. Your parents aren't marrying you off to a pauper. So stop being so stubborn. The sooner you marry, the sooner you'll enjoy life, and you can help your brother in the process. I implore you, please. This girl had a soft disposition. A few gentle words might sway her. However, Ruan Yuan was not as easily persuaded as they had hoped and stubbornly fixed her gaze upon them. "So, for the sake of my brother, you are willing to sell me off? Little sister, how can this be called selling?" Boss Wang, a portly man with a beer belly, interjected eagerly, "Do you think going to university guarantees a bright future?" From the moment he entered, he was utterly captivated by Ruan Yuan's porcelain-like delicate face, longing to claim her as his own. "Hey, raise the deal. I assure you, if you come with me, you won't have to endure the scrutiny of others for work. It'll give you 4,000 yuan each month after deducting expenses for groceries. The rest can be your pocket money. You won't need to report to me about your purchases. I will take care of your parents' retirement, your younger brother's tuition, and your brother's bride price as well." Ruan Hai nodded eagerly. Boss Wang is generous and straightforward in his dealings. Boss Wang looked at Ruan Yuan with confidence, attempting to grasp her hand, but she evaded him. Seeing this, Qin Xiaomei quickly tried to ingratiate herself, pushing Ruan Yuan toward Boss Wang. Yuan, we've supported you through thick and thin, raising you with great effort. You cannot be so ungrateful as to watch your brother fail to find a wife and let the family line come to an end without lending a hand. Sister, I beg you, just marry him." Ruan Lei, engrossed in his phone game, chimed in, frustration etched on his face as his old phone froze. "My brother-in-law promised me the latest iPhone if you two get married." Qin Xiaomei added, "Xiao Lei, your sister raised you. She has the softest heart and will surely agree." Ruan Yuan could not comprehend how her parents could be so biased, treating their children so unequally. "I will absolutely not drop out of school, nor will I marry a man older than my father and ruin my own life," Ruan Yuan firmly declared, drying her tears before rushing out. Ruan Hai seized her arm. "If you won't respond to gentleness, then I shall resort to force. Let go of me." Ruan Yuan struggled against his grip, but the frail girl was as helpless as a mayfly against a tree. Although Ruan Zhangwo felt pity, he thought of his son's marriage prospects and could only sigh, retreating into the inner room to avoid witnessing the scene. Ruan Hai forcibly shoved Ruan Yuan into Boss Wang's car. A sycophantic smile plastered on his face as he said, "Boss Wang, my sister is still a virgin. I guarantee your satisfaction later." On a secluded road on the outskirts of the capital, several luxury cars were parked haphazardly, and burly bodyguards blocked the path. A man in a black suit leaned against the front of a Maybach. He was extraordinarily handsome, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches, with jet black hair, deep-set eyes, and a high nose, his thin lips lending him an air of elegance and nobility, resembling a flawlessly sculpted statue. Fu Shijin pulled a cigarette from his pack and lit it with a flick of his lighter. When Xinjiang noticed the air blocking his way, he remained silent, his heart pounding with anxiety. He tentatively called out, "Third young master?" Fu Shijin looked up, his sharp, elongated eyes narrowing at him. Exhaling a puff of smoke, he spoke leisurely. "Administer drugs to me? You're seeking death." The bitterness of nicotine finally quelled the heat rising within him. Xinjiang fell to his knees, pleading, "Third young master, I too am a victim of circumstance. The old madam is desperate for a great-grandchild, and since you've never shown interest in women, she has resorted to this desperate measure. I cannot defy her orders." A trace of helplessness flickered in Fu Shijin's eyes as he rose from the car hood and approached Xinjiang. Xinjiang, too terrified to speak, focused on the impeccably pressed trousers of the man before him. "Tell Grandma," Fu Shijin said, casually resting his hand with the cigarette on Xinjiang's shoulder. "Her concoction is ineffective on me. I'm inherently allergic to women. She should give up." Ash from a cigarette fell onto Xinjiang's neck, startling him. He learned his lesson well and would never again dare to administer drugs to this deity. "Sir, please save me." Suddenly, amidst the tense atmosphere, a panicked, soft voice broke through. Fu Shijin looked up to see a petite figureea girl clad in a white t-shirt, denim jeans, and white canvas shoes, scurrying toward him like a frightened little rabbit. He frowned slightly. In the next moment, the girl reached him, her body uncontrollably lunging toward him. Fu Shijin instinctively steadied her shoulders, preventing her from falling. "Please, save me," she implored, clutching his sleeve as shouts drew nearer from behind. She had been forcibly fed a pill by Boss Wong in the car. Now, her body burned hotter, and her consciousness spiraled into chaos. Boss Wong, realizing the situation was slipping from his grasp, rushed after her, shouting angrily, "Damn it, you little harlot. No wonder you look down on a refined man like me. Turns out you have a wild man outside. Your family accepted my deposit, and even if you call your lover to block my way, you will come with me today." Fu Shijin coldly regarded the lecherous man approaching, his gaze filled with disdain, as though a mere glance was an insult to himself. He tossed the cigarette but to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot, and wrapped a dry palm around Ruan Yuan's waist, uttering a single word, "Okay." In the next instant, the night air was pierced by Boss Wong's anguished howl. Fu Shijin kicked him to the ground. What kind of man bullies women? Boss Wong curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach, the pain snapping him back to reality. He met the icy gaze of the man towering above him, and a chill ran down his spine as a wave of fear washed over him. Regret flooded him for his earlier impulsiveness, and he trembled, begging for mercy. "I was wrong. I won't do it again." Fu Shijin's voice was chilling as he commanded, "Take him away." Seizing the opportunity for redemption, Xinjiang promptly dragged Boss Wong away, discarding him into a nearby cornfield. Chapter 2. She is surnamed Shun. 16 years later. Nanshan Mansion. Today marks the birthday banquet of Shi Qingyu, a figure revered and feared by all in the capital. This reverence is not solely due to his illustrious lineage, but also stems from admiration for the commercial empire he has built in just a few short years. Over the span of 4 years, or perhaps even longer, he had begun to take the reins, transitioning from obscurity to a prominent position in the business world, becoming an unattainable presence for many. The Nanshan Mansion serves as the venue for this gathering, and due to the distinguished status of the host, security measures are exceptionally stringent. All electronic devices must be surrendered for safekeeping before entry, and bodyguards are omnipresent. As the banquet has yet to commence, in the reception hall, Lin Shulang finds himself trailing after a young lady, his heart heavy with exasperation, yet his tone remains gentle and tinged with respect. "Young miss, please have your meal first." The girl, referred to as young miss, raises her head, revealing a delicate visage, her fair, cherubic face still bearing traces of youth. Her gracefully arched brows resemble a crescent moon, and her bright, dark eyes shine with clarity and vitality, brimming with a lively spirit. Her lustrous hair, meticulously styled, cascades softly behind her in gentle waves. Pouting her lightly painted cherry lips in discontent, she asks, "Where is Brother Qingyu?" The speaker is none other than Shun Shutang, 16 years later. "Young miss, Mr. Shi has gone to fetch old Mr. Shi. He will return shortly and instructed me to ensure you eat." Lin Shulang, feeling helpless, notes that while the young miss is delightful in every aspect, her aversion to food is a source of great concern. Mr. Shi has devoted considerable effort to address this issue, rivaling his focus on the business group. "But I'm not hungry, and I want to wait here for Xie Tong. We promise to enjoy the pastries together later." Shun Shutang lifts her gaze, her eyes wide and innocent, before quickly lowering them again to message Xie Tong on her phone. Lin Shulang takes a soup bowl from a servant, opens the lid, and places it in front of her. "Could you please drink this first?" He softens his tone, attempting to coax her as guests begin to arrive. A well-dressed woman observed from a distance, her expression one of confusion, finding the young guest's behavior rather impolite. Eating in the reception hall is one thing, but using a phone? Furthermore, wasn't it stated that white gowns were prohibited at this banquet? Which family's young lady behaves so discourteously? Lost in her thoughts, she inadvertently voices her opinion, though her words are barely audible and drowned out by the surrounding chatter. "Madam, be wary of your words. The last person who spoke so recklessly has yet to regain their footing in the capital that a man with gold-framed glasses stands behind her, his voice laced with mockery. Is this your first visit?" She remains silent, indeed a newcomer, having just returned from abroad. The man chuckles, a faint smile gracing his lips. Her surname is Shun. Behind her is not only the Shun family, but also the precious treasure held dear by Shi Qingyu. With just those 3 words, the woman's demeanor shifts dramatically. She nods to the man and expresses her gratitude. "Thank you." Although she has recently returned, her parents had warned her beforehand. There are 2 families in the capital one must not provoke. One surnamed Shi and the other Shun. Shin Shudang takes a few bites before setting down her spoon, expressing her reluctance to eat any further. Just then, a message from Xie Tong arrives, stating she has arrived at the entrance and will be entering shortly. Shin Shudang turns her gaze toward the door, yet before she can catch sight of Xie Tong, Shi Qingyu appears. Quickly rising from the sofa, Shin Shutang strides toward the entrance, with Lin Shulang hastily following behind her. The crowd naturally takes note of Shi Qingyu's arrival, their gazes converging upon him. The previously stern visage now breaks into a smile, his austere demeanor softening as he quickens his pace. "Mr. Shi," Lin Shulang calls out. Stepping behind him, "Slow down," Shi Qingyu gently instructs, having reached Shun Shudang and placing a supportive hand on her arm, ruffling her hair as he leans down to converse. "Have you eaten?" Shun Shudang turns her head, her lips curling into a dissatisfied frown. "I'm not hungry, and I've grown weary of those dishes." Shi Qingyu's hand caresses the back of her head twice. "All right, let us see what you would like to eat later. If you feel hungry, you must tell me, understand?" After their exchange, they arrive beside the sofa, where Shi Qingyu taps the soup bowl with the back of his hand, requesting a new one. A nearby servant acknowledges and takes the bowl away. Just as Shin Shudang settles back onto the sofa, she hears Shi Qingyu's words, her eyes widening in surprise. "You still want me to drink?" Shin Shudang shakes his arm playfully, resisting the urge to lean into him in this public setting. She pleads sweetly, "Brother Qingyu, can we not drink it? I've already had half." Shi Qingyu holds her hand firmly. "Just a little more." Typically, he indulges her every whim, but when it comes to meals, he shows no leniency. Shin Shutang knows pushing him will only make him more stubborn, so she resorts to coaxing. "Fine." Understanding she cannot evade this, she plays with his fingers in frustration. Before long, a new soup bowl arrives, and Shi Qingyu uses a spoon to feed her. After half coaxing and half tricking her into finishing half a bowl, it is finally over. "How old are you?" Still needing to be fed. Shun Shudang, already displeased with her meal, hears the voice of Shun Sikhan and looks up, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "I don't want to eat." Shin Sikhan knew better than to disturb her while she was eating, waiting until she was finished to speak. Yet, one comment had inadvertently brought her to tears. It seems she grows increasingly sensitive with age, and he wonders who has spoiled her so. Second brother, her health is delicate. Shi Qingyu speaks softly, addressing Shin Sikhan, but looking at Shun Shutang, soothing her back. Shun Sikhan, feeling guilty, falls silent, for he is acutely aware of Shun Shutang's frail health, a result of his own upbringing. A few years ago, upon returning from abroad, he had been busy, and during that time, Shun Shutang had followed him, leading to her nutritional deficiencies and weakness being discovered during a health check. Shun Gungli had almost flown back to reprimand him for this oversight. Since then, Shun Shutang's supplements and nourishing meals have been unceasing, and her dining habits have become a matter of utmost importance. All right, Tinger, second brother was merely jesting, Shun Sikhan says, ruffling her hair. You mustn't cry. Otherwise, when elder brother arrives, he will scold me. Shun Shutang huffs, crossing her arms and turning her head away, only to catch sight of Siatong entering. Searching for her, she walks. Seated here, Shun Sikhan shields her completely, making it impossible for Siatong to see her. Shun Shutang rises, exclaiming, Siatong is here. She dashes away, leaving Shun Sikhan to watch her oscillate between crying and laughing, which amuses him. Shi Qingyu stands from the sofa, slightly taller than Shun Sikhan, and inquires, is elder brother coming too? Shun Sikhan nods. Yes, elder brother and sister-in-law are both here. Shi Qingyu had always referred to them this way since childhood, and even as they matured into their current elevated statuses. He insisted on maintaining this formality. They had grown accustomed to it over time. Shun Sikhan glances at his watch, noting the time, and suggests, let us head to the main hall. Chapter 3. Siatong. Meanwhile, Shun Shutang and Siatong flit into the main hall like two butterflies among a sea of various gowns and suits, Shun Shutang's white dress standing out remarkably, drawing attention. Her fair cheeks flushed slightly from the exertion, inadvertently evoking the poetic imagery of the Begonia after the rain. With her crescent-shaped brows and sparkling eyes, she elicits many curious glances. Shun Shutang, seemingly oblivious, lets Siatong lead her toward the pastry table. Tang Tang, this one is delicious. You must try it, Siatong whispers, presenting a plate before Shun Shutang. This one is good too. Though Shun Shutang feels somewhat satiated, the sight of the tempting konaiman, exuding an irresistible aroma, compels her to take a bite, and the sweet flavor instantly brightens her expression. Isn't it delightful? It's even better than what I had abroad, Siatong exclaims joyfully, taking a large bite of another piece. It is delicious, but I can't eat anymore, Shun Shutang replies after finishing half of what remains in her hand, reaching for a napkin to wipe her fingers. Let us sit over there, she suggests, her tone tinged with fatigue. Siatong, thoroughly enjoying her feast, fills her plate with several pastries, one hand gripping the plate and the other resting on Shun Shutang's arm. You simply don't eat enough. You need to eat more to have strength. How can anyone lack desire for delicious food? In truth, it is not that Shun Shutang has no appetite. It is just that she has been accustomed to such pampering that she seldom reaches for anything that does not please her palate. Upon reaching the sofa, Shun Shutang eagerly sinks into its softness, exhaling a long sigh of relief. Sitting is indeed more comfortable. Siatong playfully pinches her cheeks. Then you just rest here. I haven't eaten all evening, so I must indulge. Go ahead and eat. No one will stop you even if you finish it all. Shun Shutang leans back against the sofa, listening to Siatong praise the food while feeling both amused and helpless. Curiosity peaks within her. How can someone possess such an insatiable love for food? One can assert that only those who resonate on the same frequency can forge profound friendships, yet in the case of these two, such a claim holds little truth. Siatong thrives in the midst of bustling activity, while she finds solace in tranquility. Siatong radiates energy every single day, whereas she indulges in the luxury of sleeping in. The two exhibit scant commonality, yet they willingly accompany one another in pursuits that bring them joy. Gradually, an inexplicable enchantment draws them together, and they ultimately blossom into close friends. Their acquaintance began in the first year of junior high. Before this, Shun Shutang had been tutored at home, only attending school for the first time in middle school. Upon meeting Siatong, she felt an uncanny familiarity, as though they had known each other for ages. And thus, their friendship flourished. Seated on the sofa, Shun Shutang was on the verge of dozing off when a sudden commotion erupted in the distance, accompanied by the sound of chairs shifting. Just as Siatong finished the last morsel of her snack and wiped her hands, she playfully shook Shun Shutang's arm. exclaiming, "Wake up, Tang Tang." Shen Shudang opened her eyes to find everyone around her standing, signaling that the banquet was about to commence. Shi Qingyu, along with the elder Mr. Shi and his father, made their entrance, accompanied by a throng of onlookers. However, Shen Shudang recognized only Shi Hushuan and Shui Wanqiu. Rising to her feet, she adjusted her dress, and it was then that Xie Tong noticed the intricate patterns embroidered on the hem. From a distance, it appeared simple, but upon closer inspection, the embroidery was remarkably exquisite, rendering the plain white dress extraordinarily elegant. Which designer crafted this masterpiece? Xie Tong teased, playfully tugging at the hem. Shen Shudang glanced down. Puzzled, "I have no idea. The stylist simply told me to wear it." "Well, even if I knew the designer, I couldn't possibly afford it," Xie Tong replied with a smirk, eyeing the singular white dress in the venue. Harboring no doubt that the stylist had made an error in her selection. The only reason she could wear it was that Shi Qingyu had likely done this before. Ostensibly, the banquet celebrated Shi Qingyu's birthday. Yet it was, in fact, a pivotal transition of power within the entire corporation. From this day forth, Shi Qingyu would emerge as the true leader of the Shi family, the tender age of 10. He began to delve into the intricacies of commerce, and by 15, he was already engaging with the Shi family's enterprises. Initially, it was merely an educational endeavor, but over the years, he gradually took on responsibilities until he ultimately wielded significant authority in just 7 years. Shi Hushuan begrudgingly acknowledged that Shi Qingyu surpassed him in capability and was better suited for the rigors of their commercial empire. Many had their eyes on the Shi family. Yet Shi Qingyu not only retained control, but expanded their business empire further. Just 2 years prior, he orchestrated a grand scheme, leading many to believe the Shi family was on the brink of bankruptcy, with whispers of their impending downfall circulating. However, in a dramatic turn of events, the tables were turned overnight, revealing that others were destined to fail, while the Shi family emerged as an unparalleled leader in the industry, a testament to Shi Hushuan's trust in handing over the reins to Shi Qingyu. Shi Hushuan felt a mix of frustration and admiration. He couldn't help but commend Shi Qingyu's audacity while chastising him in exasperation. The plan was executed so convincingly that even the elder Mr. Shi had approached him multiple times, urging him to take over the family's affairs. Shen Shudang, too, had caught wind of the commotion, believing that the Shi family was on the verge of collapse, unaware of the true financial intricacies. She gathered all the cards she had accumulated over the years and presented them to Shi Qingyu, even emptying her WeChat balance into his hands. She had no intention of spending money. As those cards had languished in use for ages, and without hesitation, she stuffed them into Shi Qingyu's embrace. Amused, Shi Qingyu accepted her offerings with laughter, unusually not rejecting her gesture. However, after a brief period, he returned the cards, expressing gratitude for her assistance in overcoming a crisis, though he had no crisis to confront. Rather, it was simply an excuse to deposit funds into her account. Shen Shudang's gaze landed squarely on Shi Qingyu, who stood amidst the crowd, the spotlight seeming to favor him, casting a glow that made him appear luminescent, as if sensing her attention. Shi Qingyu looked her way, and their eyes met in an electric moment, both breaking into smiles simultaneously. As the elder Mr. Shi concluded his speech, applause erupted from the audience, and Shen Shudang joined in, her laughter sweet. Suddenly, Xie Tong tugged at her arm. "Tang Tang, I think I've seen that person on television." In her father's favorite military channel, she thought of how she longed to pull him over to witness his idol. "Which one?" Shen Shudang inquired, following her finger's direction. Upon realizing where Xie Tong was pointing, she quickly pulled her hand down. The individuals nearby were engaged in toasting and conversing with the elder Mr. Shi, and just as Shen Shudang was about to scold her softly, she noticed Shi Qingyu waving her over. Shen Shudang squeezed Xie Tong's hand, advising, "It's best to focus on your snacks and refrain from speaking out of turn or pointing at people." With that, she lifted the hem of her dress and maneuvered through the crowd toward Shi Qingyu. "Good day, Grandpa." Shen Shudang greeted sweetly as she stood beside Shi Qingyu. He naturally placed a hand on her shoulder, introducing her, "Grandpa, this is Tang Tang. What a beautiful young lady. How old are you this year?" Shi Tingwei remarked, unable to contain his admiration for the exquisite girl before him. "Grandpa, I will be turning 16 next month. Oh my, to blossom so beautifully at just 16. When your birthday arrives, I shall present you with a gift. Sure Tingwe promised, affectionately ruffling her hair. She is indeed adorable. No wonder this boy dotes on her incessantly. Thank you, Grandpa. Shin Shudang graciously responded, her playful smile illuminating her face as she glanced up at Shi Qingyu. Grandpa, I shall take Tang Tang to rest for a while. Shi Qingyu gently patted the back of Shin Shutang's head and led her away. Go on, go on, Shi Tingwei encouraged, having heard of the girl's frail health. In recent years, Shi Qingyu had procured numerous precious herbs and supplements for her, ensuring she remained well cared for. As for the book cover, Tomato, would you like to see which title aligns with the cover? When my initial review was rejected, I was utterly bewildered. I rummaged through my previous backup titles and covers, and miraculously, it passed the second time, leaving me even more perplexed. For now, let everyone make do with it. I shall revise it when time permits. The cover will remain unchanged. It lent a unique charm. After all, Chapter 4. Shun family's young lady takes the lead. Just as Shi Tingyue's words faded, the pair had already walked away, leaving a sense of serendipity in their wake as they appeared perfectly matched. Yet she found it absurd and chuckled to herself. Shi Qingyu led Shin Shutang back to her previous seat, where Xie Tong awaited her return with eager anticipation. However, upon seeing Shi Qingyu accompanying her, she was so startled that she dared not touch her food. Memories of him reporting to her father and causing her to lose her allowance flooded her mind. All she had done was share a snack with Shin Shutang. Was it worth reporting? How petty! She wanted to scold him, yet fear held her back. Shi Qingyu's serious demeanor was quite intimidating, leaving her to wonder how Shin Shutang could endure his presence. Xie Tong, why have you stopped eating? Shin Shutang inquired, noticing Xie Tong lost in thought, and pushed the plate of snacks toward her. I'm eating, Xie Tong protested, lifting the plate and shifting aside. That Tang Tang. I think I saw my dad. I must go. Shin Shutang stifled a laugh and shot a playful glare at Shi Qingyu, whispering a few words in his ear. Shi Qingyu chuckled while affectionately running his fingers through her hair, only to be met with another glare from Shin Shutang that you've messed up my hairstyle. My apologies, I shan't do it again, Shi Qingyu conceded, his tone warm. Is there anything you particularly enjoy eating? I can have something freshly prepared for you. Shin Shutang shook her head, replying, No, I can't eat another bite. All right, if you're feeling tired, let me know, and we can head back early, Shi Qingyu said gently, unable to resist stroking her head once more. Shin Shutang resigned herself to his affection, replying, I understand. After Shin Sikin picked up Shun Yinhang and Shun Suqing, he began searching for Shin Shutang, spotting her white figure from a distance and marveling. Hey, I must say a white dress certainly stands out. Tang Er, Shun Sikin called as he approached, and Shin Shutang looked up, her face lighting up with joy as she stood to greet her brothers. Eldest brother, second brother, third brother, Shin Shutang exclaimed, rushing into Shun Suqing's embrace, elated to see him after such a long time. All right, your enthusiasm nearly knocked me over, Shun Suqing teased, chuckling as he patted her back. Save the hugs for when we get home. Shin Shutang released him and then hugged Shin Yinhang. Shi Qingyu also stood to greet Shin Yinhang, who was accompanied by a woman, both of whom smiled and nodded at him. Qingyu, happy birthday, they said in unison, though their demeanor bore no hint of a romantic relationship. Thank you, eldest brother and sister-in-law, Shi Qingyu replied with a gentle smile, glancing at Shin Shutang before turning back to Shin Sikin, saying, I'll leave Tang Tang in your care for now. I must attend to my duties. Tang Er, you're biased. You didn't even bother to hug me, Shun Sikin complained, feeling slighted despite his considerable stature. Shin Shutang huffed. I won't even hit you. Do you dare to tell eldest brother about how you've made me cry today? Hey, please don't. Shun Sikin hurriedly pulled her into his embrace, attempting to cover her mouth, yet it was too late. Shin Shutang had already spoken. Shun Yinhang cast a cold, piercing gaze in their direction. Sikin? No, elder brother, it's just that she wasn't eating properly. Shin Sikin mumbled. Besides, second brother has already apologized to you. Hasn't he? Shun Shutang nodded cheerfully. Yes, elder brother, I have forgiven him. She looked at the two standing together, finding it quite pleasing to the eye, and couldn't help but praise. Sister-in-law looks beautiful today. You are also very beautiful, Tang Tang. Shun Shutang's smile grew even more radiant. She truly adored this sister-in-law. However, the couple appeared lacking in, affection, yes, a sense of intimacy to let's go. Stop staring. We have many uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters to meet today. Shun Chudang pouted in dismay. Ah, I don't want to. Shun Sikhin wrapped his arm around her shoulder, saying, no choice, elder brother. I'll take them over first. Such grand occasions were rare. And since today's gathering included a comprehensive guest list, it was high time to introduce Shun Chutang, who had been sheltered at home and never exposed to the outside world. Firstly, to prevent her from appearing unfamiliar in certain future contexts. And secondly, as Tangdang had grown up, it was essential for her to be accustomed to socializing, to avoid any embarrassing situations. With this mindset, Shun Sikhin introduced her to nearly everyone, even managing to finalize a few business deals along the way. By the end, Shun Chutang's face was almost frozen in a smile, until Shi Qingyu took her out, tenderly rubbing her cheeks. There were so many people. I simply couldn't remember anyone. They all looked alike, dressed in suits and ties, and the aunts and sisters were the same. I didn't remember a single one. Shin Chutang grumbled unhappily, feeling her efforts were in vain, just as she tried to recall the last person. Shin Sikhin promptly led her to meet the next. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. It's not about remembering them. It's about them remembering you. When you encounter them next time, if you recall them, just smile and greet them. If not, simply act as if you haven't seen them. That would be so impolite. Shin Chutang blinked her beautiful dark eyes, questioning him. Her eyes were strikingly lovely, with a captivating shape and shimmering dark pupils that seemed to possess a certain enchanting quality when she gazed earnestly at someone. Shi Qingyu continued to tousle her hair playfully. Then, if they cause trouble later, Brother Qingyu will go and apologize on your behalf. With his formidable professional prowess, Lin Shulong's hand on the steering wheel remained steady. Who in the entirety of Jing City would dare to demand an apology from him? Shin Chudang recognized his jest, leaning against him with a smile. Then Brother Qingyu will have quite a bit to do, as I didn't remember any of them. After saying this, she yawned and nestled closer to him. Perhaps she was genuinely exhausted. Her voice grew faint, and she soon fell asleep in the car. Lin Shulang adeptly raised the car's interior temperature and slowed down. He reminisced about his first day at the Shi family. Having just returned from studying abroad, he had gone through rigorous assessments, interviews, and even background checks spanning 3 generations before he could join the Shi family. On his first day, after introducing himself, the office was enveloped in silence, the only sound being the soft scratching of a pen on paper as he stood quietly, awaiting instructions, after a prolonged silence without a word from Shi Qingyu. Lin Shulang found the courage to inquire about what he needed to focus on in his work. Shi Qingyu paused, contemplating for a moment before responding coolly, you need only remember that in my presence. The Shen family's young lady comes first. Lin Shulang nodded in understanding, yet after a considerable time of silence, he ventured to ask. And second? Shi Qingyu looked at him, momentarily taken aback by the query, then replied gravely, there is no second. I in that instant. Lin Shulang comprehended that there was no second, nor a third. Only the first, only the Shen family's young lady. Over the ensuing years, he would come to appreciate the profound significance of that statement, as well as the weight of the Shun family's young lady in his heart. That evening, he first laid eyes on the legendary Shun family's young lady. He had gone to pick up Shin Chutang from school. But due to traffic, he arrived 10 minutes late. As the car smoothly entered the school grounds, he spotted Shun Chutang standing beneath a tree, her backpack propped against it as she crossed her arms. Frowning in displeasure that a princess nurtured with care, from her delicately styled hair to her polished toenails, even clad in the most ordinary school uniform, she remained strikingly beautiful, rendering it impossible to look away. As soon as the car halted, Shi Qingyu hurriedly exited, bending down to console her. It was Lin Shulong's first time witnessing Shi Qingyu smile, his entire demeanor radiating warmth. The sight made Lin Shulang want to exclaim, young master hasn't smiled this joyfully in quite a while. However, realizing he was a top-notch assistant and not a house steward, he quelled the smile on his face, merely stealing a glance at Shun Chutang to memorize her appearance before bowing his head. Chapter 5. Shi Qingyu's precious gem on the first day of middle school. Shun Chutang, then 13, was in a particularly tempestuous mood, in a fit of petulance. She tugged and bit at his neck, ultimately expressing her feelings of being the last to leave, collapsing into his embrace and shedding tears. Seeing her cry, even the usually composed Shi Qingyu was at a loss. He repeatedly apologized, allowing the young girl to vent her frustrations while patiently comforting her. This led Lin Shulang to initially believe that Shi Qingyu possessed immense patience, only to later discover that such indulgence was exclusive to the young lady of the Shun family. Once they returned to the villa, Lin Shulang introduced himself to Shun Chutang. "Hello, Miss Shun. I am Lin Shulang, assistant to Mr. Shi. I apologize for being late on my first day." Shun Chutang's eyes, slightly reddened, crinkled into a smile as she replied, her voice still a bit hoarse. "Hello, it's all right. My name is Shun Chutang." Lin Shulang smiled gently, bowing respectfully. At that moment, the sunset illuminated her figure, transforming her into a dazzling gem, and he understood that she was the cherished treasure of Shi Qingyu. As the car came to a gentle stop in front of the villa, Lin Shulang exited and opened the door. Shi Qingyu carried Shun Chutang inside, and once they ascended to the second floor of the villa, he softly called her awake. "Tang Tang, we're home." Shun Chutang rubbed her eyes, snuggling against him, reluctant to get down. "After washing up, I'll sleep," Shi Qingyu said gently, placing her on the sofa. Shun Chutang opened her eyes. The bright lighting was not harsh, and, after stretching lazily, she replied, "Okay." When she emerged from the bath, Shi Qingyu was already seated on the sofa, reading a magazine, clad in gray pajamas. The soft carpet lay beneath, and Shun Chutang padded over barefoot, confidently curling up on his lap. Her damp hair was gently dried, and the warm breeze from the hairdryer tousled her locks, the sound itself becoming soothing. Shi Qingyu lifted the half-asleep Shun Chutang and returned to the master bedroom on the top floor. The two villas were not particularly close, but they often visited each other during childhood. Tea that time, they would stay in guest rooms, but later, the master suite on the top floor was decorated to Shun Chutang's liking, becoming her exclusive bedroom. After a long day of fatigue, Shun Chutang finally nestled into the soft bedding, and Shi Qingyu planted a tender kiss atop her head, whispering softly, "Good night, Tang Tang." Shun Chutang's lips curled into a smile. "Good night, brother Qingyu." The lights in the room dimmed, leaving only a small warm yellow lamp illuminating the girl's face, casting a beautiful and comforting glow. The door was gently closed, and as night fell, the silver moon hung high in the sky, its light draping the earth like a silken veil, enveloping everything in a soft, ethereal shroud of tranquility. The next morning, Shun Chutang was unsurprised to be awakened by Shi Qingyu. As he pulled her down for breakfast before her eyes had even fully opened, in matters concerning meals, he seemed to have inherited Aunt Shue's habits, ensuring that not a single meal was missed, occasionally even adding extra. Midway through breakfast, Shun Sikhen arrived after his morning run, naturally taking a seat at the table, while the servants efficiently set out a bowl and chopsticks for him. Shun Chutang, still dazed from sleep, took a moment to register the sudden appearance of Shun Sikhen, before calling out, "Second brother," and inquiring, "Isn't third brother here?" "He's busy. He rushed back to the set last night," Shun Sikhen replied. Glancing at his phone while munching on a sandwich. "Oh," Shun Chutang responded, still sluggish, her movements languid as she reacted slowly. She obediently ate whatever Shi Qingyu offered her, appearing exceptionally docile. When her stomach began a protest, Shun Chutang gazed at Shi Qingyu with a look of reproach, silently accusing him of his misdeeds. "All right, no more eating. Let us go back to sleep." Shi Qingyu chuckled helplessly, setting down his chopsticks to accompany her in the elevator upstairs, while Shun Chutang lazily leaned against him. Shun Sikhen, having learned his lesson, only began to speak after they had left, muttering to himself, "Why can't she wake up on time every day? She yes like a little pig." Miss Shun's health is fragile, which makes her more prone to fatigue than the average person. She didn't rest well during the recent exams, hence her drowsiness. Aunt Shu chimed in, carrying a plate of fruit. Shun Sikhen wiped his mouth, smiling. "I know, Aunt Shu. I was just saying, once school is out, let her rest well. Allow her to rest. I shall take my leave first. Please inform her later that she needs to return to grandfather's in a few days." Aunt Shu nodded. "Ah, I understand. After ensuring that Shun Chutang was settled, Shi Qingyu descended from the upper floor, where Lin Shulang was already waiting at the door. Upon seeing him, Lin Shulang stepped forward to open the car door. Today, another driver had been arranged, and Lin Shulang took his seat in the passenger seat, reporting on the day's itinerary. Shi Qingyu pinched the bridge of his nose, instructing that no work should be scheduled after 5 o'clock, and that this should remain the case in the future. Understood, Lin Shulang replied, having initially thought that Miss Shun would not require any free time after her holiday, yet it appeared that she still belonged to Miss Shun. Today marked the second day of Shun Chutang's holiday. Having left school yesterday morning, she had gone to Nanshan Mansion for a meal, a nap, and to style her hair. Today, she finally had the chance to rest. Waking up around 10 o'clock, she promptly sent a message to Shi Qingyu, accompanied by an emoticon of an adorable little rabbit stretching after rising from bed. Shi Qingyu quickly replied, inviting her to come downstairs. Eagerly donning her slippers, Shun Chutang rushed down the stairs and, upon exiting the elevator, was greeted by several clothing brands waiting in the living room. Miss Shun, we heard you're going to the seaside. Mr. Shi has sent us to deliver some outfits. The seaside trip had been promised to her by Shi Qingyu yesterday as a reward for finishing her supplements. She had mentioned it casually, reminiscing about her previous trip where she hadn't fully enjoyed herself. And to her surprise, arrangements had already begun today. Shun Chutang yawned, her expression somewhat lackluster. Her interests tended to come and go swiftly, with many things captivating her momentarily before fading from her thoughts. Recently, she had taken a liking to trying on clothes and was fascinated by the process of transforming fabric into finished garments, even dabbling in some fashion design. Approaching the sofa, she cast a cursory glance at the offerings, clearly lacking interest. Miss Shun, please take a look and see if there's anything you liked. If not, just let us know your preferences, and we can tailor something for you, the female manager said with a smile as she wheeled over a rack of clothes. Shun Chutang took a bite of honeydew. I don't want red, nor anything too long or cumbersome. Red doesn't match the seaside, and besides, we're going there to have fun in the water. Dragging around a wet skirt would be quite uncomfortable. The manager nodded and began rummaging through the garments, introducing suitable options. After a morning of selection, they had only managed to find 2 outfits. Shun Chutang lounged on the sofa, playing on her phone until lunch. When she received a call from Shi Qingyu, he inquired whether she had eaten, how her clothing selection was going, and if she missed him. In truth, he already knew the answers to these questions. He merely wished to hear her say them aloud. Chapter 6. This is the main seat. Shi Qingyu was always concerned that she might feel bored alone at home, yet she was hardly alone, surrounded by a dozen servants and constantly receiving treats or entertainment. Moreover, she had plenty of her own activities to occupy her. After her afternoon nap, Aunt Shu relayed the words spoken by Shun Xiqing before his departure that morning. And after spending the afternoon admiring jewelry, at 5:30, the villa's main gate swung open, and Shun Chutang dashed outside. Brother Qingyu. As Shi Qingyu stepped out of the car, he caught her in his embrace. Lifting her up, why are you running so fast? Aren't you afraid of falling? Shun Chutang clung to him like a koala. Are you back? She couldn't wait to see him upon hearing he had returned. Shi Qingyu carried her inside, chuckling softly. Next time, no running. What if you fall and start crying? Shun Chutang curled against his shoulder. I won't fall. Brother Qingyu will catch me down. I'm just a bit tired, so I need to be carried. Shi Qingyu gently rubbed the back of her head. Then you mustn't run. After saying that, he asked, were you bored today? Shun Chutang quickly shook her head. Not at all bored, just tired. More tired than at school. Then I'll make sure they don't come tomorrow. The dining table was already set with food, and Shi Qingyu gently placed her in a chair. Tomorrow evening, accompany Brother Qingyu for dinner, and I'll have Shulang come and pick you up. Swinging her legs on the chair, Shun Chutang asked, and what about you? How could she go alone if she was supposed to accompany him for dinner? I have a meeting. I wouldn't want you to wait too long. Shi Qingyu replied, finding her amusing as he patted her head. Let Shulang take you. I'll arrive soon. Shun Chutang tilted her head in contemplation for a moment. All right, since you want me to go, I shall reluctantly accompany you. Thank you for being so generous, Tang Tang. Shi Qingyu smiled back at her, serving vegetables into her bowl. The following day, indeed, there were no waves of visitors at the house. Shun Chutang enjoyed a leisurely day with a regular routine. By evening, Lin Shulang arrived at the villa half an hour early. Shun Shudang dawdled for a while, changed her clothes, and climbed into the car, not forgetting to send a message to Shi Qingyu. Miss Shun, Mr. Shi is currently in a meeting and may not have time to check his phone, Lin Shulang explained promptly. Shun Shudang exclaimed, "Oh, will that disturb him?" Before she could retract her message, Shi Qingyu had already replied, asking her to be good and that he would arrive shortly. The journey from the villa to Yashuan took approximately 20 minutes. It was quicker from the company, which is why Shi Qingyu had asked Lin Shulang to pick her up early. Yashuan was a Su-style restaurant, and having been to the Jiangsu region once, Shen Shudang had developed a fondness for the cuisine. Yashuan had opened shortly after her return and was one of her favorite dining spots. Typically, the restaurant catered to a limited clientele, only serving those who could obtain a VIP card. However, as Shen Shudang was considered a semi-host, the formalities were somewhat relaxed. Lin Shulang opened the car door for her, and just as she stepped out, Manager Wang approached. "Miss Shun, what would you like to eat today?" Shun Shudang smiled and waved her hand. "Today, Brother Qingyu is treating, and there are other guests. Understood. Allow me to escort you inside." Manager Wang gestured for her to follow, leading her to the Changkai Hall. Dining at Yashuan was exclusively in private rooms. Inside, there was a square courtyard with a pond filled with goldfish, bordered by flowering plants, and a few small tables for tea. All dining occurred in the private rooms. As Shun Shudang crossed the small bridge, the goldfish eagerly swam over, all plump and round. The fish have grown so fat, Shun Shudang remarked with delight, tossing some fish food into the pond. "Yes, guests passing by enjoy feeding them. I can only imagine how many meals they consume in a day," she replied. Shen Shudang clapped her hands. No wonder. The Changkai Hall was the largest private room in Yashuan. Shen Shudang had anticipated a gathering, but was still taken aback to find over a dozen people inside. She recognized only Jiang Yunyan among them and smiled, nodding in his direction. Manager Wang did not enter. He went to the door to greet Shi Qingyu, while Lin Shulang guided her to a seat before exiting the room. As she entered, the guests turned to her with expressions of surprise. This young girl appeared quite youthful, yet undeniably beautiful, but taking the main seat upon arrival seemed rather inappropriate. Those in the know began to speculate, stealing glances before averting their eyes, their faces adorned with polite smiles. "Little sister, I think you've taken the wrong seat. That's not a position you can occupy," Zhou Qian, assuming she was unaware of the etiquette, spoke up. Shun Shudang, who had been adjusting her skirt, looked up at the speaker with a hint of confusion in her eyes. The onlookers exchanged glances, their expressions varying. "That is the main seat," Zhou Qian further explained, a trace of mockery in her tone, likely assuming Shun Shudang hailed from a humble background, lacking knowledge of such rules. Shen Shudang began to comprehend. She had never paid attention to these matters. It appeared this seat was reserved for Shi Qingyu. Rising from her seat, she smiled and nodded at Zhou Qian, preparing to move to the side. Just then, the door to the private room swung open, drawing everyone's gaze, including Shun Shutang's. As she straightened up, the sound of chairs shifting echoed in succession. Shi Qingyu strode in, walking directly to Shun Shutang's side. He draped his arm around her shoulder, guiding her back to her previous seat, and softly said, "This is the main seat." He was aware it was the main seat and had intentionally allowed her to sit there. His voice was neither too loud nor too soft, ensuring everyone in the quiet room could hear. Shi Qingyu bent down to adjust her skirt before taking his own seat, addressing the guests. "Please, make yourselves comfortable." Shun Shudang remained momentarily dazed, pondering the meaning behind his words. Did he expect her to treat? Her thoughts were plainly written across her face, much to Shi Qingyu's amusement. He longed to ruffle her hair. But seeing her hairstyle today, he refrained, instead picking up a napkin the waiter had delivered to wipe her hands. "What would you like to eat? Should we still order the squirrel fish?" Shen Shutang adored fish, having consumed nearly half a fish during lunch, according to the household staff, and likely felt full from that meal. She shook her head. "No, I just ate at noon. How could I possibly have fish twice in one day?" "If you all aren't ordering, then I shall." Sitting across from her in a main seat was Jiang Yunyan, whom Shen Shutang knew well. He was good friends with her second brother and had a decent rapport with Shi Qingyu. Jiang Yunyan, eager to lighten the atmosphere, picked up the menu and, being more discerning than some, turned to Shun Shutang. Little Tang Tang, is there anything you wish to eat? Brother Yonyan, just order whatever you like. I'm not picky. Shen Chutang chuckled. Jiang Yunyan merely listened. If Shen Chutang were to be unpicky about her meals, there would be no one in the world who was discerning. Fortunately, they were dining at her usual spot, so ordering would inevitably go without a hitch. All right then, let us indulge in a lavish spread today, courtesy of Qingyu. With so many of us, let's sample every dish on the menu, Jiang Yunyan declared, closing the menu and handing it to the waiter standing nearby. The menu at Yashuan featured only 20 dishes, rotated monthly to reflect the changing seasons, with a gathering of over a dozen today. 20 dishes seemed quite reasonable. Chapter 7. Shadow Games. In the past few years, Shi Qingyu had been preoccupied with matters concerning the corporation, remaining largely oblivious to the intricacies of social gatherings. Until the elder Shi had intervened, leading to today's banquet. Sharing the same social circle, encounters were inevitable, and one might even find business intersections, thus necessitating introductions. The dishes arrived promptly, and during the first half of the meal, Shi Qingyu diligently served Shen Chutang, mindful of her light lunch, prompting the kitchen to prepare additional delicacies she cherished. By the time Shen Chutang felt satiated and began savoring her dessert, the banquet had transitioned into its latter half. With her presence, all alcoholic beverages were replaced with tea, and the guests toasted each other repeatedly with cups of tea. Perhaps in high spirits, Shi Qingyu accepted every toast, save for one. Shen Chutang, sipping her tea, nibbled on pastries, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Shi Qingyu. Miss Shun, I apologize for earlier. I was unaware of the customs, came a voice from behind her. Turning, Shen Chutang saw the girl who had earlier reminded her, holding a teacup with a hint of contrition on her face that it was hardly a matter of great significance, and Shen Chutang brushed it off, assuring her that it was no trouble at all. Yet, the girl lingered, prompting Shen Chutang to reach for a teacup, only to have her hand pressed back down by Shi Qingyu. Drink less tea. Otherwise, you won't sleep well tonight, he advised gently, pushing the teacup aside and replacing it with a glass of warm water. Shen Chutang, contemplating whether to toast with the water, observed as the girl took a sip from her teacup, her expression one of reluctance. I apologize, Miss Shun, she said before turning to leave, her demeanor suggesting that Shen Chutang had wronged her. With only a fleeting glance, Shen Chutang placed the half-eaten pastry back on her plate and opted to sip on her warm water instead. Shi Qingyu patted her back twice, leaning down to softly inquire, Are you full? Once you're satisfied, we can head home. Nodding, Shen Chutang replied, I'm quite full. Let us take a stroll home. Very well, Shi Qingyu smiled in agreement, leading her away from the table. Lin Shulang had calculated the timing perfectly, emerging early from the lounge to await them at the door. Hastening to open the car when he saw them, as the protagonist departed, the private room fell silent. Jiang Yunyan casually leaned back in his chair, amusement flickering in his eyes as he regarded Zhou Qian. Before you arrived, did your family not impart any wisdom? He inquired. Zhou Qian looked at him, puzzled and somewhat defiant. Jiang Yunyan took a sip of tea, chuckling lightly. Firstly, at gatherings in the capital, when Shi Qingyu presides, it is customary for him to host the Shun family's young lady. Secondly, the young lady of the Shun family ought not to toast or disrupt the meal. The first rule was a tacit agreement within their circle, given the prominence of the Shi and Shun families, while the second had been gleaned from years of observation. Yet this individual had not only transgressed but had done so twice, and her apology was half-hearted, tinged with defiance. Jiang Yunyan shared this not to offer a lesson, but merely to ensure that no one would again inadvertently upset Shen Chutang, for if she were displeased, Shi Qingyu would be as well, and that could lead to repercussions. Disregarding Zhou Qian's expression, Jiang Yunyan donned his coat and exited, knowing that after this gathering, another awaited him at Shen Saiken's. The car halted a few hundred meters from the villa, and Shen Chutang expressed her desire to walk home. Dressed in a lake blue dress, the night air had grown cooler, and a gentle breeze stirred. Shi Qingyu removed his suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders, grasping her slightly chilled hand. Clad in the oversized suit, Shen Chutang skipped and twirled, occasionally circling him while holding onto his arm. The streetlights cast elongated shadows of the two, illuminating their playful forms. Shen Chutang gleefully hopped to step on the shadows below, halting to smile at him. Brother Qingyu, Xie Tong told me that those who can step on each other's shadows will be together for a lifetime. Sure, Qingyu smiled lightly, having already removed his tie in the car, and with the top button of his pristine white shirt undone, his Adam's apple subtly moved as he walked past Shin Shutang. Stepping onto her shadow, she turned and leaped towards him, hugging him and then spinning to step on his shadow. The pair laughed and played all the way back to the villa, where Shin Shutang, now weary and warm in the jacket, glistened with beads of perspiration on her nose. Concerned for her health, Shi Qingyu urged her to bathe before resting, and Shin Shutang, choosing the latter over the former, soon lay on his lap, waiting for him to dry her hair. Once they returned to the room, she quickly fell asleep, while Shi Qingyu sat at the bedside, the light from the lamp casting a soft, indistinct shadow on the wall. Far less enchanting than the illumination from the streetlights, he leaned down, placing a gentle kiss on Shin Shutang's forehead, cherishing the rare moments they shared, hoping for a long-lasting bond with her. After a week of leisurely days, Uncle Wen informed that Shin Suqing had returned, calling for Shin Shutang to come home. Shin Shutang, who had been sketching on her tablet, hurried back with anticipation. Ever since Shin Suqing started university, their meetings had become infrequent, and this summer break was further complicated by his involvement in a film crew. Upon entering, she called out, "Third brother." Aunt Wang brought her warm water, saying, "Little miss, the third young master is in the shower." Shin Shutang settled on the sofa, replying, "I'll wait for him a bit." Before long, Shin Suqing descended the stairs, towel in hand, drying his hair. Spotting Shin Shutang, he teased, "Oh, you remember to come back, do you? I wouldn't know where your home is anymore." Shin Shutang swung her legs, asserting, "Of course this is my home. It's not my fault you all rarely return. I feel so lonely." Their parents were in Sioux City. Her elder brother had moved out after his marriage, and her second brother had relocated to an apartment closer to his company. With Shin Suqing now at school, he too had been absent during the holidays. Shin Shutang pouted, pretending to be angry. Shin Suqing tossed the towel aside, ruffling her hair playfully. All right. I'm back whenever I could." He then took a seat, inquiring about their second brother's absence. He returned on Xingyu's birthday, but left the next day. Perhaps he's swamped with work? Shin Suqing nodded. "And you? Enjoying your break?" "Absolutely," Shin Shutang exclaimed, her enthusiasm quickly dimming. "Though it's a bit boring." "Brother, play video games with me." She clung to his arm, eager for companionship in gaming. Having not played in ages due to exam preparations, and now finding herself alone with no one to join her, as her friends were all too busy, and Xie Tong had no interest in gaming. "Sure," Shin Suqing readily agreed. "Let us head upstairs." Chapter 8. A bit of longing. Shi Qingyu's first shareholders' meeting since taking charge was unavoidable. In the vast conference room, silence reigned, the young leader exhibiting a hint of impatience. His demeanor commanding even in its calmness, causing everyone to hold their breath. Once the meeting concluded, Shi Qingyu strode out of the room, phone in hand, and Lin Shulang awaited him at the door. "Mr. Sure, Miss Shun has returned home. She likely left her phone behind." Shi Qingyu halted mid-call, his gaze lingering on the chat screen, where his messages awaited responses. Head back first on the journey home. Shi Qingyu reclined in the back seat, a rare look of fatigue crossing his face as he rubbed his temples. The car stopped at the villa's entrance, and as he stepped inside, he realized he was met with an unexpected emptiness. Shin Shutang was not there today. The villa, usually bustling with life, now felt desolate. He tossed his suit jacket onto the sofa and turned to leave. The villas of the Shi and Shun families were merely a few hundred meters apart. Returning later than usual, the sunset cast a dim glow, the moon poised to rise. Shi Qingyu strode forth, and Uncle Wen opened the door, bowing respectfully. "Mr. Shi." "Where is Tang Tang?" Shi Qingyu inquired, continuing his stride indoors. The third young master returned and spent the afternoon playing games with the young miss. She must be exhausted and is likely asleep now. Shin Shutang, the fourth child in her family, was affectionately referred to as the fourth young miss by the household staff during her childhood. At that time, her health was rather frail, and Shi Qingyu found the moniker unappealing and inauspicious. Thus, he opted to change her title, simply calling her Little Miss thereafter. "I shall go and see her," Shi Qingyu remarked softly, just as he was about to ascend the staircase when the elevator beside him chimed, and Shin Shutang emerged, rubbing her eyes. Upon spotting Shi Qingyu, She paused in surprise, initially suspecting she was imagining things. Once assured it was not a figment of her imagination, she hurried over and embraced him, calling out in a sweet, soft voice, "Brother Chen." He lifted her into his arms, noticing her bare feet, although aware of her aversion to shoes. And knowing that both households were covered with thick carpets that were cleaned daily, he still feared that she might accidentally trip. Shen Shutang's hair was tousled from sleep, some strands resting on her shoulders and others across her face. Shi Qiyu gently tidied it, cradling her as they moved towards the sofa. "I want some water," she murmured, half asleep and lazily nestled against him, softly complaining, "You came back so late today." Shi Qiyu took a cup of water from servant and offered it to her lips, explaining, "I had a meeting today." After drinking, Shen Shutang felt somewhat more alert and wrapped her arms around his neck, saying, "Brother Qingyu, I miss you a bit today." Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, replying, "I miss you too." Imitating him, Shen Shutang reached up to pat his head, then cupped his face playfully, only to notice the dark circles beneath his eyes. Suddenly frowning, she exclaimed, "Brother Chengyu, you haven't been sleeping well." The transition of power in a prominent business group often entails the handling of numerous matters, and these past few days had seen him managing affairs in the study only after coaxing her to sleep. He anticipated being caught, as he attempted to rub his eyes. Shen Shutang's hand swiftly covered his, gently massaging as she pouted, "You promised me you would rest properly. You are not keeping your word. If this happens again, I shall ignore you." Such a feeble threat. Yet it always managed to keep him firmly under her influence. "All right, my dear Tang Tang, I was wrong," Shi Qingyu conceded, taking her hand away and embracing her, inhaling her fragrant scent, a delicate, sweet floral and fruity aroma that brought him immense peace and relaxation. "Dear Tang Tang, let me hold you for a moment. I shall feel less wearied." He held her tightly, and Shen Shutang's hand found its way to the nape of his neck. "Brother Qingyu, you really must get proper sleep. And you need to eat well too. Don't just feed me." Suddenly, Shen Shutang seemed to remember something, lifting her head to ask seriously, "Did you have dinner today?" "I did," Shi Qingyu replied earnestly, observing her skeptical expression, and added, "Shu Lang ordered dinner at Yushian. If you don't believe me, you can ask him tomorrow." Only then did Shen Shutang reluctantly accept this, returning to rest her head on his shoulder. "Brother Qingyu, won't you be going home tonight?" "I cannot go back. May I stay with you for the night, Tang Tang?" Shi Qingyu asked with a smile, stroking her soft hair. "If I let you stay, will you promise to sleep obediently?" Shen Shutang inquired, cupping his face in her hands to gaze deeply into his eyes. Shi Qingyu chuckled, nodding slowly. "I shall sleep obediently." Delighted, Shen Shutang pressed a kiss to his forehead and declared, "Then let us head upstairs." That a palpable pause in his heartbeat lingered for a moment before it resumed with a dull thud. Shi Qingyu lifted her up, saying, "All right, Tang Tang is being good too." Both families maintained rooms for each other. And sometimes, when they were tired from playing, they would simply fall asleep, with the rooms being cleaned daily. Shi Qingyu first escorted Shen Shutang to her room, inquiring how long she planned to stay and when she would return home, as well as when she would visit her grandfather's house. Before finally coaxing her to sleep, he exited the room quietly, shutting the door gently, only to turn around and find Shen Sujing standing at the top of the stairs. "Brother Qingyu?" Shen Sujing called out suspiciously. Shi Qingyu replied briefly, "Tang Tang is asleep." He then asked, "Is the film crew not busy anymore?" Shen Sujing nodded, explaining that the current project required less of his time, allowing him a few days at home. In a couple of days, I'll have Shu Lang find you some scripts." Shi Qingyu uttered this cryptic remark as he passed by Shen Sujing and descended the stairs. Shen Sujing scratched his head in confusion, pondering its meaning. Both families had their own entertainment companies, and Shen Sujing had no intention of foolishly venturing out alone. There was no reason to squander resources. He merely aimed to tread carefully, wondering if Shi Qingyu thought he was moving too slowly. The next day, however, Shen Sujing received a call from his manager informing him that his role had been expanded in the project, along with several major production scripts and a variety show, ensuring he would have plenty to occupy himself over the summer. Shen Sujing remarked, "I didn't intend to be this busy WY afternoon." He was urged to return to the film set. Shen Shutang pouted unhappily, sullenly seeing him off to the car. All right, I'll be back next week after visiting grandfather. Shun Sujing ruffled her hair, which felt as soft and fluffy as a kitten's. And he understood why Shi Chengyu was so fond of patting ITV good these days. Eat well, and avoid too many cold treats. The previously wistful atmosphere was shattered as Shun Chudang pushed his hand away, urging him into the car. I know, just hurry and go. Shun Sujing chuckled helplessly. All right, I'm leaving. Shun Chutang waved cheerfully as the car door closed, then turned to head back to the villa. Chapter 9. Cat Head after returning to her room to change. Shin Chutang went next door, finding her phone in the bedroom. There were messages from Xie Tong and one from Shi Qingyu sent yesterday. Have you woken up, Tang Dang? It was around the time she usually napped. But she had slept in a bit longer yesterday and had gone to draw on her tablet afterward. I had someone deliver Zhangji pastries back. Eat plenty if you like. What do you want for dinner tonight? Shin Shudang felt her lips curve upward as she read, responding in kind. I'm awake. I'm drawing. They are delicious. I want Brother Qingyu to try some too. Next time, let us eat together. Let us go for roast duck tonight. The place we visited last time. Just as Shin Shudang sent her last message, Shi Qingyu replied promptly with a simple good. A week flew by, with her elder brother on a business trip, while Shin Sujing and Shin Sikhan were returning the next day. And the three would head to their grandfather's house together. In the afternoon, Shin Shudang baked a batch of small cookies, carefully using thick oven mitts to remove the tray and set it on the island to cool. She exhibited remarkable patience during such tasks, mixing, whisking, shaping the dough, and adorning it with adorable cat expressions. Once they cooled, the sweet aroma of cookies filled the air. Satisfied, Shin Chutang clapped her hands and snapped a photo to send to Shi Qingyu. Just then, the housekeeper approached, informing her that a visitor had arrived and inquiring if she wished to meet them. Shin Chutang glanced down, poking one of the cat heads and testing its temperature, casually replying, Brother Qingyu hasn't finished work, in Shi's household. She had no guests. However, speaking to the servants of the Shi family, Shin Chudang was regarded as half a mistress, which was why they sought her approval. It seems to be an old acquaintance of Mr. Shi's, here to deliver a birthday gift, the housekeeper replied. Shin Chutang lifted her gaze from the delightful scent, saying, Then let him in. Moments later, Uncle Shang entered. Accompanied by a woman, Lin Shushuang was taken aback, not expecting to see a little girl when the housekeeper said someone was coming to inquire. Hello, I'm Lin Shushuang, a friend of Shi Qingyu. She greeted with a smile, seemingly unfazed by Shin Chutang's presence. Shin Chutang shook her hand, responding, Hello, I'm Shin Chutang. I haven't met you before, sister, she candidly remarked, as according to Shi Qingyu, they had known each other since birth. Yet she had never encountered this lovely friend of his that we grew up in the same courtyard. I went abroad later, Lin Shushuang explained with a smile, naturally taking a seat on the sofa. I just flew back from abroad the day before yesterday, which is why you might not have seen me. Shin Chudang vaguely recalled Shi Qingyu mentioning that he stayed with their grandfather until the age of 7. She glanced down, her eyes inadvertently falling on Lin Shushuang's chest, then looked at her own, sensing a difference she replied lightly, intrigued, Have you and Brother Qingyu been good friends? Lin Shushuang smiled shyly. Not really. We were just children back then. Qingyu didn't like playing with others, only wanting me by his side in the courtyard, that time. Grandpa sure even joked about arranging our marriage. An inexplicable discomfort washed over Shin Chutang, prompting her to rise from the sofa. Then, sister, you can sit for a moment. Brother Qingyu will take quite a while to finish work, and oh worries, I can wait for him. Lin Shushuang responded with a smile. Shin Chutang fell silent, turning to the kitchen island where she meticulously packed the cooled cookies into small bags, sealing each one carefully. Originally, she had left 5 on the island, but glancing at the woman on the sofa, Shin Chutang retrieved them one by one, leaving only one behind. This time, she did not forget her phone. Clutching it in one hand and the bag in the other, she exited the villa. Miss, are you heading to the office? Uncle Shang called after her, assuming she intended to deliver cookies to Shi Chengyu, thinking it would be her first visit and that he should send a driver with her. Shin Chudang waved her hand dismissively. I'm going home. Uncle Shang that I need to pack for my trip to Grandpa's tomorrow. There was no need for her to lift a finger to pack, and Uncle Shang, sensing something, took a couple of steps forward and said, Then allow me to escort you. And no need, Uncle Shang. There are guests at home, I'll head back first, Shin Shutang replied, quickening her pace as she jogged away. Uncle Shang stood watching her enter the Shun family's villa before turning back. After a moment's thought, he decided to send a message to Lin Shulang. By the time Lin Shulang read the message, over an hour had passed. Shi Qingyu had just concluded a business meeting and upon checking his phone, saw a picture sent by Shun Shutang. A plate of freshly baked cookies shaped like adorable kittens. A smile naturally blossomed on his lips, as if he could already taste the sweetness. However, before he could indulge in his happiness for long, Lin Shulang informed him of the situation at home. Shi Qingyu's brow furrowed instantly as he called Shin Shutang, but the WeChat connection was temporarily unavailable. Her phone was switched off. Just then, he received a call from Shui Wanxiu, and without waiting for her to speak, he coldly interjected, "Mom, don't let just anyone come over." Shui Wanxiu's voice was laced with disbelief. "I remember you used to enjoy playing with her when you were young. She just returned from abroad and wanted to see you." "Mom, I don't want to see her. Not then. Not now." Shi Qingyu's expression had turned frigid. He hung up and stepped outside, instructing Uncle Shang to send her away. His memories from before the age of 7 were foggy. The only children in the courtyard around his age were Jiang Yunyan and the others. He vaguely recalled a girl who liked to follow him around. Out of courtesy, he had never scolded her, but the inability to shake her off had left a lasting impression. They had never exchanged a word, and after moving to Lanjingting, he had never seen her again. Finally finding some peace, Lin Shulang recognized that Shi Chengyu was genuinely angry and promptly messaged Uncle Shang, urging him to check on Shin Shutang. When he received the news that she had already left, Lin Shulang felt a fleeting moment of despair. As if his career were about to falter, he remained silent in the car, his mind racing to devise a solution. Ultimately, he sent a cautious and humble message in their assistant group, inquiring whether Miss Shun had gone to visit the elder Shun. After receiving confirmation, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. This assistant group consisted of Lin Shulang and the 3 brothers from the Shin family, and their discussions typically revolved around Shun Cheng as the car entered Lanjingting. Lin Shulang tightened his grip on his phone, taking a deep breath as he reported, "Mr. Shi, Miss Shun has left." The temperature inside the vehicle plummeted. The driver glanced at Lin Shulang, seeking guidance on where to stop. Finally, they halted at the Shi family's entrance. Shi Qingyu exited the car, without waiting for Lin Shulang to open the door. The villa was empty. On the kitchen island, a solitary cookie remained. The yellow cat-shaped cookie, with its left eye surrounded by black, resembled the yellow tabby cat from the cat CF, looking rather dazed. Chapter 10. "That is your home." Shi Qingyu picked up the cookie, cradling it in his palm, his fingers gently caressing its surface. The villa was eerily quiet, and after a prolonged silence, Shi Qingyu's voice, tinged with desolation, broke through to Hua Mountain Villa. "Uncle Shang, the sofa and carpet have all been replaced." Shi Qingyu issued his command expressionlessly as he stepped outside, while Lin Shulang bowed slightly and opened the car door for him. The journey was filled with silence. Shi Qingyu remained lost in thought, fixated on the cookie in his hand. The black Maybach came to a halt at the foot of Wuhua Mountain. The guard knocked on the window, stating, "Hello, this is a private villa. Entry is prohibited." Lin Shulang nodded at the guard. "We are friends of young Master Shun, here to visit old Master Shun. Please inform him that Mr. Shi has arrived." The man in the back seat was obscured from view, yet the aura of authority he exuded was impossible to overlook. The guard saluted and retreated to the security booth to make a call. Shortly thereafter, the barrier lifted to grant them passage. As the vehicle ascended the mountain, the road lay in tranquil silence, the streetlights casting a gentle glow on either side. Upon hearing from the butler that a Mr. Shi was visiting, Shun Sujing anticipated it was Shi Qingyu and waited at the villa's entrance. "Brother Qingyu S." Shi Qingyu alighted from the car. He surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "Where is Tang Tang?" "She is playing in the back mountain, accompanied by someone," Shun Sujing replied, leading him inside. "That little girl has been restless today." As soon as she got home, she insisted on leaving. Shi Qingyu remained silent, following Shun Sujing to the second floor to visit old Master Shin. Shin Boyu was in the living room watching the news when he saw Shin Sujing bringing someone in and initially mistook him for the second son. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a stranger. "Good evening, old Master Shun. I am Shi Qingyu. I apologize for the abrupt visit." He greeted warmly, extending his hand. Shun Boyu scrutinized him, pausing his fan, and shook his hand. From a Shi family? Shi Qingyu affirmed. Yes. Very well. I have little to discuss with a young man like you. Go and enjoy yourself with Sujing. Shin Boyu waved his hand dismissively, not quite understanding why Shi Qingyu had come to see Shan San so late at night. But he had long ceased to concern himself with matters in the capital, preferring to enjoy a leisurely life at the villa. While Shin Boyu was puzzled, Shin Sujing understood that Shi Qingyu had come to see Tang Dang and led him toward the back mountain. In the distance, Shi Qingyu spotted a small figure by the creek, dressed in a white floral top with ruffled edges and loose blue denim shorts, her arms and legs exposed as she sat on a rock. Hugging a large watermelon, her cheeks stuffed to the brim. Shi Qingyu watched her for a moment before approaching, draping his suit jacket over Shun Chutang's shoulders, tainting. The familiar, crisp scent enveloped Shun Chutang instantly, and she turned to see Shi Qingyu squatting beside her. Brother Qingyu, what brings you here? Having already consumed nearly half of the watermelon, Shun Chutang handed it to a nearby servant and pulled her feet out of the chilly creek water. The water was already cold, and he had no idea how long she had been soaking. Shi Qingyu held her feet in his hands, feeling as if he were grasping ice cubes. Where are your shoes? Shun Chutang smiled sheepishly. They were swept away. Shi Qingyu sighed in exasperation. The little girl was clearly unhappy, and he dared not even sigh, let alone scold her. He lifted her into his arms and softly chided. Not eating dinner, yet consuming so much cold watermelon. Why linger in such cold water for so long? His words lacked reproach, sounding more like a resigned complaint. Shun Chutang huffed softly, wrapping her arms around his neck, playfully pretending to bite him before stopping herself. I don't want to eat. The watermelon is delicious, and I want to stay as long as I like. Shi Qingyu patted her back, feeling powerless against her stubbornness, and sighed, good Tang Tang. Brother Qingyu hasn't eaten either. Will you stay and share something with me? Shin Chutang turned her head away. Aren't you going to eat with your friend? What friend? Shi Qingyu asked, puzzled. The beautiful sister who came to the house today. She's waiting for you at home. Shin Chutang was oblivious to the hint of jealousy in her tone, unaware that this emotion was called envy. Shi Qingyu stroked her back. I don't know her. Shin Chutang certainly didn't believe him. Turning her head away, her hair brushing against Shi Qingyu's jaw. She claims to be your good friend and calls you Qingyu. Only those who are very close can use that name. And she recognized you before I did. Her voice was thick with disappointment, like a bucket of cold water poured over Shi Qingyu. He tightened his embrace and gently stroked her head. Tang Tang. That is her. I have never spoken a word to her, nor do I even know what she looks like. If Tang Dang is unhappy, she can tell Brother Qingyu that if she leaves without a word, Brother Qingyu will be sad. As she nestled against his neck, Shun Chutang mumbled, Brother Qingyu, I'm sorry that I in that instant. His heart softened, and Shi Qingyu leaned down to kiss the top of her head. Brother Qingyu doesn't want you to apologize. Dear, I'm just worried about you. Shi Qingyu would rather she express her anger than watch her sulk alone. Brother Qingyu, I'm a bit unhappy, Shin Chutang admitted, resting her head on his shoulder. Just a little? Shi Qingyu inquired. Shun Chutang fell silent, biting him softly on the neck. I don't like her. All right, Shi Qingyu soothed. You won't have to see her again that I don't like other women coming to your house either. Shun Chutang lifted her head once more to add. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, gazing into her eyes. That is also your home. There will be no next time. Shin Chutang's melancholic emotions eased significantly as she obediently nestled against his shoulder. Before long, they returned to the villa, where Shi Qingyu carried her into her room and retrieved a pair of socks for her to wear. What would you like to eat? Shall I prepare something for you? A servant brought in a new pair of slippers, and Shin Chutang held onto his arm as she slipped them on. Aunt made wontons for dinner. Let us cook them together, shall we? All right, Shi Qingyu replied with a smile, watching her bounce down the stairs. Tightening his grip on her wrist, 2 bowls of wontons, one large and one small, were placed on the solid wooden dining table, adorned with vibrant green scallions floating atop. Shin Chutang scooped one up with her spoon. Blowing on it gently, it is not as delicious as Yashuan's, she remarked after tasting. Shi Qingyu smiled lightly. I'll have someone bring Yashuan S over tomorrow morning. The wontons were sizable, and Shi Qingyu served her 6, all of which she devoured. After finishing, the two strolled leisurely in the courtyard. Chapter 11. Miss Shun, after all, is different. After Shin Sujing returned with them, he retreated to his room to study the script. Among their group, Shen Shutang was most obedient to Shi Qingyu, who also cared for her the best. Although the eldest brother appeared stern, he was, in fact, the softest-hearted. Whatever Chutang desired, he would comply, and with a little coaxing, he would agree to anything. The second brother, however, was entirely hands-off, allowing her to do as she pleased for him. He was somewhere in between, indulging her, yet wary of going too far. Thus, entrusting her to Shi Qingyu was the most suitable option. When Shen Boyu emerged from his room, he found Shun Sujing alone, and inquired with curiosity, "Hey, where's that lad from the Shi family? Has he left?" Shin Sujing looked up from his script, mumbling, "No, he is downstairs with Chutang." "Hey, you rascal!" Shin Boyu exclaimed, lightly tapping Shun Sujing on the head. "Why is your sister being accompanied by someone else?" Shin Sujing covered his head, retorting, "Grandfather, it's the same. There's no difference." "How can there be no difference?" Shin Boyu huffed, walking to the balcony on the second floor to look down. "Can anyone else have a brother who cares like that?" Just as he finished speaking, he was rendered speechless by the scene below. Indeed, there was someone. His biological brother was busy with his own affairs upstairs while, downstairs, Shi Qingyu accompanied Shin Shutang, watching her skip along the bluestone path, cautiously reaching out to protect her from behind. "Rest assured, Grandfather, Qingyu treats her well," Shin Sujing said, stepping out of his room and capturing the scene below on his phone. Shen Boyu, observing Shun Sujing's carefree demeanor, felt his frustration mounting, and asked, "How old is that lad?" "Qingyu. He has the same age as the second brother, just a few months younger," Shun Sujing replied nonchalantly, "Still taking pictures. That's rather old," Shen Boyu muttered under his breath. Shun Sujing, unable to hear clearly, casually asked, "What is old?" "I'm old. I am old, you little rascal," Shen Boyu said, smacking him on the backside with a fan several times, looking rather daft. After finishing, he stormed off, leaving Shun Sujing standing there, lamenting and rubbing his backside. The next day was the weekend, and Shi Qingyu also indulged in a leisurely sleep. When Shun Sujing descended the stairs, he only saw the elderly Shun practicing Tai Chi in the courtyard, and he followed suit, having arranged a pass for Shi Qingyu's car yesterday. Lin Shulang arrived early today, but to his surprise, Shi Qingyu had yet to wake up and waited outside for a while. Once Shi Qingyu rose, he brought in the items, which included various antiques and paintings purchased at a recent auction, as well as some tea, all selected according to Elder Shin's preferences. Most importantly, there were 2 food containers securely placed in the passenger seat. Shin Sujing helped carry the items, initially thinking the boxes contained something of great significance. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the Yashuan label on top. "Doesn't T. Yashuan not do deliveries?" Lin Shulang replied with a polite smile. "Miss Shun, after all, is different." Although accustomed to it, Shun Sujing was still taken aback. He carried the food containers inside, without allowing the servants to assist. When he went upstairs to call for Shun Shutang, he discovered that Shi Qingyu was already there. Shin Shutang had just woken up and was throwing a playful tantrum, refusing to get up as she lay on Shi Qingyu's shoulder. Breakfast had been delivered, featuring wontons, shrimp dumplings, and xiaomai. "Shall we paint together after we eat? Or would you prefer to read?" Xiao Jing mentioned there is an apricot tree in the back mountain, laden with golden fruit. "Would you like to go pick some?" Shi Qingyu's voice was gentle, and although Shin Shutang felt increasingly drowsy, her stomach audibly protested, reminding her that food was a priority. "I want to eat," Shin Shutang softly declared, rising from his perch on him, only to find Shun Sujing standing at the door with his arms crossed, a grin plastered across his face. "If you don't get up soon, you'll turn into a little lazy pig. Hurry up and wash up. I'll go down and have them boil the wontons," Shin Sujing teased before turning to descend the stairs. Shin Shutang hit against Shi Qingyu, protesting, "I am not a little lazy pig." Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, "No, you re not." Besides the breakfast items, Shi Qingyu had also requested Yashuan to send over a nourishing soup. Shin Shutang was particularly averse to pain and despised taking medicine. During her period, she suffered greatly, often needing painkillers. Perhaps due to a good mood today, Shun Shutang finished a bowl of wontons, a steamer of shrimp dumplings, and even drank the soup. Throughout the meal, Shun Boyu observed the two with a keen eye, noting how well Shi Qingyu took care of Chutang, while Shun Sujing, in contrast, ate like a fool, his every action irking him. After the meal, Shun Shutang followed Shi Qingyu back to his guest room, where she noticed a piece of cookie on the bedside table that she had left on the island counter the previous day. She rushed over to grab it, asking, "Why didn't you eat it?" Shi Qingyu carefully reclaimed the cookie. Afraid it would crumble with too much pressure and with a hint of grievance, he said, "It was just one piece. I didn't want to eat it." Shin Shutang huffed. "Originally, you had 5 pieces." Shi Qingyu pinched her cheek gently. There was little flesh, just enough to feel soft and smooth between his fingers. Grandfather is getting old. Eating too many sweets isn't good for him. He had noticed the fruit platter in the living room still held plenty. "You planning to steal from grandfather? Aren't you?" Shun Shutang exclaimed, her eyes widening in surprise, her beautiful black pupils reflecting his image. "It's not just for grandfather. The second and third brothers want some too. The second brother doesn't like sweets. And Sujing has to maintain his figure, so he won't eat that much." Watching him analyze seriously made Shun Shutang want to laugh, and she indeed burst into laughter. "Chengyu, do you know what you resemble right now? You look like Daodu when he can't get to the canned food." A clear laugh escaped Shi Qingyu's throat as he wrapped his arms around her, his head resting on Shun Shutang's shoulder. "Shutang, would you be willing to show me some pity?" Daodu was the oldest cat in the cat CF, moving slowly and rather dim-witted. Whenever a can was opened, he would never manage to get any and would run over to rub against Shun Shutang's legs. Every time this happened, she would open a couple of cans for him to enjoy alone. Shi Qingyu wished for the same, that he held her close, head bowed against her shoulder. "Chengyu, you're quite greedy," Shun Shutang said with a smile. "You want to hear a story and eat cookies too. However, considering your slightly pitiful state, I'll make you some when I'm in a good mood." Shun Shutang declared benevolently, ruffling his hair, a slight itch in her palm. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly. "Thank you." Shutang. Shun Siqing arrived just before lunch, and upon his arrival, he was met with Shin Boyu's fan on his backside. "You late to see me. Do you still consider me your grandfather?" Hey, grandfather." Shun Siqing laughed, dodging to the side. "It's not that I arrived late, grandfather. It's that Tang, and the others came early. Just because they can come early doesn't mean you can." Shin Boyu huffed angrily, fanning himself vigorously. "You know how busy the company is. I don't have that much time." "Busy? Yes, you're quite busy. Just don't let me hear any more nonsense about you and some young lady." Chapter 12. Unfair. Shin Siqing settled onto the sofa, casually crossing his legs. "There's nothing going on." "Nothing going on?" Shin Boyu, sitting beside him, remarked, "I am not in charge anymore, so I'm not oblivious to everything that if you're going to date. Do it properly. Don't let any nonsense get out." Shin Siqing gazed blankly ahead, seemingly lost in thought, responding absently, "I know." After a while, upon seeing someone descend the stairs, he asked in surprise, "What are you doing here?" "Shi Qingyu arrived before you did." Shin Boyu interjected angrily, "Second brother, you're here." Shin Shutang called as she walked down the stairs, with Shi Qingyu following closely behind her. "Slow down. Grandfather, second brother." Upon reaching the bottom, Shi Qingyu greeted naturally. "There's been nothing much lately. I came along to keep Shutang company and check on grandfather." The words rolled off his tongue smoothly. Shun Siqing raised an eyebrow, smiling as he retorted, "Not busy?" He did not confront him directly, but inquired, "Has the matter with the Zhou family been resolved?" Shi Qingyu remained silent, gently patting Shun Shutong's shoulder, suggesting she go outside to play, as there were still pastries brought by Shu Lang in the dining room. She had a vague understanding that they were going to discuss business matters, and after acknowledging, she hurried off to the dining area. Shi Qingyu took the tea that Shin Siqing handed him, taking a small sip. Whether the issue had passed depended on them. Shin Siqing, however, believed it was more about Shi Qingyu's mood. He had not anticipated that after years apart, Shi Qingyu would indeed be as calculating as Jiang Yonyan had described. With a slight nod, he seemed to comprehend the reasons behind Shi Qingyu's unfavorable attitude. It was their first formal meeting with Tang, and he had been slighted. Behind Shin Shutong stood not only Shi Qingyu, but also the Shun family. Shi Qingyu's stance represented the entire Shi family's perspective. The two families had always been on good terms, and if this matter were to be brushed aside lightly, it would inevitably become a talking point. It was not a significant issue, merely an unfortunate circumstance for the Zhou family. Now, however, the Zhou family wished to apologize, but Shi Qingyu had made it clear that they could not approach him. And Qin Shudong herself was unaware that someone was waiting to apologize to her. In recent days, they had also visited Wuhua Mountain, making it even more challenging for the Zhou family to find her. The matter with the Zhou family had not yet passed, and now there was the added complexity of the Lin family, which was rather intriguing. Shen Boyo listened in confusion. What Zhou family? What do you mean by resolved? What? Didn't your people inform you? Shun Sikhan teased. The other day, Qingyu took Tanger out for a meal, and a child from the Zhou family, not understanding the situation, upset Tanger. Though, to be fair, Tanger probably hadn't taken it to heart. It was Qingyu who was displeased. It was rare for sure Qingyu to exhibit such pettiness, and Shin Sikhan chuckled as he took a sip of tea. Now they couldn't even discuss matters in front of Tanger, for fear of her remembering. How can we let Tanger suffer any grievances? Shen Boyu remarked somewhat angrily. Who has ever wronged our Tanger internally? Shen Boyu couldn't help but recall Shun Air's ambiguous smile from earlier that day. Realizing he had failed in his role as a grandfather and promising to be more mindful in the future, Shi Qingyu apologized gently. Shun Saikin's smile grew even brighter, only to be suddenly swatted on the arm by Shen Bu. Tanger has indeed suffered grievances here. Following you for 2 years has been quite the ordeal. Qingyu is far more attentive. Indeed. Let Qingyu take your place as your grandson. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Shen Sikhan said as he dashed upstairs. Grandfather, I'm going to accompany Tanger. All right, you all go play, but don't let her play in the water again. Understood? Shi Qingyu nodded with a smile, watching Shin Boyu leave before heading outside to find Shin Shudong. The girl who had just been nibbling on pastries had now run to the garden to swing on the swing set. The swing swayed lazily, and Shi Qingyu quietly dismissed the attendant standing nearby. Gently pushing the swing's ropes, the swing, which had been merely swaying, suddenly elevated slightly, and Shin Shudong turned her head. Brother Qingyu. Sure, Qingyu gently shook the ropes, urging her to sit steady. The temperature on the mountain was not high. The sun was not scorching, and the cicadas chirped intermittently, creating a serene atmosphere on this leisurely weekend morning. Shin Shudong had been correct the other day at Yashuan. She truly was not picky about food. Regardless of flavor or dish, she had no particular preferences, only avoiding what she deemed unpalatable. Her tastes were ever-changing. She might crave something sweet and savory today, only to desire something spicy tomorrow. The lunch was prepared by the 3 men, while Shin Shutong accompanied her grandfather in the tea room for a game of chess. All 3 had decent culinary skills, having learned from a young age. During Shun Saikin's years abroad, his cooking had notably improved. After lunch, Shin Shutong ran off for a nap. While she was at home, the family adjusted their schedules to match hers. Even Shin Sikhan, who had just caught up on sleep that morning, took a nap as well. Shi Qingyu feared she would sleep too long and be unable to rest at night, so he woke her around 3 o'clock. Once the heat subsided, Shun Shutong eagerly led a few people to the back mountain to pick apricots. She walked ahead wearing a large white fisherman-esque hat, which made her face appear even smaller, glowing under the sun, with a small bucket slung over her arm as she guided the way. The wild apricot tree on the back mountain was not tall, and Shi Qingyu and the others could easily reach the fruit. Shin Shutong was not particularly short among her peers, but standing next to a group of tall individuals. She seemed diminutive, leading to Shin Sikhan ruffling her hair with a laugh. Shin Shutong, puffing with indignation, brandished a small stick at him. I'll still grow. Yes, you'll grow. Shin Sikhan did not dodge, still chuckling. It would be best if you reach 1.80 meters. We must not waste our family's genes. Humph. Shin Shudong tossed the stick aside. I'm telling Big Brother. Shin Sikhan tossed an apricot in her bucket. Then you'll have to wait. Big Brother is out inspecting and won't return for at least 10 days to half a month. Let us hope your memory holds until then. Shi Qingyu wiped the sweat from her forehead with a gentle smile. Be good. I'll help you remember. If not, I'll tell grandfather when we return. Hey, Qingyu, why are you siding with her? Shun Sikhan leaned against the tree, tossing an apricot at him. Shun Sujing chimed in. If Qingyu doesn't help Tanger, then who will help you? Shin Sikhan certainly did not want to be struck by grandfather's fan again. The old man wielded that fan like a weapon, but on the way back, Shun Shutong grew tired, and he carried her part way, enduring her tousling his hair and pinching his cheeks until he could no longer tolerate it, and handed her over to Shi Qingyu. Were it not for the fact that Shen Chudong had been surrounded by layers of protection when she was born in their family hospital, he might have doubted whose sister she truly was. How could she be so rambunctious on his back, yet so well-behaved with Shi Chengyu, even knowing to wipe his sweat? It was simply unfair, utterly unfair. Chapter 13. He can wait the next day. The sky darkened, and in the afternoon, Lin Shulang delivered some documents and brought a go board. Shi Qingyu held several meetings in the study, while Shen Chutong nestled on the sofa drawing. By evening, Shi Qingyu had not mentioned leaving. It was merely a matter of shared chopsticks, and given the amicable relations between the two families, Shen Boyu felt it inappropriate to hurry anyone away. Having been in the military, Shen Boyu had developed the habit of waking up around 5 in the morning. After a day and night of oppressive weather, thunder rolled in the sky, and finally, rain began to fall. Once awake, he did not return to sleep, but rather rose to the study on the upper floor to review some chess strategies. Passing by Shen Chudong's room, he noticed the door ajar, faint light spilling from within, and he could vaguely hear what sounded like crying. He hastened to the door, but then paused. The bedside lamp emitted a warm yellow glow, and Shi Qingyu was carefully wiping the tears from Shen Chudong's face. His brow furrowed as he attempted to reach for a nearby blanket, yet his arm was firmly held by Shen Chutong, preventing him from moving. Upon hearing a sound, Shi Qingyu turned to see Shen Boyu standing at the door, slightly taken aback as he called out softly, "Grandfather, what's wrong?" Shen Boyu approached, his heart aching at the sight of Shen Chutong's tear-stained face. Shi Qingyu cupped a hand over her ear, whispering, "It thundered. And Tanger is a bit frightened." Shen Chutong sobbed softly, her fingers tightly clutching Shi Chengyu's clothing as if she had suffered some grievance. Feeling anxious and helpless, Shen Boyu moved closer, handing over the blanket to Shi Qingyu. Watching him wrap her up, his own heartache felt like it might overflow, and he spoke in a gentle, soothing tone, displaying no trace of impatience. The rain continued to fall outside, the sound of raindrops pattering against the window, accompanied by the occasional rumble of thunder. After a while, Lin Shulang delivered earplugs, and only then did Shen Chutong finally calm down and drift off to sleep. Shi Qingyu's pajamas were wrinkled, still bearing damp marks, and he smiled apologetically at Shen Boyu. "I hope I haven't embarrassed you, grandfather. Your window, I said, very soundproof. You better not have your eye on this house. It's old and cannot withstand much more wear and tear." Shen Boyu sensed his intention, and the words sounded oddly off, prompting him to quickly dispel any such thoughts. "If you want to change anything, just change Tenger's room." As Shen Boyu walked toward the study, he glanced at the other two rooms where the two men were sleeping soundly. Cursing silently in his heart, "Call Qingyu, right? Come over and play a game with me?" Shen Boyu turned back to see Shi Qingyu following him. Shi Qingyu nodded. "All right, grandfather, I'll go change first." Moments later, the two sat down at the desk. The go board was the exquisite set Shi Qingyu had brought the previous day, no less impressive than the antique pieces he had collected. Shen Boyu made the first move, placing a piece on the board, and straightforwardly asked, "Do you like Tanger?" Shi Qingyu's expression remained unchanged, composed as ever. Yes, was it affection from an elder to a younger one? Or, Shen Boyu did not finish his question, merely observing him. "Grandfather, Tanger is still young. She doesn't understand, but I am quite clear." Shi Qingyu placed his piece on the board with a calm demeanor, meeting Shen Boyu's gaze with unwavering resolve. Shen Boyu was somewhat surprised, yet he had anticipated such an answer. Merely repeating, "Yes, Tanger is still young. She does not understand such matters. You are 7 years apart. She is still a young girl, innocent in her thoughts, and certainly does not harbor any ulterior motives." Shen Boyu's words were succinct, and their meaning was abundantly clear. Shi Qingyu had been striving in the business world for many years. It was utterly implausible for Shen Boyu to believe that he lacked cunning, that if his intentions were merely to indulge in fleeting whims, Tang would hardly be a worthy opponent. "Grandfather," Shi Qingyu's tone turned serious. "I have never underestimated Tang, that I hold affection for her, and I recognize that discussing this now may be inappropriate. Given her youth, however, I am patient. I have waited 16 years. A few more years are inconsequential." Shen Boyu regarded him, sensing a profound confidence and patience in his words. "Indeed, you possess the patience, yet Tang will inevitably grow up. Her infatuations seldom last beyond a year. Shi Qingyu paused, then replied, "Yes, grandfather, but Tang Tang will always have the right to choose with me. Regardless of her decisions in the future, whether she accepts him or continues to view him as an elder brother, he shall harbor no resentment." With that, Shunbo nodded slightly, conceding, "Very well. Since that is the case, I shall refrain from further persuasion. However, Tang Tang is our cherished treasure, raised with indulgence for over a decade. She has a bit of a temper, and has been sheltered from hardship." Shi Qingyu, with his long, bony fingers, contemplated the chessboard, seemingly lost in thought before swiftly making a move. Shun Boyu struggled to keep pace with his speed. "Grandfather," he smiled, "I am equally mindful of boundaries. Please rest assured." He appeared unhurried, while Shun Boyu scrutinized him and the chessboard, his piece lingering in indecision. Yet, Shi Qingyu did not pick up another piece, instead smiling and saying, "Grandfather, I concede." "Hey!" Shin Boyu exclaimed, observing the game. "What do you mean you concede? This is at best a stalemate, you rascal." "Grandfather, I have a meeting shortly," Shi Qingyu said, rising and bowing slightly. "Very well. Off you go," Shin Boyu replied impatiently, watching him leave after a lengthy pause. He suddenly realized that from the moment Shi Qingyu had placed his first piece, the outcome had already been determined. A stalemate was inevitable. He had meticulously orchestrated this game from the very beginning, neither intending to feign defeat nor to claim victory. Yet in truth, he had undeniably triumphed. Shin Boyu chuckled resignedly, tossing the pieces back into the J.A.R.IT was undeniable. He was growing old, and it was indeed time for the younger generation to take the stage. There was a tinge of gratitude as well, for being on friendly terms with the Shi family. Had he encountered Shi Qingyu in the business arena, he might not have emerged victorious. At best, it would have resulted in a stalemate. Shun Shutang awoke shortly after 9, sitting dazedly on the bed, inexplicably feeling a sense of unease. She first rushed to Shi Qingyu's room, but found it empty, which filled her with an overwhelming urge to cry. She then dashed to the study, flinging open the door and running inside. "Brother Qingyu." With a pitiful demeanor, she leapt into his embrace, her eyes still heavy with sleep. Hair tousled, clad only in a nightgown, barefoot with her legs exposed. Lin Shulang, quick as a flash, turned off the camera and recording, rising to leave the study with the computer. The world outside seemed oddly muted. Shen Shutang could see Shi Qingyu's lips moving, yet no sound reached her ears. With tear-filled eyes, she looked at him and said, "Brother Qingyu, I can't hear you." Shi Qingyu lifted her onto his lap, removing the earplugs with a gentle smile. "Can you hear me now?" Shen Shutang's tears still glimmered, but after a moment, she could hear him. "It's raining outside." "Yes," Shi Qingyu replied, ruffling her hair. "Don't worry, Brother Qingyu is here." The nanny entered with a blanket, which Shi Qingyu took to cover her, then asked with a smile, "Are you hungry? Do you want to eat?" Shen Shutang shook her head, extending her hand from the blanket to tug at his shirt, nuzzling her head against him. "All right, then let's sleep a little longer." Chapter 14. Starview Island. Since childhood, Shen Shutang had harbored a fear of thunder and rain. On rainy days, she would wilt, becoming timid and profoundly insecure. The meeting lasted over an hour, during which Shen Shutang nestled in his arms, sleeping soundly, reluctant to let go even after it concluded. Shen Xiqing had just finished his own meeting and came to find Shi Qingyu. After knocking, he entered. "Qingyu, what's the status on the Dongsheng project? Why is Tang Tang here?" Before he could intervene, the person in his arms had already awakened, glancing toward the door before retreating under the blanket. "It's raining, and Tang Tang is a bit frightened," Shi Qingyu explained succinctly. Shen Xiqing nodded, recalling the matter. Observing Shen Shutang's unusually quiet demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy for the little girl. It was better for her to be lively. Shi Qingyu gently patted her back and set her down. "Be good. Let the nanny take you to wash up. I'll join you for a meal shortly." Shen Shutang made her way out, wrapped in a blanket and shuffling in her slippers. She called out to Shen Xiqing, second brother, before continuing on her way. Shi Qingyu watched her depart, rubbing his arms. "Second brother, regarding the Dongsheng project, the Shen family should refrain from involvement." Shen Xiqing paused, then realized, chuckling, "Are you trying to set a trap? But if neither of our families participates, won't it be too conspicuous?" Shi Qingyu chuckled lightly, signing a document. and no matter how conspicuous it is, someone will still step in. Very well. I shall await the spectacle, Shun Sicheng remarked, eyeing him, perceiving him as a shrewd fox. How had this once adorable child transformed into such a cunning adult? The rain drizzled intermittently throughout the day, and Shin Shutang refused to leave her room, hiding under the covers with a book. It wasn't tea until the rain ceased in the afternoon that she ventured down to the kitchen to bake a batch of cookies. The journey from Jing City to Wuhua Mountain took over an hour, and if it were a daily commute, it would be rather cumbersome. Shin Shutang had assumed Shi Qingyu would return home today. Hence, she baked cookies for him to take along to her surprise. He devoured the entire batch on the spot. Shin Shutang stared at him, bewildered, as Shi Qingyu informed her that he would not leave, but would remain there to accompany her. Having stayed at Wuhua Mountain for half a month, Shi Qingyu did as August arrived, he still remembered their promise to visit the seaside, rising early to play a few rounds of chess with Shun Boyu as an apology. Shi Qingyu had resided there for nearly half a month. Shin Boyu, having heard various tales about him, now found himself developing a fondness for this young man. Regardless of external gossip, business matters were business matters. Yet he could not find a single fault in Shi Qingyu's treatment of Tang Tang. Shin Shutang bid a reluctant farewell to Shin Boyu, boarded the car as it descended the mountain. But instead of heading back to Lanjiang Court, it proceeded directly to the airport, where a prearranged private jet awaited. Before she could fully grasp the situation, she found herself on the plane, staring blankly at Shi Qingyu, asking, "Where are we going?" "Aren't we going home?" Shi Qingyu chuckled, ruffling her hair. "Didn't I promise you we would go to the seaside?" Shin Shutang's eyes lit up instantly. Oh, suddenly. "Where are we going?" Starview Island. Starview Island, a name that Shin Shutang had coined, was a small gifted to her by Shi Qingyu for her 10th birthday, a place she had only visited once before. Curious, Shin Shutang inquired, "What prompted the sudden desire to go there?" "The island has undergone renovations. I wanted to show you," Shi Qingyu replied. The flight would take approximately 5 hours. Shi Qingyu draped a blanket over her legs. "Would you like to rest in the lounge?" Having woken earlier than usual and hurried, it was indeed time for a nap. Shin Shutang shook her head. "No, I'll sleep here." With that, she removed her shoes, climbed onto the sofa, and used a cushion as a pillow. "All right, then I'll have someone bring a blanket." Shi Qingyu watched her obediently, pinching her cheek playfully. The 5-hour flight was neither long nor short. Shin Shutang dozed off, awakening to find herself in a bed. Pulling back the curtains, she beheld a white sandy beach and an endless expanse of blue sea merging with the deep blue night sky in the distance. The sea and sky were one, the waves frothy white, and the stars above shone brightly, illuminating one another as the waves lapped at the shore, creating ripples of blue bioluminescence. Before even opening the window, she felt as though she could already smell the salty sea breeze. "Miss, are you awake?" A maid knocked at the door. Shin Shutang donned her shoes and opened the door to find a woman with golden hair. "Where is Brother Qingyu?" "Mr. Shi is in a meeting, and he said you were awake and asked me to bring you to him." Shin Shutang nodded and followed her downstairs to the study, tiptoeing inside. As soon as his meeting concluded, she rushed over. "Brother Qingyu." Shi Qingyu caught her to prevent her from falling. "Are you happy?" There are blue tears," Shin Shutang exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight. Shi Qingyu thought her eyes were far more beautiful than the stars. "As long as you're happy, in theory." It was the season for blue tears. No one knew how Shi Qingyu managed to transform the waters into a glowing blue sea. Life on the island was even more tranquil than at the mountain villa, free from any disturbances. While Shi Qingyu was occupied with meetings, Shin Shutang would read or play on her tablet. She collected shells on the beach while Shi Qingyu followed with a small bucket. 2 weeks passed, and it was time to return as Shin Shutang's birthday approached. The first night back, they struggled with jet lag, and the next day, Xiatong came knocking. "You, Tang Tang, have vanished the moment vacation started." Xiatong, with an air of indignation, rubbed her face and exclaimed, "You take so long to reply to my messages. Why don't you just respond once every 6 months?" Shin Shutang, pleading for mercy, replied, I was wrong, dear aunt. I brought you a gift." Upon hearing about the gift, Xiatong released her grip, grumbling, "I've been utterly bored at home. You have no idea how annoying my father is." Shin Shutang went to fetch the item she had prepared in advance. introducing each one. This dried apricot was made by my grandfather, and I saved a jar for you. And these dried fish were roasted by the chefs on the island. They were absolutely delicious. Sietong enveloped her in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Ah, Tang Tang, I knew you were the best." Moments ago, someone had scolded her, but Shen Shutang, rubbing her face, revealed her fair cheeks tinged with a hint of pink. "That's nonsense, a mere illusion. You must have misheard." Leaning back on the sofa, Sietong munched on a box of dried apricots, her smile radiant. "Tang Tang, you have no idea how close I am to going moldy at home. If you don't return soon, I'll turn into a lump of mold." Shen Shutang chuckled at her antics, gently patting her head. "It's all right. I've returned now, and school is about to start. So there won't be any more boredom. You're the best," Sietong said, coming over to wrap her arms around Shen Shutang's neck. "Let us go shopping. Your birthday is just around the corner. And I want to pick out a gift for you." Chapter 15. The only treasure of the Shun family, Sietong grew increasingly excited, and after a moment of contemplation, Shen Shutang nodded in agreement and called Uncle Shang to drive them. Although Shen Shutang was fond of shopping, Sietong adored it and was keen on buying her clothes. That wasn't surprising, for whenever Sietong helped her try on outfits, it felt like dressing a doll. Utterly addictive, upon arriving at the mall, Sietong pulled her directly to the store she had selected beforehand, insisting, "Hurry, they have new arrivals. The moment I saw that dress, I thought it was tailored just for you." "There's no need to rush. We're already at the mall." Shun Chudang panted, exasperated by Sietong's exuberance. Sietong scratched her head, beaming sheepishly. "Oh, right." Uncle Shang escorted them up the VIP elevator and waited outside the store for them. "Miss Shun, Miss Xie." The manager greeted them, recognizing them as both regulars and esteemed guests, and continued, "These are this season's new arrivals. Please take your time, and call me if you need anything." Shun Shudang stood obediently as Sietong held up various clothes against her, suggesting, "This one looks nice, and this one's quite good too. Why don't you try them all on?" "Absolutely not." Shun Shudang quickly retorted, "You'll wear me out." Sietong chuckled awkwardly. "I'm just kidding. If you try them on, I might not be able to afford them anyway. So keep browsing." "How about this one?" Shun Shudang pointed to a blue dress, for among all colors, she held a particular fondness for blue. Reminiscent of the vast ocean and the boundless sky. "I knew it," Sietong exclaimed while handing the dress to her. "Then it's time for the esteemed Miss Shun to try it on." Sietong was aware that Shun Shudang usually didn't need to shop this way. She either had tailored outfits or someone else tried them on for her. It was only because Shun Shudang liked accompanying her that her heart felt warm. Uncle Shang stood outside, and from a distance he spotted a somewhat familiar figure approaching, his vigilance heightened. Just as the two were about to enter the store, he stepped forward and blocked their way. "Miss Lin." Lin Shushuang, surprised to see Uncle Shang, smiled and inquired, "Uncle Shang, is Qingyu inside?" Uncle Shang frowned, his expression serious. "No, Miss Shun is inside." Fortunately, Shen Shutang was changing clothes and hadn't heard anything, having worked for the Shi family for so many years. He had never encountered someone so brazen. "Miss Shun." Lin Shushuang recalled the young girl she had seen at the Shi family last time, a sense of revulsion rising within her, though she didn't show it on her face. "Is that so? We had quite a pleasant chat last time." "Miss Lin, what I meant is that Miss Shun is inside. I kindly ask you to change to another store or better yet another mall." Uncle Shang had already seen through her intentions, his face cold and his voice devoid of warmth. He was somewhat skeptical about whether the message had been conveyed accurately. Otherwise, why would she still approach them? "What do you mean? Just because she's inside, we can't enter. Is this mall owned by her family?" A companion of Lin Shushuang's reacted immediately to Uncle Shang's words. "Indeed, it is." Lin Shushuang grasped her companion's arm, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She subtly nodded at Uncle Shang, speaking softly, "Is it Miss Shun's intention? If I said something to upset her last time, please convey my apologies. It was unintentional." "Miss Lin, it is Mr. Shi's intention." Uncle Shang replied coldly. "I just want to remind you that those sordid thoughts should not be cast upon our young lady." Lin Shushuang's face shifted from red to pale. "Uncle Shang, you misunderstand. Miss Lin, your intentions are of no concern to me. I am merely acting on Mr. Shi's orders. I kindly ask you to leave." Uncle Shang smiled faintly, yet there was no warmth in his eyes. "I don't wish to make this situation any more unpleasant, so I won't call security." Though he said that, two bodyguards were already waiting not far away. Lin Shuxuang's freshly manicured nails nearly broke as she stubbornly asked, "Am I supposed to avoid her every time I see her from now on? It would be best." Mr. Shi also believes that Miss Lin, having grown up abroad, might find it more comfortable to live there. Uncle Shang glanced at his watch. "Miss Lin, I trust one won't have to ask a third time." Her companion wanted to say more, but was pulled away by Lin Shuxuang, who sighed, "Forget it. Uncle Shang, could you tell me if this looks good?" Shun Shutang emerged from the fitting room, calling out, "Dada, miss, you look good in anything. I'm sure Mr. Shi will compliment you." Uncle Shang hurriedly replied, even before entering. Lin Shuxuang turned her head back, unable to resist looking, tears welling in her eyes as she saw Shin Shutang, surrounded by attention, twirling in a water-blue dress like a princess in a crystal display window, with Uncle Shang taking her picture. Lin Shuxuang had never felt the disparity between people so acutely. She had always considered her family background superior to most, yet now, she lacked even the qualification to enter. If she hadn't gone abroad back then, would things have been different? "Shuang, are you all right?" Li Ming asked with concern. "I'm fine." Lin Shuxuang quietly replied, her enthusiasm for shopping dissipating. Just after leaving the mall and getting into the car, she received a phone call. "Dad, have you provoked Miss Shin again?" Before she could finish her sentence, her father's furious voice came through. "Didn't I make myself clear last time? The Shin family is not someone we can provoke, let alone the Shi family. How many times must I say this?" Lin Yuanhong, exasperated and angry, added, "You just returned to the country. You've already been warned once. 1 disturbance is enough, so stay in for a few days. If you truly anger them, the Lin family won't be able to handle the consequences." The suppressed emotions surged forth. "Why should I? I haven't done anything wrong. Am I not entitled to go out?" "I never said you couldn't go out. Just avoid the vicinity of Miss Shan." Lin Yuanhong sighed. "You're a good girl, but your stubbornness is troublesome. Don't seek out Mr. Shi anymore. How old were you when you first met? Why do you think the fleeting affection from those days would still linger? Moreover, there was no real affection to begin with. Back then, everyone who followed Shi Qingyu had faced his wrath at least once. If Lin Shuxuang had been a boy, she would have been beaten up the first time she approached him." Lin Shuxuang, unwilling to concede, angrily hung up the phone and tossed her mobile aside. Shin Shutang, blissfully unaware of the turmoil, was dragged by Xie Tong through several stores, trying on new arrivals, though some she had already seen last month at home and didn't fancy. In the end, Xie Tong bought the first dress Shun Shutang tried on, along with 2 pink crystal pendants, one for each of them. The gifts for Shin Shutang were chosen in colors Xie Tong liked, justifying it as a way for Shin Shutang to remember who gave them to her, making Shin Shutang smile without exposing her friend's ruse. Shin Shutang's birthday fell on the 15th of August, and her parents returned from S-City a day early, with Shen Yanhang also arriving at the family villa, filling the place with a long-missed liveliness. Bright and early, Shin Shutang was yanked from her bed by Chun Mushing. "Sweetheart, you can't sleep in on your birthday." "Mom, this isn't sleeping in," Shun Shutang protested, rubbing her eyes and looking pitiful. "It's only 8 o'clock. It's already 8, my dear," Chun Mushing exclaimed, leading her to the dressing room. "It's your special day. We must make you look splendid." Chun Mushing picked out 2 dresses. "Which one should we wear, dear?" "Hurry, go wash up." Shin Shutang pouted, reluctantly leaving her warm bed and dragging her feet to freshen up. After finishing breakfast, she was promptly seated at the vanity. "Sweetheart, let us do your hair. That curly style from last time looked absolutely fabulous." Looking at her mother's eager expression in the mirror, Shin Shutang smiled. "Anything is fine, Mom." Chun Mushing's hair was elegantly styled at the back of her head, and she wore a cerulean chi pao. Her face bore no traces of time, and anyone who saw her would never guess that she was already the mother of 4 children. Chapter 16. The gift. Upon hearing Shan Shudong's agreement, she began to prepare herself with utmost seriousness. Both she and Shun Gongli possessed pleasing appearances, but Shin Shudong had inherited all the commendable traits from both of them. From a young age, Chun Mushing delighted in adorning her daughter with beautiful princess dresses, everyday outfits, and an array of exquisite jewelry, purchasing them in a steady stream to dress her up splendidly. Relishing the envious glances from others, a mother's treasure daughter is the most beautiful of all. Chun Mushing gazed at the ensemble she had created with satisfaction, observing her daughter's face, where any foundation would be superfluous, thus abandoning her intention to apply makeup. Mother, it's merely a family gathering. There's no need for such formality. Shin Shudong looked somewhat helplessly at the diamond crown atop her head, which Chun Mushing prevented her from removing. What's wrong with a family gathering? You are the sole treasure of the Shun family. With honesty proving futile, Shun Shutong resorted to a playful display of affection, turning around to look at Chun Mushung with a pitiful expression. Mother, isn't tea this heavy? Chin Mushung, well aware of her daughter's tactics, couldn't help but laugh. All right, we want tea wear it. She then replaced it with a delicate hairpin. There we go, our Tang Tang looks stunning. Today's gown, chosen by Chun Mushung, was a light purple evening dress, simple yet elegant, and it didn't hinder her movement. Our Tang Tang has grown up. Chun Mushing gently patted her head, her eyes glistening with tears. Shin Shutong leaned her head on her mother's shoulder, affirming, Tang Tang will always be mother's daughter. Indeed, and mother will always be your mother. Chun Mushing linked her arm with her daughter, Come. Let us go downstairs together. Shun Gungli was at the dining table, wrapping dumplings with their 3 sons when Uncle Wan and Shi Qingyu entered. Shi Qingyu handed over the prepared gifts, including those from Old Master Shi and Shi's parents, to his servant before approaching. Uncle Shun, elder brother, second brother, Su Jing, I'm late. Qingyu, you're not late at all. In fact, you arrived early. Shun Gungli welcomed him over. Aren't you working today? Shun Siqing inquired, casting a glance at him. After washing his hands, Shi Qingyu came over, replying, not busy today. Second brother, you call him Qingyu, but you didn't go to work either. Shen Su Jing remarked, what work should I attend on Tang Er's birthday? Besides, if a company cannot survive a single day without its employees, it's probably doomed. Shen Siqing shifted aside to make space for him. Shi Qingyu adeptly and naturally took a seat, picking up dumpling wrappers to begin wrapping them. Second brother speaks true. That may be so, but it doesn't excuse your frequent escapades to drink and party. Shen Yanhang said coolly, causing Shun Gungli to instantly look at Shun Siqing. What is going on? Shun Su Jing, struggling to suppress laughter, replied, second brother was recently photographed, but fortunately, the reporters contacted the Shun family first. So, it was hushed up. The news didn't spread far, but with the bar being crowded, many were aware, and the words circulated. Hey, you all are reporting me, Shun Siqing exclaimed, tossing flour at the two. Including Shi Qingyu, that you're not a child anymore. Look at how Qingyu behaves without such troubles, Shun Gungli reproached. That is not my fault. Can you speak to Uncle Zhao and tell him I truly dislike Zhao Qingji? She nearly got me into serious trouble last time. Shin Siqing fumed, recalling the previous incident, his first experience of being undermined by someone he'd only met a few times, treating her merely as a younger sister. Yet she was exceedingly bothersome. Shun Gungli, having been stationed in City S for 5 years and having lost touch with the Zhao family, was astonished. That girl still clings to you? Clings. She dares to pull such absurd stunts. I nearly lost my reputation. Shen Su Jing leaned closer. Hey, second brother, who was that girl from the other day? Look who's coming. Shen Mushing's voice echoed from the staircase, drawing everyone's attention. Aunt Shun. Tang Tang. Mom, Tang Er. Shun Siqing seized the opportunity to slip away, not forgetting to elbow Shen Su Jing. I want to tell you. Tang Er looks truly beautiful today. Second brother, your compliment is so perfunctory. Shen Shutong pouted as she walked over. Dad, look at second brother. Shun Gungli beamed at his precious daughter, saying, ignore him. Your second brother is just awkward with words that will make him wash the dishes later. Your elder brother wouldn't compliment anyone. Shun Yanhang and Shi Qingyu returned just after washing their hands, hearing Shun Gungli's words without disputing them, merely smiling. Tang Tang looks lovely today. Shin Shudong turned her head. Elder brother, Qingyu. Qingyu, how did flour end up in your hair? Shun Shutong approached him, and Shi Qingyu lowered his head. It was second brother's doing. Shin Shudong took a towel to wipe it off. Why didn't you dodge? Shun Siqing approached and snatched the towel from her hands, wiping his own. Why does everyone love to report on me? For heaven's sake, I barely threw any flour. All right. You're just picking on Qingyu because he is honest. Chen Mushing interjected, patting Shun Siqing's arm. Honest? He is honest? Shun Siqing exclaimed loudly, noticing Chun Mushing's impending strike, and quickly dashed away. Laughter erupted among them, filling the living room with mirth. Shen Shutong leaned against Shi Qingyu, looking up at him with a smile. After lunch, Qin Mushing invited a photographer to capture a family portrait. Shen Shutong took numerous pictures with her camera, which she later printed and stored in her room. In the afternoon, Shun Boyu sent a gift which turned out to be an entire set of dowry items, some old relics left by Shun Shutong's grandmother. The group stared at the large boxes in astonishment, while only Shi Qingyu gazed with a shadowed expression. Shun Xiqing held up a phoenix crown, wondering, why did Grandpa send these? Shun Yinhang replied, perhaps he feels Tang Tang is nearing adulthood. Is this what one sends upon reaching adulthood? I think the old man has lost his senses. Our precious daughter is still so young. Why show her such marriage paraphernalia? It's vexatious, truly vexatious. Qin Mushing smacked him lightly. Father means well. Just accept the gift without so much fuss. Don T speak ill of your father. She had a few sets of such items herself, gifted by Tang Tang's grandmother at the time of her marriage, but shortly after, the elder had passed away. Shen Boyu had moved to Wuhan Mountain and hadn't returned since. Curious, Shen Shudong held the phoenix crown above her head, finding it heavy. After playing with it for a while, she set it down. It is too heavy. If I wore it, it might break my neck. Laughter ensued, and Shi Qingyu stepped forward to ruffle her hair. Don't worry. There will be lighter ones in the future. That evening, Shen Shudong sat in the courtyard, gazing at the fireworks in the sky, her smile radiant. Shi Qingyu sat beside her and suddenly called out, Tang Tang. Shen Shudong tilted her head, still smiling. What is it? Shi Qingyu opened his palm, revealing a jade pendant adorned with cloud patterns resting in his hand. Happy birthday, Tang Tang. May all your wishes come true. With a smile, Shen Shudong took his hand, examining the jade. But Qingyu, didn't he already give me a gift this morning? Not the same. That was merely a formality. The jewelry you gifted me, I may not necessarily wear every day. Shi Qingyu placed a jade in her hand. Speaking softly, this I crafted myself, and it has been blessed at the temple. Shen Shutong scrutinized it closely, still warm from his touch. Qingyu, thank you. I love it. When till you ask what wish I made today. Shen Shutong suddenly inquired. In her world, unspoken wishes had no bearing. Every wish she voiced was destined to come to fruition. Shi Qingyu smiled. What is it? I wish for Qingyu to be happy every day, and for all your dreams to come true. Shi Qingyu paused for a moment, then his smile widened. All right, being able to share these moments with her brought him immense joy. As the night sky erupted with fireworks. Shen Shutong suddenly felt her heart racing. She turned around, the vibrant fireworks reflecting in her eyes, her face mirrored in Shi Qingyu's gaze. Chapter 17. Her father is a school director as September arrived. It was time for Shen Shutong to begin school. Rather than attending the private high school at home, she enrolled in the affiliated high school of university, primarily because Xietong had been accepted there. And also because Shi Qingyu attended the same school on the first day of school. Shi Qingyu dropped her off at the entrance of the teaching building. Shen Shutong, anxious about being late, hurriedly bid him farewell and dashed out of the car, leaving Shi Qingyu to watch her retreating figure with a resigned smile. Upon entering her classroom, she spotted Xietong sitting in the last row. As she approached, she called out, Xietong, Tang Tang, you finally made it. Xietong exclaimed, taking Shen Shudong's backpack and setting it beside her. I was nearly beside myself with worry. Here, I brought you some snacks. Shen Shudong sat down beside her, astonished at the pile of snacks on the desk. But it's only the first day of school. Tong Tong. Are you planning to open a convenience store? As she spoke, she stuffed the snacks in her desk, adding, but I can't eat right now. I'll save it for later. All right then. How wonderful. Tang Tang. We can attend classes together again. Xietong swayed her arms, exuding a delightful fragrance. Tang Tang, if only you had a bit more flesh on you. You would be even softer and more fragrant. Shen Shutong playfully pinched her cheek, replying, then why not just hug yourself? On the first day of school, most of the students in the class had transitioned from the junior high section. Some were familiar with each other, chatting amiably, just like Shen Shutong and her friend. As Shen Shutong wiped the desk with a tissue, she listened to Xietong's incessant chatter when suddenly someone kicked the table. Could you switch seats? I'd like to sit here. Shen Shutong paused her actions, looking up to see a girl standing beside Xietong's desk, her expression perplexed. Xie Tong regarded the girl. Maintaining a semblance of politeness. Sorry, we do prefer to stay here. No switch. The table was kicked again twice, rattling it and causing snacks inside to spill out. Shen Chutang bent down to collect them, brushing off the dust, a smile forming at the corner of her lips. Dear classmate, seats are not merely claimed by those who rush to grab them. Just because you express a desire to sit here doesn't obligate us to yield. If you have an irrefutable reason for needing this spot, do share, and we shall consider your request. Shen Chutang appeared obedient, yet those who mistook her for a mere naive girl were sorely mistaken. Having been in the company of Shi Qingyu and others over the years, she had absorbed enough wisdom. Even without formal classes together, Wu Shuyu subtly glanced sideways, her face flushing with indignation. She had occupied this seat since her time in junior high and felt displeased seeing newcomers encroach on her territory. The girl seemed poised to retort when another person approached, attempting to mediate. Yao Yao. Seating will be determined by exam results later. You'll surely have your pick. The teacher will be here shortly. So find a place to sit for now. Wu Shuyu scoffed disdainfully and turned away. Shen Chutang and Xie Tong exchanged knowing glances, bursting into synchronized laughter. After a couple of minutes, a male teacher entered. Introducing himself. Hello, students. I am your homeroom teacher, Lin Yan. This new semester, I will guide you through your studies. Most classmates, having advanced for junior high, were somewhat familiar with the school's regulations, though some had come from other institutions. From now on, we are a collective. Let us coexist peacefully and support one another. Next, we'll select seats based on everyone's exam scores. Students will wait outside the hallway. I will call out names in order. A cacophony ensued as Xie Tong pulled Shen Chutang out of the classroom, deliberately ignoring the earlier girl. Shen Chutang. Once everyone had exited, Lin Yan called the first name, adding, not only is Shen Chutang the top scorer in our class, but she also holds the second highest score in the history of our school. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Who has the first? You don't know? It's Shi Qingyu from the Shi family. He is not only handsome, but also excels academically. Although Shi Qingyu had graduated years ago, the Shi family remained a significant presence in the community. Almost no one was unaware of him. A blend of talent and charm. Handsome, Xie Tong thought these people must be out of their minds. Shi Qingyu had once reported her to her father. She would remember that for life. She could only imagine how amusing it must have been for him to approach her father, accusing her of letting Shen Chutang indulge in too many snacks. Xie Tong. Called by name, Xie Tong trotted in, finding Shen Chutang already seated in their previous spot, arranging her desk. Tang Tang. What a coincidence, Xie Tong teased nonchalantly. Shen Chutang shot her a glance, smiling. Not so coincidental. I was waiting for you. The classroom was still empty except for them, and gradually, more students trickled in. After a while, Shen Chutang noticed the earlier girl entering, glaring at them while kicking her chair, creating a loud clatter. After selecting seats, textbooks were distributed. Shen Chutang took the snacks from her desk and placed them into her backpack, labeling each book with her name before helping Xie Tong do the same under her coaxing. During the long break, Xie Tong went to fetch water while Shen Chutang rested her head on the desk for a quick nap. She had barely closed her eyes when the table was kicked again. For the third time, Shen Chutang lifted her head, her expression turning frosty as she quietly regarded the offender, exuding an unyielding aura. Wu Shuyu, meeting her gaze, faltered slightly but steeled herself. Why don't you go tell the teacher you want to change seats? Shen Chutang chuckled, as if she had heard something amusing. Classmate, are you sure you're in the right class? This isn't kindergarten. It's high school. Exactly. If your intellect hasn't reached high school level, perhaps you should return to kindergarten. Xie Tong chimed in, placing her water cup on the desk with feigned annoyance. How tiresome. The seat isn't even reserved for you. Why must you insist on sitting here? A girl in front turned around, whispering, you should just switch seats. Her father is a school director. Shen Chutang responded with a nonchalant oh, as she took a sip of water. Both she and Xie Tong appeared unfazed, prompting the girl to turn back. Wu Shuyu scoffed, I just want to sit here. What is it to you? I can sit wherever I please. If you don't want to speak to the teacher, that's your problem. Oh, how virtuous and formidable you are. Xie Tong clapped mockingly. Shen Chutang couldn't help but laugh at her antics. Come on, Tang Tang. I'm terrified of being kicked out. Let us just leave now. Xiatong tugged at Shen Chutang's arm, bypassing the girl as they walked past. Stop right there. Who gave you permission to leave? Wu Shuyu barked loudly. Chapter 18. Calling parents. Xiatong turned around. Big sister, with a voice that loud, why not become a megaphone? Even if you were one, we wouldn't listen to you. The classmates had long turned their attention. With some stifling laughter at Xiatong's jest, Wu Shuyu, for the first time feeling humiliated, flushed with anger and stepped forward, raising her hand to slap Xiatong. Shen Chutang quickly pulled the still laughing Xiatong aside, causing Wu Shuyu to miss her target and stumble forward. Regaining her balance, she raised her hand again, aiming for Shen Chutang. Without hesitation, Shen Chutang retaliated, slapping her back, the sound echoing through the now silent classroom. Wu Shuyu clutched her face, incredulous. You hit me. You dare hit me. Shen Chutang regarded her coldly, her silent demeanor radiating the same fierce energy as Shi Qingyu. Her palm tingled with numbness. She lacked the strength for a second blow. Not retaliating. Are you waiting for me to hit you? You? Wu Shuyu shouted furiously, shoving Shen Chutang aside and bolting out. Ouch! Shen Chutang was caught off guard, hitting her lower back against the desk. Pain causing her to grimace. Tang Tang. Are you all right? Xiatong hurried over to support her, bewildered by Wu Shuyu's actions. I'm fine. Just give me a moment. Shen Chutang replied slowly, nursing her aching hand and back as she made her way back to her seat, tears threatening to spill. Before long, a classmate approached, informing them that the homeroom teacher wanted to see them in the office. To slap a classmate on the first day of school was utterly unacceptable. Lin Yin found it baffling that such a high-achieving, seemingly demure girl could have such a volatile temper. Shen Chutang, in too much pain to argue, listened quietly as he lectured her for 10 minutes. When he mentioned calling her parents, she froze. Oh no, this one do. That wouldn't be appropriate. My second brother would just laugh at me, and my third brother is in another city that I can only call Shi Qingyu. Shen was already called her parents. When they arrive, just apologize, and it will be fine. Shen Chutang turned and pulled Xiatong out of the office, not wanting to hear any more of his nagging. Hey, you student, how rude of you. Tang Tang, what should we do? My dad is definitely going to scold me. Xiatong fretted, more concerned about Shen Chutang facing her father's wrath than her own. Shen Chutang comforted her, patting her shoulder. It's all right, you don't have to call Uncle Xia. With that, she took out her phone and dialed. The call was promptly answered. What is up, Tang Tang? Hearing Shi Qingyu's voice made her want to cry. She hadn't intended to, but his tone made her feel vulnerable. Brother Qingyu, could you come to the school? Sure, I'll be right there. Shi Qingyu, upon hearing her voice, felt a rush of anxiety, reassuring her as he gestured for a meeting to pause. Xiatong dabbed at her tears, both amused and sympathetic at her swollen palm. You really shot yourself in the foot. Shen Chutang couldn't help but laugh, tears streaming down her face. This was her first time calling her parents since starting school, and it was Shi Qingyu. Suddenly, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. It's my fault. I shouldn't have cursed. Who knew she had such a weak constitution? Xiatong consoled her, observing her pitiful tears, which elicited a faint desire to laugh. You hit someone and ended up in tears yourself. How truly remarkable. But tell me, what emboldened you to strike her in the first place? It's the first time I've witnessed you resort to violence. Xiatong inquired with a smile. Shen Chutang sniffled in response. Who would be foolish enough to stand there waiting to be struck? She rolled her eyes at Xiatong and added, My second brother told me last time that there isn't anyone in this city I can't handle. This sentiment indeed echoed Shen Xiqing's usual bravado. Xiatong handed her a tissue. All right, stop crying. There's no shame in being called in by the parents. I've grown accustomed to it. Next time, I can take care of it myself. And you can stand behind me for support. With that, Xiatong chuckled, exuding a sense of bravado that made Shen Chutang laugh as well, even as tears continued to flow down her cheeks. Shi Qingyu arrived promptly, reaching the school in a mere 15 minutes. His car pulled up, school officials hastened to greet him. With a stern expression, Shi Qingyu ascended the stairs at a brisk pace, knocking on the classroom door upon reaching it. His gaze immediately settled on Shen Chutang, sitting in the back row, and he waved at her. The class was in session, and the commotion drew the attention of the students, who turned to see Shi Qingyu's arrival. Shun Chudang felt a pang in her chest, and her eyes welled with tears again. She stifled a sniffle and rose from her seat to make her way outside. Observing her distressed countenance, Shi Qingyu's brow furrowed in concern as he softly asked, "What happened?" Shun Chutang rushed into his embrace, weeping quietly that a group of school officials hurriedly approached, taken aback by the sight. "Mr. Shi, what is going on here?" They were unaware of the circumstances, but witnessing a student cry so intensely on her first day was clearly alarming. Outside, the cicadas chirped incessantly, and the air was stifling. Yet those present felt a refreshing coolness that, "Mr. Shi, there's a lounge over there. Let's go there to rest." Shi Qingyu lifted her chin and wiped away her tears. "Be good. Let's head over." He attempted to take her hand, but noticed the swelling in her palm. Pausing momentarily before grasping her wrist instead and leading her forward, Shun Chutang, still sobbing, obediently followed him at a slow pace. Upon reaching the lounge, Shi Qingyu cradled her hand and blew gently on it, softly inquiring, "Did you hit someone?" Shun Chutang nodded, tears still flowing. "I was about to hit Xiatong, but I pulled her back so she wouldn't get hurt, and then the other girl came after me. So I struck first. Well done, Tang Tang." "Are there any other injuries?" he asked again. Shun Chutang's nose tingled. "She pushed me, and I hit my waist on the edge of the table." Carefully, Shun Chutang turned slightly, lifting the hem of her shirt just enough for him to see the bruise. Although she couldn't see it herself, she felt a sharp pain. Shi Qingyu's heart sank at the sight of the bruise, and he frowned deeply. Lin Shulang knocked and entered with an ice pack. After placing a handkerchief beneath it, Shi Qingyu applied it to her injury. "You hit your waist. Let me fetch some pain relief and anti-inflammatory medication." "All right, it's in the car. I'll go get it," Lin Shulang replied hurriedly, but was stopped by someone as he stepped out. "Assistant Lin, what's happening inside? What did Mr. Shi say?" Lin Shulang withdrew his arm, maintaining a professional smile. "Mr. Shi hasn't given any further instructions. Please wait a moment." Whenever something went awry, Shi Qingyu's first priority was always to comfort Shun Chutang, with everything else relegated to a secondary concern. The absence of directives indicated that his focus was entirely on her. After a brief interval, Lin Shulang returned with the medication and discreetly left again. Chapter 19. Trouble. The anti-inflammatory ointment, combined with pain relief, gradually soothed Shun Chutang's emotions. She lifted her head from Shi Qingyu's embrace, her tear-filled eyes meeting his. "Brother Qingyu, that girl's father is a school director. Have I caused you trouble?" Shun Chutang, still sniffling, was oblivious to the entourage trailing behind Shi Qingyu, feeling she had burdened him with a significant dilemma. Shi Qingyu brushed away her tears and replied, "It's no trouble at all. The ones who should be concerned are not you. You did wonderfully, protecting both Xiatong and yourself. Your matters are never a burden to me." His voice was gentle as he patted her back, though his heart ached at seeing her injured. Shun Chutang, partly understanding, nodded. "Brother Qingyu, let's go speak with the homeroom teacher." "Very well," Shi Qingyu agreed, yet he settled her back onto the sofa, insisting, "Sit tight for now." He then retrieved a cushion to support her back. "Shulang, let them in," he instructed. As the door opened, Lin Shulang ushered in a throng of individuals that Mr. Shi. The sudden influx of people caused Shun Chutang to subtly shift closer to Shi Qingyu. "Mr. Shi, we sincerely apologize for the distress caused to Miss Shun. We've thoroughly investigated the situation, and it is not her fault." Shun Chutang blinked at Shi Qingyu, confusion evident in her gaze. He offered her a reassuring smile, crossing his legs and placing her hand atop his, with the ice pack resting on it. "Mr. Shi, another student has arrived, along with her parents. How should we proceed?" Wu Shuyu emerged from the crowd, followed by a middle-aged man. "Mr. Shi, I truly apologize. My daughter has been thoughtless, and I've failed to educate her properly. Please forgive us." "You should be the ones apologizing to me," Shi Qingyu replied softly, gently rubbing Shun Chutang's palm with his fingertip. Yes, Yao Yao quickly apologized to Miss Shun. Wu Shuyu's face was still swollen, and though reluctant, she had been chastened by Wu Zheng earlier. "I'm sorry," she mumbled. "Shun classmate, I'm sorry. The teacher mistakenly blamed you, and I apologize on behalf of the teacher as well." Lin Yin stepped forward, his tone more sincere than Wu Shuyu's. "Does it still hurt?" Shi Qingyu inquired gently. Shun Chutang shook her head, glancing at the bystanders. "I struck someone, and I owe you an apology." but I do not accept yours. While in class, my peers reminded me that your father is a school director, that I wonder how many times such incidents have occurred, and how many classmates you have bullied. If I were merely an ordinary student, would the situation have unfolded differently today? Shun Shudang spoke calmly. Would I be the one to be beaten, and would I be the one to apologize? And then, as you suggested, would I need to slap myself 10 times in front of the whole school before you would forgive me? At this, Shi Qingyu felt a sharp pang in his heart, his fingers momentarily pausing before resuming their gentle caress. Regrettably, my background may be slightly more privileged than yours, which is why I can sit here and speak with you. But what if it were another student? I do not view the first high school in my mind as such. Shun Shudang concluded her statement, her head drooping in disappointment. The room fell silent, save for the sound of Shi Qingyu blowing gently on her palm. She gazed downward, on the verge of tears once more. Yes, Miss Shun is correct. It is our management that has been negligent. Shi Qingyu softly patted her back and addressed the group with a cold tone. I am not here to handle matters of school management today. The appropriate individuals will follow up with you. Apologies were made, and whether Shin Shutang chose to forgive was her prerogative, but thereafter, Shi's legal team would issue a letter of demand, and the necessary procedures would be followed, requiring the school's cooperation. Yes, Mr. Shi, that is certain. Shi Qingyu did not respond further, rising to take her other hand. You didn't eat much this morning. Are you hungry? Shin Shutang nodded twice. A little. Is there anything else? Shi Qingyu asked the crowd. No. Mr. Shi, take care, they replied, parting to make way, as Shi Qingyu led Shun Shutang out. Brother Qingyu, I want to go back and tell Xietong. Shun Shutang withdrew her hand and took a couple steps forward, but pain caused her to grimace and stop. She glanced back at Shi Qingyu with a smile. Slowly moving ahead, Shi Qingyu followed her, but as soon as she turned around, his expression hardened. Assistant Lin, what does Mr. Shi mean by this? Lin Shulang had just exited the lounge when someone grabbed his arm. He withdrew his arm, stating, Mr. Shi's intentions are quite literal. Is it convenient to inquire into Miss Shun's background? Lin Shulang maintained a polite smile. Principal Chun, that is not your concern. Just remember her surname is Shun. Truth be told, it was rather satisfying to speak boldly, but Miss Shun typically exhibited a gentle demeanor, making such opportunities rare. Lin Shulang chuckled, quickening his pace to catch up with Shi Qingyu. In the capital, the only family with the surname Shun that maintains a connection with the Shi family appears to be one. He should have realized this earlier. How could Shi Qingyu casually send a girl to school with such care? Understanding this, Chani felt his heart plummet, frozen as he watched Lin Shulang walk away. Wu Zheng approached, whispering, Principal Chun, what did Assistant Lin say? Chani cast a fleeting glance at him. You should count your blessings. He is now struggling to protect himself. After Shin Shudang finished speaking with Xietong, she was carried downstairs by Shi Qingyu. She took a nap in the car and soon arrived at Yashuan. Throughout the journey, Shi Qingyu's hand carefully avoided the injured area on her waist, gently patting it, filled with both concern and guilt. Shin Shudang had injured her right hand, although the swelling had subsided after applying ice for half a day. There was still a hint of redness, so she used her left hand to eat with a spoon. Halfway through the meal, Lin Shulang received a call from Shin Sikhen. Shi Qingyu possessed 2 mobile phones, one he carried with him, which contained only Shun Shutang's contact information, and the other was with Lin Shulang, that he would decide whether to answer based on the situation when the call came in, upon seeing that it was Shun Sikhen calling. Likely in search of Miss Shun, Lin Shulang picked up the phone and went to find Shi Qingyu. Mr. Shi, it's a call from young Master Shun. Shi Qingyu nodded slightly while picking up vegetables for Shun Shutang's bowl. Lin Shulang answered the call on speakerphone and placed it on the table. Hello, is Tanger with you? Uncle Wen went to the school and couldn't find her. When he inquired, he heard that Tanger got into a fight. Shi Qingyu replied nonchalantly. She slapped someone, and her hand got swollen. Foolish, you haven't learned a thing from me. Shun Sichen's playful voice came through the phone. Shin Shudang was about to retort, but was fed a mouthful of rice by Shi Qingyu. Leaving her to chew while gazing at him with a look of grievance, she's with me. I'll send her back to school later, Shi Qingyu said, hanging up after setting down his spoon. Lin Shulang returned to the assistant's lounge with the phone. Tang, be good, ignore him, and take another bite, he encouraged. After handling his affairs, Lin Shulang drove to Yashuan and then communicated with the legal department regarding the day's events. having forgotten to mention it in the group chat. Chapter 20. The little girl loves to play. This group chat was established several years ago. Lin Shulang had heard about it from Shun Sichen's assistant AT that time. The four of them had different school dismissal times. And Shin Shutang sometimes accompanied the driver to pick them up. On one occasion, the driver was distracted, and Shin Shutang ran off to follow a candied hawthorn vendor. It was only after the driver dropped off Shin Sujing that he realized Shin Shutang was missing. A frantic search ensued, with the police getting involved until Shi Qingyu found her in an alley. Since then, a group was created where they would inform each other when Shin Shutang was picked up. Later, when Shin Shutang entered middle school, it became a platform to announce who would be picking her up. Lin Shulang only joined the group after becoming Shi Qingyu's assistant. However, the group had been quiet for a long time. Shin Shutang had grown up, and for the past 2 years, it was mainly Shi Qingyu who came to pick her up. After dinner, Shin Shutang returned to school, conveniently packing a dessert from Yashuan to share with Xietong. The next day, officials from the city hall arrived at the school, leading to several suspensions for investigations, and Wu Zheng was directly removed from the board of directors. The homeroom teacher for Class 1 was replaced, and Wu Shuyu transferred schools. Initially, the classmates scrutinized Shun Shutang with cautious eyes, hesitant to approach her, as it was their first encounter with someone who had stirred up such a significant commotion. However, Shin Shutang was friendly by nature. During breaks, she either slept or shared snacks with Xietong, unlike Wu Shuyu, who had been arrogant. Gradually, they discovered she was quite easy to get along with, and being beautiful only helped. 2 months passed, and her classmates began to warm up to her. Life progressed at a leisurely pace, and the air gradually took on the scent of autumn. It was Saturday, and Shi Qingyu had a client meeting in the morning. With nothing to do at home, Shun Shutang accompanied him. The meeting was held in a tea house, where Shi Qingyu discussed matters while occasionally checking on Shin Shutang. She curiously observed the tea master brewing tea and approached to watch. Upon hearing the commotion, Shi Qingyu noticed her playing with a tea needle and smiled, saying, "Forgive me, the little girl loves to play. That's fine. Xiaoyu, please teach Miss Shun," he added. Shin Shutang turned back, smiled at him, and set down the tea tongs to learn from the tea master. After a while, she brought a cup of tea to Shi Qingyu. "Thank you, Tang Tang," he said with a smile as he drank. Just as the discussion wrapped up, after bidding farewell, he took Shin Shutang with him. That day, Shin Shutang suddenly craved the shrimp dumplings from Ming Qiuan, since it was rare for her to have a specific craving. Shi Qingyu decided to take her there as soon as they finished their business. Ming Qiuan was located on the top floor of a building, offering a panoramic view of the entire city of Jing. As soon as they entered, the server led them to a window side table, which Shin Shutang loved, as it had been reserved for them over the years. The server handed over a tablet for ordering. Ming Qiuan was a buffet, and after some indecision, Shin Shutang finally chose 2 or 3 dishes, handed the tablet to Shi Qingyu, and began to admire the view outside. Dishes arrived one after another, and after finishing her own orders, Shin Shutang began to sample Shi Qingyu's selections, unaware that they were indeed chosen for her. Watching her enjoy her meal without asking about his choices, then blinking at him as if to say, "You won't mind, will you?" softened Shi Qingyu's heart, prompting him to mimic her and try the dishes in front of her. As they neared the end of their meal, Lin Shulang approached, mentioning a phone call. Shi Qingyu stood up, gently ruffled her hair, and said, "Play here for a bit. I'll be back soon." Once he moved away, he answered the call. It was from Shi Heshuan. Shi Heshuan was equally helpless. The Lin family had already sought his assistance, requesting him to speak on Shi Qingyu's behalf. However, he could no longer influence Shi Qingyu's decisions and had no choice but to make a symbolic call to inquire. After a brief conversation, Shi Heshuan hung up and instructed his secretary to inform Lin Yuanhong that, in truth, Shi Qingyu hadn't done anything unusual. After all, they were families from the same prestigious background. Even if there was little connection between the current generation, their parents had once fought together in battle, deserving a measure of respect. However, with the example of the Zhou family, Lin Yuanhong was understandably cautious. As Shi Qingyu approached, he noticed a man standing next to Shin Shutang, and his brows furrowed instantly. The man seemed to have said something to Shin Shutang that made her smile brightly. "Tang Tang," Shi Qingyu called out before he arrived. Shin Shutang waved, "Brother Qingyu." He reached her side, taking her hand. "Have you eaten well? If you're done, We can head back. Mr. Sure, I see you brought Miss Shun with you, the man said. Only then did Sure Qingyu glance up at him, nodding slightly. Hello, Mr. Sure, I'm Wu Zhe. I caught a glimpse of Miss Shun at your birthday banquet, so I came over to say hello. Wu Zhe from Huafu Real Estate. Sure Qingyu casually inquired while adjusting Shun Chutang's hair. Wu Zhe was pleasantly surprised that he remembered. Yes, indeed. Thanks to your support a few years ago, Huafu has achieved what it is today. Just a casual help, Sure Qingyu replied, noticing Shun Chutang's impatience that he didn't wish to linger on the topic, and added, We should be leaving now. All right, let's chat another time. Take care. Wu Zhe stepped aside, waiting for them to walk away before returning to his seat. His female companion curiously asked, Who was that just now? I've never seen that girl before. One is surnamed Sure, the other Shun. Let's not pry further, Wu Zhe replied lazily. Fine, I thought you were smitten with that girl. Ready to change girlfriends again, the female companion complained. Displeased, Wu Zhe choked on his drink, coughing violently. Don't say such things. One shouldn't speak carelessly. She's not someone I could ever hope to pursue. He enjoys changing girlfriends, but not getting himself into trouble. However, events often unfold unexpectedly. That evening, a gossip reporter posted a photo of the two on Weibo. In the picture, Wu Zhe was bending down to speak with Shen Chutang, her half-face visible, both laughing joyfully. The bold headline read, Shock. Huafu Real Estate's Wu Zhe changes girlfriend again. A stunning beauty. It was unclear whether the stunning beauty referred to Wu Zhe's frequent girlfriend changes or Shun Chutang's appearance. Chen Ming had initially followed Wu Zhe to capture his current girlfriend, spending 5,000 to tail him into the restaurant, only to stumble upon a more explosive scene. Wu Zhe abandoning his female companion to converse with another girl. Having followed him for so long, he had never seen Wu Zhe treat anyone so kindly. Satisfied with his captures, he felt the 5,000 was worth it and carefully reviewed the article before hitting publish, already anticipating his imminent rise to fame. Chapter 21. Because Sure Qingyu is here, however, the anticipated fame did not materialize. Within 5 minutes of posting, the content was flagged for violations and removed. He attempted to repost it twice, but the result was the same. It simply wouldn't go through. Assuming certain phrases or words were problematic, he spent considerable time revising the text, unwilling to give up and prepare to post it again. Just as he was about to do so, a phone call came in from an unfamiliar number. Chen Ming, puzzled, answered, Hello, is this Mr. Chen Ming? I'm from the Public Relations Department of the Sure Group. The Sure Group? Chen Ming asked reflexively, puzzled since he hadn't posted anything regarding them. If they were calling, it should have been Wu Zhe reaching out. Moreover, Wu Zhe's scandalous news wasn't new. Why had this particular instance drawn the attention of the Sure Group? Chen Ming gazed at the photograph displayed on the computer screen and suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. His heart racing with the realization that while Wu Zhe's actions were not unprecedented, the girl across from him was a first. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the gaze Wu Zhe directed was not one of affection, but rather of reverence. Meanwhile, Shun Chutang looked with annoyance at the messages sent by Xie Tong on her phone, bewildered as to how a simple meal had escalated to such a situation. As an experienced internet user, Xie Tong always managed to uncover breaking news, her phone buzzing with her merciless laughter at Shun Chutang, who lamented her quick capture of the moment. Shun Chutang felt an urge to confront her, silently vowing to deliver a proper reprimand when they returned to school the next day. In her discontent, she sought out Sure Qingyu downstairs, throwing herself into his embrace, her mouth turned down in silence. What's wrong? Sure Qingyu stumbled slightly from her sudden impact, quickly ensuring her safety. Xie Tong is mocking me, Shun Chutang replied, looking up at him with a pitiful expression, unaware that Sure Qingyu perceived the matter as quite serious. He gently ruffled her hair and asked with a smile, What is she mocking you about? Shun Chutang explained, It's just that I was photographed while dining today. Why do people always have to snap pictures? What? Sure Qingyu paused momentarily before taking her by the hand and leading her to his room. Shun Chutang handed him her phone, exclaiming in frustration, How can they say such things? Her cheeks flushed with indignation. She had never encountered such an incident before, feeling both furious and dejected. Sure Qingyu glanced at the image before deleting it, caught in a whirlwind of emotions. Whether anger or jealousy was more prominent. It's my fault. I must have talked too long on the phone. What did you do wrong? Shun Shutang exclaimed, taken aback. It's their fault for spreading rumors based on a single photograph. Such moral decay. Such a lack of boundaries. Shun Shutang lamented, her words boiling down to a few choice insults, pondering that she ought to learn more from Xietong next time. Xietong replied, thanks for the invitation, but I'll pass. I fear someone might report me again. Indeed, it is their fault, Shi Qingyu remarked as he sat beside her. Yet if Tang Tang remains unhappy because of them, doesn't that mean you're punishing yourself for their mistakes? After a moment of contemplation, Shun Shutang nodded. Shi Qingyu enveloped her in his arms, suggesting, then let us be unhappy for a while, shall we? Brother Qingyu will accompany you. You may do whatever you wish. But Tang Tang, you mustn't smile so brightly at strangers next time. Otherwise, it will be me who feels upset. All right, Shun Shutang replied, resting her head on his shoulder, her back gently patted. In her drowsy state, she suddenly whispered, Brother Qingyu, you are truly wonderful. Every person she had encountered throughout her life had treated her kindly, but Shi Qingyu was the most exceptional, and no matter her state or her actions, he always stood behind her, sharing each moment of unhappiness. She often felt herself fortunate for having Shi Qingyu in her life, for he had always been there. The little interludes of life soon faded, and that evening, Wu Zhe posted a photo with his current girlfriend on Weibo, subtly dispelling the rumors. Following this, he sent gifts to apologize, but Uncle Shang returned them, for Shun Shutang had already put the matter behind her, and there was no need to remind her again. During this period, she had developed a newfound hobby. Having learned a bit at the tea house, she had taken a liking to it. Shi Qingyu prepared a room in the villa, arranging it for her. And after work, he taught her. Winter break had begun, and with the drop in temperature, Shun Shutang spent her time in the tea room, brewing tea and enjoying pastries that a few days prior, Shun Suqing released a new album and needed to shoot an MV. Pulling her in to fill in as a background figure, tea this moment, she was perusing the comments online, where some praised her silhouette extravagantly, while others speculated about her identity. Thankfully, the previous incident did not repeat itself. Shun Suqing personally clarified, stating she was his biological sister, and the comments began to overwhelmingly compliment her beauty, urging her to call them Sister Dash and Dashlaw. In an instant, she found herself inundated with sister-in-law titles, causing her to laugh until her stomach hurt. Third brother, when did you acquire so many wives? Shun Suqing playfully tapped her on the head with the script he held, admonishing, what nonsense are you spouting at such a young age? Speak with caution. Shun Shutang leaned closer, whispering, so third brother, do I have a third sister-in-law? Shun Suqing glanced around before pulling out his phone, revealing a girl's profile picture that Shun Shutang found oddly familiar, yet could not place. Is she beautiful? Shun Suqing inquired. Shun Shutang nodded. Yes, she is lovely. Can you bring me to meet her next time? I promise I won't tell our parents. She raised her hand in a mock oath. Shun Suqing tucked his phone away, vaguely responding, next time? Wait for next time. How did you meet? How long have you been dating? Shun Shutang pressed on, her curiosity piqued. Shun Suqing's cheeks turned slightly pink as he stammered. We haven't started dating, to be precise. He hadn't even dared to pursue her, merely stealing glances from afar and secretly searching for photos online. Not dating yet? Shun Shutang exclaimed in surprise. Straightening up from her slouch position, how can someone as lively and cheerful as you be caught in a secret crush? Keep your voice down, Shun Suqing urged, tugging at her sleeve. The second brother will be back soon. Shun Shutang covered her mouth and whispered, when will you introduce me to her? Next time. Wait for next time, Shun Suqing repeated, busily flipping through the script. Shun Shutang clung to his arm, playfully asking, when exactly is next time? Please tell me a specific date. Yet Shun Suqing had no precise answer. Meetings occurred on set, and he certainly could not bring Shun Shutang along, lest the eldest brother find out and become furious. What do you mean by next time? Shin Siken entered, a servant taking his coat as he changed his shoes and approached them, followed by Shi Qingyu. Since Shin Shutang returned to the Shin household, he had moved in as well. Brother Qingyu, Shin Shutang called out, hey, why aren't you this cheerful to see me? Shun Siken teased, lightly tapping her on the head. Shin Shutang huffed, Brother Qingyu would never tap me on the head. At that moment, Shi Qingyu approached, concerned that the cold air might affect her, maintaining a distance. Unbeknownst to him, Shin Shutang gradually inched closer, What were you two discussing just now? Shin Sikin casually leaned back on the sofa, the scent of faint alcohol lingering around him. Shun Suqing glanced at Shun Chutang, who blinked her eyes in confusion. Unsure how to respond, he then explained, "We were talking about having Tang Tang help me shoot an MV next time. She finds it amusing." "Yes," Shun Chutang nodded enthusiastically. "Third brother even paid me." "How much?" Shun Sikin inquired. "30,000. Shun Chutang exclaimed, her face beaming with pride as she held up 3 fingers. Shun Sikin chuckled. "Does our family really need your money? Is 30,000 worth celebrating this much? That's different. It's money I earned myself," Shun Chutang retorted, glaring at him from her spot on the sofa. Shun Sikin laughed even harder, asking, "Do you know how much the teapot in your tea room costs?" "How much?" Shun Chutang asked, intrigued. Shun Sikin raised 3 fingers once more. 300. Shun Chutang guessed skeptically that it's just a teapot. How expensive could it be? 3,000. 10,000. Shun Sikin said slowly, relishing the surprise on Shun Chutang's face. He then turned to Shi Qingyu, who shot him a disapproving look and casually smiled. "You can't do a good deed without leaving a name, can you? The teapot was meant for collecting. He bought it for Tang Tang to play with. And he even got 2. Yet 3,300,000 seemed to hold no difference to him." Shin Suqing dropped the script he was holding, the sound echoing in the room, causing Shin Chutang to snap back to reality as she stared at Shi Qingyu. Indeed, she had little concept of money, but 3 million was evidently a substantial figure. She struggled to count the zeros with one hand. "Brother Qingyu." Shi Qingyu patted her head reassuringly. "It's all right. Money is meant to be spent." Shin Sikin chimed in, "Exactly. And besides, you don't spend any less than this normally." What Shin Chutang had said earlier was merely meant to tease her for being proud of her 30,000. Not to make her feel guilty for spending so much. With only one daughter in the family, how could they not cherish her? 3 million would not exhaust the Shin family, nor would it impoverish Shi Qingyu. Even dozens of 3 million would be inconsequential. Shun Sikin walked over and playfully pinched her cheek. "Tang Tang, being able to earn 30,000 is already impressive. You're doing great. That I'm off to bed," he declared, and as Shun Chutang rubbed her face, she caught a whiff of his faint alcohol scent and asked, "Second brother, are you drunk?" "It seems so. You're walking like you're floating," Shun Suqing noted. Standing up from the sofa, "I'll go help him to his room." With only the 2 of them left in the living room, Shin Chutang seemed to still be preoccupied with earlier events and turned to Shi Qingyu, asking, "Brother Qingyu, how long would it take you to earn 30 million? This question posed a challenge. He had never calculated it before, but seeing Shun Chutang's slightly furrowed brow, he replied earnestly, "Probably about a week. Perhaps even shorter." Shun Chutang's expression eased. "That's good, but you mustn't buy anything so expensive next time. It's not expensive. Besides, it's not just for you. I use it too. And you know all the tea you brew is for me. Right?" Shi Qingyu gazed at the person before him, finding himself increasingly fond of her. With a smile, he thought to himself that, above all, Tang Tang was deserving of such affection, and no matter how valuable a possession might be, it ultimately amounts to mere numbers. However, the joy of Shun Chutang surpassed all wealth. Shun Chutang listened, momentarily stunned by his words, before breaking into a smile, her lips curving upwards, revealing 2 faint dimples on her cheeks. Her eyes reflecting his image. As the year drew to a close, the company's affairs became increasingly demanding. Occasionally, Shi Qingyu would return home, yet remain engaged in work online, while Shin Siqing sometimes came back in the dead of night. The winter in the capital was dry and biting. Stepping outside felt as if the wind were slicing against one's face, leaving a dryness in the nasal passages. Shin Chutang spent her days in her room, completing her assignments, baking cookies or small cakes, and occasionally assisting Shun Suqing with script readings. When evening came and Shi Qingyu returned, she would keep him company in the study, brewing tea and reading. Sometimes, she would doze off on the sofa, and Shi Qingyu would carry her back to her room. Today, Shin Chutang had an important matter on her mind that she wished to discuss with Shi Qingyu once he was free. However, as she waited, sleepiness began to creep in, her head nodding slowly before she jolted awake again, shaking her head to dispel the drowsiness. Observing her, Shi Qingyu felt a mix of pain and amusement. As he approached her, she was still unaware of his presence. Just as Shin Chutang's head dipped again, he gently cupped her chin, asking softly, "What is wrong? You usually sleep on the sofa when you're tired. But today you're struggling to stay awake here at the tea table." Shun Shudang blinked, clearing her eyes. "Brother Qingyu, are you done with your work?" "I'm finished, come. Let us get you to bed." He replied, and no sooner had he spoken than Shun Shutang sprang to her feet, grasping his hand and urging him to hurry, faster. "I have something to give you." Once back at her room, Shun Shutang mysteriously darted into the cloakroom and emerged with an exquisitely wrapped box, presenting it to Shi Qingyu. "Brother Qingyu, I want to be able to celebrate the new year with you this year." This year, her parents from the Shun family would be unable to return from Sioux City. And once Shen Xiqing's company closed for the holidays, they would head to Sioux City. "Just assure Cheng you would also be on break, that you've always given me New Year gifts first. This time, it's my turn to give you one," she declared, her face still bearing traces of fatigue, yet her eyes sparkled with a moist brightness. Shi Qingyu opened the box to find a small white lamb plush toy inside, reflecting his zodiac sign. "Thank you, Tang Tang." His voice was a mixture of surprise and emotion, a little hoarse. "I made this by hand. When I'm not around, let it keep you company," Shun Shudang said, taking the lamb out and placing it in Shi Qingyu's arms. "Brother Qingyu, you should name it. Then it will be a unique little lamb." Holding the soft lamb in one hand while ruffling her hair with the other, Shi Qingyu thought to himself that, in his heart, this was already the most extraordinary lamb in the world. "Since you made it, Tang Tang, you should name it." Shin Shutang's expression momentarily faltered as she pondered. "Then I must think carefully. I can't be careless." "All right," Shi Qingyu replied, his voice filled with affection. "But Tang Tang, you really should sleep now. We can think tomorrow." Shun Shutang nodded, truly feeling the weight of sleep pressing down on her, her eyelids battling against one another. Shi Qingyu tucked her in, placing the lamb beside her. "Let accompany you in my stead." Shun Shutang smiled, her eyes crescent-shaped as she hugged the lamb close. "All right, good night, Brother Qingyu." "Good night, Tang Dang." He pressed a gentle kiss on her forehead, his heart melting completely. After ensuring she was asleep, he turned off the lights and left. Shin Shutang had thought she would not have the chance to bid farewell to Shi Qingyu, but he surprisingly took leave a day early, taking her to the aquarium and spending the entire day with her. Chapter 23. Yulu the next day, as they prepared to leave, Shun Shutang returned the lamb to him, sharing the name she had chosen for it, Yulu. Shi Qingyu was taken aback by her thoughtful choice, feeling a warmth in his heart at her affection for Yulu. Though reluctant to part ways, they knew separation was inevitable. The flight from the capital to Sioux City would take approximately 3 hours. And as the plane ascended, Shun Shutang suddenly felt a wave of melancholy wash over her, leaving her heart feeling empty. For the duration of the flight, she lay on the lounge bed, while Shin Xiqing and the others assumed she was asleep. In reality, Shin Shudang was merely too embarrassed to let them see her tears. Upon landing, the Shin family's car was already waiting by the jet bridge, and as the three of them disembarked, the ground staff stepped forward to open the car door. By the time they arrived home, it was nearly 9 o'clock. Chin Mushing had prepared a late-night snack for them. After a simple meal, Shun Shudang retreated to her room and initiated a video call with Shi Qingyu. As soon as the call connected, Shi Qingyu noticed her slightly reddened eyes. "Why are you crying?" he asked. She had just told Chin Mushing that she was tired from not sleeping well, rubbing her eyes. But that was not the truth. The moment she heard Shi Qingyu's question, she felt a wave of grievance wash over her. "We're so far apart now." Her voice trembled, tears spilling over as she wiped them away, only for more to follow. Shi Qingyu felt as though something had pierced his heart, his throat tightening. "Tang Tang. It's nothing, Brother Qingyu. I'm just a bit unaccustomed to it." Shin Shudang managed to dry her tears, smiling as she asked, "Do you miss me?" "I do," Shi Qingyu replied, his heart aching as he watched her alternate between laughter and tears. Be good, Tang Tang. We will see each other soon." Shun Shudang nodded obediently. "I'll be back in half a month." "All right," Shi Qingyu smiled. "I'll be waiting for you, Tang Tang." After chatting for a while, Shin Shudang snuggled into her blankets, leaving the call open as Shi Qingyu listened to her gentle breaths until the call ended. The next day, Shin Shutang awoke to find her phone had died and shut off. After charging it, she messaged Shi Qingyu and then headed downstairs. "Mom," Shin Shutang called out as she hurried down the stairs. Leaping into Chun Mushing's embrace. "Oh, Why are you up so early today, Tang Tang? Chun Mushing said softly, concerned that she had not rested well. Upon her arrival yesterday, she seemed listless, as if fatigued from a journey. Unlike your two lazy brothers who are still asleep. Just then, Shun Sujing descended the stairs, retorting, Mom, that's not fair. I'm not a lazy brother. I went for a run at 6 this morning and have already showered. I can't let Tang Dang think poorly of me. Shun Shudang giggled. I slept well, so I woke up early. All right, you're both good kids. Go wait over there. Breakfast will be ready soon. Chin Mushing urged them away from the kitchen. The family's housekeeper was on leave, and Shun Gungli had gone out for inspections, having just prepared breakfast before they awoke. Shun Sujing pushed Shun Chudang out of the kitchen, suggesting she watch television in the living room while he returned to help. Shun Chudang switched on the TV, finding an animated show to watch when the doorbell rang. Chin Mushing poked her head out from the kitchen. Tang Tang, go answer the door and see if it's your dad returning. Okay, Shun Chutang replied, dashing to the door, only to find it was not Shun Gungli. Outside, an unexpected snowfall had blanketed the ground in a light layer of white. Shi Qingyu stood at the entrance, snowflakes dusting his hair and shoulders. Upon seeing Shun Chutang open the door, he was momentarily taken aback before breaking into a smile. Tang Tang. Brother Qingyu. Shi Qingyu embraced her as she rushed towards him. Speaking softly, come inside quickly. It's cold outside. Recovering from her immense surprise, Shin Chudang pulled him inside, as the driver placed their belongings in the entryway and respectfully said, Mr. Shi, I'll leave the items here for now. I'll head back. Contact me if you need anything. All right, Shi Qingyu nodded lightly, closing the door behind him. With one hand, he held Shin Chudang's hands. Brother Qingyu, why are your hands so cold? As Shi Qingyu was about to respond, Chen Mushing's voice rang out from the kitchen. Tang Tang. Who is it? Qingyu. Chen Mushing was startled to see Shi Qingyu standing in the living room. Aunt Chun, he greeted with a gentle smile. Brother Qingyu? Shen Sujing emerged from the kitchen, surprised. Didn't you say you were just delivering a gift to Tang Dang? Shi Qingyu's ears turned slightly red as he explained, It's a New Year gift for Shen Shudang. But I came to deliver it myself. Perfect timing. Have you eaten breakfast yet? Chen Mushing handed him a towel, then turned to Shun Chutang. Tang Tang, quickly take Qingyu to the living room to rest. Okay. Shin Chudang happily led him to the sofa, then took the towel to dry the snow from his hair. Brother Qingyu, can you perform magic? Shin Chutang asked in delight, already forgetting about the New Year gift. This was the best gift she could ever receive. Shi Qingyu felt warmth envelop him, watching Shun Chutang's earnest expression, momentarily lost in thought. No. He replied, then smiled and asked, Would you like to see? Shin Chudang burst into laughter. Brother Qingyu, have you frozen your brain? She playfully cupped his face with her hands, checking, Good, you're a bit cool, but not icy. I'm just teasing you. Shi Qingyu gazed at her, yearning to embrace her but restrained himself. You too. Come eat. Chen Mushing called from the kitchen. Shin Chudang arrived with her companions. Observing that today, Shi Qingyu seemed rather dazed. Chen Mushing gazed at the two individuals seated across from her, suddenly struck by how swiftly time had passed. In the blink of an eye, Shun Chudang had grown so much, and Shi Qingyu was no longer the youthful boy he once was in their childhood. Shi Qingyu was taciturn and somewhat reclusive, preferring to play solely with Tang Dang. Who could have imagined that this innocent play would extend over 16 years? Originally, Shi Qingyu had planned to return home in the afternoon, but Chen Mushing, considering the effort it took for him to come, insisted that he stay for the night, not wanting him to endure a day filled with travel. The happiest of them all was undoubtedly Shen Shutang, who not only personally tidied up the guest room for Shi Qingyu, but also gifted him a set of her pink bedding. Shen Siqing leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed, watching them with a smile, affirming the saying that no matter one's status outside, one must still sleep on pink sheets at home. What's wrong with pink sheets? They're quite lovely, Shun Chutang retorted, turning to Shi Qingyu and asking, Don't you agree, Brother Qingyu? They are beautiful, Shi Qingyu replied, watching her bustle about from his place on the sofa. Shen Siqing felt a twinge of jealousy, remarking, You've grown up so much, yet you've never made my bed. You don't like it? Shen Chudang lightly huffed. Brother Qingyu would never disdain pink sheets. Chapter 24. A snowy day before dinner. Shun Gungli returned home, having finally completed his work obligations. With the exception of Shun Yinheng, who accompanied his wife back to her family home, the entire family was present. Another guest had arrived, and Chun Musheng prepared an extravagant feast, resulting in a harmonious meal. After dinner, snow began to fall outside, and Shun Chutang, filled with excitement, tugged at Shi Qingyu, eager to play in the snow. Shi Qingyu grasped her hand, saying, "Tang Tang, it's cold outside. Is Brother Qingyu afraid of the cold?" Shun Chutang paused, recalling how Shi Qingyu had been covered in snow when he arrived that morning. As if frozen in place, "But I'm not afraid of the cold. I'm afraid you'll be cold." Shi Qingyu's gaze was deep as he regarded the eager Shin Chutang, ultimately nodding in agreement. Ensuring she was properly bundled in a scarf, hat, and gloves, he led her downstairs. The snowflakes fell heavily, and Shin Chutang stretched out her hands, watching as they briefly held their shape before melting into small puddles. She played joyfully, spinning in circles while holding Shi Qingyu's hand, singing as she twirled. The streetlights cast a warm yellow glow, and the falling snow resembled white petals, cooling her face. In that moment, Shi Qingyu was enveloped by Shun Chutang's song and her radiant smile. From then on, snowy days would no longer be associated with unpleasant memories, but rather cherished moments worth remembering for a lifetime. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, holding Shun Chutang's hand tightly as they spun together, leaving no one to suspect that he was the CEO of the Shi Corporation. On the second-floor balcony, Chan Musheng, wrapped in a shawl, observed the two below tea that moment. They were immersed in their own world, seemingly unreachable by anyone else. Just the two of them. "Gengli, don't you think they are quite a pair?" Chen Musheng remarked. Hearing his wife's voice, Shun Gengli set down his book and stood, peering downstairs. He clicked his tongue. "How old is Tang Tang?" "She'll be 17 after the new year, and next year she'll be 18. "There are plenty of couples who get engaged right after reaching adulthood," Chen Musheng replied. "But she is still just a young girl. She doesn't understand such matters yet." The thought of his precious daughter marrying made Shun Gengli feel somewhat uneasy. No matter how much he admired Shi Qingyu, he now found him somewhat less appealing. Besides, we don't know what Shi Qingyu is thinking, and whether Tang Tang even likes him is still uncertain. "Do they not seem to like each other?" Chan Musheng asked, a hint of annoyance in her voice. "You act as if you're afraid someone will steal your precious daughter away, while our two sons remain single." Shun Gengli replied, "Children will find their own happiness, but Tang Tang is different. She will always be our daughter. If she doesn't wish to marry, then she won't. If she does decide to marry, then we'll see. It would be best if she found someone who could join our family." As he spoke, Chen Musheng chuckled beside him. "That's just your perspective. They're growing up. Their lives are their own." While those words rang true, as parents, they couldn't help but worry. All they could do was provide support from behind the scenes. The two downstairs soon returned, each retreating to their rooms for a warm bath. Shen Chutang, donned in a fluffy pajama set, scampered to find Shi Qingyu. Shi Qingyu was particular about where he slept. He struggled to doze off in new locales, and when troubled, sleep eluded him entirely. Previously, he had taken medication, but after Shin Chutang discovered this, she forbade him from doing so. When Shin Chutang arrived, she brought along a storybook from her childhood. Shi Qingyu, having come unexpectedly, had scoured for a while before finding only this book. "Get comfortable," Shun Chutang instructed in a soothing tone, expertly settling onto a cushion on the carpet. "The story is about to begin." Shi Qingyu watched her, and though it was the first time Shin Chutang had narrated a story to him, he still found it surreal. How could such delightful moments exist in the world, let alone happen to him? Everyone believed Shun Chutang clung to him, pulling him closer, but in truth, it was he who could not bear to be apart from her. Faced with the impending departure the next day, Shi Qingyu initially resisted sleep, yet Shun Chutang's voice seemed to possess a magical quality. Drowsiness quickly enveloped him. The warmth of the blankets and the soft lighting created a perfect ambience. While Shin Chutang deliberately lowered her voice, her tone gentle, everything felt just right, and as Shi Qingyu closed his eyes, he slipped into a peaceful slumber. Shun Chutang quietly lifted her gaze, continued reading for a while longer, then quietly rose, turned off the light, and left. The snow ceased in the middle of the night, and the weather cleared. After breakfast, Shi Qingyu's driver arrived to pick him up. Though reluctant, Shun Chutang was filled with joy. She accompanied Shi Qingyu to the car, whispering in his ear that she wouldn't secretly shed tears again. Shi Qingyu ruffled her hair, urging her to hurry inside. He had come laden with gifts and was departing with an equal load. Once Shen Shudang had entered, the car slowly pulled away. Tang Tang back. Chen Mushing sat on the sofa, organizing yarn in her hands. What did she say to Qingyu? A secret, Shen Shudang giggled as she sat beside her mother. Resting her head on her shoulder, Chen Mushing teased her. So you have secrets with your mother now? She then asked, What do you think of Qingyu? Shen Shudang lifted her head, exclaiming, Brother Qingyu is wonderful. Looking into her clear eyes, Chen Mushing chose not to press further. All right, come look. I'm going to knit scarves for you both. Pick a color for Qingyu as well. Okay. After enjoying 2 leisurely days at home, Shen Xiqing found himself at his mother's wit's end on the 3rd day, urging him to take Shen Shutang and Shen Sujing out to buy New Year's goods. Shen Shudang was eager. She had never explored a supermarket before, carefully examining the lengthy shopping list sent by Chen Mushing, ensuring nothing was overlooked. Second brother, I want to buy lollipops. They're not on the list. Can I get some? Shen Shutang inquired. Shen Xiqing casually maneuvered the steering wheel. Sure, if you want to buy the entire supermarket, go ahead. That is not necessary. I just want 1 lollipop, Shen Shudang replied. Shen Sujing, clad in a mask and hat, pushed the shopping cart while Shen Shudang focused on the list, and Shen Xiqing lazily trailed behind them. Finally, upon reaching the checkout, Shen Shutang grabbed 5 lollipops, asking Shen Xiqing to pay. The 2 of them carried their purchases. Shen Shudang held the lollipops, placing 1 in each of their pockets. Suddenly, Shen Xiqing halted, handing his items to Shen Sujing before sprinting off in a particular direction. Hey, where is second brother going? Shen Shutang queried. Shen Sujing looked somewhat puzzled. Perhaps he spotted someone he knows? But who in Sioux City would he know? Shen Shudang countered. He grew up in Jing City and later went abroad. He hardly spent any time in Sioux City. Shen Xiqing initially thought he had mistaken someone, but upon approaching, realized he had not. However, he suddenly regretted his impulsive decision to rush forward. You are on break? He asked, though the question felt pointless. There's something you need. President Shen? Zhou Xingyang scrutinized him, her voice somewhat frosty. Shen Xiqing frowned slightly. Nothing. With his hands tucked into his pockets, he inadvertently touched the lollipop Shen Shudang had placed there. Acting on impulse, he pulled it out and placed it in her hand, saying, I'm heading home now. Zhou Xingyang stared blankly at the lollipop in her palm, watching him walk away, feeling as though he had taken some strange medication that day. Chapter 25, Days from a Distance. Shen Shudang couldn't see clearly but vaguely recognized the girl over there. When Shen Xiqing returned, she gazed at him with a knowing look. Second brother. Who was that? Shen Xiqing playfully tapped her on the head, taking the items from Shen Sujing's hands. Adult matters are not for children to question that I'm not a child anymore. If you don't tell me, I'll inform Dad and Mom. Hey, who taught you to threaten like that? Shen Xiqing shot her a glance. You better not say anything, or I'll deduct your allowance. Shen Shudang climbed into the car with a huff and a puff. And her decision to remain silent certainly wasn't due to her allowance. After all, she had never spent a dime of her own when it came to purchases. If Shen Xiqing was unwilling, she had no intention of complaining to Shen father or Shen mother. On the eve of Lunar New Year, the family gathered for a reunion dinner. Rarely did Shen Shudang stay up late to welcome the new year. But that night, as the clock approached midnight, Shi Qingyu called her, urging her to look out the window. Just as the clock struck 12, the sky erupted into a dazzling display of fireworks, their brilliance captivating. Shen Shudang couldn't help but exclaim, Brother Qingyu, how beautiful! She had always cherished watching fireworks, yet she recalled that such displays were typically prohibited in Sioux City, where even sparklers were hard to come by. As the last firework faded into the night sky, Shen Shudang snapped back to reality, saying, Thank you, Brother Qingyu. Happy New Year! Happy New Year! Tang Tang, Shi Qingyu replied softly, the distant sounds of firecrackers punctuating the air. In that moment, he felt a longing to be by Shen Shutang's side. All right, it's time for you to sleep. It's getting late. Shen Shudang yawned, responding, Okay, good night, Brother Qingyu. Good night, Tang Tang, he echoed. Who are you on the phone with? Qingyu? As Shi Qingyu set his phone down and walked towards the living room, he found a gathering of family members seated on the sofa. The elderly Shi insisted on staying up each year. While Shi Hushiyuan, the youngest child in the family, had two older brothers and an older sister who had been spoiled since childhood. Shi Qingyu, being the only child, naturally received even more affection from the elders. Qingyu, who are you speaking with at this late hour? Shi Qingyu lowered his gaze. Just some work matters. Still busy with work at this hour? Hushiyuan, how can you let Qingyu tire himself out like this? Exactly. Qingyu is no longer a child. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Shi Hushiyuan found himself at a loss for words. It wasn't as if he was the one making sure Qingyu work hard. Big brother, you should keep an eye out for suitable young ladies in your circle to introduce to Qingyu. It doesn't have to be someone from the circle. This isn't the olden days. As long as Qingyu likes her, that is all that matters. The comments flew back and forth among the relatives, but Qingyu merely smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. The elderly Shi cleared his throat a few times. All right, stop plotting for Qingyu. He knows what he wants. That he then turned to Shi Qingyu. Just remember to bring home anyone you like when the time comes. Understood, Grandpa? Shi Qingyu replied, his smile becoming more genuine. The family exchanged surprised glances, wondering if this meant he already had someone special in mind. After spending another week in Sioux City, Shen Shutang and her companions returned to the capital. Upon disembarking from the plane, she had expected a driver to be waiting for them, only to find Shi Qingyu there instead. Shen Shutang eagerly dashed into his embrace, although they had only been apart for half a month. It felt as though years had passed. All right, let's head home, Shi Qingyu said, placing his arm around her shoulders and greeting the two others behind him. Second brother, Su Jing, I'll take Tangdang home first. Shen Xiqing waved him off, unable to suppress his teasing. I can't tell who is clinging to whom anymore. Shi Qingyu first took her out for a meal, and afterward they returned to the cat CAF at Lanjiangting. The CAF primarily housed stray cats, and the story of its inception dated back many years. Shen Shudang had once spotted a stray cat in her neighborhood and wished to adopt it. But Shen Xiqing was allergic to cat fur, and she feared she wouldn't be able to care for it properly, so she fed it with cat food every day. Upon learning of her desire, Shi Qingyu had renovated a house to serve the cat CAF, ensuring it was regularly cleaned and cared for, with Daodu being their very first cat. When they first rescued Daodu, it was a scrawny little kitten, but now it had blossomed into a plump, affectionate feline. Cradling a tiny kitten that had been born recently, Shen Shudang noticed Daodu seemed to be sulking, nudging against her leg. Shi Qingyu lifted Daodu onto his lap, his voice tinged with a barely perceptible hint of jealousy. Daodu, be patient. Tang Tang will join us after she finishes her ice cream. Daodu mewed a few times, rubbing against Shi Qingyu's hand. Shen Shutang chuckled at the sight of the two, saying, Brother Qingyu, Liang Jie mentioned that Daodu is too fat and can't eat so many cans anymore. Shen Shudang felt a twinge of guilt, blaming herself for being too soft-hearted and overindulging Daodu with cans of food, resulting in a greedy little fat cat. Shi Qingyu understood, so he merely held the can in his hand without opening it, playfully teasing Daodu. Since Tang Tang said no more treats, we both need to behave ourselves. Daodu, frustrated, stretched out its paws, and when it couldn't reach the can, it suddenly leaped onto Shen Shutang's lap, meowing pitifully. Shen Shudang set the kitten down and petted Daodu's head. Why are you so greedy? Daodu, I can barely lift you anymore. Let me handle it, Shi Qingyu said, taking Daodu back, offering a cat treat. Here, give this to Daodu. Shen Shudang glanced at the pitifully adorable Daodu and laughed, tearing open the package to feed it. You need to behave after you finish the treat. Shi Qingyu's gaze never strayed from her face, a gentle smile gracing his lips. The last time they were at Mountain Villa, Shen Boyu had subtly warned him against harboring any inappropriate thoughts about Shen Shutang. However, if he had witnessed the way Shi Qingyu and Shen Shutang interacted, he would have realized that Shi Qingyu was completely at ease in her presence. Sometimes even more childlike than Shen Shutang herself, as the weather gradually warmed, life was simple yet blissful. However, Shi Qingyu seemed to have become busier. Sometimes it was Uncle Shang who came to pick her up. Today, upon arriving home, Shen Shudang was greeted by the delightful aroma of food. She rushed into the kitchen, exclaiming, Brother Qingyu. Tang Tang, Shui Wanxiu turned upon hearing her voice. Qingyu hasn't returned yet. Would you like to eat a little something first? Aunt Shui. Shen Shudang approached her, peering into the bubbling pot of pork rib soup, its savory scent wafting through the air. I'm not hungry yet. I'll wait for Brother Qingyu to come back and eat together. Just then, Uncle Shang entered, carrying a backpack. Madam, Miss Assistant Lin just called to say that the master will be back late today. He suggested Miss eat first. Oh no. What terrible timing, Shui Wanqiu said in surprise. She finally comes back, and it turns out Qingyu is working overtime. When will he return? Shen Shutang asked. Uncle Shang replied. Assistant Lin didn't specify, only advising Miss to eat and sleep early. Shen Shutang felt a pang of disappointment. This likely meant he would return quite late. The soup continued to bubble, but her appetite had vanished. Shui Wanqiu sighed as well, feeling a twinge of sympathy. Qingyu has been working too hard lately. He must take care of his health. Perhaps we should send something to him. Shen Shutang's eyes widened in surprise, her previous disappointment forgotten. Aunt Shui, I'll go deliver it. Chapter 26. A surprised Shui Wanqiu was initially hesitant about letting her go alone. But seeing the sparkle in her eyes, and knowing Uncle Shang would accompany her, she decided it should be fine. She packed the food for Shen Shutang to take. This was Shen Shutang's first visit to Shi Qingyu's company, and she felt a mix of excitement and anticipation. Just the thought of surprising him filled her with joy. However, upon arriving, Shen Shutang quickly realized she couldn't even access the building as she stepped inside. Preparing to locate the elevator, she suddenly remembered she didn't know which floor Shi Qingyu was on. Just as she was about to inquire, the receptionist stopped her. Excuse me, miss. Whom are you looking for? Shen Shutang, holding the food container, replied, I'm looking for Shi Qingyu. Could you please tell me which floor he is on? The receptionist smiled apologetically. I'm sorry. Do you have an appointment? If not, please wait over there, and I'll check for you. She seemed to assume Shen Shutang hadn't made an appointment, gesturing for her to sit on the sofa in the waiting area. Every day, countless individuals claimed they were there to see Shi Qingyu, and the staff had grown accustomed to it. Shen Shutang was there to deliver a surprise. How could she have made an appointment? Moreover, she hadn't even thought to make one after a moment of hesitation. She thanked the receptionist and headed toward the sofa. After waiting for a while, the receptionist still hadn't returned, and the soup was growing cold. If she informed him of her arrival, he would surely be pleasantly surprised. Shen Shutang contemplated sending Shi Qingyu a message, but realized she had left her phone behind in her haste. Cursing herself inwardly, she glanced back at the reception area, debating whether to borrow a phone to call him. Just then, a familiar figure appeared in her line of sight. Lin Shulang, who was escorting a group of people out. Having just concluded a meeting, Lin Shulang casually glanced around and was taken aback to see Shen Shutang sitting on the sofa. Her face aglow with a smile, he paused, his voice trembling slightly. Miss, what brings you here? Shen Shutang stood up and pointed to the food container on the table. I came to bring Brother Qingyu some food. Could you take me up? Lin Shulang glanced at the receptionist, then picked up the food container. Sure, I'll take you up. The receptionist watched in shock as Lin Shulang hurried over, stunned for a moment until he respectfully escorted Shen Shutang away. Moments later, she received a text message. Remember this face. In the future, just go up without hesitation. Even if the president is stopped at the door, this one cannot be turned away. She was taken aback. Repeatedly thanking him, her mind racing with curiosity about Shen Shutang's identity. Following Lin Shulang, Shen Shutang watched as he knocked on a door. Shi Qingyu's voice came from within. Come in. Lin Shulang pushed the door open and stepped inside. Placing the meal box on the table, let's eat first, he suggested. Shi Qingyu glanced up briefly and replied, just leave it there. His hand, poised to sign, hesitated momentarily. Who sent it? I did. Shen Shutang peeked her head out from behind the door. Brother Qingyu. Tang. Shi Qingyu stood up, looking at the approaching figure, then glanced at Lin Shulang and inquired, when did you arrive? Lin Shulang replied, I happened to run into her downstairs. Miss Shen has likely been waiting for a while. Shen Shutang had already dashed into Shi Qingyu's embrace, saying, it's chilly, and the soup cools quickly. I'll go heat it up, Lin Shulang said, taking the meal box and stepping outside. Shi Qingyu held her slightly cold hand. A pang of concern striking him. Why is your hand so cold? Why didn't you let anyone know you were coming? I thought I would surprise you, Shen Shutang replied, half joking. Who knew it would be so hard to see you now? Shi Qingyu warmed her hand, saying, it's my fault, I've put you in a difficult position. Shen Shutang feigned annoyance, asking, and why didn't you eat when the food arrived? How long would you have waited if I hadn't come? That was your mistake, She added with a light huff that, if you finish all the food you brought, I might just forgive you. All right, I promise to finish it all. Sure, Qingyu replied with a tone that was both resigned and indulgent. Have you eaten, Tang Dang? Shin Shudang suddenly felt a bit guilty, realizing she had just admonished Shi Qingyu for not eating, only to remember she hadn't eaten either. I was hoping to eat with you, she said, gazing at him with innocent eyes. Shi Qingyu could hardly bear to scold her. With a deep sigh, he mused, what am I to do with you? Shin Shudang pondered for a moment, playing with his fingers. You can't blame me. When have I ever blamed you? Shi Qingyu pinched her cheek, sensing that she seemed slightly thinner than before. Shin Shudang reached up to pinch his cheek in return. Brother Qingyu, you've lost weight. Yeah, I've been a bit busy lately. Once this hectic period is over, I'll take you out to have some fun. No, Shin Shudang protested that I don't want you to be so exhausted. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly. All right then, Tang, just give me a bit more time. Lin Shulang returned with the meal box, and upon seeing the two seated on the sofa, playfully pinching each other's faces and grinning, he felt a reluctance to interrupt. Shall we eat? Shin Shudang urged him over, revealing that the food had already been laid out, for dishes and a soup prepared for two by Aunt Shui. She served him, saying, Aunt Shui came today, waiting for you to return together, but Uncle Shang said you wouldn't be back. Yet, Shi Qingyu asked her, are you tired? Does your hand hurt? Huh. Shin Shudang blinked in surprise. Not tired, and it doesn't hurt. That I was so happy on the way here that I placed a meal box next to me, fearing it would spill. Uncle Shang drives so steadily. As Shin Shudang recounted her journey bringing the meal, Shi Qingyu watched her, continually serving food in her bowl, his heart swelling with warmth and contentment. After they finished eating, Shin Shudang suddenly remembered she hadn't informed Uncle Shang, but Shi Qingyu told her he had already left. He just has a few documents to finish before he can go. Shin Shudang obediently nestled on the sofa, playing on her tablet. With the first time came the second and third. Shin Shudang seemed to become addicted, delivering meals each time Shi Qingyu mentioned working late. They kept each other accountable for their meals, and it happened 4 or 5 times a month that they ate together at the office. The front desk on the first floor had memorized her, greeting her warmly each time she entered and ushering her to swipe her card. When she returned the second time, the same receptionist even apologized to her. Shin Shudang hadn't taken it to heart, acknowledging that it was simply her duty. It was normal for others not to recognize her on her first visit and not let just anyone go upstairs. Young miss, you're here, the receptionist called, not knowing her surname. Merely following Lin Shulang's lead. I'll take that, Shin Shudang said, handing the meal box to her along with a box of fruit slices. Thank you. This is for you to— Oh no, it's fine, the receptionist exclaimed, flustered. As the elevator reached the top floor, the receptionist returned the meal box, saying, Young miss, please take care. Chapter 27. Siblings. The secretarial staff nearby smiled at her as she entered, greeting her warmly. While they didn't know her identity, anyone who could freely enter the president's office was likely someone significant. Shi Qingyu was presumably in a meeting, and Lin Shulang was also absent. After thanking the secretary who opened the door for her, Shin Shudang entered and waited. After a while, a secretary brought in 2 glasses of juice, and just as he was leaving, Shin Shudang caught a glimpse of Shi Qingyu's back. She hurriedly followed him outside. Brother Qingyu. Upon stepping out, she noticed another person standing beside him, dressed in a sharp professional outfit. Hearing her voice, both turned around, and she couldn't help but think of the phrase handsome man and beautiful woman. Shi Qingyu approached her, smiling as he asked, Why didn't you wait inside? Shin Shudang snapped back to reality, replying, I saw you and came out of Mr. Shi. Is this your sister? She's quite adorable, the woman remarked. Shin Shudang frowned and instinctively replied, I'm not his sister. The woman expressed surprise for a moment before apologizing. Shulang, please see her out. Shi Qingyu squeezed her hand and said, Come on, let us go eat. Lin Shulang gestured, Mr. Chun, this way, please. Chun Furue glanced at the two walking away, then smiled at Lin Shuling. In the elevator, unable to contain her curiosity, she asked Assistant Lin, Who was that young lady just now? Mr. Chun, that is not part of our business negotiations. Lin Shulang replied with a faint smile, clearly distant. Chun Furue felt a bit awkward and didn't pursue the topic further. Upstairs, however, Shin Shudang pouted, looking at the smiling Shi Qingyu, and asked, Shi Qingyu, am I your sister? Shin Shutang rarely used his full name, indicating her displeasure. Sure, Qingyu paused, taken aback that of course not. What is wrong, Tang Tang? Shin Shutang was unsure of her feelings, but the image of the two of them standing together stirred an inexplicable discomfort within her, leaving her feeling gloomy and at a loss for words. Why did she say, "I'm your sister"? Shin Shutang inquired again, her voice dropping, her eyelashes trembling slightly. Sure, Qingyu replied. She must have guessed wrong. Do we look like siblings? Shun Shutang stubbornly pressed, her emotions a confusing mix. Sure, Qingyu, sensing her distress, responded hoarsely, not at all. This assertion lacked credibility. After all, there was a 7-year age gap between them, and Shun Shutang, naive and youthful, easily appeared as a sister to anyone who saw them together. Shun Shutang refused to believe it. She was not sure Qingyu's sister. That thought echoed in her mind, while the cause of her other frustrations eluded her. Tang Tang, it's not important. Let us eat first. Sure, Qingyu reassured her, gently patting her head. Shun Shutang muttered that it was important, but chose not to ask further. She slowly ate her meal, despite lacking an appetite. Waiting until Sure Qingyu finished before setting down her chopsticks. I want to go home first, she stated. All right, Sure Qingyu quickly agreed, taking her hand as they headed outside. Shun Shutang gazed at their intertwined hands, lost in thought. When they reached the ground floor, Shun Shutang suddenly withdrew her hand. Lin Shulang stepped forward to open the back door, but Shin Shutang chose to open the front passenger door and sat down. Lin Shulang was taken aback, as was the driver, who hesitated before unbuckling his seatbelt and exiting the car. Mr. Sure, you could take another car back, Sure Qingyu said, then went around to the front and got in. Seeing the driver exit, Shun Shutang felt even more vexed, crossing her arms in annoyance. Sure Qingyu leaned in, fastening her seatbelt, adjusting the seat, and starting the car. Half an hour later, they arrived at the villa. Yet Shun Shutang remained in her seat, showing no intention of getting out. Sure Qingyu unbuckled her seatbelt, pulling her onto his lap, a small bundle in his embrace. What is wrong, little one? He asked softly, lifting her chin and brushing her tear-stained eyes. Shin Shutang had not cried. Rather, she felt a heavy emotion that left her despondent, unwilling to voice her thoughts. She leaned against Sure Qingyu, breathing lightly and shallowly. Her eyes cast down, their sparkles seemingly dimmed. What is the matter? Sure Qingyu gently patted her back, recalling her previous word about sharing her troubles with him. Yet Shin Shutang couldn't articulate what disturbed her. Was it being mistaken for his sister? Perhaps, but it felt more complex than that. Confused, she remained silent. Sure Qingyu asked again, what can I do to make Tang Tang happy? Shun Shutang remained silent, and Sure Qingyu also fell into a contemplative quiet. For the first time, unable to fathom her thoughts, it dawned on him that Shin Shutang seemed to have matured, harboring unspoken secrets that he could neither discern nor pry into. She was no longer the candid girl with whom he shared everything. A pang of melancholy struck him as he embraced her and helped her out of the car, softly reassuring her, It's all right, Tang Tang. Whenever you feel ready to share, you can speak to your brother Qingyu. All right, Shun Shutang nodded lightly, responding with a muffled The feeling of disappointment lingered until she fell asleep, but she was not the only one struggling to find rest that night. The following day, Sure Qingyu, as usual, escorted her to school. However, after watching her ascend the stairs, he lingered for quite some time, only returning to reality when Lin Shulang reminded him. Xiatong, rarely seeing Shun Shutang arrive later than usual, was about to tease her when she noticed the faint dark circles under her eyes. Her fair skin made any trace of fatigue conspicuous. What is wrong, Tang Tang? Did you not sleep well last night? Shin Shutang dropped her backpack and leaned over her desk, sighing, I can't quite explain it. Xiatong's curiosity intensified. Shun Shutang's troubled expression was a rare sight. What happened? She pressed. Shin Shutang shot her a glance, unable to articulate her feelings clearly, and replied, I'll tell you after school. This cryptic statement intrigued Xiatong throughout the day. Yes, soon as the school bell rang, she eagerly packed Shun Shutang's bag, dragging her out to the car. Uncle Sean, surprised, closed the car door behind her and inquired, Miss, do you have something urgent today? Shun Shutang, slightly out of breath, replied, No, not really, we're just going to Cat CF. Yes, please drive faster, Uncle Shang. Xiatong chimed in, her excitement palpable. Shun Shudang was composed, but Sietong was not, for having Shun Shudang confide in her was a rare treat. Uncle Shan acknowledged and increased the speed, yet remained steady. Upon arriving at the Cat Saif, Sietong swiftly exited the car and gallantly opened the door for Shun Shutang, linking her arm as they walked inside, on the second floor. The two settled onto a sofa as Sietong munched on potato chips. Her expression grew contemplative after listening to Shun chutting. Oh, you're upset because you saw him standing with another woman? Chapter 28. Tang Tang, do you like him? This statement struck Shun Shutang like a thunderclap, reverberating her mind. Sietong had hit upon a truth, and Shun Shutang hesitated. Not exactly, but perhaps she found herself unable to deny the feelings stirring within her. And upon reflection, it seemed that seeing him with someone else brought her more distress than being mistaken for siblings. The fleeting thought that they would make a perfect pair left her feeling disheartened. It felt as though Shi Qingyu deserved to stand beside someone who could match him, rather than a little sister. Tang Tang, you're jealous, Sietong asserted with certainty, her gaze fixed on Shun Shutang. Confusion washed over Shun Shutang's face. Jealous? Yes, Sietong affirmed earnestly. Now think about it. If you saw your third brother filming an intimate scene with another girl, would you be upset? No, I would just find it amusing. And what if you saw Shun Siqing flirting with another woman? Would that upset you? Definitely not. There is nothing to be upset about. Likewise, you would be sad if your elder brother got married. Shun Shutang nodded, only to hear Sietong ask, what if it were Shi Qingyu? What if he were to marry? The image of Shi Qingyu marrying flashed in Shun Shutang's mind, causing her brows to furrow involuntarily, a discomfort settling in her heart. See? That's jealousy, Sietong proclaimed, clapping her hands. Suddenly leaning closer, she pronounced, Tang Tang, you like him? Like? Shun Shutang echoed softly, her ears turning crimson, followed closely by her cheeks and neck. Unbeknownst to them, a figure had quietly retreated down the staircase. Shun Shutang's complexion, usually a delicate pink, was now a vivid red, resembling a cooked shrimp. You like him, which means being with him brings you joy. You feel possessive over him, and seeing him with other girls makes you unhappy, Sietong elaborated. Shun Shutang's cheeks flushed as memories of the girl from last summer at Shi Qingyu's house and the girl seen with him yesterday flooded her mind. In an instant, all the nameless emotions coalesced into a singular understanding. Jealousy and possessiveness. It turned out she liked him, having developed these feelings long before she understood what liking someone truly meant. Meanwhile, Sietong continued to chatter, shaking Shun Shutang's arm. Yet all Shun Shutang could feel was an overwhelming warmth coursing through her, her heart racing, her thoughts a jumbled mess that, in truth, Sietong was not surprised at all by Shun Shutang's feelings for Shi Qingyu. He came from a distinguished family, was handsome, and treated Tang Tang exceptionally well. Without mentioning the price, just living in a Lanjiang court was a privilege few could attain. Shi Qingyu, however, had gone to great lengths to create a cat haven simply because Shun Shutang liked cats. He had never seemed to care about what she contributed. Over the years, she had witnessed his unique devotion to her time, and again, if she were in Shun Shutang's position, with such a devoted childhood friend, she would undoubtedly feel the same. Yet, she hadn't expected Shun Shutang to realize her feelings so late, though perhaps late was not the right term. Tang Tang, your face is so red, Sietong teased, playfully pinching her flushed cheeks, which felt both warm and soft. Shun Shutang, having barely managed to cool down, felt her cheeks heat up again. No, stop it. Tang Tang, there is nothing wrong with liking someone, Sietong reassured her. Shun Shutang replied, I don't. I just need a little time to accept it. She was still adjusting to the sudden shift in her emotions, and only today did she comprehend that she had never viewed Shi Qingyu as just an older brother. It was precisely because she had an elder brother that she understood the distinction. Her feelings for Shi Qingyu had never been familial. They had been together since the moment she was born, leading her to take certain things for granted, which was not the case at all. Covering her face, Shun Shutang scolded, It's all your fault, Sietong. How am I supposed to go home like this? Oh, it's fine. Just go outside for some fresh air, Sietong suggested, pulling her up. Come on, I'll accompany you home. As the evening breeze swept in, the heat on her face dissipated significantly. Sietong held her hand. Hurrying back. I need to get you home quickly. Otherwise, if you're late for dinner, he'll complain to my dad. The mention of this brought laughter to both of them, the setting sun casting a warm glow, their laughter ringing clear. Sietong, I'm so grateful to have you. Of course, we are the best of friends. Upon reaching the Shi residence, Uncle Shang awaited their return, urging Shin Shutang to hurry inside for dinner. As Shi Qingyu was waiting for her while he drove Sietong home. Although Shin Shutang's complexion had returned to normal and her racing heart had calmed, she still took a deep breath as she approached the door. Tang, you're back? Shi Qingyu was seated on the sofa, the table laden with freshly prepared dishes, steam rising from the food. Shin Shutang felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. Let us eat. Brother Qingyu. The meal was unusually quiet. When Shin Shutang was in good spirits, she would chatter endlessly about school and amusing teachers. But today, not a word escaped her lips. Shi Qingyu smiled, yet his expression remained burdened with unspoken thoughts. He had never felt this way before, anxious and somewhat lost. Upon hearing Sietong's revelation on the stairs, his heart had skipped a beat, and by the time he regained his composure, he was already downstairs, sitting on a bench for a long while before returning. After finishing her meal, Shin Shutang retreated to her room. Now, Shi Qingyu stood hesitantly at her door, holding a bowl of bird's nest soup. After a brief moment of indecision, he knocked. Come in. Upon entering, Shi Qingyu found Shin Shutang nestled on the balcony sofa, gazing out the window, the cool moonlight enveloping her, rendering her soft and beautiful. Tang, he called softly, as if afraid of disturbing her. Shin Shutang turned. Brother Qingyu? What's the matter? He approached her, placing the bowl on the table before sitting beside her. I noticed you didn't eat much tonight. So, I had Annie prepare some bird's nest for you. Shin Shutang accepted the offering, taking small sips from the spoon while her freshly dried hair cascaded smoothly over her shoulders. Shi Qingyu, with a practiced and natural ease, tied her hair back with a scrunchie. Watching her drink halfway, his curiosity got the better of him, and he gently inquired, What did you and Sietong talk about today? He attempted to keep his tone casual, yet his heart raced. Shin Shutang, startled by his unexpected question, coughed a few times, causing Shi Qingyu to rush over and pat her back, momentarily forgetting his question. As he handed her a tissue, he noticed her slightly flushed cheeks, unsure whether it was from the coughing or something else entirely. It's nothing, Shin Shutang replied vaguely, then looked up to Shi Qingyu, sensing something was off about him. Brother Qingyu, are you unhappy? Shi Qingyu was somewhat taken aback, yet he understood. Tang was always meticulous, and she had been particularly exhausted lately. Shin Shutang leaned down to embrace him, gently patting his back, her voice soft and soothing as she said, Qingyu Gij, be good. You're not tired anymore. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, but the thought that she might one day extend such kindness to someone else stirred a deep ache within him, causing his eyes to sting. Chapter 29. Secret. Shin Shutang comforted him for a while, mimicking the way he used to accompany her. She had come to a realization. Sietong was right. There was nothing shameful about liking someone. She liked Shi Qingyu, and now that she acknowledged it, she would no longer shy away from her feelings. After returning to his room, Shi Qingyu remained silent for a long time before finally picking up his phone to message Lin Shulang. The next day, school commenced as usual, whether by coincidence or not. The homeroom teacher suddenly entered during morning self-study to emphasize the issue of early romantic relationships. Sietong glanced at Shin Shutang and stifled a laugh, causing her to blush and pinch her hand beneath the desk. She was not in a relationship. She merely harbored feelings. Moreover, she had resolved to become someone who could stand alongside Shi Qingyu. So her focus was naturally on her studies. At the end of morning self-study, Sietong shared some gossip she had heard, claiming that several students caught in early romances had been expelled from school, including a few from their class. Sietong lamented that Shin Shutang had timed her feelings perfectly, as the school had never been this strict before, which only fueled Shin Shutang's annoyance towards her. By June, Shi Qingyu was no longer so busy. He arrived punctually each day to pick up Shin Shutang. However, Shin Shutang found herself busier. After dinner, she would dive into her homework. Previously, she had accompanied Shi Qingyu while he worked. Now, it was Shi Qingyu who kept her company as she studied. Under the warm glow of the lamps, Shin Shutang immersed herself in her assignments, while Shi Qingyu occasionally read or watched her. The last of the final exams concluded, ushering in the first summer vacation of high school. The school organized a study trip to Europe, but since both Shun Chutang and Xietong had already been, they chose not to sign up. With the vacation underway, Xietong relished the leisure of sleeping until noon every day, while Shun Chutang began to fret. She had been preoccupied with exam preparations and had not had the chance to prepare a birthday gift for Shi Qingyu, whose birthday was just 3 days away. Shun Chutang. This birthday was significant. It marked the first occasion she would celebrate with Shi Qingyu after coming to terms with her feelings. Therefore, the gift could not be the same as before. After dragging Xietong through the mall for 2 days, she finally settled on a customized silver tie clip engraved with the letters SC. Today, she was set to collect it at Xietong noticed the SC on the tie clip. She curiously asked, Tang Tang, did you forget to engrave a letter? Shun Chutang smiled softly at the tie clip, replying, no, it's just SC, the overlapping initials of our names. Dinner was prepared by Shui Wanqiu, while Shun Chutang baked a cake. This year, there was no grand celebration. It was merely a gathering of family. Shun Siken and Shun Sujing also made their way over. Having not seen each other for some time, Shun Siken appeared rejuvenated, shedding his previous lethargy, while Shun Sujing looked more mature and composed. He had recently returned from abroad after filming a movie, winning several awards and gaining popularity. Everyone had undergone changes, including Shun Chutang, who had grown slightly taller, appeared leaner, and lost some of her youthful innocence. It was a rare occasion for everyone to be together. It seemed that as they grew older, each had become busier, leading to fewer opportunities for gatherings. After dinner, the cake was placed on the table in the courtyard while Shun Siken continued to prepare the barbecue. Shun Chutang inserted candles into the cake and borrowed a lighter from Shun Siken to ignite them. 2 small flames danced in the gentle breeze. Make a wish, Qingyu Gid, she urged. Shi Qingyu watched her with a smile, saying, Tang Tang, go ahead and wish it as a child. Every time Shun Chutang made a wish on her birthday, it would come true, which she found amusing. Whenever someone else celebrated their birthday, she would also wish alongside them, and others deemed her adorable and entertaining. However, only Shi Qingyu insisted that she make his birthday wishes from that moment onward. It felt as though everything had changed, yet remained the same. With a gentle smile, Shun Chutang clasped her hands together and made a wish in her heart. She fervently wished, entrusting her desires to the 2 small candles. And after silently repeating her wish 3 times, she opened her eyes and blew out the candles. What did you wish for? Shi Qingyu inquired. Shun Chutang glanced at him, then up at the stars, saying, it's a secret. I won't tell you. Shi Qingyu paused in surprise before laughing again, asking, then how will Tang Tang's wish come true? Shun Chutang looked at him again, her crescent-shaped eyes sparkling like stars as she earnestly replied, it will come true. This time, she intended to make her wish a reality herself. Shi Qingyu found himself entranced by her eyes, unable to look away, and he smiled in response. The gathering continued until past 11 o'clock before they finally dispersed. Once upstairs, Shun Chutang presented her gift to Shi Qingyu. He appeared somewhat astonished, his voice tinged with a hint of grievance as he remarked, I thought Tang Tang had forgotten because she was busy. How could that be possible? Shun Chutang playfully glared at him. I was always the first to give gifts before. This time I wanted to be the last. Shi Qingyu ruffled her hair, asking, why? Shun Chutang smiled but did not answer, wrapping her arms around his neck and whispering in his ear, it's a secret. Little did she know, because of that one phrase, Shi Qingyu rejected all subsequent birthday gifts he received, since she wanted to be the last. She would indeed be the last. The warmth of his breath brushed against her ear. Shi Qingyu tensed momentarily, yet this secret did not feel burdensome. He sensed that this secret was somehow connected to him. As was the birthday wish made today, he had previously told her that Shun Chutang would always have choices with him, and he had not lied. Yet, he regretted it. The choice lay before Shun Chutang could only ever be one, and he could not bear to relinquish her to anyone else. Shi Qingyu took her hand and placed it on his waist. Whether in exasperation or earnestness, he said, Tang Tang, grow up quickly, he had waited far too long. What? Shun Chutang did not hear him clearly and softly asked. Shi Qingyu feigned mystery, replying, it's a secret. Both of them burst into laughter. The moon hanging in the sky was not perfectly round, yet it shone brightly. It turned out that even a crescent moon could be dazzlingly beautiful. A waning moon did not necessarily signify a flaw. This summer, Shun Boyu traveled to another city to visit old friends. They no longer needed to go to Wuhua Mountain. Shen Shudang spent 2 days at the Shi household and 2 days at the Shen household. She disliked being alone at home, so she happily bounced between the 2 houses. Recently, Shun Siken had been returning to the Lanjiang court more often, coming back 2 or 3 times a week, each time appearing quite irritable, while Shen Shudang was engrossed in competition problems at the desk in the living room. The door of the villa was flung open with a bang, only to slam shut again. She didn't need to turn around and know who had returned. Second brother, if you keep this up, the door at home will retire, Shen Shudang said without lifting her head, her tone tinged with exasperation. Retiring would be just fine. It would need to be replaced. Nothing is irreplaceable, Shen Siken's angry voice echoed back. And Shen Shudang could sense a hint of petulance in his tone. Shen Shudang chuckled softly, setting her book down. What's wrong, second brother? Shen Siken tossed a set of keys onto the table, plopped down, and gulped down a glass of cold water before turning to her and asking Tinger, when Shinyu makes you angry, how does he usually make it up to you? His earnest inquiry was a stark contrast to the fury he had just displayed, leaving Shen Shudang taken aback by his sudden vulnerability. Who made you angry? She asked. In 01, Shen Siken replied, just asking for a friend. Yet his fingers were fidgeting with the cup, showing his distracted state. Shen Shutang recalled Xie Tong mentioning this phenomenon, creating friends out of thin air. But seeing him in such distress, she decided to kindly offer advice for his friend. Second brother, I'm not sure about your friend's situation, but Xingyu rarely makes me angry. Even when he does, we resolve things quickly. He never leaves problems unresolved until the next day. What does he usually do? Shen Siken inquired. Shen Shudang tapped her chin with a pen, pondering. Well, it depends on the specific situation. Different issues require different solutions. The most important thing is to identify the root of the problem and then address it. But every time I ask her why she is upset or how I can make her forgive me, she never tells me. Shen Siken said through gritted teeth, his frustration palpable. It seemed he had exhausted all his patience on this, and even Shen Shudang was not this difficult to appease. Shen Shudang was astonished, unable to picture her second brother in such a subordinate position. She wiggled a finger side to side. Second brother, Jingyu never asks me what to do. He simply tries one thing after another until I feel better. If you made a mistake, why should she be the one to find a solution? Shen Siken fell silent for a moment, as if contemplating something, then asked, why does she always bring up past events? When an issue is repeatedly mentioned, it signifies that it has never been properly resolved, and she is still struggling to overcome it. Shen Shutang earnestly declared, second brother, although I have never met her, I surmise that she must have feelings for you. Despite the many quarrels you've had, you have never parted ways, which surely indicates that something binds you together. The fact that disputes have not driven you apart suggests that the love in your hearts surpasses the anger and sorrow experienced during those conflicts. A broken door can be replaced. After all, it is merely a door. However, people are different. Some individuals may only encounter one true love in their lifetime. Shen Sicheng paused in his actions, suddenly lifting his gaze to her. When did you, a mere child, come to understand so much? Is it a lot? I merely remembered what Chengyu occasionally told me. She replied, I am no longer a child. I am about to turn 17, and next year I will be 18. I can start dating. Shen Sicheng playfully ruffled her hair, a little child pretending to be an adult. Humph. Shen Shutang evaded him, fixing her hair. I'm not a child. Aren't you going to eat? You're leaving again. I have a few matters to attend to. Let Xingyu come back and keep you company for dinner. As soon as Shen Sicheng's words fell, they were accompanied by the sound of a closing door. Shen Shutang laughed while shaking her head, curious about who had made Shen Sicheng taste the bittersweet fruit of love. However, she did not anticipate that they would meet so soon on Saturday. Shen Sicheng was resting at home, while Shi Qingyu had gone abroad for a business conference. Shen Shutang, fearing the heat, had chosen not to accompany him. After dinner, Shen Sicheng pressed Shen Shutang onto the sofa to watch television, and she glared at him, fuming. Shen Sicheng clicked his tongue. What has gotten into you? I never saw you so eager to study before. Why have your grades dropped since high school? There's no need for you to do nothing but read all day. Or are you trying to compete with me for the family fortune? Shen Xiqing teased, tousling her hair and pinching her cheek. Having never closely monitored her school performance, Shen Xiqing found her sudden determination to study puzzling, suspecting she had been spurred by some external stimulus. You're infuriating. I'm studying, not committing a crime. I still have a physics paper to complete. Shen Shutang protested, somewhat irritated as she tugged at his arm, but he remained unfazed. Changtang, aren't you tired? You study from morning until noon. Then from noon until night, and now that it's dark, you still want to study. Shen Xiqing genuinely could not comprehend why studying required such relentless effort. During his high school years, he had merely attended classes, occasionally skipping them, yet had never fallen out of the top 3 in his school. Tell me, have you encountered some trouble at school? Shen Xiqing asked, his tone unusually serious. Shen Shutang rubbed her sore cheek. I haven't tea. I just feel uneasy if I don't study. Shen Xiqing was about to say more when his phone suddenly rang. It was Jiang Yonyan. Hello? What is going on? From the other end, Jiang Yonyan's voice came through. We're celebrating at a Jean-S place today. Did you forget? Upon hearing that she was going out, Shen Shutang's eyes sparkled with mischief. I'm not going. I want to stay home with Tang Tang. Shen Xiqing said with a smile. Watching as Shen Shutang's enthusiasm dwindled, his mood delightfully lifted. Don't. This gathering was arranged for you. What's the point if you don't come? Jiang Yunyan retorted, then abruptly added, Hey, you should bring Tang Tang along. It's your gathering, so it'll be clean. Huh? I don't want to go. Shen Shutang waved her hands, indicating to Shen Xiqing that she was not interested. Shen Xiqing grinned mischievously. All right, since Tang Tang agrees. Hey, I didn't tea. Shen Shutang exclaimed urgently, but Shen Xiqing had already hung up the phone. Come on, today your brother will take you somewhere fun, lest you turn into a bookworm at home. Shen Xiqing grasped her collar and led her outside, fearing she might concoct another excuse to decline. But he swiftly pulled her into the car, and they sped off, the roar of the engine deafening. Even as the car halted, Shen Shutang remained dazed in the back seat, her hands tightly gripping the seatbelt. Shen Xiqing opened the car door and stepped out. Shen Shutang gazed up at him, feeling grateful to be alive. Shen Xiqing tousled her hair again. Why is our Tang Tang so adorable? Taking her by the hand, he instructed, Stay close to me, or you'll be lost, and end up crying that you're the one who LL cry. Shen Shutang lightly huffed, following him through the entrance. Upon seeing the dimly lit, multicolored lights inside, she took a couple of steps forward. Navigating through the hall, Shen Xiqing directly led her upstairs, opening the door to a private room. Everyone inside stood up, calling out Brother Chung in unison. Shen Shutang found the scene reminiscent of a film depicting a gangster gathering. She instinctively edged behind Shen Xiqing. Shen Xiqing raised his hand to brighten the lights. Guiding her toward the sofa, Don't frighten Tang Tang. Here comes our little princess. Shen Shutang awkwardly smiled. Hello, everyone. She recognized some of them vaguely, likely Shen Xiqing's classmates from high school, whom she had encountered while picking him up from school. Back then, she was younger, and they had all referred to her in such a manner. Now, it felt somewhat embarrassing. Shen Xiqing nudged the fruit platter on the table toward her. Sit there, eat fruit, watch television, play games, do as you please, but don't neglect your studies. Wow. Brother Chung is quite different. Other parents pressure their children to study, yet you allow Tang Tang to enjoy herself? Shen Xiqing reclined on the sofa, crossing his legs. I fear she might overexert herself with studying. In a wonder Tang Tang can rank first in the entire school. It turns out she works so hard, Jiang Yonyan chimed in. Shen Xiqing was taken aback. First in the entire school? Tang Tang? What's wrong? Shen Shutang exclaimed, noticing his incredulous expression. That's surprising. Shen Xiqing was even more astonished, gazing meaningfully at Shen Shutang for a moment, thinking he might need to have Shi Qingyu provide her with some psychological counseling. Perhaps she was studying so diligently out of fear of declining grades. Why else would she put such pressure on herself? Unaware of his thoughts, Shen Shutang was engrossed in watching animations on her tablet. The festivities resumed, with some playing cards and others singing. Due to Shen Shutang's presence, smoke and alcohol were put away. After a while, the door to the private room was suddenly pushed open, revealing a girl standing at the entrance. Hey, who invited a girl? Didn't we say no guest today? Shen Shutang looked up upon hearing the voice, spotting a girl in a white dress at the doorway. Her expression calm and aloof, as if the previous remark had not been directed at her. Shun Siqing kicked her lightly, addressing the doorway. "Come in. Don't just stand there like a door guard." The girl stepped inside and closed the door behind her. Shun Siqing pointed toward Shun Shutang. "You keep Tang Dang company for a while." Shin Shutang found the girl's figure somewhat familiar, yet there were too many girls who looked like her for her to place where she had seen her before. She smiled and patted the seat beside her, inviting her to sit. The brief interruption passed, and the revelry resumed. Shin Shutang waved. "Hello, I'm Shin Shutang." "Zhou Xingyang." The girl introduced herself succinctly. "Xingyang, what a lovely name." Shin Shutang remarked. Zhou Xingyang's expression remained unchanging, but the corners of her lips lifted slightly. "Thank you. Do you watch animations?" Shin Shutang inquired. "No. Thank you." Zhou Xingyang maintained a subtly detached demeanor, yet Shin Shutang found her intriguing. Regardless of how bland her responses were, she was always able to conjure up new questions. "Sister, how old are you? Are you still in school?" "I attend university." In contrast to Zhou Xingyang's calmness, Shin Shutang expressed more surprise. "Wow, that's impressive." Zhou Xingyang, however, felt little about it. Among this group, the least accomplished was merely a university. Although she had not met Shin Siqing as friends, she had heard much about them, stories of their exploits, both abroad and domestically, which were often celebrated as remarkable achievements. "Can you solve this problem?" Shin Shutang asked, noticing that her tablet had somehow switched to last year's math competition questions. Zhou Xingyang was momentarily taken aback, surprised to find someone doing problems in such a setting. Considering she was brought in to accompany Shin Shutang, she glanced at the question, then erased a mistakenly drawn auxiliary line. "Here, the line should be drawn like this." "Ah, you're right," Shin Shutang exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "It's all second brother's fault for bringing me here. Had they not been so noisy, I wouldn't have made that mistake." "He is your brother?" Zhou Xingyang instinctively asked, then felt it was inappropriate, suddenly recalling that she too shared the surname Shun. "Yes, second brother is the worst," Shin Shutang lamented, immersed in her tablet, oblivious to the peculiar expression on Zhou Xingyang's face. She stealthily completed the problem and began eating fruit, observing the people nearby, whose names she could not recall, singing, or rather shouting, with exaggerated expressions and gestures. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, her brows and eyes curving in delight. Aside from children, Zhou Xingyang had never encountered such a pure and unblemished smile on anyone's face. Her eyes sparkled with a clarity that suggested she had been cherished since childhood. Such innocent charm could only be cultivated in a family like hers, one that lacked neither wealth nor power. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly called by Shin Siqing, instructing her to fetch some food from the bar outside. Zhou Xingyang nodded slightly and rose. But Shin Shutang followed suit, exclaiming, "Sister Xingyang, I'll accompany you," and dashed out the door. "Sister Xingyang, may I call you that?" Shin Shutang inquired, attempting to reach for her arm, but feeling a twinge of shyness, as her frail constitution made her easily fatigued when walking without support. Zhou Xingyang smiled gently. "You may simply call me Xingyang." In truth, she was not much older than Shin Shutang. "All right," Shin Shutang replied with a sweet smile. Upon arriving at the bar, Zhou Xingyang handed her the ordering tablet, asking, "What would you like to eat?" Shin Shutang took the tablet, her gaze drifting over the unfamiliar names, unable to comprehend them, and settled on a drink with a somewhat normal name, along with 2 small cakes. After returning the tablet to Zhou Xingyang, she began to survey the surroundings. They had arrived early with Shin Siqing, so the place was relatively empty, but now it had become quite crowded, with nearly all the booths occupied. "Miss, may I add you on WeChat?" Zhou Xingyang turned her head to see a tall, slender man standing beside Shin Shutang, a smile adorning his face. She was about to decline on Shin Shutang's behalf when she heard her already waving her hand. "I'm sorry, I didn't bring my phone." The man, seemingly undeterred, grinned at Shin Shutang's smile and asked, "Then what would you like to drink?" His voice abruptly halted as he froze, his expression stiffening, his gaze fixated on the bracelet adorning Shin Shutang's wrist. Shin Shutang continued to decline. "No thank you, we've already ordered." Zhao Xian offered an awkward smile, feeling a jolt of surprise. If he wasn't mistaken, the blue sapphire bracelet she wore had been auctioned off recently for a sum in the millions. Coming from a family in the jewelry business, he could easily discern its authenticity and quality. It was indeed genuine. This was a person he couldn't afford to provoke, especially if the rumors were true that the buyer of the bracelet was Shi Chengyu. Who would have thought that a mere glance at a captivating girl would lead to such a revelation? Just as he was about to apologize and leave, a voice called out, "Tang Tang." Shin Shudang turned, both startled and delighted. "Brother Chengyu, what are you doing here? Wait, how did you know I was here?" Shi Chengyu had approached, standing protectively behind her, an arm draped over her shoulder. Chapter 32. She looked down on these things. Shi Chengyu smiled lightly, inquiring about Wei Chuan, who was Shun Siqing's assistant at IC. Shun Shutang replied with a smile, only to hear Shi Chengyu ask, "What's wrong?" Zhao accent, not daring to let Shun Shutang respond. Interjected Mr. Shi, "I noticed Miss Shun's bracelet, and thought she might like it. So, I was going to have someone send it over." Shi Chengyu raised his gaze to Zhao Exine, his tone calm. "No need. She doesn't care for such things." The implication was clear. "She also looked down on you, did ah? I see. I was presumptuous." Zhao Exine quickly retreated. "Then I'll take my leave. Enjoy your time." Shi Chengyu was not lying. Shin Shudang was slender with delicate wrists and had no penchant for wearing jewelry. This bracelet had taken considerable persuasion for her to wear. "Is it cold? Why are you out here in your pajamas?" Shi Chengyu asked, holding her hand, relieved that her long-sleeved outfit kept her from feeling too chilly. The mention of pajamas, Shin Shudang felt a surge of annoyance. She had been dragged out in her loungewear. Blaming it all on her second brother, he insisted that I come. "All right, I'll have my elder brother deal with him later." Shi Chengyu chuckled, smoothing her hair. "Let's go find your second brother." Zhou Xingyang observed the pair in a daze. And in that moment, she began to understand why Shun Shutang's innocence remained intact. Shin Shudang turned her head. "Xingyang, have you finished ordering? It feels odd calling you that." Zhou Xingyang snapped back to reality. "Yes, I'm done. Then let's head back." Shin Shudang suggested. In the private room, the young man named Jean received a phone call and then addressed Shin Siqing. "Brother Chung, the front desk mentioned that Mr. Shi has arrived. Should I go greet him?" Among their group, only Shin Siqing had a closer relationship with Shi Chengyu. "No need. He is likely here to see Tang Tang." Almost as soon as he finished speaking, Shi Chengyu entered, leading Shun Shutang, and the crowd rose to their feet. He only acknowledged Shun Siqing with a casual, "Second brother." The others were taken aback, not expecting Shi Chengyu to still use the familiar address from years past. Shun Siqing nodded, glancing at Zhou Xingyang. "Come over here." Zhou Xingyang's expression shifted slightly, her brows knitting together as she reluctantly approached. Meanwhile, Shi Chengyu had already seated himself and draped his suit jacket over her shoulders. Perhaps the private room was too quiet, lacking the lively atmosphere typical of such gatherings. Shi Chengyu turned back and calmly stated, "Make yourselves comfortable." The group chuckled, and Jiang Yunyan picked up the microphone. Recalling how he had lost the previous round, and, to avoid punishment, had conveniently forgotten who had suggested the dreadful idea of singing. Just as the music started, Jiang Yunyan's face turned an unusual shade of red at the sound of a children's song. "Yunyan, weren't you obsessed with that cartoon when you were little? Sing it," someone in the crowd taunted. Jiang Yunyan's face flushed deeper. "You wait." Shin Shutang watched the commotion, laughing as she leaned against Shi Chengyu, her whole being vibrating with joy. This group of young elites had grown up together, sharing countless mischievous escapades, and they knew each other better than anyone else, exchanging playful banter. Shun Siqing wore a smile as he turned to Zhou Xingyang, only to find her lips curving into a slight smile as well. He casually draped his arm over her shoulder. "Are you happy?" He watched her smile fade, her lips pressing into a thin line. "Not particularly," Zhou Xingyang replied with an indifferent expression, the surrounding clamor gradually dulling. Shun Siqing tightened his grip on her shoulder. "When do you have a break?" "Why do you ask that?" Zhou Xingyang's face showed hints of displeasure. Shun Siqing suppressed his irritation, wondering why she was so explosive with him while being amiable with others. "All right, let's discuss this at home," he conceded, releasing her and leaning back on the sofa. Shin Shudang had been observing, and when she saw Shun Siqing wrap his arms around Zhou Xingyang, she became convinced that Zhou Xingyang was the one who had made him slam the door in anger. Yet, She was curious how someone as gentle as Zhou Xingyang could provoke anyone. It must be her second brother's fault. Shen Shutang felt her cheeks flush as she took a sip of her drink, finding it pleasantly sweet and tangy. She licked her lips and leaned against Shi Qingyu. Tugging down her jacket, "Brother Qingyu, it's so hot. When are we going back?" Shi Qingyu held her hand, feeling an unusual warmth radiating from her. "Why are you so warm?" Shen Shutang huffed. "It's all your fault for making me wear this jacket." Her voice was sweeter than usual. Shi Qingyu noticed the rosy hue of her cheeks and took a sip from her cup. The taste was a blend of sweetness with a hint of alcohol. "Did you let her drink?" The atmosphere in the room turned icy, and it fell silent. Shen Shutang, however, seemed oblivious, snuggling deeper into Shi Qingyu's embrace, her restless hands tugging at her jacket. Shi Qingyu held her securely. Setting the glass down with a muffled thud, perhaps the drink was delivered incorrectly, Zhang Jin stammered, glancing at the cup. "But there's no actual drink here. Only alcohol disguised as 1.8 this point, even if Shen Shutang had ordered incorrectly. She could only claim it was someone else's mistake." Shen Xiqing also looked over, asking, "What's wrong with Tang Tang? She seems a bit tipsy." "I should take her home," Shi Qingyu said, his brow furrowed as he wrapped her in his jacket and strode towards the exit. "A bit tipsy? She's completely out of it," giggling foolishly. Shen Shutang felt stifled and hot, flailing her arms and struggling, her voice muffled by the jacket. "Brother Qingyu, I'm hot. Let me go." Shi Qingyu unusually ignored her, hastening his steps until they reached the car, where he finally released her. Shen Shutang, out of breath and flushed, glared at him. "I hate you." Shi Qingyu gazed into her misty eyes, chuckling lightly, his tone a mix of helplessness and affection. "All right, you hate me." He scooped her back into his embrace, tenderly smoothing her hair, feeling bold. "Drinking now." Shen Shutang gazed at him, dazed, her head spinning, as she clutched his wrist and pitifully pleaded, "Brother Qingyu, my head is spinning. Please stop turning. Let's go home and sleep." Shi Qingyu's Adam's apple rolled as he averted his gaze, feeling a sense of relief. Perhaps the dizziness was overwhelming. It was her first experience with alcohol. Although the drink had no discernible taste, it was in fact a potent concoction, its effects fierce and unrelenting. Shen Shutang felt as if everything around her was spinning. Keeping her eyes open was uncomfortable, yet closing them offered no solace either. She was at a loss for how to alleviate her distress, so she could only whimper softly in discomfort. Shi Qingyu's heart ached at the sight, prompting him to instruct Lin Shulang to pull over and procure an antidote for hangovers while he cradled her gently. Chapter 33. Bitterness be good. Tang Tang, be good. Shi Qingyu murmured softly, patting her back as he called her name over and over whenever Shen Shutang felt unwell. During their childhood, both of them had frail health. Shen Shutang was often sickly and weak, while he was slow to react and rarely spoke to others. There were even whispers in their youth that he was mentally deficient, destined to be a fool in adulthood. However, after moving to Lanjiangting, their circumstances improved significantly. She gradually became more cheerful and willing to engage with others, and he, rather than becoming dull-witted, blossomed into a celebrated figure within their social circle. Shen Shutang would only quiet down when she was beside Shi Qingyu during her bouts of distress. Their parents both found this phenomenon remarkable, as if they were destined to be connected from birth. Shi Qingyu rested her head on his shoulder and caressed her back. "That be good, Tang Tang. You won't feel uncomfortable for much longer." Shen Shutang sniffled, her voice thick with congestion. "You're lying. I feel terrible, and my head is going to fall off." Shi Qingyu felt a mix of pity and amusement. "Brother Qingyu is here. It won't fall." He gently touched the back of her neck, his tone soothing. "It's still there." Shen Shutang, feeling woozy, reached up to touch her neck, her cognitive abilities dulled. "Brother Qingyu." Their hands brushed together, and he instinctively took her hand in his, asking what's wrong. Shen Shutang looked up, her eyes misty. "Brother Qingyu." She called him again, but her words faltered. "Brother Qingyu." Her voice was soft and delicate, drifting to his chin, then slowly moving up to his lips, where she suddenly smiled. Her heart raced under the influence of alcohol, and her hands unexpectedly cupped Shi Qingyu's face, a gesture she had performed countless times before. Perhaps the mood was different this time, or perhaps the intoxication thickened the air, But the atmosphere within the car suddenly became warm and charged. Shun Shutang leaned in slowly, wishing to kiss him, just wanted to kiss him, in this moment. On this night, in the silent car, it was unclear whose heartbeat faltered first. Shi Qingyu instinctively held his breath, transfixed by her approaching softness, as if ensnared by an invisible force, unable to move. Just as Shin Shutang was about to press her lips against him, he abruptly turned his head, her warm lips gliding across his cheek, igniting a flush across that side of his face. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed as he spoke hoarsely, "Tang, tang, tang." Shin Shutang gazed at him in confusion, her eyes brimming with incomprehension. "Brother Qingyu, I want to kiss you." Not receiving a response, she added, "You can kiss me too." Her generous demeanor completely disarmed Shi Qingyu, rendering him speechless and stammering. "Tang Tang, you're still young." Shin Shutang frowned, and after a moment, she seemed to grasp his meaning. He was rejecting her. The image of their intertwined figures from that day at the Shi family home flashed in her muddled mind, along with the incident of being mistaken for his sister. Shi Qingyu wanted to embrace her, yet Shin Shutang stubbornly pulled away, refusing to yield. She looked up at him, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. "But I want to." Throughout her life, Shi Qingyu had never denied her desires. Even the things that were impossible were soothed with gentle words. Yet now, he hesitated, his gaze averted, unwilling to meet Shun Shutang's eyes, resolutely refusing her. "Tang Tang, you're drunk, that we'll talk about this when you're sober," he said softly. Shin Shutang persisted. "I'm not drunk. I'm just dizzy. I'm already sober." Yes, she spoke. She slid off his lap and unsteadily he settled into the seat beside him, her heart heavy with sadness and disappointment, the alcohol's effects fading somewhat. Shin Shutang pressed her head against the car window, watching the flow of traffic and pedestrians outside. The myriad lights blurred in her vision, and tears streaked down her cheeks, dampening her clothing. Shi Qingyu, feeling helpless, called her name softly, but Shin Shutang remained silent, maintaining her turn back to him. Watching her in pain, he felt an ache in his own heart that surpassed her own suffering. Unsure of how to explain his feelings to her, to knock on the other side of the window startled him. After a brief hesitation, he opened the car door. Lin Shulang returned with a hangover remedy and a cup of honey water. Sensing the tension inside the car, he handed over the items and closed the door, waiting outside. "Tang Tang, drink some water first." Shin Shutang shrugged her shoulders. "No, I'm sober now. I'm not dizzy anymore." "All right, but how about just a little water?" "I want to go home," she choked out, wiping her tear-streaked face with the back of her hand. "Okay." Shi Qingyu's voice was thick with emotion, and the thermos in his hand felt like a burning coal. He rolled down the window and handed it to Lin Shulang. The car resumed its journey through the night, and Lin Shulang, witnessing the tension between the two for the first time, drove with utmost caution. Upon arriving at the villa, Shin Shutang flung the car door open and stumbled out, her balance unsteady as she made her way forward, intent on returning home, not to Shi Qingyu's place. Shi Qingyu hurriedly exited the car, pulling her back with urgency. "Tang Tang, I want to go home." Shun Shutang replied, her voice thick with tears. "Good, Tang Tang, come back with me," he pleaded, lifting her into his arms, with only servants at the Shun residence. He couldn't bear the thought of her being alone there. Shun Shutang didn't resist. She simply cried silently, as if she suddenly understood. She hadn't regarded Shi Qingyu as merely an elder brother. But what about him? Did he see her as just a sister? He was always telling her to be good, speaking to her as one would to a child. Just the other day, he had called her a little girl. Perhaps in his eyes, she would always be that ungrown child. The feeling of defeat, unfamiliar to her in her nearly 17 years of life, suddenly made Shun Shutang feel insecure, carrying her back to the room. Shi Qingyu laid her on the bed. Just as he reached out to stroke her hair, she flinched away. Shi Qingyu froze, his hand hovering in the air, caught in a moment of disbelief, even in her angriest moments. Shin Shutang had never rejected his touch, a loss for words. He stood there, his expression faltering. "Brother Qingyu, I've grown up," Shin Shutang said flatly. She didn't want him to see her as a sister, nor did she wish for him to treat her like a child. In the car, he had rejected her, saying she was still young. Now, she was asserting her maturity to refuse him. Contradictory, yet reasonable. Shirchinyu ultimately withdrew his hand, his heart a tumult of emotions, bittersweet and sour. There were things Shin Shudang did not understand. She was unaware, yet he knew all too well that it wasn't he that he didn't want to, but rather that he couldn't he could have allowed her to kiss him without hesitation. But what would happen afterward? How would Shin Shudang feel when the alcohol wore off? He could withstand the scorn and accusations. But she could not. He certainly could not engage in such actions while she was still innocent. Yet, what he didn't realize was that in the years he had held back, Shin Shutang had quietly matured, understanding what it meant to like someone, yearning to express herself without reservation. Chapter 34. Affection with their thoughts diverging, Shin Shutang's stance grew unprecedentedly resolute. Shirchinyu faced this new side of her for the first time, his heart feeling as though it had been cleaved open, bleeding profusely in a panic. He retreated, nearly tripping over himself as he rushed back to his room, almost fleeing in desperation. Shin Shutang leaned against the headboard, her arms wrapped around her knees, burying her face within them as tears streamed down her cheeks. The following day, she returned to the Shin residence, with Shirchinyu trailing behind her, watching her small, solitary figure. He struggled to suppress the urge to rush to her side. Uncle Wen observed the two, his eyes filled with astonishment. Having been with the Shun family for over a decade, he had never witnessed them in such a state. Shin Shutang entered the villa without a backward glance, offering no farewell, nor a sweet smile to him, leaving Shirchinyu suddenly devoid of the courage to follow her inside. Uncle Wen, Tang has been feeling down these past few days. Please keep an eye on her, Shirchinyu said before turning back, his steps heavy and slow. Shin Shutang glanced at the practice problems laid out on the table and found herself inexplicably amused. She had exerted tremendous effort to walk alongside him, yet had never considered whether he wished to walk beside her. In the end, it had all been one-sided. In his heart, she was merely his sister. When Shin Siqing returned, he saw Uncle Wen descending the stairs with a hefty stack of books, followed by several others carrying similar loads. What is going on? Shin Siqing inquired, flipping through one of the books. The young miss ordered these to be thrown away. Shin Siqing casually picked one up and thumbed through a few pages. Why? This ISNT written poorly at all, just because it ISNT finished. You re-throwing it out? I don't know, Uncle Wen replied. Uncle Wen replied, suggesting, why don't you go upstairs to see the young lady first? She returned this morning in rather low spirits and has been in the glass greenhouse all morning. All right. Shin Siqing entered the elevator and ascended to the top floor, knocking on the door of the glass greenhouse. The greenhouse, constructed on a rooftop, maintained a constant temperature. Inside, Shin Shutang sat curled up in a rocking chair, gently swaying back and forth. What's the matter, Tinger? Shin Siqing's voice was languid as he settled onto the nearby sofa. Why the long face? Shin Shutang seemed momentarily dazed, taking a second or two before looking at Shin Siqing. Is there? Shin Siqing chuckled softly. No, he then pointed her face here, and here. None of it looks good. Shin Shutang shot him a glare before turning away. I want to be alone for a while. Alone for a while? How long have you been here? Have you figured it out? Shin Siqing asked, amused to see her moping alone. Caught off guard by his question, Shin Shutang realized she hadn't come to any conclusions. It felt like she was trapped in a dead end, unable to find a way out. Observing her hesitance, Shin Siqing continued, is there something you can't discuss with second brother? You can share your minor troubles with me. And if you truly encounter something serious, I would certainly help you. He shifted closer and ruffled her hair. Looking at him, Shin Shutang suddenly asked, second brother, how did you meet Sister Xingyang? Shin Siqing clicked his tongue. A misunderstanding, a mere misunderstanding. Does second brother like her? Shin Shutang inquired again. Shin Siqing chuckled lightly, slightly surprised. You have a keen eye. Most people see her as foolish, but you grasp the situation quite well. He admitted graciously, and although Shin Shutang didn't know more, she found his smile at that moment genuine and gentle. Shin Siqing then asked, does Tanger have someone she likes? Her face was unable to conceal her feelings. Every emotion was etched upon it, and O1 had taught her to be reserved growing up. As the unique treasure of the Shun family, she acted on her desires, spoke her mind, laughed when pleased, and sulked when unhappy. She had the privilege to do so. Her eyes widened in surprise. Shin Shutang nodded, then shook her head at I think I like him, or at least I should. But he doesn't seem to like me. He has never treated me as an equal. A deep sense of disappointment permeated her voice, and it was the first time Shin Sikhin witnessed her like this. S.O. Is that why you were studying so hard recently? Shun Shutang nodded, then shook her head. Yes, but not entirely. Tanger, if someone doesn't like you, no amount of effort will change that. If someone does like you, they will like you no matter what. Words of comfort can only ever soothe others. Shin Sikhin mused, yet when faced with his own circumstances, he fought tooth and nail to keep her close. Our Tanger is the cherished young lady of the family, beautiful, academically gifted, and possessing a lovely personality. With countless talents in chess, painting, and piano, if he doesn't appreciate Tanger, then he lacks vision and will suffer a lifelong loss. He again ruffled her hair, feeling pain to see his sister distressed over a man. So, Tanger, no one is worth your sorrow. Shin Shutang's eyes brimmed with unshed tears. Brother, will I understand these truths when I grow up? Shin Sikhin chuckled softly. No, these truths are only realized through experience. Yeah, I never want you to endure such things. You should never have to face those hardships. Just be carefree and joyful. Wiping away the tears from her eyes, Shin Shutang descended from the rocking chair and settled on the sofa, resting her head on his shoulder. Second brother, all right. How long has it been since you cried in front of me? I'm starting to feel unaccustomed. Shun Sikhin patted her back awkwardly. Cry for a bit, then let us have dinner. I assume it boring to be home alone? Recently, Chengyu and I have both been quite busy. If you're feeling lonely, invite Sietong over to keep you company in a few days. It will be your birthday. How do you wish to celebrate? After dinner, Shun Sikhin accompanied her in the living room to watch television, feeling relieved when her mood appeared to lift. After a moment of contemplation, Shin Shutang suddenly said, Brother, I want to go out and have some fun. Sure, just tell the driver where you wish to go. Shun Sikhin readily agreed. However, Shun Shutang shook her head that I want to go somewhere far away. She wished to be alone, to distance herself a little, allowing herself time to think things through. Shun Sikhin was taken aback. Alone. Shun Shutang nodded. Shun Sikhin immediately refused. No way. Although he maintained a hands-off approach, Shin Shutang had always been under his watchful eye. Regardless of her age, she had never ventured out alone. He was curious about which scoundrel had made Shin Shutang so forlorn. You want to be alone. You can invite Sietong. It's not like you'll be by yourself with the driver and a nanny accompanying you. I just want to clear my head. Chapter 35. I wait for you despite his reluctance. Shun Sikhin found it hard to resist Shun Shutang's pleading gaze, and he could not bring himself to refuse her. Arrangements were made for a private jet, along with a steward, 2 nannies, and several bodyguards. That afternoon, Shun Shutang and Sietong boarded the plane, leaving Beijing behind. Sietong marveled at the turn of events. Having just complained to Shun Shutang about boredom at home the previous day, now excitedly preparing for an outing, bouncing on the bed in the lounge, chatting animatedly with Shun Shutang. Shi Qingyu, having sent numerous messages throughout the afternoon with no response, was increasingly anxious and rushed to the Shun residence in his slippers. However, Uncle Wen informed him that Shun Shutang had already gone on a trip to a rather distant location. Didn't the young lady tell you? Uncle Wen asked, somewhat surprised. Shin Shutang had always been closest to Shi Qingyu, and it was rare for him to be unaware of her whereabouts. Feeling like he had lost his soul, Shi Qingyu's usual calm demeanor vanished. He found himself caught in indecision, unsure whether to leave or stay. As he pondered, Shun Sikhin emerged from the villa. Qingyu, what brings you here? Recovering his senses, Shi Qingyu stammered. I came to find Tang. Tanger has gone out to play. Didn't she tell you? Shun Sikhin was also taken aback. Everyone assumed Shin Shutang would inform him, yet she had not. Shi Qingyu felt as if he could hardly breathe. Forcing a smile. Perhaps she forgot? Where did she go? He asked. Shun Sikhin replied, she mentioned she was in Switzerland first, but the rest is undecided. She has a steward and bodyguard with her. Will she be gone long? Shi Qingyu inquired again. Yes. She said she needed to clear her head. Shen Sichin's voice carried a hint of exasperation. Suddenly recalling something, he added, oh right, you're with Tanger all the time. Have you seen her getting close to any male classmates? Shi Qingyu shook his head, having already asked Lin Shulang to investigate this matter. TSK. That little brat is quite good at hiding things. I just praised her for her keen eye, yet she ended up liking someone like that. Hesitant, Shi Qingyu asked, "What do you mean?" Sighing heavily, Shun Siken lamented. Tanger said she has someone she likes, but that person doesn't reciprocate. That scoundrel has no vision. I swear if I catch him. Shun Siken spoke through gritted teeth. Then patted Shi Qingyu's shoulder. I'm heading back to Jingyuan. You should return too. If you need anything, just ask Tanger. She probably won't land until tomorrow. Once Shin Siken departed, Shi Qingyu stood alone, both unaware that the scoundrel Shin Siken mentioned was, in fact, himself. Unsure how he made it home, Shi Qingyu found the moonlight streaming through the window, casting a cold glow on the floor. Shin Shutang had someone she liked, which meant she no longer wanted him to hold or touch her, nor did she share her plans with him. But if Shin Shutang liked someone else, why had she kissed him the night before? However, in an instant, it seemed as though something broke free from its shackles, sweeping over Shi Qingyu's reason, yet rendering him even more lucid. His thoughts took a sudden turn. Not that Shin Shutang had found someone she liked and forbade him from approaching, but rather that the person Shin Shutang liked was him. Because he had rejected her that day, she had become upset. With this realization, everything seemed to fall into place that a voice in his mind insisted that Shin Shutang liked him. And while this brought him joy, it also filled him with dread, making him feel as though he were merely indulging in self-deception, regardless of how composed and strategic he appeared to the outside world. When faced with Shin Shutang, he always felt like an immature boy. He oscillated between laughter and tears, his emotions fluctuating as he suddenly grasped the gravity of his actions. He had never imagined that he would be the first to cause Shin Shutang such sorrow. Shin Shutang had indeed grown up, just as she claimed, yet he had never treated her as an adult. If he had not panicked when she sought to kiss him yesterday, but instead had calmly explained himself, would Shin Shutang have been so heartbroken? But now, there were no answers to be found. Shin Shutang was 1,000 miles away, separated by distance and time zones, and at that moment, the moonlight could not illuminate both their paths simultaneously. By the time Shin Shutang landed, more than 10 hours had passed. Her phone buzzed with over 20 messages, including concerned notes from the Shin family, who had heard she was traveling alone, as well as messages from her 3 older brothers, and, of course, from Shi Qingyu. In addition, there were several notifications of money transfers. She replied to each message, but when it came to Shi Qingyu, she found herself at a loss for words. Shi Qingyu had begun by apologizing. But what had he done wrong? He had only turned her down, refusing someone he did not have feelings for. What was wrong with that? After a moment, he inquired where she was spending her time and ended with a reminder to stay safe and enjoy herself. Reading his messages now brought a pang of sadness to Shin Shutang's heart. It turned out that leaving behind those feelings did not mean they would simply vanish. Xie Tong approached her, asking, "What's wrong, Tang Tang? If you don't want to reply, then don't." Shin Shutang shook her head and sent a message back. When there was no response, Xie Tong initiated a video call. Shin Shutang hesitated for a moment before answering, while Xie Tong quickly retreated to her room. The two of them faced each other through the screen, and Shin Shutang found it difficult to meet his gaze, her eyes cast downwards. "Have you arrived at the hotel?" "Yes, just got here." "Are you tired? Do you need to adjust to the time difference?" "I slept on the plane, so I'm not sleepy yet." Tang Tang, Shi Qingyu called her name, observing her pale cheeks, which hung low, concealing her beautiful eyes and casting a shadow beneath them. "That day, I got drunk, Brother Qingyu." Shin Shutang interrupted him, recalling that day's events, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. "When are you coming back?" "Tang Tang." Shin Shutang pressed her lips together. "I haven't decided yet." Her heart was in turmoil. She wished to sort through her thoughts and clarify her feelings, not wanting to continue in such a muddled state. "All right, Tang Tang. I will wait for you." Shi Qingyu's voice was gentle, unwavering as he gazed at her, noticing the hesitation and turmoil on her face, as well as her sadness, despite the longing and reluctance. Shi Qingyu resolved to respect Shin Shutang's choice this time. He understood that she was not an ignorant little girl. Rather, she was intelligent and often did not need to contemplate many matters. She had been wise since childhood, possessing her own thoughts and insights. This time, he would not interfere with her decision. Whatever the outcome, he would respect it. Yet he would never let go. "Tang Tang, I will always wait for you." Shin Shutang's heart fluttered. I understand." If she were to look up at that moment, she would see the tenderness in his eyes and the love that could not be concealed, but she dared not. Nor did she wish to contemplate the implications behind those words. Perhaps, as her second brother had said, love was a solitary affair. She could no longer allow herself to bring him more turmoil. Chapter 36. The Aurora. Once the call ended, Shun Shutang threw herself on her bed, burying her face in the duvet, feeling ensnared by a tangled web of emotions that left her bewildered and helpless. Siatong knocked on her door and quickly dashed in, climbing onto the bed beside her. "What's wrong, Tang Tang?" With a long sigh, Shun Shutang asked, "Do you think he doesn't tea like me?" There was a hint of grievance in her voice, her eyes shining with clarity akin to water washed clean. "If he doesn't tea like me, what should I do?" "Tang Tang, how could he not like you?" Siatong replied, then lay back on the bed, gazing at the ornate crystal chandelier above. "We haven't even arrived yet, and the driver was already waiting at the airport, and the hotel is all arranged. What is the big deal? It's always been like this for me, and it's nothing special. Besides, my brother would do the same. Tang Tang, your brothers do these things because you are family, but Shi Qingyu is different. There is nothing binding you together, and he has no reason to treat you so well. You grew up together for so many years, and many things may seem normal to you. You have maintained a fixed relationship for far too long. Perhaps neither of them realizes that certain feelings have been growing silently." Siatong spoke with the wisdom of a guide illuminating the path. "So, Tang Tang, this trip is a splendid opportunity. You both can spend some time apart, allowing each other space to think. Some things will naturally resolve themselves in time." Shin Shudang suddenly laughed. "Tong Tong, when you're serious, you're quite serious." Siatong's smile stretched wide. "Of course, I'm just naturally clever." Indeed, Siatong is very clever. Shin Shutang agreed. As they lay side by side with their heads touching, Shin Shutang began to understand what it felt like to love someone. The unspeakable emotions that made her heart race at times and swell with bittersweetness at others. This heart, which had been beating within her for 17 years, now pulsed with newfound vitality thanks to another, making her realize that a heartbeat could be so powerful and resonant. They spent 3 days in Switzerland, strolling through the old town of Lausanne, celebrating Shun Shutang's birthday in a quaint dessert shop with just the two of them, a small cake and a single candle. She blew out the candle without making a wish. And later they visited the Rhine Falls, where Shun Shutang took numerous photos, yet she felt something was missing. On the 4th day, they had arrived in Iceland, swapping short sleeves for down jackets, their breath visible in the chilly air. Perhaps luck was on their side, for on their very first night in Iceland, they witnessed the aurora, stars twinkling in the night sky, with green, deep blue, and soft pink ribbons intertwining and dancing in the darkness. As delicate and ethereal as silk, shifting in endless colors and forms. Shin Shutang was awestruck by the sight. Her eyes reflected the stars and the enchanting aurora above. Suddenly, she turned, Chung, before she could finish her thought. Reality struck. Shi Qingyu was not beside her. Siatong happened to be taking a Polaroid of her at that moment and peeked over, asking, "What's wrong, Tang Tang?" The sound of her boots crunching on the snow broke the silence as Shun Shutang stared down the ground. Lost in thought, "I miss him. Tong Tong, I miss him a little." A lump formed in her throat as she instinctively felt that he should be by her side to share in all the beautiful moments. Her thoughts drifted back to a snowy day last year during the New Year's celebrations. It had snowed heavily that day, yet she had felt no chill. But now, the cold wind stung her face, bringing tears to her eyes. The same snowy day, yet a different sensation. After a long silence, Shun Shutang lifted her head, only to find that Siatong was no longer there. She turned around, momentarily frozen in place. The very person she had been yearning for moments ago now stood before her, the shifting aurora behind him serving as a fantastical backdrop, dreamlike and surreal. Shi Qingyu smiled gently, and, as Shin Shutang turned to him, he withdrew his hand from his pocket, extending it toward her, saying, "Tang Tang, I can hardly wait any longer." Shi Qingyu was far more excited than she was. He had endured a long wait, feeling the absence of laughter and her presence in his home. She had left so abruptly, without a word, leaving only her joy behind, which now rested on his bedside table, no longer providing him the comfort it once did. Shun Shutang's eyes instantly brimmed with tears as she took 2 steps toward him. grasping his hand. Through their gloves, Shi Chengyu clasped her hand, drawing it into his pocket. Silent tears streamed down her face, not from sorrow, but from a sense of happiness and fulfillment. Not far behind, Xietong stood with Lin Shulang. Watching the two of them, Lin Shulang exhaled a long breath, feeling a great weight lift from his heart. Since Miss Shun's departure, Shi Chengyu had not slept soundly a single night. In the beginning, it was somewhat bearable. He could still lie down in bed. Even if he couldn't sleep, he would at least close his eyes to rest. At worst, he would sit on the sofa in Miss Shun's room for a while. But eventually, he could no longer bear to watch, so he bought him medication, yet even that could not lull him to sleep. With no other choice, he had secretly inquired about her itinerary and sent someone to bring him here. Lin Shulang then asked, "Miss Xie, has Miss Shin mentioned when she would be returning?" Xietong was intently watching the developing photograph in her hands. How was I to know? She could leave whenever she wished. However, at this moment, it seemed that it would be quite soon. Xietong gazed with satisfaction at the work in her hands, and then looked up at the two people in front of her. Picking up the instant camera and pressing the shutter, Lin Shulang glanced at the photo paper she held and suddenly inquired, "Miss Xie, are you selling the two photos you just took?" "What?" Xietong asked. Lin Shulang continued, 10 million for two. Lin Shulang hesitated and added, 1 million each would suffice. Xietong was initially astonished, and then she looked at him as if he were a fool. The essence of fools have more money fully manifested at that moment. "Have you lost your mind?" Lin Shulang chuckled and shook his head, merely thinking that if Shi Chengyu saw these two photos, he would surely be delighted. Ultimately, Xietong handed the photos over to him. 10 million for two, gifting him one, along with some others she had taken in Switzerland. Shin Shutang was still unaware that Xietong had made quite a fortune from those photos. The traces of tears on her face had long dried. Her cheeks stung slightly from the wind. "Tang Tang, do you want to go back?" Shi Chengyu instinctively tightened his grip on her hand, which he was trying to withdraw, and turned to look at her. "Yes, my face hurts a bit," Shun Shutang replied in a muffled voice, using her other hand to wipe the corner of her eye. "Have you been crying?" Shi Chengyu withdrew his hand from his pocket. "Tang Tang, why are you shedding tears again?" His warm hand caressed her face as he softly spoke. "I'm sorry, Tang Tang, for making you cry again." Shin Shutang shook her head. "I'm happy, brother Chengyu." Shi Chengyu paused slightly, then chuckled softly. "Is it possible to cry from happiness?" Chapter 37. Birthday wish. Shi Chengyu held her hand as they walked towards the hotel. Shin Shutang was clad in a thick white down jacket, wrapped in a light pink scarf, with a beret perched atop her head, walking slowly, taking tiny steps like a penguin. Shi Chengyu matched her pace. Holding her tightly until they reached the door of the room, he came to a halt without releasing her, causing Shin Shutang to stumble slightly. "Tang Tang, I'm staying next door," in the past. Whenever they went out together, they always shared a suite in the hotel, making it feel like home. The Shi family had rooms reserved for Shi Chengyu in hotels across the country. This time, Shin Shutang had come with Xietong, and Shi Chengyu had not planned to come over, so the room had already been prepared for them. Remembering Xietong, Shin Shutang suddenly realized that she seemed to have left Xietong behind and tugged at Shi Chengyu to go back outside. Shi Chengyu caught her and asked, "What's wrong? Where are you going?" "Xietong, I left her behind," Shin Shutang exclaimed, already envisioning Xietong's furious expression. Shi Chengyu pulled her back, chuckling. "Shulang has already taken her home." "Really?" Shin Shutang was still a bit slow to react, confusion evident in her eyes. Shi Chengyu ruffled her hair. "Yes," she returned long, "Ag, oh, it is my fault for not telling you." Shin Shutang quieted down, looking up at him, her face intentionally concealing a tiredness that was nonetheless easily discernible. "Brother Chengyu, have you been working hard lately?" "Not to be it's just that the days without her are somewhat difficult to endure." "You must take good care of yourself," Shin Shutang advised, removing her scarf from around her neck, standing on her tiptoes, yet still unable to reach him. Shi Chengyu, sensing the moment, lowered his head. Shin Shutang wrapped the scarf around his neck, saying, "Brother Chengyu, I want to make you happy." Shi Chengyu chuckled lightly, the faint fragrance from the scarf wafting into his nostrils, causing a lump to form in his throat. "Tang Tang, I am very happy." When they were outside watching the aurora, Tang Tang had said she cried from happiness, but at the moment he saw Shin Shutang, he He felt even happier, even more content. Brother Qingyu. Shun Chudang called him with a smile, intending to say something, but the night was too late, and he looked weary, so she merely sweetly said, "Good night, Brother Qingyu. Sweet dreams." She stepped forward, gently hugging him for a moment before quickly releasing him and turning to enter the room. Shi Qingyu stood in place for a while, a smile gracing his lips, before eventually returning to his own room. "Xie Tong, why didn't you say you were back?" After Shin Shutang entered, she found Xie Tong lounging on the sofa in the living room, eating chips and watching television, completely at ease. "I didn't want to disturb you," Xie Tong replied during a lull. "How are you feeling?" "Better." Xie Tong had already noticed that Shun Chudang had seemed distracted for the past few days. She had only appeared somewhat lively on the first day of their outing, while in the following days, her spirit had seemingly vanished. Shun Chudang sat beside her and let out a long sigh. "I feel a bit better. However, Xie Tong, I want to clarify things with him." Xie Tong inquired, "Clarify what?" "Everything that needs to be said should be said." Shin Shutang's expression was calm as she gazed ahead, the sound from the television becoming mere background noise to her thoughts. She had come to a realization. She did not want to be like her third brother, harboring a secret crush for years before allowing the one she liked to know her. Nor did she want to be like her second brother, who simply switched to another if he encountered someone who did not reciprocate his feelings. Yet, matters were not so simple. She liked Shi Qingyu, and without even attempting, she could not just give up. This was something she could not accept. She refused to be a coward. The following morning at 9 o'clock, Shun Shutang rose early. Outside Shi Qingyu's room, she encountered Lin Shulang. Upon seeing her, Lin Shulang swiped the room card and said, "Miss Shun, please wait a moment. I will go call Mr. Shurda." "Oh no," Shun Shutang whispered, her footsteps light as she moved towards the sofa. "Mr. Shur asked me to wake him at 9. Lin Shulang added. "Mr. Shur said yesterday to wake him up at 9. Shin Shutang waved her hand. "He is still asleep. Let him rest a bit longer." Lin Shulang glanced towards the bedroom and remembered Shi Qingyu's recent sleeping habits, nodding with a smile. "All right, I'll have someone bring up some snacks." Shin Shutang waited in the living room for over 2 hours before the bedroom door finally opened. Shi Qingyu rushed out, appearing flustered as if he were in a hurry to do something. "Brother Chu." As soon as Shi Qingyu opened his eyes and realized it was already past 11. He feared that Shin Shutang might have left. Grabbing his coat, he prepared to rush out, only to hear the familiar voice that had captivated his dreams. Shi Qingyu froze. "Tang Tang." He approached the sofa, dropping the half-worn coat and enveloping her in his embrace. "How wonderful. It's not a dream. Tang Tang, I had such a long dream last night." Shin Shutang was tightly held in his arms, his body still carrying the warmth from the bed, enveloping her entirely. "Brother Qingyu, did you sleep well?" Shun Shutang asked with a light laugh. Shi Qingyu's hand was gently massaging the back of her head. "Very well, because you were there." "Why didn't you call me when Tang Tang arrived?" Shun Shutang replied, "Because Brother Qingyu was sleeping so well." Shi Qingyu chuckled for a moment before slowly opening his eyes. The sunlight streaming perfectly through the window, he held her close, savoring the beauty of the moment. "Tang Tang, when are you going back?" "Guess?" Shi Qingyu did not wish to guess, burying his head in Shun Shutang's shoulder as if to act spoiled. Although Shin Shutang was about to return to school, no one would say anything if she chose not to go. He just couldn't wait any longer. Shin Shutang felt a ticklish sensation on her neck from his actions and laughed as she pushed his head away. "It tickles, Brother Qingyu. Please stop." Shi Qingyu reluctantly moved away but said, "Dai Dai misses you very much. Is Dai Dai doing well?" Shun Shutang inquired. Shi Qingyu shook his head. "Not well. It has tea eaten because you haven't gone to see it." Shin Shutang was somewhat doubtful. "Oh really? Then I'll think about it." "Good." Shi Qingyu laughed, glancing at the half-eaten snacks on the table. "Has Tang Tang at breakfast?" "Yes, I had some snacks sent up while waiting for you. Courtesy of Assistant Lin." "All right, I'll give him a raise later." Shi Qingyu ruffled her hair, then stood up from the sofa. "So, Tang Tang, wait for me here a moment. I'll go wash up." Shin Shutang waited for him on the sofa, and shortly after, breakfast was delivered to the hotel. Shi Qingyu had Shin Shutang accompany him while he ate a bit. After breakfast, Shin Shutang asked the butler to bring up a mousse cake and placed it on the dining table in the living room. "Brother Qingyu, you haven't had my birthday cake yet this year." "Yes," Shin Shutang spoke. She inserted the candles and lit them with a match adding, Brother Qingyu, in the past, you always made birthday wishes for me. This time, my birthday wish is for you. Chapter 38. Eldest brother Shi Qingyu was momentarily stunned. Under Shin Shutang's gaze, he made a childish gesture of wishing and then blew out the candles. At that moment, neither of them realized that, unbeknownst to each other, they had made the same wish. Tang Tang. Brother Qingyu. Shun Shutang interrupted him, asking, how many birthdays have we celebrated together now? 16. Shi Qingyu replied. His gaze fixed intently on her point 16, that is 16 years. It has been a very long time. Shun Shutang murmured, then asked him, Brother Qingyu, don't you want to know what wish I made last time? The last time was on the day of Shi Qingyu's birthday. Shi Qingyu placed a neatly sliced piece of cake before her, and her heart suddenly jolted, as if some premonition had taken hold, causing it to race uncontrollably. Tang Tang. Do you want to tell me something? Shi Qingyu took a bite of the cake, concealing the slight tremor in his fingers. Shun Shutang nodded, speaking each word earnestly. The wish I made that day was to be with Shi Qingyu, forever and always together. The fork in Shi Qingyu's hand clattered onto the table, producing a crisp sound. Although he had contemplated this moment, the impact of hearing Shen Shutang express it aloud was so profound that it rendered him momentarily speechless. I like you, not in the way a sister likes her brother, nor do I wish to be with you as a sister. Qingyu Gij, I only call you that, but I do not truly regard you as my brother. I have a brother. I do not lack one. That the cake had already melted in his mouth, its creamy sweetness permeating his palate, lingering sweetly in his heart. Shi Qingyu felt a surge of joy, yet simultaneously sensed that it was only natural. After all, Tang Tang should have liked him all along. However, he also felt a pang of anxiety, believing himself to be less forthright than Shin Shutang. Just as he was about to speak, he heard Shin Shutang continue, but I am not telling you this to have you fulfill my wish. Lowering her gaze, her ears slightly flushed, she added, I want to achieve my wish on my own. Qingyu Gij, I like you, but I do not wish to cause you any trouble. Perhaps I am not yet ready to stand by your side, but I will strive to do so to this point. Shun Shutang's cheeks had reddened, unaware of the tenderness in Shi Qingyu's gaze. Little did she realize that in his eyes, she needed to do nothing to occupy his thoughts. Shi Qingyu now truly understood. Shin Shutang genuinely believed he did not like her. Watching her foolishly and bravely articulate her feelings melted his heart. Tang Tang. He swallowed the sweetness in his mouth and slowly called her name. When I said you were still young, it was not because I regarded you as a sister. I have never seen you as a sister. There were certain matters he wished for her to remain oblivious to. May she forget those painful memories and never recall them again. That he sought her out, remaining by her side, wishing only for her to experience a life filled with joy and happiness. It is my honor that Tang Tang likes me. However, you are not yet of age, and early romance is not appropriate. Many things are not as simple as you imagined it. It is just... Shi Qingyu spoke, lowering his head. Tang Tang will meet many people in the future, perhaps even someone better. Her life is still long. Shin Shutang wished to retort, but Shi Qingyu spoke before she could. So, Tang Tang, do not rush to make decisions, nor hastily determine the course of your life. Allow everything to unfold naturally. Some things are not suitable to discuss now. If, in the future, you still wish to like me, I will provide you with an answer then. Shi Qingyu chuckled lightly, his words containing a blend of truth and pretense. In this city of Jing, who could surpass Shi Qingyu in terms of status and family background? Not to mention the years of care and companionship he had provided for Shun Shutang, which had long since become an inseparable part of their lives. With him by her side, there was no one better for Shin Shutang. With all misunderstandings resolved, Shin Shutang felt an instant wave of relief. How wonderful it was that Shi Qingyu did not regard her as a sister. How wonderful it was that she still had a chance. Her previously trapped thoughts suddenly cleared, as Shi Qingyu once again found her and led her out of the dead end. If one were to abandon their feelings for someone simply because they encountered someone better, that would not be love, Shun Shutang mused. The cake, though small, was shared and consumed by the two of them. With less than a week until school began, they arranged to return to Jing City after Xie Tong came back that afternoon. Upon arriving at the airport, Shi Qingyu held her hand as they disembarked. Though the gesture was the same as before, the underlying significance had shifted. leaving Shen Shutang feeling a bit peculiar, her palms seemingly aflame. After escorting her home, Shi Qingyu had intended to return to the company to address the affairs he had neglected over the past few days, but Shen Shutang forbade him, insisting he stay home to adjust to the time difference. It was not until the afternoon that they finally got up. Uncle Shan had just begun preparing dinner when Shen Shutang received a call from Shen Yinhang, who asked for someone to come pick her up for a meal. Shen Shutang inquired about it and brought Shi Qingyu along. Initially thinking they would dine at a restaurant, they were surprised when the driver took them directly to Shen Yinhang's home. After starting his career, Shen Yinhang had moved out, and apart from a few days during his wedding, this was only Shen Shutang's second visit to his house. The place was not larger than the Shen residence, and they only employed a single maid. As the door swung open, Shen Yinhang appeared in casual home attire, lacking the usual air of authority he exuded. Tang Tang, Qingyu, come in. Zhao Wenxian also rose from the sofa. Smiling shyly, Tang Tang, you're here. Shen Yinhang hurried over to assist her in sitting down. Just sit. There is no need for formalities among family. Shen Shutang exchanged a glance with Shi Qingyu, sensing something different about her elder brother, though she could not quite articulate what it was. Zhao Wenxian smiled bashfully. It's no trouble at all. Big brother, big sister-in-law were still standing at the door, Shen Shutang reminded them. Zhao Wenxian's face instantly flushed. Please come in. It's all your big brother's fault. Shi Qingyu handed the items he had brought to the maid before following Shen Shutang inside to greet them. Zhao Wenxian remarked, Tang Tang, what made you suddenly want to go out and play and so far away at that? Mom, Dad, and Yinhang were all worried sick. Shen Shutang sat beside her, explaining, I just suddenly felt like going out. Sister-in-law, and decided to explore as long as you had fun. Zhao Wenxian said, a hint of envy in her eyes as she placed a hand on her abdomen. I kind of envy you, unlike me, who cannot go anywhere freely. Shen Yinhang was often busy, and his outings were typically for work. The approval process for overseas trips was even more complicated. Shen Shutang suggested, sister-in-law, you don't necessarily have to go with big brother. You can go alone or invite friends along. However, Zhao Wenxian had never considered that option. She had been obedient her whole life, adhering to the rules, and her affection for Shen Yinhang was perhaps the most daring thing she had ever done. The thought of traveling alone was something she had never contemplated, but sounded appealing. She smiled gently. If it were possible before, I could have, but now, it's not convenient. Chapter 39. Rumors of young love. Shen Shutang followed her gaze and noticed her slightly rounded abdomen. Sister-in-law. Zhao Wenxian met her astonished gaze, her cheeks flushing. It's been over 3 months. Can I touch it? Shen Shutang asked, still in shock. Zhao Wenxian took her hand and placed it on her belly. P.S. very well behaved, not causing any trouble at all. Had it not been for the incident when she fainted in class and was rushed to the hospital, they might not have even known about this little life. Thankfully, there was no major issue, but she began her maternity leave that very day to rest at home. Shen Shutang's hand rested there, hesitant to move, as if she could sense something shifting, though in reality, nothing was happening. Am I going to be an aunt? Yes, once the new year passes, you will truly be an aunt. How wonderful, Shen Shutang whispered in awe. Sister-in-law, that is so amazing. The kittens in our cat CAF also have babies. When they are born, they're only the size of a palm. Zhao Wenxian smiled softly. This is not quite like a kitten. As they discussed this, Shen Shutang began to fret over what gift to bring for the baby in her sister-in-law's belly, already planning to buy many new clothes for him. Shi Qingyu was in the kitchen assisting Shen Yinhang. He had heard about Zhao Wenxian's pregnancy even before Shen Shutang, but only through online sources. Zhao Wenxian worked at university, and that day, Shen Yinhang happened to be attending a meeting there when he saw Zhao Wenxian being loaded into an ambulance that he rushed over, abandoning a crowd of university leaders to carry her away. With so many people around, it was inevitable that someone captured the moment and posted it online, but it was promptly taken down and soon lost its notoriety. The two had been married for 2 to 3 years. To put it nicely, it was an arranged marriage, but less charitably, a political union. Yet they had not anticipated how much time could change things. Big brother, is sister-in-law's health all right? Shi Qingyu inquired. The doctor said she is fine. It is just that we discovered it too late, which caused her some distress. A note of concern tinged Shen Yinhang's voice. For individuals like them, emotions were rarely displayed outwardly, but recalling that day still sent a shiver down his spine. As long as she is well, sure, Qingyu replied. Both individuals are rather inarticulate, speaking little in private and only engaging in conversation when necessary, merely collaborating to prepare meals. The parents of the Shun family had visited Shen Sikhen a few days prior, which is why they allowed Shen Chutong to come alone today. After dining, they chatted for a while, but as dusk approached, Zhao Wenxian reluctantly saw Shen Chutong off, since her marriage to Shen Yanhang. This was the first time she had conversed so intimately with Shen Chutong, feeling an undeniable affinity, and it was no wonder she was so cherished. Anyone who had met Shen Chutong found it impossible not to like her. Throughout their journey, Shen Chutong marveled at the wonder of it all, as this was her first experience feeling the arrival of a new life. The thought of meeting the newborn in a few months filled her with excitement and anticipation. Shi Qingyu held her hand, leaning back in his chair, gazing at her smiling face, and laughed along as she spoke. In the days leading up to the start of school, Shen Chutong visited Zhao Wenxian almost daily, to the extent that several times Shi Qingyu and Shen Yanhang's cars arrived simultaneously at the entrance after work. Ultimately, it was Shi Qingyu who suggested that they should leave some precious time for Shen Yanhang and his wife, prompting Shen Chutong to settle down, preparing items to send over instead. Regarding the incident at the club, Shi Qingyu had rather unceremoniously reported it to Shen Yanhang, resulting in a stern reprimand for Shen Sikhen. While Shen Chutong suppressed laughter nearby, her cheeks flushed, casting a playful glance at Shi Qingyu. With the commencement of the second year of high school, Shen Chutong found herself lamenting the slow passage of time while simultaneously wishing it would hasten. Her academic prowess was already remarkable, consistently ranking first in various examinations at school, and in the opening exam, she not only maintained her first position, but did so with a significant gap, outperforming the second by 30 points. She continued to sit at the back of the classroom with Xie Tong, occasionally paying attention in class, but mostly indulging in snacks and napping during breaks. Zhao Wenxian's pregnancy was becoming increasingly evident, and despite Shen Yanhang being at a critical juncture in his career, he chose to take paternity leave to accompany Zhao Wenxian at home. Shen Sikhen was rumored to be in a relationship with Zhou Xingyan. Though fraught with challenges, they ultimately found their way to each other, achieving a semblance of completeness. Shen Sujing had graduated and was now striving in the entertainment industry, gaining considerable recognition. Previously, many had speculated about his background, claiming he had powerful connections, and some even spread rumors of a financial benefactor backing him. He had been quite upset for several days, much to the amusement of Shen Sikhen. Shen Chutong had yet to meet the girl appearing on his phone wallpaper, but she had seen her countless times on television, recognizing her as a rising star in the entertainment world. It was said that the two had collaborated multiple times, but she doubted that Shen Sujing had expressed his feelings, suspecting he lacked the courage, as he was the timid one among their group. During the National Day holiday, Shi Qingyu took Shen Chutong back to Switzerland. Upon returning, she had wistfully mentioned her regret at not being able to see the scenery together. He had remembered this and took her back to revisit those sites, thus alleviating her regrets. They returned to the country the day before the holiday ended. However, no sooner had they landed than Lin Shulang received a message from the Public Relations Department inquiring about how to handle the online situation. He quickly opened Weibo, discovering that the trending topic was Shi's CEO suspected to be in love, with headlines about their sweet vacation in Switzerland dominating the charts. Many peers in their social circle had found partners, leading some to focus their attention on Shi Qingyu, desperately seeking to uncover details. This trip had been a private affair, but someone recognized Shi Qingyu, capturing photos that circulated online, and journalists purchased the story. Naturally, there were more images, but Shen Chutong's face was a taboo, resulting in only a single photo of her back being shared. The two examined the photographs on the camera. Shi Qingyu's smile was clearly visible, while Shen Chutong donned a cream-colored trench coat, her slightly curled hair cascading down her back, with some wind-blown strands resting on Shi Qingyu's shoulder. Netizens marveled at their compatibility, with some nearly uncovering Shen Chutong's identity, even comparing her silhouette to a scene from Shen Sujing's music video. The situation became chaotic until a popular young actress posted a photo featuring the same Swiss IP, the same cream-colored trench coat, and a similarly tousled hairstyle. The internet erupted, and by the time they disembarked from the plane, it was widely assumed that this actress was Shi Qingyu's girlfriend. Shen Shutong stared blankly at the message from Xietong. Realizing the girl's back indeed bore a striking resemblance to her own, even sharing some similarity in profile. If they hadn't returned home already, she would have suspected that the solo silhouette was hers. Shi Qingyu's expression darkened, and he ordered the removal of the photo featuring Shen Shutong, knowing that while the public might not understand, if someone truly dug for information, they could easily reveal her identity based on her clothing and accessories. Chapter 40. Public opinion. Shen Shutong had always been shielded by her family, never appearing in any news outlets, let alone such scandalous tabloid stories. The previous incident with Wu Zhe had already been serious. He had been scolded for half a month after that, and since then, he had been wary of changing girlfriends or appearing in the news again as the daughter of the Shun family. Even her online presence should not occur at this time, and certainly not under such circumstances. The couple's photo was swiftly taken down, leaving only the solitary silhouette of the celebrity. While still in the car, old Master Shi called, inquiring about the veracity of the news. Shi Qingyu glanced at the distressed Shen Shutong beside him and replied softly, "It is true that we went to Switzerland, and we were indeed together." Old Master Shi, of course, could not believe that the person accompanying him was that celebrity. He sighed deeply, urging him to swiftly clarify and dispel the rumors, insisting that the trending topic be retracted, as it would negatively impact him. It cannot be removed just yet, but if we retract it now, it would only heighten curiosity. The more we conceal, the more they will want to know. Since someone has stepped forward to take the blame, let her do so. Does she truly believe that being Shi Qingyu's girlfriend is an easy task? "Grandfather, I have my plans. You need not worry." After hanging up, Shi Qingyu looked at Shen Shutong, whose lips drooped in discontent, and gently ruffled her hair, murmuring, "I'm sorry, Tang Tang." Shen Shutong pouted in displeasure. "This time, it's truly your fault. It is my mistake." Shi Qingyu took her hand. Had he not insisted on taking those photos and lingered for so long, they would not have been captured by others without their notice. Humph. Shen Shutong turned her head, sulking and refusing to look at him. The fervor surrounding the incident showed no signs of waning. The actress had gained over 100,000 followers, and the Weibo post garnered hundreds of thousands of comments. Initially, people praised her good fortune, expressing envy at her luck in marrying into a wealthy family and seeking advice. But as time passed, dissenting voices emerged, claiming she was unworthy of Shi Qingyu. With many negative rumors surfacing, Shi Qingyu frequently appeared in major financial news and newspapers, garnering countless fans with just his face. Not to mention his talent and wealth, he did not have a personal Weibo account. Only the official Shi account boasted millions of followers. Now, suddenly having a girlfriend, it was inevitable that many would express dissatisfaction. Within hours, two factions had engaged in a heated dispute. That moment, Shi Qingyu had just managed to lull Shen Shutong to sleep. Outside, a gentle rain fell. He sat on the sofa, reviewing the photos taken yesterday, which he had already printed and placed in an album. It was only when Lin Shulang had given him those two photos that he realized he had yet to take any pictures of Shen Shutong, prompting him to capture more this time. A thick album now held less than a third of its capacity. The first page showcasing the two photos taken by Xietong in Iceland, and he gently traced them with his fingers, a smile gracing his lips. A faint rumble of thunder sounded outside, and he instinctively glanced at the sleeping figure on the bed. She remained undisturbed. Sleeping soundly, he approached, kissing Shen Shutong's forehead and smoothing down her slightly tousled hair. The sweet, obedient girl slept peacefully, her long eyelashes resting on her soft cheeks. He tenderly caressed her twice, cautious not to wake her, before returning to the sofa, waiting for the rain to cease before heading to the bedroom. The next day, as the National Day holiday concluded and school resumed, Shen Shutong arrived at class, as usual. Upon entering, she felt scrutinizing gazes upon her. Some classmates recognized Shi Qingyu. During his previous visit to the school to see Shen Shutong, several had identified him and pieced together their relationship. Shen Shutong pretended not to notice and walked straight to her seat. Xietong, undoubtedly having stayed up late the previous night, rushed into class just as the first bell rang, panting as she settled in her seat. Tang, why are you up so early?" "Early. The class has already started." Shen Shutong replied, offering her a tissue to wipe her sweat. Catch your breath first. Don't talk, all right. Once the first class concluded, Xiatong leaned in closer, showing her saved photos. Fortunately, I was quick. Every time any of your photos appear online, they vanish within half an hour. Xiatong pinched her cheek. Our Tang Tang is truly a treasure. Oh, stop joking around. Shen Shutong swatted her hand away, unable to resist glancing at her phone screen. Their identities were sensitive, and countless eyes were upon them. Shen Siken had been kidnapped as a child, escaping after a day and night of running away. As the youngest daughter in a closely knit family, she was naturally well protected. Xiatong saw right through her. Stop looking. Just send it. Shen Shutong's face flushed slightly. It was her first time seeing this photograph, and she merely thought it was quite well taken. Indeed, our Tong Tong silhouette is breathtakingly beautiful. Xiatong opened Weibo again, but this time, Zhang Yuding's antics were rather amusing. When netizens inquired, she did not respond directly, instead offering vague remarks that could easily be misconstrued. Shen Shutang glanced at it once before averting her gaze, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Xiatong sent her that photograph via WeChat, and she recalled how startled she had been when a pigeon had flown by just as the picture was taken. Captured perfectly by Shi Chengyu. She had shown him the photo, only to punch him in a fit of anger the next moment. Now, she found herself quite curious to see the other pictures. Although she could not access them, Shi Chengyu possessed all the images, having purchased them, though this time with a signed agreement. Online, any trace of Shen Shutang had vanished completely. Mr. Shi, how is the situation with Zhang Yuding being handled? Lin Shulang inquired cautiously, as it was his first encounter with such a circumstance. Since last night, Shi Chengyu had remained silent. While there were no issues regarding Miss Shen, others had emerged, making it difficult for them to make unilateral decisions. Shi Chengyu had spent the entire morning reviewing photographs. Upon hearing Lin Shulang's question, he raised his gaze to him, his long legs crossed, fingers lightly tapping the table. Shi Corporation need not issue any statements or explanations. Is Huaxing still operational? Shi Chengyu asked. Lin Shulang felt a pang of embarrassment. What kind of question was that? Huaxing was an entertainment company under Shi Corporation, and there was no reason for the corporation's reputation to decline. While Huaxing may not currently be at the pinnacle of the industry, it's certainly ranked among the top 3. That Shi Chengyu's inquiry seemed to underestimate Huaxing's capabilities. Yes, Mr. Shi, it is still operational. Let Huaxing make contact. But do not make it too obvious, Shi Chengyu instructed. After finishing his statement, he turned his attention back to his phone. Although Lin Shulang was somewhat puzzled, he complied with the directive. The by afternoon, Zhang Yuding updated her Weibo, announcing her imminent entry into the production of Wen Tian. Wen Tian was the most anticipated drama from Huaxing this year, and a relationship between Huaxing and Shi Corporation was not difficult to uncover. Suddenly, the internet buzzed with excitement, trending topics appearing one after another. Aside from the previous incident involving Shen Sujing, such fervor had been rarely witnessed in the entertainment industry. Chapter 41. The Shield Shen Shudang only learned of this news after school. The words she encountered online were quite unsettling, especially since Shi Chengyu had not come to pick her up that day. Fuming alone, she sat in the piano room, playing the piano. When Shi Chengyu returned and heard from the servant that she was in the piano room, he went to find her. The soft melody emanating from within indicated her unhappiness. He pushed the door open and waited for Shen Shutang to finish before sitting beside her, gently asking, "My dear Tang Tang, are you feeling down?" Shen Shutang furrowed her brow. "Don't call me that. It sounds like you're talking to a child." "All right, I apologize," Shi Chengyu replied, his voice laced with affection. "Is it because of what happened online?" Shen Shutang did not deny it. Lowering her gaze to her fingers, Shi Chengyu took her hand, placing it in his palm. "Tang Tang, amidst all the truths and falsehoods online, my presence beside you is genuine." His hand was warm as he gently held Shen Shutang's. She lifted her eyes to meet his, but continued, "Seeing those comments makes me very unhappy. Comments about how we look like a perfect couple." Shi Chengyu affectionately rubbed her hand, lamenting, "I apologize for making you feel this way. How about I play the piano for you? And afterward, you can join me for dinner?" Shen Shutang nodded, obediently sitting beside him. Zhang Yuding was unaware that her casual post had unexpectedly garnered such significant attention, nor did she anticipate Huaxing extending an olive branch to her. Even her manager inquired if she truly had a connection with Sure Corporation. Yet, with matters reaching this point, she dared not admit her opportunistic behavior and could only respond vaguely, saying it was not convenient to discuss and that it had to remain confidential that a week had passed. And Zhang Yuding had joined the Wentian crew. Although her role was merely that of the third female lead, it was a considerable improvement from before, with the crew treating her with notable politeness. Yuding, your scenes are about to conclude. Now that you are associated with Sure Corporation, you must seize the opportunity. Her manager had been reiterating all day. As the hype began to wane, her manager pressed her. Convinced of her connection to Sure Corporation, regardless of its nature, as long as it led to fame and fortune for him. Zhang Yuding, feeling somewhat irritable, responded, I know. Stop pushing me. After speaking, she instinctively paused. But her manager said nothing. Previously, it was always her manager scolding her. Now, merely having a slight association with Sure Corporation granted her a different level of respect. Internally, she scoffed, recognizing the power dynamics at play. Yet, she had no genuine connection with Sure Qingyu, nor could she forge one during these past few days. Shen Shutang's mood had improved slightly on Saturday. She even went to pick up Sure Qingyu from work. Upon finding him, she climbed into the car. Sure Qingyu took the small cookies she had brought, placing them carefully in his pocket. Suddenly, his gaze caught sight of something outside the window. He grasped the back of Shen Shutang's head. Pulling her into his embrace, Shulang, go handle that, he instructed. What? Shen Shutang looked up, confused. Sure Qingyu caressed her neck, reassuring her, it's nothing, just some unwanted attention. Huh? Shen Shutang stared blankly, and Sure Qingyu pinched her cheek, asking, what do you want for dinner tonight? Let's eat at home. I want a tomato beef soup, she replied, having become too frightened to go out in recent days. All right, I'll prepare it for you, Sure Qingyu said, wanting to pull her into his arms but restraining himself. Only wrapping his arm around her shoulder. Lin Shulang soon returned, reporting Mr. Sure, it's been taken care of. Good. Let us go, Sure Qingyu replied. Lin Shulang lamented how increasingly audacious the paparazzi had become, daring even to follow them to Sure Corporation's doorstep. Fortunately, Sure Qingyu hadn't noticed in time. Otherwise, if images had surfaced online, it would have led to a plethora of complications, especially with another Zhang Yuding or Lu Yuding emerging, which would be challenging to manage. The next day was the weekend, and Lin Shulang had hoped for a restful day, only to find that the sky had fallen when he checked his phone early in the morning. What is Zhang Yuding up to now? Has she been photographed showing up at Sure Corporation to pick up Sure Qingyu? Did she call the paparazzi yesterday by mistake? Previously, allowing matters to unfold had been Sure Qingyu's directive, as he had other plans, but now that the situation had seemingly passed, she was recklessly re-emerging into the limelight, demonstrating a complete lack of sense. Reluctantly forced to work overtime, Lin Shulang begrudgingly got out of bed at 9. Considering the 5-fold overtime pay, Zhang Yuding's relevance had reached its limit. The Wentian crew was replacing her, the company was terminating contracts, and all online news had been retracted. Even her Weibo account was deactivated. It was likely she would make no further waves in the entertainment industry. At 10 o'clock, he arranged to meet Zhang Yuding. Initially, she felt apprehensive, fearing the worst, but when Lin Shulang called to schedule a meeting, she was overwhelmed with joy and hurriedly prepared herself. Lin Shulang brought a contract, and their meeting took place in an apartment. He slid the contract towards Zhang Yuding. Miss Zhang, please take a look. What does this mean? Where's Mr. Sure? She inquired, trembling slightly. Lin Shulang regarded her with a faint smile. Miss Zhang, please read it first. Zhang Yuding's hand shook as she flipped through the contract, unable to comprehend even a word. The more she read, the more alarmed she became, her brows knitting together. What does this mean? Are you trying to blacklist me? Is it my fault for resembling that woman? This is not the maintenance contract I expected. To put it bluntly, it resembles a prisoner's employment contract. She would merely need to sign, do nothing, and remain there like a pet, lacking even the freedom to go outside. Lin Shulang smiled faintly. There is no fault in resembling our young lady. But deliberately posting misleading photographs and loitering around Sure Corporation, even summoning paparazzi, is indeed your wrongdoing. This face bore only a trifling resemblance to Shen Shutang, yet was sufficient for her to carve out a niche in the entertainment industry. Unfortunately, she had taken the wrong path. Miss Zhang can choose not to sign, but I must remind you that staying in Jing City is no longer an option for you. Additionally, I must inform you that our young lady status is unique, which may pose certain risks for you, as noted in the contract. Zhang Yuding scoffed, feeling cold inside, that a monthly salary of 1 million, merely to act as a shield for that person. What a generous offer. She suddenly felt envious, recognizing the innate differences between people. Wiping away her tears, she decisively signed the contract. Compared to money, what did freedom truly matter? Lin Shulang had not anticipated her to be so agreeable. Nevertheless, the path had ultimately been her own choice. He collected the contract, stating, "Pleasure to work with you, Miss Zhang. Shortly, someone will assist you in relocating here, and a caretaker will be provided to attend to your daily needs." Shen Shutang indulged in a leisurely slumber that morning, and by the time she awoke, the news had vanished from her sight. Naturally, she remained oblivious to the unfolding events. It was only the following day, through Xietong, that Shen Shutang learned of Zhang Yuding's withdrawal from the entertainment industry. There had been no prior indication, and she had suddenly deactivated her Weibo account, as if she had evaporated from existence. Rumors began to circulate online, suggesting that Shi Qingyu, unable to bear seeing her struggle in the industry, had brought her home. Had Shen Shutang not been residing with the Shi family, she might have found it credible. Truly, one cannot place faith in the matters discussed online. Thus, the situation reached a temporary resolution, and life resumed its normal cadence. Shen Sujing's birthday, celebrated at the end of November, took the form of a charity gala. The Shun parents returned from Sioux City, while Shen Siqing brought along his girlfriend. Shen Yanheng was absent due to Zhao Wenxian's inconvenient condition. This marked Shen Shutang's second encounter with Zhou Xingyang, who appeared to have changed significantly, yet retained her characteristic aloofness and composure, often wearing a blank expression. Seated on the sofa with Xietong, Shen Shutang noticed Shen Siqing arriving with someone and exclaimed, "How astonishing! Has your second brother's obsession with cleanliness vanished?" Shen Shutang replied, "Does it even compare? That is my second brother's girlfriend." His girlfriend? With that mouth of his, how could he possibly find a girlfriend? Xietong marveled, having never encountered anyone more adept at retorting than Shen Siqing, whose words seemed laced with venom. Shen Shutang couldn't suppress her laughter, and at that moment, Zhou Xingyang glanced over. Shen Shutang waved at her. Zhou Xingyang leaned in to whisper something to Shen Siqing before making her way toward them. "Tang Tang," Shen Siqing prompted, "address her as sister-in-law." Shen Shutang shot him a disapproving look. "Second brother, Xingyang Jie has a name. Besides, you are not marrying her like eldest brother. All right, you two have your fun," Shen Siqing said, somewhat awkwardly rubbing his nose. "I'll head over there." Shen Shutang took Zhou Xingyang's arm and sat down. "Xingyang Jie, you look stunning today. This is my good friend, Xietong." Zhou Xingyang smiled gently and nodded. "Hello." Xietong eagerly followed Shen Shutang's lead, calling her Xingyang Jie, as she was quite the chatterbox, capable of engaging in conversation about anything. The topic eventually shifted to their experiences at University A, with Xietong brimming with curiosity about campus life, asking incessantly. Zhou Xingyang patiently answered their questions, gradually relaxing. When Shen Shutang accepted a shawl from Lin Shulang, she casually inquired, "Is Assistant Lin also a graduate of University A?" Lin Shulang hesitated before responding, "Yes, Mississippi. I pursue my postgraduate studies abroad after graduation." Shen Shutang nodded. "Then you're more accomplished than Brother Qingyu." Lin Shulang quickly waved his hands in modesty. "Miss, you flatter me. I cannot compare to Mr. Shi. On the surface, it appeared that he, having graduated from a prestigious foreign university, had the upper hand in terms of education compared to Shi Qingyu, who was merely a University A alumnus. Yet, that was only part of the story. Shi Qingyu had been immersed in business knowledge since his teenage years, while Lin Shulang only began to learn about it academically in university. The education they received from a young age, encompassing business, politics, and even military affairs, was something Lin Shulang would never have access to in his lifetime. For those like Shun San Xiaoye, whether engaging in business, politics, or choosing to enter the entertainment sector, it was merely a choice, nothing more. Shen Shutang, accustomed to her life at school, believed that merely being accepted into university, it was a remarkable achievement, as it was the dream school for many students. Zhou Xingyang's eyes sparkled momentarily upon hearing Lin Shulang mention studying abroad, but she quickly masked her excitement. Lin Shulang returned with 2 more shawls, handing them to the 2 girls before returning to Shi Qingyu's side. Shun Siqing and Shun Sujing were also present, looking down from the VIP room on the 2nd floor, where they could see the 3 seated on the sofa. Qingyu, I heard you've been keeping someone? Shun Siqing suddenly inquired, causing Shun Sujing to choke on her drink. Who told you that? Shun Sujing exclaimed. How could Qingyu do such a thing? Wei Chuan mentioned it, saying he saw Shu Lang with a woman at the Marriott apartment. Shun Siqing replied that I believe she's from your circle. What's her name again? Ting? Shun Sujing's gaze darted between the 2 men, one casual and the other indifferent. She could not believe that Shi Qingyu would engage in such behavior. Yet, she heard Shi Qingyu respond nonchalantly. The last incident caused quite a stir. I feared it might disturb Tang Tang. Though his words were simple, both men understood the implication. Shin Siqing observed Shi Qingyu's nonchalant demeanor. His gaze fixed on the people below, and thought, this feels somewhat unethical. Shi Qingyu's lips curled into a faint smile, as if he had witnessed something amusing. She made her own choice. I'm going down to find Tang Tang. He announced, Second brother, Qingyu, you seem to place an unusual amount of importance on Tang Tang. Shun Sujing remarked, reflecting that if it were him, he might not have acted in such a manner. Shun Siqing furrowed his brow, feeling that something was amiss, yet unable to pinpoint it. Shun Sujing, having spotted something, rushed out without uttering a word. With the room now empty, Shun Siqing followed suit and descended the stairs. Downstairs, Shin Shutang and the others sat in a row, watching Shun Sujing approach a strikingly beautiful girl. Xie Tong excitedly grasped Shun Shutang's arm. Tang Tang, it's G-Man. It's G-Man, my favorite star. Please accompany me to get her autograph later. All right, just let me go. Shun Shutang replied, gently patting her hand. Though she didn't often watch television dramas, she frequently caught glimpses of G-Man's advertisements on large screens in shopping malls. Today, G-Man donned an off-shoulder gown. And as she entered the banquet hall, she intended to remove her outer layer. The heating inside made it quite warm, yet she still felt a chill from her recent arrival. Shun Sujing approached her. Sister G-Man, I didn't expect you to come. G-Man beamed. Young Master Shin invited me. How could I refuse? Happy birthday. Moreover, in such a setting, she surveyed her surroundings. Besides the Shun family, there were also the Chun and Zhao families, as well as the Shi family. Over there stood a world-renowned director, and nearby was a top domestic producer. Indeed, it was a gathering of high society. Shun Sujing inquired, Sister G-Man, are you cold? Should I have someone fetch you a shawl? Logically, such a gesture would be considered improper. G-Man was about to decline when she noticed several girls draped in shawls on the sofa. Oh, that girl over there is my second brother's girlfriend. The one in the middle is my sister, and next to her is her good friend. The Shin family maintained close ties with the Shi family, primarily because Shi Qingyu had a favorable relationship with the youngest daughter of the Shin family. A fact she had heard before. Your sister. Is her nickname Tang Tang? G-Man asked, hesitating as she looked at Shun Shutang, who seemed lost in thought. Shin Sujing was somewhat taken aback. Have you 2 met? That shouldn't be possible. They don't seem like the type to cross paths. G-Man smiled faintly, her thoughts drifting back to a time long past, a rather unfortunate period. Years ago, Miss Shin once offered me assistance. I'll go say hello. Chapter 43. I only believe in you. Xie Tong watched as G-Man approached, her excitement causing her to tremble as she grasped Shin Shutang's hand. Miss Shun, hello. Shin Shutang was taken aback by her sudden greeting, quickly releasing Xie Tong's hand to stand and shake G-Man's hand. Hello, sister. You are so beautiful. Oh, you know me. Shin Shutang inquired further. G-Man's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Miss Shun, we met 5 years ago. But you were so young then that you probably don't remember. You said the same words to me 5 years ago. Just a single phrase had altered the course of her destiny. At that time, she had just started her freshman year, having escaped from home with no money, staying in the capital during the holidays to work summer jobs, searching for roles on set. Yet, lacking resources, identity, and alone, she found herself in dire straits, with only 5 yuan to her name. She had seriously contemplated veering off the path, deeming money more important than reputation. Clad in a dress that cost 200 yuan, It was the most expensive outfit she had ever owned, intended to sell herself. Summoning her courage, she pushed open the door to a private room, where a young girl sat at the main seat. Upon her entrance, the girl complimented her beauty, and the man beside her glanced up. It was only later that she realized that man was Shi Qingyu. Eventually, that remark opened the doors to her opportunities in the entertainment industry, leading her to her first leading role and gradually carving her path. She longed to express her gratitude, yet Shen Shudang was not someone she could approach casually. Fate proved to be remarkable, and the opportunity to express her thanks finally presented itself. "Thank you, Miss Shun." Shen Shudang waved her hands repeatedly. "Sister, you are too kind. You are a friend of my third brother's. Just call me Tang Tang. By the way, this is my good friend. She is your #1 fan." Shen Shudang introduced Xietong. Xietong, nervous, stammered, I can't believe I'm seeing you in person." Both G-Man and Shen Shudang chuckled at her excitement. "Hello, your name is Xietong, right? Would you like to take a photo together after the banquet ends?" Xietong nodded vigorously, tears nearly spilling over. "Miss Shun, I will head over there first." G-Man inclined her head slightly. Shen Shudang beamed. "All right, sister, you go ahead." "Tang Tang, am I dreaming?" Xietong gazed at G-Man's retreating figure in awe. Shen Shudang laughed. "No, but you're about to crush my hand." Xietong suddenly regained her senses and hastily released her grip, which had left a red imprint on her hand. In comparison to a Tang Tang, I was far too anxious. "It's nothing, just a little red. It doesn't hurt," Shen Shudang said, rubbing her hand. Just then, her second brother had come down and taken Zhou Xingyang away. She had no idea where Shi Qingyu had gone. "Xietong, I wish to find brother Qingyu, so I won't accompany you for now." Xietong's gaze followed G-Man. "All right, you go ahead, that I will just watch my goddess." Shen Shutang wandered around the banquet hall, but saw no sign of Shi Qingyu. Instead, she noticed the host of this gathering was like Xietong, also gazing after G-Man's third brother. "Is she beautiful?" Shen Shutang leaned closer and whispered. "Beautiful." Shen Suqing replied instinctively, remaining motionless. Realizing what he had just said, Shen Suqing felt a twinge of embarrassment and lightly tapped her head. "Tang Tang." Shen Shutang chuckled. "Third brother. When will you confess your feelings?" "What do you know, little girl?" Shen Suqing's face flushed slightly. "I should ask you how you two met. It seems you know her even earlier than I do." Shen Shutang replied, "Huh. I don't really know. Sister Ji said she has seen me, but I don't remember. What can your little head remember? Although she seems to really like you, of course, with my charm." "Who wouldn't like me?" Shen Shutang's expression bore a hint of pride as she tilted her head slightly, revealing her fair neck. "Third brother. When did you start liking Sister Ji?" Shen Siqing's gaze precisely fell upon a glimpse of red within the crowd, the corners of his lips curving slightly as he replied in a soft, gentle voice, "A long time, 8G, so long that he could scarcely recall how many years had passed." Shen Shutang smiled at him. "How cheesy. Forget it. It won't affect your continued watching. I'm off to find brother Qingyu. All right, just be careful that if necessary, let a servant accompany you in no need. I'm an adult now." As Shen Shutang moved away, she overheard several female guests mention Shi Qingyu's name. Thinking she might have misheard, she paused to listen. "I never expected Mr. Shi to be the kind of person. I was stunned when I saw him earlier. Men are like that. It's quite normal, especially in this circle. Who doesn't keep a few?" Shen Shutang frowned at their words and interrupted. "Excuse me, but may I ask where you saw Shi Qingyu just now?" The women exchanged glances and scrutinized her before replying. "In the garden behind. But little sister, he might not be in a position to meet anyone right now." "Thank you." Shen Shutang expressed her gratitude and wrapped her shawl tighter as she headed towards the back garden. As she passed through the hall, the temperature plummeted, the cold biting into her. What could he possibly be doing out here in this chill? Shen Shutang quickened her pace, the cold air stinging her legs, causing her to shiver. The night grew dim, when suddenly she heard a faint feminine voice. "Assistant Lin, he can't treat me like this. Why should he treat me this way?" She halted, turning her head to see Lin Shulang leading a girl away. Shen Shutang instinctively furrowed her brow, the earlier words of the female guests echoing in her ears. The shawl slipped from her grasp, but she paid it no mind as her steps quickened. While she desperately wished to find Shi Qingyu, she also hoped to avoid encountering him here. A shadow approached her, and due to the dim light, the vines along the corridor obscured the moonlight. making it difficult for her to discern the person's face. Yet, from the figure and walking posture alone, she recognized it was Shi Qingyu. She halted, remaining still as they drew 2 steps closer. Shi Qingyu noticed her. His voice laced with doubt, emerging from the darkness. Tang Tang. Shin Shutang's heart skipped a beat as she asked, "What are you doing in the back garden?" Shi Qingyu did not respond but stepped forward. Removing his suit jacket to drape over her shoulders, Shin Shutang retreated a step, summoning her courage to question, "Who was the girl Assistant Lin took away just now?" Shi Qingyu's movements froze, seemingly caught off guard by her inquiry. Rendered momentarily speechless. "Who did Lin Shulang just send off? What is your relationship with her?" Shin Shutang's voice trembled, thick with suppressed emotion. "Shi Qingyu, I don't believe anything they say. I only want to hear it from you." "I trust you." Tears streamed down her cheeks, the wind chilling her face to the bone. Shin Shutang's gaze was fixed on him, yearning for a response. Yet Shi Qingyu remained silent, the stillness stretching painfully, as if time itself had frozen around them. After an agonizing wait for a reply, Shin Shutang felt the biting wind seep into her very being, leaving her entirely frozen in a moment of futile silence. She turned to leave, her heels echoing sharply against the stone path. Shi Qingyu, startled, hurried after her, grasping her wrist. Tang Tang. He found himself unable to articulate an explanation, whether regarding false rumors or his genuine actions. "Don't touch me." Shin Shutang's voice dripped with frost. This marked the first time Shin Shutang had spoken to Shi Qingyu in such a manner, as if her disappointment had reached its peak. Typically, it was well known that Shun Siken harbored a severe obsession with cleanliness. In truth, Shin Shutang shared this trait, with an even greater psychological aversion. She could not accept that Shi Qingyu, having touched someone else, would dare to touch her. Shi Qingyu held her icy wrist, his body trembling, uncertain whether it was his hand growing colder or his heart, yet he dared not release her. "Tang Tang, I can explain, but not now. Let's go inside, shall we?" Shin Shutang yearned to escape this place, longing to return home. She struggled against his grip, but Shi Qingyu held fast, his hand unwavering. "Why can't you speak now?" Shin Shutang pressed, turning to wrest her wrist free. "Shi Qingyu, I am no longer a child. I understand much." Tears streamed down her face, her voice a mix of grievance and fury, unable to comprehend why he constantly hid things from her. "Let go of me." Shi Qingyu too felt a lump in his throat. Tang Tang. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Shin Shutang had already struck him across the face, her palm tingling from the impact, seizing the moment of his shock. She wrenched her hand free and turned away without a glance back. However, Shi Qingyu quickly followed, matching her pace closely, not daring to utter a word. Just before entering the banquet hall, Shin Shutang paused at the entrance. Wiping away her tears, Shi Qingyu draped his suit jacket over her shoulders, speaking softly. "It's clean." Shin Shutang felt a mix of bitterness and sorrow. It turned out he was aware of her cleanliness obsession. She remained silent, pulling the jacket off and tossing it to the ground before pushing the door open. Shi Qingyu watched as the coat slipped from her shoulders, his heart seemingly falling alongside it. He bent down to retrieve the jacket, draping it over his arm before following her inside. The light in the banquet hall was bright, and the stark red imprint on Shi Qingyu's face was painfully conspicuous. As he entered, the entire hall fell silent. Yet he appeared oblivious, striding toward Shin Shutang. Shin Shutang dashed over to Shin Suqing, trembling all over as she clutched his sleeve, barely able to suppress her sobs. "Brother, I want to go home." Shin Suqing quickly removed his jacket and placed it over her shoulders, patting her back. "What's wrong?" There, don't cry, I'll take you home." Shin Shutang nodded, shaking uncontrollably. Shin Suqing wrapped his arm around her shoulders, leading her out, while Shi Qingyu trailed behind, silent. Once Shin Suqing helped her into the car, he turned and saw Shi Qingyu approaching, the slap mark still visible on his face. "Brother Qingyu, please apologize to Tang Tang for me. Her hand might be a bit swollen, so she'll need to ice it when we get home, that it's cold outside. Make sure to have someone prepare ginger jujube tea for her to..." The muffled sounds of her sobs drifted through the car window, and Shi Qingyu found himself a loss for words, stepping back slightly. "You take her home first." Shin Suqing, puzzled, nodded before entering the car. The cries grew louder and softer, while Shi Qingyu stood there, resembling a soulless shell as the car drove away. Shun Chudang finally broke down, collapsing onto Shun Suching's shoulder, sobbing heartbreakingly, her tears streaming like pearls from a broken string, soaking the fabric of Shun Suching's shoulder. Uncertain of what had transpired, Shun Suching gently rubbed her back, soothing her. It's all right, Tang Tang. We'll be home soon. Shun Chutang wept throughout her journey, her voice eventually hoarse, as she languidly nestled in Shun Sujing's embrace. After a considerable effort to stabilize her emotions, Shun Sujing refrained from inquiring further, escorting her back to her room and only departing once she had drifted into slumber. Shun Chutang's sleep was restless. She awakened several times during the night, each time discovering that only a few minutes had elapsed. Her WeChat notifications were abundant, yet she had no desire to peruse them, opting instead to power off her phone. Noticing her waning spirits, Shun Sujing arranged for her to take a leave of absence. However, she spent the entire day ensconced in her room, claiming she had not rested well, drifting in and out of consciousness, consuming only a few bites of food. When he inquired with Shi Qingyu, the latter revealed nothing of the events that had transpired, merely advising him to take good care of Tang Tang. The faint bruise on Shi Qingyu's face had faded, leaving only a light red mark. Lin Shulang, witnessing this with concern, noted that Shi Qingyu had not rested for over a day and had a meeting to attend the following day. Unable to contain himself, he urged, President Shi, you should rest. There's an important meeting tomorrow. Shi Qingyu pinched the bridge of his nose and asked, has everything been handled over there? Yes, President Shi, everything has been taken care of. This was my oversight, Lin Shulang replied, filled with regret over his first significant work blunder since beginning his career. Losing bonuses and performance metrics was trivial compared to the potential loss of his job, which would make finding another position in the capital exceedingly difficult. Last night, he had received word that someone was looking for Shi Qingyu at the banquet hall. Upon his arrival, he discovered it was Zhang Yuding, and alarms immediately went off in his mind as he attempted to usher her away. However, Zhang Yuding insisted she only wished to see Shi Qingyu for a moment, threatening to cause a scene if not allowed. Lin Shulang made the most regrettable decision of his life, leading her in through the back door. Shi Qingyu had originally intended to find Shun Chutang when he descended the stairs, but after a moment of contemplation, following Lin Shulang's words, he recalled something and proceeded to the back garden. Zhang Yuding stood, shivering in the cold wind, her resolve faltering. Rather than being treated like a pet, she wished to experiment with the idea of being a kept woman, especially by someone like Shi Qingyu. Upon his arrival, she forced a smile through her frozen countenance. President Shi. Shi Qingyu remained silent, his gaze fixed upon her white dress, strikingly similar to the one Shun Chutang had worn in Switzerland. His brow furrowing deeply. Did I heard that the person President Shi likes is still underage? Zhang Yuding inquired, surprised to find such a ruthless individual possessed of any moral compass. What do you wish to convey? Shi Qingyu's expression darkened in an instant. Since President Shi is willing to support me financially, I am naturally inclined to offer more in return. What I cannot provide, I can certainly do. Zhang Yuding approached him, her heart racing, yet she held her breath as she drew closer. When she suddenly lunged at him, Shi Qingyu deftly sidestepped, coldly regarding her as she lay sprawled on the ground. You overestimate yourself. Her frozen arms and knees hit the ground, a sharp pain coursing through her. Zhang Yuding watched as his polished shoes strode past her without a hint of hesitation, as if fearing that lingering even a moment longer might soil him. In that instant, she understood. It was not that Shi Qingyu had a moral line, but rather that all his tenderness was reserved for one person alone. Chapter 45. Illness that afternoon, Shi Qingyu was set to attend a meeting in Haishi. Before departing, he visited the Shin residence, only to find Shun Chutang's door firmly locked, with no one willing to admit him. Upon learning of his arrival, they locked the door from within, and he stood outside for half an hour, until he was compelled to leave, repeatedly instructing the servants to care for her. The following morning, Shun Sujing arrived to rouse Shun Chutang for breakfast, knocking on the door and calling, Tang Tang, Tang Tang, wake up and eat something before you sleep again. There was no response from within. Shun Sujing twisted the doorknob, but it would not budge. Realizing something was amiss, he hurriedly summoned a spare key. Upon unlocking the door, he rushed inside, only to find Shun Shutang lying on the bed. The cover's askew, curled up into a ball, her cheeks flushed. Tang Tang. Shun Sujing dashed to her side, lifting her into his arms and feeling her forehead, which was alarmingly hot. Panic surged within him. Uncle Wen, quickly call for a doctor. Tang Tang, Tang Tang, Shun Sujing called urgently, directing the nanny to fetch alcohol to wipe her palms and limbs. Shin Shutang was already delirious from fever, unable to articulate her distress, merely clutching at Shun Sujing's clothing as tears streamed down her face. He quickly contacted Shun Sikhen, who, lacking experience in caring for sick Shin Shutang, could only attempt to soothe her. The doctor arrived before Shin Sikhen, but Shun Shutang, stubborn even in her weakness, refused to take her medication or allow anyone to administer an injection, causing a ruckus for an hour before reluctantly swallowing a cup of warm water. Shun Sikhen, feeling both heartbroken and overwhelmed, instructed Wei Chuan to procure a nebulizer. The morning rush hour was fraught with traffic, and Shin Sujing's assistant, Zhou Yang, had already sent multiple messages inquiring about the situation, leaving everyone in a state of anxiety. Lin Shulang, seeing the messages, immediately asked, "Who is ill? Is it Miss Shun? How serious is it?" Secretary Shun Yinhang quickly followed suit with his own inquiries. With only half an hour remaining before the meeting commenced, the stakes were high, one being the annual senior-level meeting of the Shi Corporation, the other being Shun Shutang. Lin Shulang hesitated for a moment before knocking on Shi Qingyu's door. "President Shi, it seems Miss Shun is running a fever." Shi Qingyu immediately set down his pen, dialing Shun Shutang's number, only to find it unreachable. That he then took Lin Shulang's phone and called Shun Sikhen. After a lengthy wait, the call finally connected. Amidst the chaos, Shun Shutang's spirits had lifted somewhat, allowing her to muster enough strength to resist, having already knocked over 2 cups of fever-reducing medicine. When the call came through, Shun Sikhen surveyed the shards of glass strewn across the floor, his anger flaring as he thought, if this continues, should they sedate her and administer the injection? Would they let her burn her mind away? Shi Qingyu's heart twisted painfully. "Second brother, how is Tang Tang?" "June." Shun Sikhen ruffled his hair in frustration. "Aren't you at a meeting? Focus on that. Everything here is fine." "Second brother, put Tang Tang on the line." Shun Sikhen switched the phone to speaker mode and handed it over. However, upon hearing Shi Qingyu's voice, Shin Shutang instinctively slapped the phone away, her hoarse, weak protest echoing, "No, not Shi Qingyu." Shi Qingyu stared at the phone in shock for a moment before softly commanding, "Return." "Understood." Lin Shulang responded without hesitation, while private jet routes required a 4-hour advance notice. It was clear that Shi Qingyu could not afford to wait that long, that he booked the nearest flight, and their vehicle drove directly onto the airport tarmac, stopping beside the plane's boarding stairs. The flight attendant greeted him as he hastily descended, leaving a group of individuals trailing behind. The messages he had sent earlier seemed to have vanished into the void, and, as he settled into his seat, his hands, which were clasped together, trembled. The 2-hour flight felt interminable, each passing moment a torment. Upon landing, a prearranged driver awaited him, and as soon as he entered the vehicle, they sped away from the airport. Shin Sikhen received another call from Shi Qingyu. Initially assuming it was a follow-up after the meeting, to his surprise, Shi Qingyu stated he was on his way back and inquired about Shun Shutang's condition. Shin Sikhen sighed deeply. She is as stubborn as ever, refusing to listen to anyone, won't take her medicine or allow injections, and even refuses the nebulizer. "Second brother, do not pressure her. I will arrive shortly." Shin Sikhen expected him to mean within 3 hours, but to his astonishment, less than 20 minutes later, Shi Qingyu's vehicle halted at the villa's entrance, before the car had even come to a complete stop. He flung open the door and stepped out. Inside Shin Shutang's room, a doctor and several others surrounded her bed, where she huddled in the corner, crying softly, unable to be consoled. Shi Qingyu pushed through the crowd, reaching her bedside and enveloping her in his arms. Upon catching a whiff of his familiar scent, Shun Shutang instinctively nuzzled closer. Yet suddenly remembering something, she began to struggle, her cries intensifying. Shi Qingyu firmly held her in place. Picking up a nearby thermometer to check her temperature, "Tang Tang, it's all right, it's all right." The high fever was palpable even without measurement, and he wiped the sweat from her forehead, tucking her hair behind her ear, as she wept against him. Her shoulders shaking, her eyes bloodshot. His heart ached, rendering him speechless. After a morning of turmoil, Shen Shudang had only managed to sip a cup of warm water and a few bites of medicine. Having barely eaten since yesterday, unable to administer the medication, Shen Sikhen had arranged for food to be brought in, tomato and egg rice, the only dish she could stomach while unwell. Shi Qingyu took a spoonful and gently coaxed her. Tang Tang, be good, take a bite, just one bite, and you won't feel so bad. Shen Shudang hesitated for a long moment before slowly parting her lips and taking a small bite. Shen Sikhen and Shen Sujing, observing from the side, were astonished. In less than half an hour since his arrival, Shi Qingyu had not only managed to soothe her, but also successfully fed her. They were compelled to acknowledge that no one was more adept at caring for Shen Shutang than Shi Qingyu. Good, very good, Tang Tang. Take another small bite. That a bowl of rice had scarcely been filled to half when Shen Shudang resolutely refused to eat any further. Shi Qingyu set down his spoon, intending to fetch some water for her. But to his astonishment, in the next moment, Shen Shudang bent over abruptly, leaning against the edge of the bed, and expelled everything she had just consumed. Having eaten so little, she could only retch, unable to bring forth anything more. Merely heaving sour bile. Shi Qingyu hurriedly comforted her back, while Shen Shudang appeared to faint, her hands falling limply. He lifted her into his embrace, and upon seeing her dazed gaze, his heart felt as though it were pierced. He took a towel to gently wipe her face, receiving a cup of water from a servant, his voice thick with emotion. Tang Tang, dear, please drink some water. Shen Shutang weakly shook her head, her voice hoarse and frail. No, it's medicine. No, Tang Tang, be good. Just a sip, one sip is enough. Shen Shudang hesitated, tentatively tasting a small sip, and Shi Qingyu seized the opportunity to feed her a larger mouthful. Illness rendered anything she consumed bitter. And Shen Shutang refused to drink any more, her body sagging softly against Shi Qingyu on the carpet beside the bed, and on Shi Qingyu's shoes lay the remnants of what Shen Shutang had just expelled. He removed his shoes, summoned fresh blankets to envelop her, and, barefoot, carried her outside, pacing in circles in the penthouse living room, gently patting her back as he walked. The heaviness of her labored breaths filled his ears, her hot breath brushing against his neck. Consumed by guilt and sorrow, he wished fervently that he could bear the illness in her stead. After over an hour of coaxing, he finally lulled her to sleep. Though the fever had not subsided, Shi Qingyu carried her back to his guest room at the Shun residence, cradling her in his arms, and extended one of her arms for the doctor to administer an injection. Even as she slept, he continued to murmur softly to her, Tang Tang, be good, each word a tender plea, fearing that the pain would awaken her. Sitting by her side, he would occasionally touch her forehead. Then her cheek, one hand holding hers. The needle pierced her delicate skin, a white adhesive plaster placed over it. Her hand was so small, usually cool, now burning hot, while his own hand felt like ice. From the moment he learned of Shen Shutang's illness, a chill had enveloped him, and it had yet to dissipate. After 2 bags of 4 fluids, her temperature finally began to drop, and Shi Qingyu adjusted the blankets around her, instructing a servant to keep watch before stepping out. The moment the door closed, his demeanor shifted drastically. He ordered Uncle One to summon all the servants from the 5th floor. Shi Qingyu sat on the living room sofa, raised his hand, and smashed a teacup onto the floor. Uncle One, replace all the servants on the 5th floor. Uncle One had never witnessed Shi Qingyu's fury to such an extent since his tenure at the Shen household. His gaze was devoid of warmth, chilling to the bone. Yes, Mr. Shi. Lin Shulang felt a shiver of fear, simultaneously relieved by the decision he had made earlier that morning. Placing Shen Shudang first had never carried more weight. Shen Shudang had endured a fever throughout the night, and such a situation would never have occurred in the Shi household. Had Shi Qingyu been present, he would have checked on her several times, and the servants would have kept a vigilant watch at her door, never allowing her condition to deteriorate to such an extent, sparing her unnecessary suffering. Qingyu, how is Tang Tang? Xin Yanhang rushed over during his lunch break, only to hear the sound of shattered porcelain upon entering. Sure, Qingyu stood, having just administered medication. She's sleeping now. Shen Yanhang nodded slightly. Try to rein in your temper. He had never seen Shi Qingyu so enraged, nor had he often witnessed him angry at all. I'll go check on Tang Tang. Shun Yinhang ascended the stairs, glancing in from the doorway without entering, mindful of Zhao Wenxian's pregnancy, while Shi Qingyu reprimanded the servants. Shen Yinhang ascended to scold Shen Xiqing and Shun Sujing, his anger surpassing that of Shi Qingyu's earlier. Had it not been for Uncle Wen's intervention, he might have resorted to disciplinary measures. The group had not eaten since morning, and although the kitchen had prepared meals, none had the appetite to eat. Shi Qiu hastily consumed a few bites before heading upstairs. As he opened the door, he saw Shun Shudang lifting her hand, struggling to sit up in bed upon hearing the door. Shi Qingyu rushed to support her. Tang Tang, dear, don't move around. Shen Shutang nestled against him, disregarding his attempts to restrain her, wrapping her arms around his waist, her hoarse voice softly declaring, I'm the patient. Throughout her life, whenever Shen Shutang fell ill, her every request had been dutifully granted. Now, for a simple embrace, she felt compelled to articulate such a request. Shi Qingyu felt a pang of sorrow, gently patting her back, feeling her frail spine beneath his touch. All right, Tang Tang, you may have whatever you desire. Would you like to eat something? Shen Shudang considered for a moment before slowly shaking her head. Then how about some water? Again, she shook her head, her mind clouded, recalling the morning she had been tricked into taking medicine, resting against him in feigned ignorance to be good, just a little sip that a straw was placed in the cup. And after some contemplation, Shen Shudang finally accepted it, sipping delicately before resting again against Shi Qingyu. Upon hearing of her awakening, Shen Xiqing and the others made their way upstairs. Shen Shutang lacked her usual vitality. Appearing as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant, her eyes devoid of sparkle. Upon seeing Shen Xiqing, she merely gazed blankly, and he approached her, gently stroking her hair. Why do you seem so dazed? Shen Shutang stared for a moment before retreating into Shi Qingyu's embrace, her fingers weakly clutching at his clothing. The sight brought the others pain, especially Shun Sujing, who felt guilt and regret. As her older brother, he had failed to care for her as well as Shi Qingyu had, feeling deeply remorseful for not noticing her illness sooner. The servants brought more food, and this time, Shen Shutang obediently ate as Shi Qingyu encouraged her, chewing slowly and deliberately. After feeding her, he held her close, resting her head on his shoulder, gently patting her back. Be good, Tang Tang. Please don't throw up anymore. His voice carried a note of pleading, as if he were praying. After a while, Shen Shutang gave a faint nod. Resting her head on his shoulder and closing her eyes, she drifted back into slumber, obediently refraining from vomiting, and Shi Qingyu felt a slight relief as he gently laid her back on the bed. Throughout the night, Shen Shutang's fever fluctuated, rising and falling until the next morning, when it finally stabilized, though she still had a slight fever. The following morning, before heading to work, Shun Yinhang went to check on Shen Shutang. Surprised to find Shi Qingyu at her bedside, he knocked softly on the door. Shi Qingyu turned, still holding Shen Shutang's hand. Elder brother, how is Tang Tang? Shi Qingyu picked up the thermometer, noting a temperature of 37.5, still a bit elevated, but with today's 4 treatment, she should recover soon. All right, let Xiqing and the others keep watch. You should rest. Shi Qingyu nodded gently, then turned his gaze back to Shen Shutang, stroking the back of her hand. Due to the multiple days of IV therapy, a catheter remained in her hand, with blood returning through the thin tube, the crimson hue stark against her pale skin, which was swollen and bruised. Shen Yinhang observed him, noting his reluctance to move, and with a sigh, he turned to leave. Shen Shutang stirred awake in the morning, as docile as a wooden puppet, leaning against Shi Qingyu. When the hospital staff arrived to draw blood, she seemed oblivious to her fear, staring vacantly. Shi Qingyu pressed her head into his embrace, shielding her from the sight. It's all right, Tang Tang. It will be over soon. Yet, Shen Shudang did not react, either having succumbed to sleep or fainting from weakness in his arms. This state persisted until the afternoon, when Shi Qingyu, disregarding the doctor's dietary restrictions, simply wished for her to consume anything. He fed her spoonfuls of ice cream, wiping her lips afterward, and suddenly leaned in to plant a soft kiss on her cheek. Shen Shudang took a moment to react, feeling the proximity, before slowly uttering 3 words. It's contagious. Shi Qingyu held her close, responding softly. Good, he meant it. If being infected could bring her back to health. he would welcome it with open arms. Chapter 47. Pinky Promise. Shun Shutang gazed at him with a hint of confusion in her dim eyes, silently questioning. What is good? Tang Tang, be well soon. Sure, Qingyu replied, as he entwined her hand within his, wrapping his fingers around her delicate wrist. His voice laced with tenderness. You've grown too thin. He did not hide the pain in his tone. The body he had taken such care to nurture had seemingly regressed overnight, even worse than before. Lacking strength, Shun Shutang could only move her fingers, using her pinky to hook his finger. Tang Tang. You must get better soon. Shi Qingyu reiterated, linking their pinkies. Let us make a promise. Once you're well, you could do anything you wish, and I'll tell you everything you want to know. Brother Qingyu swears he will never keep secrets from you again. Shin Shutang's fingers occasionally twitched, serving as a response to him. She appeared to be in poor spirits, drifting in and out of sleep throughout the entire afternoon. Shi Qingyu remained by her side, reading to her during her moments of wakefulness and carefully placing her back on the bed when she dozed off, sometimes simply holding her close, gently rocking her. The following morning, Xie Tong took leave to visit, having grown increasingly worried since Shun Shutang had not attended school for 2 consecutive days. Each time she called, Shun Shutang was asleep, prompting her to come directly today. Shin Shutang's condition remained subpar. She had little appetite and ate very little at each meal. When Xie Tong arrived, she happened to encounter Shi Qingyu carrying a bowl of red bean soup. Preparing to enter. Upon seeing Xie Tong, Shi Qingyu instructed the servant to bring up another bowl of red bean soup, saying, I appreciate it. Please try to encourage her to eat more. His usual methods of coaxing Shin Shutang had ceased to be effective, and after much persuasion, he managed to convince her to swap ice cream for red bean soup. Xie Tong nodded, reassuring him, don't worry. The red bean soup in the bowl was thick and soft, enriched with milk. Xie Tong placed a bowl in front of her, saying, Tang Tang, do try it. It's absolutely delicious. She eagerly devoured the soup, her cheeks bulging. Shin Shutang looked at her with a faint smile, her voice a tad hoarse. Be careful, it's hot. It's no longer hot. Hurry and eat. Look at how sick you become, Xie Tong urged at this rate. I feel like I could knock you down with a single punch, that I understand, Shin Shutang replied, slowly picking up the spoon to take a bite. Shi Qingyu watched from outside, unable to suppress a smile as sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her face, which was pale, almost translucent, her lips devoid of color. Yet, it was a relief that she could finally eat something. Qingyu. Shi Qingyu turned to see Shun Yinheng standing at the far end of the corridor. He pivoted, greeting, elder brother. Shun Yinheng beckoned him over. Come with me. I have something to discuss. Shi Qingyu glanced back, gently closing the door behind him. All right. Once in the study, the two took their seats at the tea table, and Shi Qingyu began to brew tea. I have heard about the events at the banquet a few days ago. Shun Yinheng regarded him silently, exuding an aura of authority that was hard to ignore, a testament to his long-standing position of power. I apologize for the matter concerning Tang Tang. She could be a bit hot-tempered, having grown up without restraint. Elder brother, it's not Tong Tong's fault. I made a mistake, and she fell ill because of me. I am the one who should apologize. Shi Qingyu asserted, handing him a cup of tea. Tang Tang is just fine. Shun Yinheng nodded. There's one more thing that I have watched you grow up. You have always been meticulous and respectful in your dealings, never leaving anyone with a handle to grasp. Shun Yinheng took a sip from his cup, paused for a moment, then inquired, I heard you skipped the high-level meeting of the Shi Corporation? Yes, Shi Qingyu sighed softly. Although he typically conducted himself impeccably when it came to matters involving Shin Shutang, he could never maintain his composure. I understand that you have grown up with Tang Tang and hold her dear. But sometimes, you must prioritize your own affairs and refrain from exposing your vulnerabilities. The implication was clear, do not involve Shin Shutang. Shi Qingyu nodded, I understand, elder brother. He naturally wouldn't allow anyone to catch him off guard. Upon returning, he instructed Lin Shulang to take a detour around the Marriott. Tang Tang has matured, yet she still acts according to her whims. She has always been clingy, don't take it to heart. There are some things we brothers should not address directly. I will have when Xian talk to her later. Shin Shutang had been frail as a child, often carried and coddled by them, and as she grew, she was accustomed to being led by the hand. However, Shi Qingyu was not her biological brother, and there remained a distinction. He would not tell Shin Shutang what she ought to do or how inappropriate her behavior was. He would merely remind Shi Qingyu to be cautious. That while one could embrace, one must not harbor inappropriate thoughts. After a moment of reflection, Shi Qingyu smiled gently. Elder brother, rest assured, there's no need to have anyone speak to Tang Tang. As long as she is happy. That's all that matters, Shun Yinhang replied. The teapot on the table was still steaming. Then I shall take my leave. Please keep an eye on Tang Tang. Shi Qingyu stood to escort him out. Take care on your way. Elder brother, Tang Tang, how did you become so ill? Xietong observed her porcelain-like complexion, having previously dared to pinch her cheeks, but now approached with caution, after finishing a bowl of red bean soup. Shen Shutang's complexion improved slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Upon hearing Xietong's words, her brows furrowed, yet she remained silent. Noticing her discomfort, Xietong said, "All right, if you don't wish to talk, that's fine." Shen Shutang inquired, "How much homework do I have?" Xietong chuckled. "Even in this state, you're still thinking about homework? Look at your hands, which one can even write?" Shen Shutang glanced down, noticing her swollen hands. Initially, the needle had been inserted into her left hand, swelling within a day, and it was soon moved to her right, which now bore the same affliction. Oh, come on. What is there to worry about regarding your grades? If it comes to it, you can hire me as your tutor. All I ask is for meals. Xietong patted her chest. I promise to teach you well. Shen Shutang smiled vacantly. All right. Tang Tang, Xietong gently pinched her cheek. You're quite adorable like this. That a servant knocked and entered. Miss Xie, our young miss should rest now. All right. Xietong promptly hopped off the bed. Tang Tang, be sure to rest well. I'll come back to keep you company later. Shen Shutang nodded obediently, watching her leave before turning her gaze to Shi Qingyu as he entered. Shi Qingyu sat at the bedside. Are you going to sleep now? Noticing her stillness, he gathered her into his arms. Feeling a pang of melancholy, Tang Tang smiled today. Was Xietong happy when she came? Shen Shutang nestled against him and slowly replied. Xietong said she would come to be my teacher. All right. Shi Qingyu gently rubbed her hand. I'll have someone pay her. Xietong was a true little money grubber, having secretly confided to Shen Shutang about her savings, though it remained a mystery what she intended to do with the money. At the thought, Shen Shutang's lips curved upward into a faint smile. Seeing her smile, Shi Qingyu chuckled softly. All right, let's rest for a while. He lulled her to sleep before allowing the doctor to enter. The intravenous drip was administered while Shen Shutang slept, ensuring she would be as comfortable as possible upon waking. Chapter 48. Negotiation. By the afternoon, Shen Shutang had completely recovered from her fever. Xietong called to inform her that she would return later to prepare for the next day. For dinner, Shi Qingyu personally made a tomato beef soup, cooking the tomatoes until they were soft and peeling them. While the beef, usually sliced, was diced into small pieces today. Tang Tang, take another bite. Eat slowly. Shen Shutang lacked energy, growing tired as she ate, chewing slowly, while Shi Qingyu patiently waited for her to finish before feeding her another spoonful. Did you like the ceramic dinnerware I sent you last time? If you finish this bowl, I'll make you 2 more sets. How about that? The previous set had been crafted by Shi Qingyu, but the spoon had accidentally been broken by a servant, leaving her disheartened for quite some time. Shen Shutang wanted it, but she was already feeling slightly full, and besides, the last set had been a gift. Why was there now a condition attached? She looked at Shi Qingyu with a mournful gaze. No, what about those 5 sets? Shi Qingyu smiled, negotiating with her. How about I add 2 cups as well? Or, I can make you a cute little doll. Shen Shutang felt a flicker of interest, her eyes brightening. All right. Shi Qingyu quickly assented, as if fearful she might change her mind. Lin Shulang waited outside, once again realizing Shen Shutang's importance to Shi Qingyu. He had accompanied Shi Qingyu to countless negotiations, never once losing. Rare was the occasion when a deal fell through without an agreement to raise the stakes, at which point they would simply cease cooperation. Only in matters concerning Shen Shutang would Shi Qingyu recklessly raise the stakes, disregarding costs, all for the sake of her agreement, finding greater joy in her consent than in securing billion-dollar contracts. In the end, Shen Shutang could not finish her meal, playfully refusing in his embrace. Shi Qingyu protected her hand while affectionately ruffling her hair. Tang Tang, why are you being so stubborn? Shen Shutang buried her face in his chest. I'm not. All right, Shi Qingyu chuckled. I'm the one being stubborn. Shen Shutang lifted her head. It's you being stubborn. You said yesterday that you would tell me. Shi Qingyu paused in his grooming of her hair. Glancing at the time, all right, he felt a flutter of anxiety in his heart, his hand gently patting Shun Chutang's back, trembling slightly. Shin Chudang listened quietly, her thoughts a bit sluggish, but she understood enough. After the photos from their trip to Switzerland were leaked, some began to investigate her identity, and Shi Qingyu had also come under scrutiny. It was then that Zhang Yuding emerged, and Shi Qingyu, quite naturally, decided to use her to divert attention, signing a contract under the name of one of the Shi Corporation as subsidiaries to make her shield. Then why didn't you tell me at that time? Shi Qingyu's Adam's apple rolled as he lowered his head to gaze at her, reminiscent of a condemned prisoner awaiting his fate. The situation appeared undeniably sinister. He was not a virtuous man, merely feigning gentleness and kindness in front of Shun Chutang, that he feared her discovering the truth. Yet if such concealment could shield her, he would do so without a moment's hesitation. Are you afraid that I will come to despise you if I learn the truth? Shi Qingyu did not deny it, nodding in acquiescence. Shun Chutang's lips drooped, her voice hoarse, and her speech slow. I am unhappy that you have kept this from me, but your belief that I would come to dislike you only deepens my discontent. It shows a lack of trust in me, and in my affection for you. This matter was intended to protect her. Moreover, Zhang Yuding had willingly stepped into this murky water, seeking attention, and Shi Qingyu had not coerced her. Shin Chudang had no reason to harbor resentment towards him. A pang of regret pierced Shi Qingyu's heart, leaving it tinged with a bittersweet ache. Tang Tang, I am sorry. He held her hand, hesitant to move, reluctantly admitting that at times he fell short in the realm of love compared to Shin Chudang. She reciprocated his grasp. Brother Qingyu, you give me time to grow, and I shall grant you the same. I cherish every facet of you, whether it be your tenderness towards me or your cool demeanor in public. Thus, you need not fear my reaction upon learning the truth, nor worry that I would dislike you for it. Shi Qingyu stood momentarily stunned before enveloping her in an embrace. Tang Tang. His throat tightened, words eluding him as he simply held her close. He should have realized that someone as wonderful as her could never harbor prejudice against him. Tang Tang. Having you is truly a blessing. Rebound, Shun Chutang softly uttered, and together they erupted into laughter. Having been ill for nearly half a month, Shin Chudang was gradually recovering, able to eat and rise from bed. Remaining cooped up was not a viable option. So on a sunlit afternoon, Shi Qingyu led her to the fish pond behind the house to observe the fish. The koi in the pond were no less splendid than those in Yashuan's collection, each one plump and lively. Benches lined the pond's edge. Though winter had yet to arrive, Shin Chutang was already bundled in a plush coat, her intravenous needle having been removed, leaving slight bruises. She scattered fish food into the water, watching as the fish rushed to the surface, their tails splashing playfully. The little fish grow faster than you do, she remarked. The koi had only been there for less than a year, having arrived no larger than a palm. Now they had grown to arm's length and were quite rotund. Meanwhile, Shin Chudang had managed to lose weight, barely gaining a few pounds throughout the year. She playfully shot him a look. The little fish are adorably plump. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, then heard her inquire, will the koi get sick if they eat too much? They seem almost unable to swim. Not at all. If necessary, we can simply have more sent over. Mr. Sure. Lin Shulang, reluctant to disrupt the serene atmosphere, stepped forward to interrupt. What is it? Shi Qingyu did not lift his gaze, focused intently on Shun Chutang's hand. Lin Shulang hesitated. Just say it plainly to Mr. Shi. Zhang Yuding has been kidnapped. Instantly, Shun Chutang looked up, while Shi Qingyu gently patted her head. It's all right. The kidnappers called and demanded $50 million. Lin Shulang appeared to narrate a story, but was actually assessing whether this pawn was worth retaining. Handle it through the authorities. Understood. A gust of wind blew, and Shi Qingyu placed his hat atop Shin Chutang's head. Be good. Let's head back today. We can return tomorrow. Shun Chudang nodded, but paused as she passed Lin Shulang. Is everything all right? For now, yes. The kidnappers only want money. Shin Chudang lightly acknowledged, grasping Shi Qingyu's hand as they moved forward. Did Brother Qingyu give her the money? Yes. $1 million was provided at the time of signing the contract. You need not worry about this. Someone will take care of it. Shi Qingyu reassured her, holding her hand with a careful grip, fearing to hurt her. Fortunately, Shin Chudang had remained at home these past few days. and he had prepared in advance. Upon returning from Switzerland, he had sensed he was being watched. Many in Jing City had their eyes on him and the Shi family. At such times, some believed that being labeled as Shi Qingyu's girlfriend was advantageous. Tang, you should stay indoors for a while. We can venture out later, Shi Qingyu murmured, guiding her inside. The security at Lanjingting was stringent. Common folk could not enter, and even deliveries were managed by the security personnel. Understand, Brother Qingyu, you must also be cautious. Of course. Chapter 49. Interview by evening, Xie Tong arrived, immediately noticing the heightened security within. The incident involving Zhang Yuding had escalated online. Her agent had tweeted and directly sought assistance from the Shi family's official account. Why seek help from Shi when they won't rescue someone without a ransom? Xie Tong could not help but scoff while retrieving her books from her bag. Shen Shutang perused the notes Xie Tong had prepared. Some sections adorned with little doodles. Oh, you have no idea how dreadfully boring it was to attend class alone. I would have paid attention at all if it weren't for making notes for you. You have truly worked hard. Shen Shutang teased. I should be able to return to school in a few days. At a few days? I doubt that. Given the current situation, how could Shi Qingyu allow you to go to school? I think not, Shen Shutang replied with a faint smile. Now that Zhang Yuding has encountered trouble, Shi Qingyu is only more determined to protect her. It would be glaringly obvious to others that she is the one he seeks to shield. Besides, I usually travel in the Shun family car, and when Shi Qingyu drives me, he returns to Lanjingting to switch vehicles for work. Well then, I shall await your return, Xie Tong said playfully, unaware of the implications but confident that anything Shen Shutang decided would be unassailable by Shi Qingyu. The following day, when Shen Shutang awoke, the police had already released a notification online. Zhang Yuding had been rescued unharmed, albeit shaken. The Shi family issued their first statement regarding the incident, expressing regret over Zhang Yuding's kidnapping due to her being mistakenly identified as Shi Qingyu's girlfriend, and offered 50 million as humanitarian compensation. After that, Shen Shutang lost track of events. She rested at home for another 2 days before returning to school, having just recovered from serious illness. And with the cold weather setting in, Shen Shutang appeared more subdued, emanating a gentle warmth. Shen Sujing frequently returned home, anxious that Shen Shutang might suffer lingering effect from her illness, taking her for several medical checkups. Once even accompanied by G-Man who brought her gifts, as the year drew to a close, Shi Qingyu grew busier, preparing for a financial interview. Shen Shutang, wearing a hat and mask, sat in the back audience. Watching the dazzling Shi Qingyu on stage, her lips curving beneath the mask, the host began with some routine business inquiries, to which Shi Qingyu responded adeptly, even tackling some tricky questions with finesse. As the interview neared its conclusion, the host noticed Shi Qingyu appeared particularly cheerful that day and boldly asked, Mr. Shi, may I inquire about a topic beyond our initial two? Certainly. The host's spirits lifted. Could you share your original motivation for entrepreneurship? Shi Qingyu smiled, revealing his first genuine smile of the interview, for someone a vague statement. Yet the host sensed a sensational headline emerging, steadying himself. Ah, it is well known that many are intrigued by your romantic status. May I ask, are you currently single? Shi Qingyu smiled lightly. For the next 2 years, I will remain single. Why 2 years? The host pressed. You just mentioned 2 questions, Shi Qingyu replied with a distant smile, his gaze sweeping the audience until it landed on Shen Shutang, whose eyes sparkled with delight. The host quickly apologized, concluding the interview. Chapter 50. Aspiration. Once the interview ended, Shen Shutang followed the staff backstage, where Shi Qingyu awaited her in the lounge. Given the day's public appearance, he was dressed more formally, his silver tie clip gleaming under the lights. Tang, were you bored waiting? Shen Shutang removed her mask. Not at all. It was quite engaging. I would love to come again next time. Shi Qingyu took her hand. There may not be a next time. I truly wish to share everything with you. Come, let us dine. Shen Shutang seized the opportunity to slip her hand into the warm pocket of his coat. Let us go to Wadongfu. Assistant Lin mentioned it's nearby. All right, brother. As Shen Shutang stepped outside, she immediately spotted a familiar silhouette ahead. Zhou Xingyang, accompanied by a man. Tentatively, she called out. The figures turned, and Zhou Xingyang glanced in her direction. The previously tense atmosphere between them shifted to something subtly delicate. Shen Xiqing suppressed the simmering anger within him, deciding to address it later. Tinger, has it ended for you? He inquired, pulling Zhou Xingyang closer. Both he and Shi Qingyu had interviews that day, albeit in different halls. Shen Shutang replied, "It's over, second brother. Shall we go eat together?" "Sure, just wait a moment for Wei Chuan." He went to buy clothes. Only then did Shen Shutang notice Zhou Xingyang was clad in a long dress. "Second brother, I have an extra coat." "Let's have Xingyang Jie wear it first." Lin Shulang approached with a tote bag, and Shen Shutang handed the coat to Zhou Xingyang. "Thank you," Zhou Xingyang murmured softly, her fingers turning pale from the cold. "I'll return it clean after I wash it. And no need, I haven't worn this yet. Consider it a gift for you." Shen Shutang smiled sweetly. "Now, let us go eat. The dishes at Wadongfu are exquisite, especially the roast duck." Shi Qingyu followed behind, noticing Shen Xiqing lost in thought, reminded him, "Let us go, second brother." Zhou Xingyang began to warm up in the coat. A faint sweet scent lingered on the fabric, hinting at its expensive nature, perhaps a price she could never afford. And as for Wadongfu, without their company, she wouldn't even have the privilege to enter. They were from entirely different worlds. Why should she deceive herself? Seeing Zhou Xingyang's fingers clenched together, Shen Shutang asked, "Is something wrong? Xingyang Jie, are you cold?" Suddenly, her hand was clasped. Zhou Xingyang instinctively looked down. Shen Shutang's hand rested on the back of hers. Attempting to encase her fist, though her small hand couldn't fully cover it. "I'll warm you up," Shen Shutang said with a grin. "Miss Shen," Zhou Xingyang began, but Shen Shutang interrupted, "Just call me Tang Tang. There's no need for such formality." Zhou Xingyang withdrew her hand, having heard about Shen Shutang's illness, fearing her own coldness would be a burden to him. "Why, hands are too cold. I'll just keep them in my pocket to warm up." "That's fine," Shen Shutang replied. "Second brother is truly thoughtless. How will this be handled in the future?" she murmured quietly, and the two moved slowly ahead while the men behind them matched their pace. "Miss Shen, I and Mr. Shen are not from the same world. There will be no future for us." Shen Shutang was slightly taken aback. She turned to glance back but remained silent, linking arms with Zhou Xingyang as they entered the elevator. Descending first, Lin Shulang stood by the car, momentarily stunned to see Shen Shutang and Zhou Xingyang approach before opening the door. Zhou Xingyang hesitated, but Shen Shutang insistently pulled her inside. "Miss Shen, this is Mr. Sure Escart. Xingyang Jie. If you keep calling me Miss and Mr., I will get upset." Shen Shutang feigned annoyance that I could was like this during our last few meetings. "And what did you mean earlier about not being from the same world?" Zhou Xingyang lowered her gaze. She had unwittingly revealed her feelings moments ago and now struggled to articulate her thoughts. "Tang Tang, I will soon end things with your second brother," she whispered, her voice trembling slightly. Shen Shutang was uncertain whether Zhou Xingyang was cold or frightened, but what did it matter? They could still be friends. She liked her very much. Zhou Xingyang's emotions surged uncontrollably as tears streamed down her face. Shen Shutang raised the car divider and offered her a tissue. "Tang Tang, I'm just an ordinary person, wanting nothing more than to live a simple life, that I'm not suited for Shen Xiqing. I can't aspire to his level." Her words seemed disjointed, leaving Shen Shutang puzzled about what transpired between them. She gently patted Zhou Xingyang's back. "Xingyang Jie, what does suitable even mean? If you think differing family backgrounds make you unworthy, then I believe my brother is the one who aspires to you based on character and looks. Though he sometimes speaks harshly, he is actually very gentle at heart. I may not know what has transpired between you, but I can see my brother truly cares for you." Zhou Xingyang dabbed her tears with the tissue. "Tang Tang, I understand what you mean, but yet, she was not Shen Shutang, the girl nurtured within a greenhouse, forever shielded from the harshness of life. Xingyang Jie, there is fundamentally no difference between people that, if you believe wealth and power have cloaked my brother in an unreachable guise, you too can possess other qualities that make you equally admirable. If you desire a love of equal standing, then strive for it." Shen Shutang wiped a tear from the corner of her eye, urging her not to dwell in sorrow, lamenting about disparate worlds and impending ends. Feeling the warmth on her face and seeing Shen Shutang's teasing smile, Zhou Xingyang couldn't help but chuckle, though her tears flowed more fiercely. "Tang Tang, thank you." She crumpled the tissue in her hand, folding and unfolding it repeatedly. The car gradually came to a stop, and Lin Shulang opened the door. Zhou Xingyang had regained her composure, although her slightly swollen eyes remained noticeable. After Shun Chutang exited, she shot Shen Xiqing a glare before reaching for Shi Qingyu's hand, leading him inside. Shi Qingyu, having been sullen throughout the ride, finally smiled as he held her hand. Tang Tang, you left me behind earlier. That was only because I was with Xingyang Jie, Shun Chutang retorted playfully. Shi Qingyu remained silent, content as he held her hand. Zhou Xingyang, Shun Xiqing approached, firmly taking her hand and lowering his voice. We haven't broken up yet. Zhou Xingyang remained silent, allowing him to lead her onward. As Shen Xiqing guided her inside, he observed the two ahead and momentarily felt they resembled a couple more than he and Zhou Xingyang did. Chapter 51. What do you desire? The atmosphere at the dining table was somewhat delicate. Shen Shudang sat beside Shi Qingyu, while Shen Xiqing occupied the seat next to Zhou Xingyang. Shen Shudang radiated joy, whereas Zhou Xingyang wore a more serious expression. Ignoring the rest, Shen Chutang indulged herself, enjoying the meal as Shi Qingyu served her dishes and ladled soup. Zhou Xingyang occasionally lifted her gaze, staring blankly at them. This was her first glimpse of their usual interaction. Previously, during a gathering at a private room, their closeness had struck her. Today, witnessing their dynamic again surprised her. She had encountered Shi Qingyu during an alumni speech at a university and in meetings with Shen Xiqing. Yet she had never seen this tender side of him, his smile never fading. Reflecting on past classmates joking that Shi Qingyu must be expressionless, Zhou Xingyang realized he wasn't incapable of laughter. Rather, the person who brought him joy simply wasn't by his side. Shen Shutang was not merely the pampered child of her family. She was uniquely cherished, a love unlike any other, a love that anyone would envy. Shen Shutang, however, was oblivious to such comparisons. She had been eating lightly for a while, and today she relished the chance to dine out, her appetite robust. Shi Qingyu served her slices of roast duck, each piece perfectly sized for her to enjoy in a single bite. The roast duck at Wadongfu was renowned throughout the capital, and she savored every morsel, swinging her legs as she chewed while glancing at the couple across from her. Shi Qingyu waited patiently for her to finish before inviting her to try the next dish. Carefully gauging the portions to avoid overindulgence, she was allowed only 2 of the crispy golden rolls. Shen Shutang grumbled softly, urging him to promise to return with her next time. Shi Qingyu smiled, repeatedly assuring her, and coaxed her into finishing half a bowl of ginseng soup. Once she was satisfied, she noticed that Zhou Xingyang and Shen Xiqing had barely touched their meals. Not wanting to linger, she gently tugged on Shi Qingyu's sleeve and whispered, "Let us head home." Seeing him nod in agreement, she called out, "Second brother, we're leaving first. You two take your time." Shen Xiqing glanced up, understanding, and replied, "Remember to take your medicine when you get back." Shen Shutang pouted in dissatisfaction, but as she stepped outside, she playfully added, "Don't argue, okay?" Upon entering the vehicle, Shi Qingyu gently gathered her into his arms, tenderly massaging her abdomen while responding to her peculiar queries. Questions about whether they would argue in the future and how they might resolve such conflicts. Listening to her, Shi Qingyu's heart softened, and ultimately he pacified her with a lollipop. This year they were initially supposed to return to Sioux City for the new year, but due to Zhao Wenxian's pregnancy and her physical discomfort, Chen Mushing hurried back from Sioux City ahead of schedule, facilitating Zhao Wenxian's transfer to the hospital near Lanjiangting. Now in her late pregnancy, she found herself bored at home and with Shen Shutang on holiday. The pleasant environment of Lanjiangting, coupled with the presence of more household staff and proximity to the military hospital, made it an ideal choice. Upon his return, Chen Mushing discovered that Shen Sujing had been unwell for nearly half a month, prompting him to scold her brother, Shen Sujing, in frustration. However, not long after, Shen Sujing returned from the filming set limping from an injury. The Shen family villa buzzed with an unprecedented liveliness, leaving only Shen Gengli alone in Sioux City. Lamenting his grievances to Chen Mushing over the phone, the scarf that Chen Mushing had knitted last year for the new year was finally completed, though her slow progress was attributed to the bustling household. That evening, with everyone gathered at home, Chen Mushing distributed the scarves as "I Chen, this one is for your girlfriend. Although I haven't met her, I trust your taste. You always choose wisely." Leaning against the sofa, Shen Xiqing glanced up and dismissively stated, She doesn't want it. What do you mean she doesn't want it? You haven't even asked her, Chun Mushing exclaimed in irritation, lightly smacking his shoulder and placing the scarf on his L. Please take it over and ask her. Shun Siqing remained silent, staring at the scarf on his lap, thinking that if she didn't want him, she certainly wouldn't want his gift. Second brother, if you don't want it, pass it to me, Shun Sujing piped up. Extending her hand, Shun Siqing swatted her hand away and pulled the scarf closer, growling, leave. Shun Sujing, feeling somewhat wronged, retorted, but you're the one who said you didn't want it, second brother. Chun Mushing questioned her. Xiao Jing, don't you already have one? Why do you want your second brother's? Shun Sujing's face flushed as she stammered. I think his looks better. Chun Mushing eyed her skeptically. How did you manage to get such acting skills? Don T, tell me your second brother bought you some fans. Shun Chudang chuckled, trying the scarf on Shi Qingyu, and leaned into his embrace, her shoulders shaking with laughter, while the look on Shi Qingyu's face nearly screamed guilt. Gently stroking her back, he said, slow down. Xiao Jing, have you developed a crush on someone? Chun Mushing inquired, then added, as if recalling something, is it that actress? What is her name? G-Man, was it? No, Mom, don't guess. I need to head upstairs. Shun Sujing exclaimed, darting out of the room as if fleeing. You little rascal, I'm not stopping you. Chun Mushing laughed helplessly, realizing she would have to knit another scarf. Qingyu, I forgot to ask you the other day in my rush. The color was chosen by Tang Tang. Oh, you like it? Sure, Qingyu replied. Thank you, Annie. Tang Tang has great taste. I love it. Shun Chutang glanced at him, a hint of pride in her demeanor. The scarf was a bluish gray, reminiscent of the sky's hue when she had sent him off, a color she particularly favored. Shi Qingyu typically wore dark tones, and while blue was striking, the gray undertone muted its brightness, making it quite suitable. Playing with his fingers, Shun Chutang remarked, blue looks best. Indeed, it's beautiful, Shi Qingyu agreed with a smile. She continued, but I want to see you in red. Next year when I have time, I'll learn from Mom and knit you a red one. Sounds good, Shi Qingyu replied, grinning wider than she was, nuzzling his chin against her head, grateful for her presence in his life year after year, and thankful for the warmth and sweetness she brought. Shi Qingyu seemed to treat the scarf as a symbol, never parting from IT by the year's end. During various meetings of the Shi family, he could be seen adorned in that bluish-gray scarf. This year, the Shi family had their holiday early, and Lin Shulang also took his leave with a substantial bonus. Following his bout of illness in autumn, Shi Qingyu stayed close to Shin Chutang, fully equipped when they went out, fearing even the slightest chill for her, ensuring she consumed nourishing medicinal meals. Shin Chutang also received the 5 sets of tableware and 2 teacups, along with 2 adorable little ceramic figurines that Shi Qingyu had promised her earlier. Initially, she thought she would not receive them, especially since she saw him nearly every day, unaware of when he had managed to prepare them. Chapter 52. The task Shin Chutang held a miniature version of the figurine in her palm. Feeling its cool, smooth texture, Shi Qingyu, when did you make this? She asked, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. Shi Qingyu caressed her cheek, assuring her, I promised you, don't cry, my dear. Shun Chutang leaned against his shoulder, her hands tightly clasped. But I didn't finish my meal that day. It's all right, Tang Tang. Even if you didn't eat, it was still meant for you that I merely took the opportunity to make a request. Promise me you'll eat well from now on. Shin Chutang mumbled into his embrace. And take your supplements diligently that I won't fall ill again. She earnestly promised, including Shi Qingyu in her vow. You too, brother Qingyu. He chuckled softly, replying, all right, at the conclusion of the negotiations. He felt he had already gained immensely. Everything that followed felt like a delightful surprise. With so much tableware, Shin Chutang certainly wooed to use it all, and she gave him one of the cups and a little figurine. As the festive atmosphere intensified, Shan Gungli finally returned from Sioux City, and Shun Yinhang took his leave as well. Shi Qingyu visited the Shi family's ancestral home, informing Shin Chutang that his New Year gift would arrive a little late. Shin Chutang, of course, did not mind and replied that her own would be slightly delayed too. She had thought that the tableware was the gift, but Shi Qingyu laughed, saying, how could one gift be used so many times? Over the next few days, fireworks displays lit the night sky at 8 each evening, and Shin Chutang, standing on the balcony, found herself captivated, eagerly awaiting the spectacle each night. Dear Tang Tang, Shin Shutang was in a video call with Shi Qingyu when she heard a voice and turned around to find Chun mushing at the door. Beckoning her, "I'll talk to you later, brother Qingyu. Mom is here." She waved at her phone before ending the call. She hurried over to her mother, asking, "What is it, Mom?" Chun mushing pulled her down onto the sofa. "Tang Tang, the girl who accompanied you to the hospital last time with Xiao Jing. Wasn't she G-Man?" Shin Shutang recalled the incident and nodded yes. "Why? How is she? What is her personality like?" Shin Shutang couldn't help but laugh. "Mom, I've only met Sister G-Man twice, but she's beautiful and quite nice. She even gifted me an herbal sachet last time." Chun mushing pondered, feeling a bit blindsided that her second child was secretly dating. And now the third was getting involved as well, leaving her in the dark. "But Mom, I have a secret to tell you," Shun Shutang whispered conspiratorially, leaning in to share a secret. Chun mushing gasped and covered her mouth. "Really?" Shun Shutang confirmed, "Really." Suddenly, Chun mushing grasped her hand. "Tang Tang, I have a task for you." "Huh." 10 minutes later, with a sense of duty, Shin Shutang knocked on Shun Sujing's door. "Tang Tang? What is up?" "Third brother, Mom sent me to bring you some 5 red soup." Shin Shutang looked somewhat guilty at the tray. 5 red soup. Laughter erupted from Shun Sujing's phone. "Shun Sujing, you still drink this?" His face turned beet red. "No." "Tang Tang, why are you bringing me this?" Shin Shutang couldn't admit she was at a loss for an excuse. "Aunt Wong cooked too much, so she asked me to bring some to you. Is that you?" "Tang Tang?" "Yes, Sister G-Man, it's me." Shun Shutang handed the tray to Shin Sujing and greeted the phone. Shin Sujing, feeling somewhat helpless, passed the phone to her, carrying the tray inside. "Sister G-Man, did you go home for the New Year?" Shun Shutang asked casually. "Not yet, Tang Tang, but I have some work, so I'm staying in the city for now." "Oh, are you spending the New Year alone at home? Aren't you bored?" G-Man smiled. "Not really. I'm used to it." "Then Sister G-Man, why not spend the New Year with us?" Shin Shutang's word surprised not only G-Man, but also caused Shun Sujing to drop her spoon in shock. "That might not be appropriate." "What is inappropriate about it?" "Sister G-Man, I'm inviting you. You wouldn't refuse me, would you?" Shin Shutang's charm and coaxing was unmatched, especially since G-Man felt indebted to her. "If it's an invitation from Tang Tang, how could I possibly refuse?" "Great. It's settled then." G-Man received a phone call, and after a brief farewell, they hung up. Shun Sujing stared wide-eyed at Shin Shutang, astonished at how easily she had managed to invite someone over. It seems that, compared to him, G-Man appears to harbor a deeper affection for Shin Shutang, which suddenly stirs a pang of jealousy within. "What's the matter, third brother?" Shin Shutang inquired, returning his phone with a radiant smile. Shin Sujing gave her a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Tang Tang is formidable." "So, does third brother have anything to reward me with?" She asked playfully. "You say?" "As long as third brother can do it, I will promise you." A triumphant smile flickered across Shin Shutang's face. "How did you get to know Sister G-Man?" Anticipating her question, Shun Sujing replied, "We met while filming." "I don't believe you." Shun Shutang scrutinized him. "Last time you mentioned that Sister G-Man didn't know you yet." Shun Sujing clarified, "At that time, we indeed didn't know each other. We got acquainted later. When did you start to like Sister G-Man?" Shun Shutang pressed on. When Shun Sujing's voice trailed off, perhaps around 5 or 6 years ago. "Do you recall that one evening when I returned home, quite late from school? I lost my phone while out having fun, and by the time I realized it, it was very late, with many shops closed, that I was wandering alone, unsure of how long I would walk. When I encountered G-Man, and then, well, there wasn't much else. She lent me her phone to call for a ride and waited with me until the driver arrived. Afterwards, that number turned out to be disconnected." He still vividly remembered the rush of emotions that surged within him at that moment, feeling his heart race uncontrollably. That is the reason you were so determined to apply to the acting academy?" "Yes," Shun Sujing instinctively answered, then quickly realized, "Wait, why are you asking so many questions today? Hurry up and get some sleep." Shin Shutang, having completed her mission, giggled and dashed away, exclaiming, "Mommy, mission accomplished." Shun Sujing, still nursing an injury, couldn't catch up with her, angrily calling out her name. "Shun Shutang, you actually sold out your brother." Shin Shutang had already flung herself into Chun Mushing's embrace. "Mommy, brother is so fierce. Don't be afraid. Mommy will protect you." Chun Mushing reassured, ruffling her hair. "I can't believe it. Xiao Jing, you've hidden this so well." "Mom, You're just following along with Tong Tong's mischief. Shun Sujing remarked that I am not mischief-making. Shun Shudang protested indignantly. By the way, Mommy, Sister G-Man is coming tomorrow. Ah, so sudden, Chun Mushing exclaimed, clapping her hands in a flurry. What should we prepare? We have nothing at home. Mom, you two shouldn't be so excited. She's not even my girlfriend yet. Shun Sujing quickly interjected, noting that with their current behavior, G-Man would likely be frightened away upon arrival. Shun Shutang and Chun Mushing exchanged glances, stunned. So he hasn't won her over yet? Chapter 53. Warmth. The next morning, G-Man sent a message to Shun Shutang, stating that she had arrived at the neighborhood entrance but couldn't get in. Chun Mushing urged Shun Sujing to go and fetch her. Initially, it was only Shun Sujing who felt anxious, but upon realizing he hadn't yet won G-Man's heart, Chun Mushing's heart raced as well. Complaining, she pinched Shun Gungli's arm. It's all your fault for raising such a good son who can't even chase after a girlfriend. Shun Gungli smiled. Yes, it's all my fault. We'll talk about this later. It's not good for anyone to see us like this when she arrives. Shun Shudang stifled a laugh as she arranged the chamomile on the table. She had gone to great lengths to inquire about G-Man's preferences from Sietong for today. I'll take care of you later, Chun Mushang said, shaking off Shun Gungli's hand and walking to the door to peer outside. In the distance, she spotted two figures approaching, one of whom was limping. Chun Mushing hurried back inside, announcing, They're coming. Gungli, does this outfit look okay? Is there anything that seems off? It's perfect, very beautiful, and suits you well, he assured. Shun Shutang gently rested her hand on Zhao Wenxian's belly, which was now round like a watermelon, as she approached her due date in just over a month. However, it was soft, and placing her hand on it, she could feel the baby moving. Mommy, you seem so nervous. Don't scare her away later. Oh, dear. Chun Mushing sat down beside her, attempting to calm herself. You don't know, I couldn't sleep a wink the night your eldest brother brought Xian home. Zhao Wenxian smiled shyly. It's all right, Mom. No need to worry. Xiao Jing is a good person. Just let things unfold naturally. As she finished speaking, Shun Sujing entered with G-Man, taking the gifts from G-Man's hands and handing them to Uncle One. While a servant offered her a new pair of slippers, the G-Man was taken aback by the number of people in the house and nearly dropped her jaw in astonishment. She knew Shun Sujing came from a good family, but she hadn't anticipated it to be this impressive. Had she known earlier, she would have hesitated to come. Sister G-Man, come over here, Shun Shudang called, leading her along. Sister G-Man, this is my mom and dad. My elder brother and sister-in-law are here, and my second brother is still upstairs. Hello, Uncle and Annie. Hello, elder brother and sister-in-law, G-Man said, still dazed as she followed Shin Shutang's lead. She quickly attempted to correct herself, but Zhao Wenxian was already smilingly responding. Chun Mushing, usually articulate, stumbled over her words, nervously addressing G-Man. Oh, you must be G-Man, right? What a lovely young lady. Please come and sit here. G-Man hadn't heard such endearments in ages. She felt a surge of emotion and relaxed, taking a seat beside Chun Mushing. Thank you. And yet no need to thank me. I should be thanking you for looking after Xiao Jing. I heard you were his senior and took care of him when he was injured. Shun Sujing, standing at the door, chuckled helplessly as he limped over to sit on the opposite sofa. It's nothing, really, he said, knowing that his injury was indeed a result of her actions. The G-Man smiled shyly, casting a furtive glare at Shun Sujing, who hadn't mentioned his family circumstances. His elder brother was the CEO of the Shun Corporation, and his older brother worked at the municipal hall. Their father was a notable political figure in Sioux City. Shun Shudang had come in without any preparation, looking like a fool, carrying her things. Fortunately, the atmosphere remained pleasant, with Shun Yinhong's attention entirely focused on Zhao Wenxian, fetching her tea and tucking a blanket around her. Chun Mushing engaged her in conversation about mundane topics, ensuring there were no awkward silences. As they neared lunchtime, the men left to prepare the meal, leaving only the women in the living room. The conversation resumed, lively and harmonious. During the meal, Shun Shutang sat next to G-Man, persistently serving her food at G-Man, who usually maintained a strict diet, ate sparingly, though she was a true foodie at heart. Especially since this meal was prepared by Shun Sujing and his family. An opportunity she might never get again. By the end of the meal, she felt full and warm all over. The living room was adorned with a thick carpet, and Shun Shutang leaned against the sofa, narrating fairy tales, claiming she wanted to provide prenatal education for the baby in Zhao Wenxian's belly. Chen Mushing chatted with G-Man, their voices gentle in the cozy atmosphere, making one feel somewhat drowsy. It was at this moment that Shi Qingyu entered, some snowflakes resting on his shoulders, his scarf lovingly wrapped around him. Looking somewhat silly, he walked directly to Shen Shutang's side, gently patting her shoulder while Shun Yinhang approached as well, noting that Zhao Wenxian had already fallen asleep. Shun Chudang rose, feeling that there were too many people on the sofa today, and pulled Shi Qingyu upstairs. "Brother Qingyu, what brings you here?" Shun Chutang asked, holding his slightly cold hand. "It snowed outside. Did I miss you a bit?" Shen Shutang, clad in a creamy white sweater with her hair tied back, looked gentle and soft, emanating warmth. Shi Qingyu gazed at her with a hint of melancholy. "Tang Tang, you seem so busy today. You hardly replied to my messages." Shen Shutang laughed, taking a couple of steps forward to embrace him. "We have guests at home today, the G-Man's sister from the birthday party last time." Shi Qingyu's expression darkened momentarily, his hands stiffening for a second, seeing that she hadn't recalled anything else. He relaxed, burying his head in her neck, savoring her fragrant softness, which gradually melted away the chill surrounding him. "Mission, that's why I came to find you." Shun Chudang felt a ticklish sensation and laughed, trying to push him away, but Shi Qingyu held her hand, pulling her closer to him. "Tang Tang, you owe me a compensation." All right, just don't talk. It's too ticklish." The person in his arms giggled sweetly, and Shi Qingyu felt a wave of sweetness wash over him as he obediently quieted down, holding her tightly. Outside, the snow fell softly, blanketing the ground in white and obscuring all colors. "Brother Qingyu, it's so beautiful." "Emichim, and Tang Dang is beautiful too." Shun Chudang chuckled. "I meant the snowy scenery outside, but Brother Qingyu is also handsome." She added. Shi Qingyu buried his face in her neck, reluctant to lift his head, seemingly shy, rubbing against her a couple of times, which made Shen Shudang burst into laughter again. Finally, feeling exhausted, she made a desperate attempt to escape his embrace, only to be caught again by Shi Qingyu. "All right, no more teasing." Shun Chudang gasped for breath. "It's not me. It's clearly you who's being playful." Shi Qingyu stroked her back to soothe her. "Okay, my fault. Did you not eat much for lunch?" Shen Shutang leaned against him, gazing up at him. "Brother Qingyu, it was only today that I realized how exhausting it is to serve others food. Was it really so arduous for you every time you helped me?" "I didn't feel it," Shi Qingyu replied. "I only knew that seeing you eat obediently made me immensely happy and satisfied." Chapter 54. The snowman in the afternoon. Shi Qingyu had Yashuan bring over some snacks, supervising Shun Chutang as she ate. When G-Man saw Shi Qingyu, she was momentarily taken aback and politely greeted him. Holding half a piece of date paste pastry, Shen Shudang suddenly asked, "Brother Qingyu." G-Man said, "She has met me before, but I can't recall oh, you remember?" Shi Qingyu was focused on wiping her hands and replied that he did not remember. "All right," Shen Shudang said, popping the half piece of pastry in her mouth and naturally extending her hand for him to wipe. In that fleeting moment, G-Man, who was anxiously waiting for Shun Suqing to come down, felt her palms become sweaty upon hearing Shi Qingyu's response of not remembering, finally feeling a sense of relief. She suddenly regretted rashly agreeing to Shun Chutang's invitation. Dinner consisted of lamb, leaving Shen Shutang feeling warm and eager to pull Shi Qingyu outside to play in the snow. She recalled that last year's snowfall was scant, preventing them from making a snowman, and she remembered that although the snow on the lawn was not thick, it was still sufficient for building one. Shen Shutang stood to the side, giving instructions, while Shi Qingyu rolled 2 snowballs, one large and one small, stacking them together. But he still needed decorations. He told her to wait there while he went to fetch some. G-Man stood at the door, waiting for Shun Suqing to come down. Upon hearing footsteps, she turned to see Shi Qingyu. Momentarily stunned, he was covered in snow, holding 2 carrots, his hair slightly disheveled, completely devoid of his usual noble and refined demeanor. The atmosphere turned awkward, and G-Man chuckled, thanking Mr. Shi for today. She did not truly believe that Shi Qingyu had forgotten. She understood the implications of such gatherings. However, the organizer of the gathering had been unaware that Shi Qingyu had brought someone along. A little girl at that, and by the time they found out, it was already too late. Shi Qingyu's claim of not remembering today was merely to spare her some face in front of the Shen family. A simple thank you was trivial, yet necessary. Shi Qingyu responded with a casual mm and continued walking away. G-Man felt an urge to laugh, but stifled it. When Shin Suqing finally came down, she could not help but ask, "Mr. Shi, is this how you are in private?" Shin Suqing replied, "He behaves like this in front of Tang Tang. We are all used to it." Perhaps it was true that Shi Qingyu only acted this way in front of Shin Shutang. Using carrots for the nose and 2 pebbles for the eyes, Uncle Wen had also broken off 2 twigs for Shin Shutang to insert on either side of the snowman. Shin Shutang looked at it from different angles. Feeling that something was missing, "Brother Qingyu, is the eye not pretty?" Shi Qingyu instantly guessed her thoughts, taking her hand and saying, "Let us go find other stones." Shin Shutang looked up at him and asked, "What kind of stones? Didn't I give you some black agate last time? Would Tang Tang be willing to part with them?" Shi Qingyu asked with a smile. Shin Shutang's eyes lit up. "Yes, the eyes should be black to look good." "Indeed, you are right," Shi Qingyu agreed, leading her outside. Along the way, there was some snow accumulation, and Shin Shutang played as she walked, gripping his hand tightly, fearful of slipping as they walked. Shin Shutang suddenly halted, spotting 2 figures ahead that looked like her third brother and the others. Shi Qingyu glanced up and discerned under the streetlight that the 2 figures were indeed G-Man and Shin Suqing. Shin Shutang leaned forward to listen, curious about their conversation. "What do you mean by can he?" she wondered aloud. Shi Qingyu pulled her back into his embrace. "Tang Tang, it's impolite to eavesdrop." Under the streetlight, the 2 figures had drawn closer together, and Shi Qingyu sheltered Shin Shutang in the shadows of a tree. His throat unconsciously tightening. Wrapped his coat, Shin Shutang's muffled voice emerged. "Brother Qingyu, I want to eavesdrop anymore. Please let me go." Shi Qingyu lowered his gaze to her hair, his voice slightly hoarse. "Just wait a moment." Tang Tang. Obeying his words, Shin Shutang nestled further into his embrace, clutching the fabric around his waist, and slowly raised her head to look at him. Her eyes sparkled brightly, far more captivating than black agate. In a hushed tone, she said, "Brother Qingyu, we mustn't be discovered." Shi Qingyu's heart momentarily halted as he became entranced in her gaze, then suddenly chuckled softly, responding with an before leaning down to kiss her cheek. The warm sensation lingered briefly, leaving Shin Shutang momentarily stunned, her cheeks flushing as she buried herself back into his embrace. Time passed unnoticed, and soon the streetlight no longer cast shadows. The 2 of them had forgotten about returning to the Shun residence for stones. Hand in hand as they strolled back, the moonlight bathed the snowy ground, the crunching sounds beneath their feet growing fainter. When Shin Shutang awoke the next morning, she discovered that the snowman's eyes had been replaced with black agate, which looked splendid indeed. Uncle Wen stood nearby. "Little miss, Mr. Shi got up early to change them. He has returned to the Shun residence. He asked me to inform you." A gentle smile graced Shin Shutang's face. "Okay." Suddenly reminded of something upon seeing the snowman's face, she dashed upstairs to borrow blush from Chun Mushing, applying a rosy tint to the snowman's cheeks before snapping a photo to send to Shi Qingyu. Shi Qingyu replied, "Tang Tang is truly amazing." Shin Shutang returned an expression of pride and joyfully bounded upstairs. "Second brother, you've been asleep for quite a while." Shin Siken had been feeling rather down these past few days, spending his time cooped up in his room. Shin Shutang came to rouse him early in the morning. Shin Siken stretched his hand from under the covers, tousling his hair groggily. Go find someone else to play with." Shin Shutang shook his arm. No. I want you to play with me. Why do you seem so lifeless? Are you feeling unwell?" Shin Shutang asked, placing her hand on his forehead. "Have I just come in from outside?" Her hand was still a bit cold, prompting Shin Siken to take her hand and place it under the covers. "No, why is your hand so cold?" Shin Shutang exclaimed, "I built a snowman with Brother Qingyu yesterday." "Come see it with me." Shin Siken sighed heavily and sat up. "Fine, I can't do anything about you." He casually grabbed a windbreaker and, after glancing at Shin Shutang's attire, deemed it warm enough before following her downstairs. The snow around the snowman had been cleared away, leaving only the snowman standing there. Shin Siken observed the 2 shiny black stones on the snowman's face and scoffed, "You really went all out on the snowman. Didn't you? Isn't it beautiful?" Shin Shutang asked excitedly. Shin Siken sat in a chair. "It is indeed beautiful." Shin Shutang sat beside him, wrapping her arm around his. "What are you thinking about, second brother?" Shin Siken remained silent, staring blankly at the snowman before him. It seems someone had also built a snowman for him before. Are you thinking about her? Shin Chutang suddenly inquired. Shun Sikhen instinctively retorted. No, I'm not. Brother, I haven't even mentioned who it is. Shun Chutang giggled. Did you have a quarrel with Sister Xingyang? Chapter 55. The wonders of fate. Shen Sichen's gaze appeared hollow, as if he had given up the struggle. We didn't quarrel. We were just breaking up, he stated calmly, as if he had already come to terms with the reality. Shin Chutang was taken aback. Second brother. Shun Sikhen managed to smile. It's nothing. Really? Though he said it was nothing, his eyes had turned red, his voice choking. Second brother, Shun Chutang gently patted his back. Do you still like her? After a long silence, she saw him nodding vigorously, as if drops of water were falling into the snow. Shin Chutang was at a loss for words on how to console him, so she mimicked Shi Qingyu's comforting manner, patting his back. Shun Sikhen leaned back, gazing up at the sky, then covered his face with his hands. His shoulders trembling uncontrollably. It's all right, second brother. Fate is quite wondrous that if two people truly like each other, even if they part ways, they will eventually reunite. Shun Chutang prided herself on her ability to comfort others. In the face of such a vulnerable Shun Sikhen, she felt utterly speechless. It's just a breakup. Is it really worth crying like this? Shin Yanhang appeared out of nowhere, giving Shun Sichen's shoulder a couple of pats. Little did they know, he was suffering even more than Shun Sikhen. Come on, let us go upstairs. I'll accompany you for a drink. Don't let Tang Tang stand out here in the cold. Quit. He hadn't touched alcohol in a long time, but now it seemed that drinking Wuden tea have much impact. Shin Sikhen stood up from the chair, casually pulling Shun Chutang up with him. Let us go back inside. Shin Chutang was unaware of their conversation, only knowing that the four of them had lingered in the underground tavern for quite some time, even Shun Gungli appearing somewhat inebriated. During the New Year festivities, it was customary to be more relaxed, with little to occupy their time. Qin Musheng did not chastise them, merely instructing the servants to keep a close watch over them. Chen Muxiang's family resided in Sioux City, while Shun Boy had gone out of town to visit comrades from the military. Shun Gungli, being an only child, had few relatives nearby, save for a handful of friends from previous years, all of whom lived in close proximity, making visits convenient. In contrast, the Shi family was considerably busier. Shi Tingyue had many children, and those children had children of their own, with only Shi Qingyu being an only son. With so many people, the discussions naturally multiplied, and inescapably, Shi Qingyu found himself seated on the sofa, facing two uncles and an aunt. Qingyu, I saw your last interview. Do you have someone special in your life now? Shi Song, who had spent many years in the military and exuded a certain gallant aura, could not resist indulging in gossip, especially concerning Shi Qingyu. Qingyu responded with a faint smile. Yes, aunt. The others were somewhat taken aback by his candid admission. And Shi Song, momentarily stunned, stammered, which young lady is it? I will bring her back to show you during the summer vacation. Shi Qingyu replied with a grin, adding, but I will only bring her to introduce her. So please do not frighten her. Upon hearing this, Shi Hushiyuan turned to him, a vague suspicion dawning in his mind. Summer vacation in 2 years, it was difficult not to overthink. Once the crowd had dispersed, Shi Qingyu was summoned to the study. Shi Hushiyuan wrapped his fingers against the table. Don't tell me the person you like is Tang Tang. Yes, Shi Qingyu replied promptly. No. You little rascal, Shi Hushiyuan exclaimed in indignation. Gungli is my friend, and he entrusted Tang Tang to your care. How can you harbor such feelings for her? How am I supposed to face Gungli now? You were supposed to look after her. Yet here you are, attempting to woo his daughter. If Shan Gungli finds out, he will surely scold you. Shi Qingyu remained composed, his tone resolute. Dad, that is a matter for you to address. That I only like Tang Tang. She will be my choice for marriage. You little rascal, how old is Tang Tang? Is she even an adult yet? She will be of age after her birthday this year. You, Shi Hushiyuan was taken aback, his anger causing his head to spin. He never anticipated that Shi Qingyu would develop feelings for a young lady so soon. Qingyu, you haven't done anything inappropriate with Tang Tang, have you? Shi Hushiyuan queried after a prolonged silence. Shi Qingyu's expression hardened. Dad, I am not a beast. Shi Hushiyuan huffed heavily. For what I gathered during that rumor, your behavior was quite beastly. The recollections of that matter were too numerous to recount. Shurchinyu gently furrowed his brow. Dad, it's late. I'll head back to rest. All right, you may go, and I will discuss this with your mother later. Sure, Hushiyun conceded, feeling helpless. After all, he had only this one son. He had never expected that after being so well-behaved for all these years, his son would suddenly enter a rebellious phase. The New Year gift that Shurchinyu mentioned would not be presented until the Lantern Festival. A pair of jade bracelets. Shen Shutang's wrists were delicate, and most bracelets on the market were too loose for her. This pair, however, fit perfectly. The hue of lake water blue, crystal clear, resembled a stream of water adorning her wrist. Shen Shutang knew immediately that he had crafted them himself. Over the years, Shurchinyu had always preferred to take the initiative in gifting her. She gazed at the jade bracelets on her wrist, then took his hand, feeling the hardened calluses, a pang of sympathy swelling within her. Brother Qingyu, it's all right, as long as Tang Tang likes it. Shurchinyu gently withdrew his hand, cradling her face to prevent her from looking further. Where is my gift? Shen Shutang's eyes glistened as she regarded him. If you won't let me see it, then you want to give it to me. Very well, then. Shurchinyu embraced her, still reluctant to let her gaze wander. Then let me hold you for a moment. He cherished the sight of Shen Shutang earnestly engaged in a task for him. Yet he was loath to witness her shed tears. Shen Shutang reiterated, You still can't hold me. Shurchinyu chuckled softly, affirming with a very well. Yet he did not release her. In March, Zhao Wenxian was less than a week away from her due date and had been admitted to the military hospital ahead of time. The doctor's calculations were precise. On the very day of her due date, early in the morning, Zhao Wenxian went into labor, which concluded only by dawn, bringing forth a delightful baby boy, affectionately named Anan. Shen Shutang learned of this only after school and accompanied Shurchinyu to the hospital. At the entrance of the ward stood a guard, and Shen Yanhang emerged to greet them, appearing more haggard than Zhao Wenxian herself. By afternoon, Zhao Wenxian had been transferred to a regular ward, and she had regained consciousness, while Anan lay peacefully in the adjacent crib under the watchful eye of a nursery nurse. Tang Tang is here. Sister-in-law, you are so brave, Shen Shutang exclaimed, taking a seat beside Chun Mushing and praising her. You are amazing. Zhao Wenxian smiled. Thank you, Tang Tang. Would you like to see Anan? Yes, yes, Shen Shutang responded eagerly, moving to the side of the crib where a tiny, wrinkled infant lay, his eyes still closed, making soft cooing sounds. Shen Shutang watched with curiosity, whispering, Hello, Anan, I'm your aunt. Chun Mushing and Zhao Wenxian exchanged amused glances, with Chun Mushing chuckling, Tang Tang, he can't understand you yet. Sister-in-law, how miraculous. Was giving birth exhausting? Shen Shutang turned to Zhao Wenxian with a smile. Zhao Wenxian replied gently, It is exhausting but also very worthwhile. After all, he is my child with Shen Yanhang. Chapter 56. Separation. The youthful infatuation finally bore fruit, and she felt as though she were dreaming that it was only with Anan's birth that she truly sensed the fulfillment of her wishes. You have truly endured much, Wenxian, Qin Mushing remarked, recalling the previous night when Zhao Wenxian experienced sudden heavy bleeding during childbirth, which had terrified her. Remembering this incident, Qin Mushing felt a tumult of emotions, both wanting to cry and laugh. I've never seen Yanhang cry before. Shen Shutang looked up in surprise. Elder brother cried? Indeed, Chun Mushing confirmed, his tears surpassed even mine. Shen Shutang chuckled softly. I never would have imagined. Anan, your father cried. She then leaned down to inform Anan, her curiosity piquing. Anan, did your sister-in-law name you? Yes, Zhao Wenxian replied with a tender smile, wishing only for his peace and happiness. Unlike herself, burdened with a name that confined her for life. Voices from the ward drifted into the living room, prompting Shen Yanhang to rub his temples. Qingyu, you haven't been too busy lately, have you? Not at all, elder brother, Qingyu replied with a gentle smile. After a while, Shen Shutang emerged from the nursery with a nurse, cradling little Anan, who immediately grasped Shen Yanhang's finger. Shen Yanhang broke into a radiant smile. Anan, time truly flies. The last time he had observed a child so closely was when Tang Tang was a young girl. Shen Shutang exclaimed in surprise, looking at Shen Yanhang's warm smile. Was I as wrinkled when I was little? Did Brother Qingyu see me back then? All newborns appear this way, Shun Yanang explained, but when Qingyu saw you, you were already a month old, plump and fair. Just like Anan, clutching Qingyu's finger, Shun Chutang glanced at Shi Qingyu, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. She had long known that Shi Qingyu had seen her when she was very small. Yet no one had ever shared these details with her. Anan was quite well behaved. After a brief period of soothing, he drifted off to sleep, and the nursery nurse gently wheeled him into a dedicated room. Having gone a full day and night without rest, Xin Yanhang was urged by Chen Musheng to get some sleep. Exiting the hospital, Shun Chutang grasped Shi Qingyu's finger. Brother Qingyu, did I also grasp your hand like this when I was little? Indeed, Shi Qingyu replied, a smile playing on his lips, but back then you could only hold on to one finger. Now we can hold hands, Shun Chutang said, seamlessly intertwining her fingers with it as their hand joined. They both instinctively lowered their gazes. Shi Qingyu relishing the softness of her grasp, they walked slowly, cherishing this opportunity to traverse a path together, something he had awaited for a long time. Thankfully, he had patience. He was more than willing to wait. And now, he had finally arrived at this moment. Shen Xiqing's emotions fluctuated between highs and lows. Xin Shutang returned to the Shun household, accompanying him for meals, even making it a point to come back for lunch. The family doctor indicated that he exhibited signs of depression and had developed psychological issues. Shen Shutang had never fathomed that love could torment a person so profoundly. Shen Xiqing, once so carefree and unrestrained, now appeared fragile and sensitive, often succumbing to a despondent state for days on end. She had always believed love to be beautiful, capable of providing warmth and strength, empowering individuals to be courageous. If love could leave both parties battered and bruised, was there still a need to pursue love? Shen Shutang was unaware of the circumstances, yet an unforeseen incident shattered the tranquility that enveloped their lives, leading to the complete eruption of Shun Xiqing's pent-up negative emotions. Zhou Xingyang's leap from the building remained shrouded in mystery, while Shen Xiqing, in a frantic rush, drove to the hospital, losing control and crashing into a flower bed, deploying the airbags in the process. When Shen Shutang arrived at the hospital, she found Shun Xiqing seated in a chair, restrained by others, his demeanor despondent, blood staining his head and arms, his spirits seemingly lost. Nearby, a girl sat half-crouched on the ground, appearing to have been assaulted, weeping softly as she crawled away, the surroundings in utter chaos. Confused by the unfolding events, she hurried over, calling out, "Second brother," after a moment of delayed response. Shun Xiqing pulled Shun Chutang into his embrace, weeping like a child who had lost a treasured possession, lamenting, "It was my fault. I harmed her." Shun Chutang's eyes glistened with tears, and even Wei Chuan, standing nearby, discreetly wiped his eyes. That it was only when Shun Xiqing fainted that he was forcibly taken to a ward for examination and wound treatment. From Wei Chuan, Shun Shutang learned that Zhou Xingyang had jumped from the 4th floor. While the height was neither particularly high nor low, her internal organs had sustained injuries, leaving her future recovery uncertain. As for the motive behind her leap, Wei Chuan merely mentioned it was related to Miss Zhao, refusing to elaborate further. This Miss Zhao turned out to be Zhao Qingji, whom Shen Shutang found somewhat familiar. They resided in the same neighborhood, and Shen Shutang had encountered her a few times in her childhood, though she had never particularly liked her. After that, their paths had not crossed again. Zhou Xingyang underwent emergency surgery for a full day and night, ultimately stabilized, yet she remained in the ICU for 3 days before being transferred to a regular ward, regaining consciousness only on the 4th day. Shen Shutang accompanied Shen Xiqing to visit her, but remained outside the ward, expecting an argument between the two. However, the atmosphere was unexpectedly quiet, and soon after, Shen Xiqing emerged, his expression numb and his steps stiff as he walked out. Gently closing the door behind him, Shen Shutang supported him as they walked slowly down the corridor, the silence around them interrupted only by distant sobs emanating from the ward. As they moved further away, the cries seemed to grow louder, intertwining the grief of two individuals in separate spaces. That afternoon, Shen Xiqing arranged for his discharge, unwilling to remain in the hospital. Chen Mushing suggested taking him to Sioux City for recuperation, but he declined, as it was Zhou Xingyang's hometown. Chen Mushing felt a pang of sympathy but had no choice but to return to Jing City to care for him, It appeared he had genuinely begun to embrace life anew. Diligently attending to his recovery and adhering to the doctor's recommendations for medication to treat his psychological distress. Though the spirited vigor he once possessed had faded, replaced by a newfound gentleness. Before long, the Zhao family fell from grace, departing Jing City quietly. Shun Chudang, burdened by the events surrounding Shun Siqing, had secretly wept on several occasions, with Shi Qingyu by her side, holding her closely as summer vacation commenced. She learned that Zhou Xingyang had set off for Italy. She had applied for overseas study long ago, but it was only now that she departed. Upon hearing the news, Shun Chutang instinctively glanced at Shun Siqing, who seemed oblivious, engrossed in the movement of his mouse, his expression focused. Yet, had she approached him at that moment, she would have discovered that his computer screen displayed nothing at all. Chapter 57. This Is Mine the Day grew progressively warmer. The cicadas in the courtyard creating a cacophony of sound. Uncle One, accompanied by servants and gardeners, busied himself with cleaning and even captured one cicada, placing in a small box for Shin Chutang to play with. It was a female cicada, silent and contained within a clear box, punctured with tiny holes for ventilation. Shin Chutang placed the box on Shin Siqing's desk, exclaiming, "Second brother, look, a cicada!" Shin Siqing raised his head from behind screen. "Surprised that you've never seen a cicada?" "No," Shun Chutang replied candidly. Shin Siqing chuckled, recalling, "You have seen one. Once, when you were little, Su Jing frightened you with a cicada. You were too young to remember. After that, no one had offered her cicadas to play with." "I truly don't remember," Shun Chutang said, "but this one doesn't make noise, so it's not scary to what's not scary." Shi Qingyu knocked on the door and entered, depositing a stack of documents on the desk. "Second brother, Brother Qingyu, a cicada." Shin Chutang excitedly showcased her find. Shi Qingyu took the box, responding, "Good job, Tang Tang, not afraid of cicadas. You can praise her for anything she does," Shun Siqing teased before turning to Shin Chutang. "Tinger, go play outside for a while. I need to discuss something with Chengyu." "All right," she agreed, taking the cicada with her as she exited. Shi Qingyu sat across from Shun Siqing and reported, "I've sent someone to university. The scholarship foundation matters are settled, and I've also communicated with the school in Italy." "Thank you, Qingyu," Shun Siqing replied appreciatively. Some matters have become difficult for him to address directly, requiring him to navigate them indirectly. Sure, Qingyu smiled. "No need for thanks, second brother. It's nothing." After a brief discussion, they exited the study, descending the stairs to find Shun Chutang nestled on the sofa, enjoying ice cream. "Tanger, are you eating ice cream again?" Startled, Shun Chutang shrank back. "Second brother, you're so fierce. I've only had a little. Don't let her have any more. She had one this morning," Shun Siqing remarked while changing his shoes. "I'm heading out for a bit." Shi Qingyu approached, saying, "Tang Tang, be good. Don't eat any more." In defiance, Shin Chutang stuffed a large mouthful into her mouth, shivering from the cold air as she exhaled dramatically. Shi Qingyu took the ice cream and spooned from her, unable to suppress a laugh as he pinched her cheek. "Is it cold?" He finished the ice cream in 2 bites, then handed her a cup of warm water, saying, "Be good and drink some water." Crossing her arms in frustration, Shun Chutang retorted, "No, I'm not going to be good." "All right," Shi Qingyu said, his voice affectionate. "Then Tang Tang is not good. Drink some water." The water was brought to her lips. Shin Chutang reluctantly accepted it, muttering, "You've only let me have one in 2 days. How stingy." Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, ruffling her hair. "Indeed, but your period is approaching. What if it hurts and you end up crying?" Shin Chutang was in excellent health, partly due to her medicinal diet, and she occasionally received massages. Generally, she felt little discomfort during her period, but summer posed a challenge. Her fondness for icy treats sometimes led to pain. "Then I'll just deal with it when it happens," she grumbled, her mouth pouting. Shi Qingyu embraced her, saying, "That won't do. If Tang Tang hurts, I feel uneasy." Her expression softened slightly. "Fine, but once my period ends, I want to eat a lot." "All right, whatever you wish," he replied. "Lots is impossible." "At most 2, he said, placing her hand in his palm, softly adding, "Tang Tang, my birthday is approaching." He didn't lack for gifts, yet he always enjoyed asking Shin Chutang for presents, cherishing every meaningful occasion spent together. Feigning surprise, Shun Chutang exclaimed, "Oh, really? I completely forgot." Sure, Chung Yu, of course, saw through her act but played along, saying, "It's all right, Tang Tang. It doesn't matter if you don't get me anything. As long as you're with me. Oh, in that case, does that mean my prepared gift can't be given?" Shun Chudang asked, her eyes sparkling. Sure, Yu laughed, tightening his grip on her hand. "That can't be. I want it." He was always greedy when it came to Shun Chudang, never satisfied, wanting more hugs and time together, even counting the moments they shared, truly a jealous soul. "Then I'll make you wait until your birthday," she said, her smile radiant as she slipped from his embrace and scampered upstairs like a sly little fox. Sure, Qingyu watched her retreating figure, his gaze lingering, still feeling the warmth of her hand in his, the softness of her touch lingering in his memory. Typically, Sure Qingyu preferred solitude, having hosted only 2 birthday parties in his life, one for his coming of age and another to announce his status as the heir to the Sure family. This year, he merely returned to the Sure family estate for a meal before hurrying back to Lanjing Court in the evening. Shin Shudang was at a loss regarding her gift for him. Having exhausted all possibilities over the years, she didn't want to repeat gifts, even though Sure Qingyu had said he would appreciate anything she gave. This time, she had been preparing a gift for a long while. Inspired by the quirky clay figurines Sure Qingyu had crafted. Having no prior experience with pottery, she dove into the challenging art of sculpting figures, learning for quite some time while avoiding any encounters with Sure Qingyu. Racing against time to complete her project just days before his birthday, in truth, Sure Qingyu had already suspected her intentions. She had been unusually busy lately, often retreating to her room on the 5th floor, occasionally emerging covered in clay, though she had inadvertently revealed her secret. When Sure Qingyu beheld the 2 adorable ceramic figures, his eyes brimmed with tears. This pair was far more exquisite than the clumsy ones he had crafted. The ceramic figures, no bigger than half a palm, wore wide smiles, revealing 2 little teeth, appearing foolish yet utterly charming. As Sure Qingyu reached for his own figure, Shun Chutang placed the other one into his palm, declaring, "Brother Qingyu, this one is yours. This one is mine." Shin Chudang swayed the little figurine in her hand, her laughter ringing with unrestrained joy. "All right." Sure Qingyu also chuckled, "Tang Tang, you're more impressive than I am, of course." "It's my first time doing this," Shun Chutang replied, her tone laced with a hint of pride as she slightly lifted her chin. For Sure Qingyu, the significance of a gift far surpassed its material worth. He lacked for nothing. As long as Shin Chutang was by his side, that sufficed. He embraced her, glancing at her in his arms and then at the figurine in his hand, his heart brimming with fulfillment. "Where will we sleep tonight?" Shun Chutang inquired. "Naturally, we shall return to my home. I still need to ensure my second brother takes his medicine." "Very well." Sure Qingyu sighed softly, taking her hand. "Come, I shall escort you home." Chapter 58. Discovery on a brief stretch of road. The 2 ambled slowly, Shun Chutang's heart racing with excitement. Perhaps it was the enchanting night that spurred her desire to act. Upon reaching the villa's entrance, Shin Chudang suddenly halted, prompting Sure Qingyu to stop beside her. "What is it?" he asked. She tilted her head up, and he instinctively leaned down to listen. "Brother Qingyu," she said, swallowing nervously, her voice soft yet resolute in the night air. "I have another gift for you. Will you be my boyfriend?" Sure Qingyu stood frozen, his pupils dilating in disbelief as he gazed at her. Yet, before he could respond, she grasped his collar and pulled him down, her eyes fixating on his lips, eager to kiss him. Suddenly, Sure Qingyu lifted his head, and a fleeting kiss landed on his chin. Innocent, yet it imprinted itself indelibly on his heart. Shun Chutang, a cold voice interrupted from behind, shattering the sweet atmosphere. Shun Chutang shivered in fright, instinctively retreating behind Sure Qingyu. Shun Xiqing's expression darkened, as if he were merging with the night, and he spoke coldly. "Shun Chutang, come here." He remained oblivious to the nature of their relationship. The numerous unanswered questions from before now seemed to align, explaining why Sure Qingyu had been alone all these years. Oh, but that was not entirely accurate. He had always kept Tang Dang close to it. Made sense why he brought her along to those gatherings. She was a shield against others, and no wonder he referred to them as brothers. He had harbored such intentions all along, and no wonder he once mentioned wanting to provide Shin Chudang with a protective barrier. It was because he had already regarded her as his own. But the Shun family still had members left, and he was not a ghost. Shun Xiqing had never before addressed her so formally. Hesitating, Shun Chutang stepped forward, timidly calling out, "Second brother. Second brother. Tang Dang Shi. Silence. Do not call me that. Sure Qingyu. I will handle my family matters first. I will settle accounts with you later." Shun Xiqing interrupted sharply, gripping Shin Shutang's wrist and pulling her inside. "Second brother, wait. Slow down." Shin Shutang stumbled as he dragged her along, turning back repeatedly. "Uncle One, keep an eye on her. Do not let her out." Shun Xiqing abruptly shoved her into the room and locked the door from the outside. Inside, Shun Shutang knocked on the door, calling, "Second brother." "It was I who wanted to kiss him. It was me." The latter part of her words faded as Shun Xiqing could no longer hear them. He was too consumed with rage, resembling an enraged beast, wanting nothing more than to confront the person outside. Very well, such courage, still standing there. Shun Xiqing advanced, seizing Shi Qingyu's collar and delivering a punch. "Shi Qingyu, I considered you a brother, but how dare you treat Tang Dang as mere plaything? She is not a woman you can casually keep." Despite Shi Qingyu's esteemed family background in the capital, the notion of him being Shun Chutang's boyfriend would undoubtedly displease her brothers. Shi Qingyu staggered back a few steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. "Second brother, it was my fault. Do not blame Tang Dang. Tang Dang is certainly blameless. She's just a young girl. What does she know? Are you attempting to seduce her simply because of your handsome appearance? You have watched Tang Dang grow up. How could you harbor such vile thoughts?" Shun Xiqing advanced once more, landing another punch squarely on his chest. Fueled by his years of boxing experience, the blow carrying full force. Shi Qingyu leaned against the iron door behind him, bemused. "Second brother, it is indeed my fault. However, I cannot accept the accusation of seduction. You can hit or scold me. I will not complain, but I have never looked down on Tang Tang, nor would I treat her lightly." "Very well." Shun Xiqing pointed a finger at him. "I respect you as a man. Spare me the nonsense." But before Shun Xiqing could move closer, Shi Qingyu suddenly dashed past him. "Tang Tang." Shun Xiqing turned to see Shun Chutang leaping from the second floor. He froze, images flashing in his mind, momentarily paralyzing him. After a long moment, he finally reacted. "Tang Tang." Shi Qingyu had already caught her in the living room, and Uncle Wen hurried off to summon a doctor. "Tang Chutang, you truly have grown bold. Daring to jump from the building." Shun Xiqing exclaimed, his eyes reddened. Shun Chutang had intended to retort, but upon seeing Shun Xiqing's tear-filled gaze, she suddenly recalled something, her demeanor softening. "Second brother, I am sorry." Shun Xiqing forcefully pushed Shi Qingyu aside, enveloping Shun Chutang in his embrace. "You foolish girl, I would never truly harm him. Why are you so anxious? You risked your life for him." This was not the first time Shun Xiqing had witnessed someone leap from a height. Fear coursed through him, causing his body to tremble. Thankfully, he had locked her in his room just to save time. He could scarcely imagine what would have transpired had he sent her back to her own room. "I am fine. I merely twisted my ankle," Shun Chutang whispered softly, glancing at Shi Qingyu, who wore a serious expression. Shi Qingyu had regained his composure, his lips still stained with blood, yet his demeanor was unusually grave. The last time he had looked at Shun Chutang like this was when she had gone missing. He had forced her to memorize his phone number. Back then, she was still young and frightened, and after a brief bout of tears, she had settled down. But now, things were different. She understood that Shi Qingyu was genuinely angry, and it was serious. Shun Chutang felt a twinge of fear. Shun Xiqing wanted to reprimand her, yet he found himself unable to do so, his voice laced with anger. "Oh, you do no fear." Shun Chutang's fear, however, was not of the leap, but of Shi Qingyu's anger. She lowered her head, aware that the two men who had just been at odds now stood beside her, both exuding anger, leaving her too apprehensive to utter a word. Uncle Wen soon arrived with the doctor to examine her. Fortunately, the fall was not severe. The ground below was merely grass, and while she had some scrapes, her ankle was unharmed, only a fracture in her calf. After the bandaging was complete, Shun Chutang timidly spoke. "You both are also injured. Inonid. They both spoke simultaneously, exchanging glances. Shun Xiqing glared fiercely at Shi Qingyu before turning to leave. However, Shi Qingyu sat down beside Shun Chutang, taking iodine from a servant and gently applying it to her wounds. Get away from my sister, Shun Siqing growled, his irritation palpable. Yet Shi Qingyu remained silent, meticulously tending to her injuries. Then looked into her eyes, speaking each word deliberately. Shun Shutang, if that height had been any greater, if anything had happened to you, I would have jumped down after you did. Do you understand? His eyes were red, his voice hoarse and choked with emotion. Shun Shutang heard him clearly, her heart jolting. In her desperation to prevent further conflict, she had leaped down. Her words faltered as tears began to spill down her cheeks. Shen Siqing had just been contemplating how Shi Qingyu had always feigned gentleness to deceive Shun Shutang until that moment when he realized the truth. He was not pretending, for he had once harbored the same thought after witnessing Zhou Xingyang leap from a height. Despite this, it did not alter his current perception of Shi Qingyu, which was akin to that of a foe. Ultimately, Shi Qingyu's heart softened as he wiped away her tears. There, do not cry. Let your second brother take you home to rest. With that, he stood and began to walk out, his steps slow and unsteady. Brother Qingyu. Do not call him brother. What kind of brother is he? Shan Siqing was still fuming, his words tinged with aggression. Shi Qingyu paid him no mind, continuing on his way, unperturbed. Chapter 59. I only like him. Shen Shutang lowered her head, tears cascading down, feeling lost. All right, stop crying. Shen Siqing awkwardly attempted to wipe her tears. His thoughts impure, do not get too close to him in the future. Hurry and move back home. He did not do anything wrong. It was I who liked him, and I was the one who kissed him first. Second brother, you cannot say such things about him. Shun Shutang protested through her sobs. Shun Siqing was taken aback. The person you mentioned liking before was Shi Qingyu. Shun Shutang nodded. That I like him. I only like him. Shen Siqing's expression darkened as he intently replied, How old are you? Do you even understand what liking someone means? Do you know the implications of loving someone? He is a man, and there's not a single good man among them. Including myself, I will be of age soon. I can date. Shun Siqing's voice was tinged with anger. Shen Shutang, you may have reached 18, but that does not equate to maturity. Your so-called adulthood requires merely a fleeting moment of time. But where is your understanding? You are currently immature. You cannot discern whether your feelings are genuine. Moreover, after all these years of companionship, can you truly differentiate? Shun Shutang, with a stubborn gaze, raised her head. That I have an older brother and a second brother. I have long pondered this question, and I am quite clear about why feelings for him are not those of sister towards her brother. I am fond of him as a person, and I wish to be with him. Shen Siqing felt an overwhelming surge of anger, convinced that Shun Shutang had been deceived by that scoundrel Shi Qingyu, still defending him at this juncture. Did he say something to you? That man is as cunning as a deceitful old fox. If he wishes to trick you, you would be utterly unable to discern it. You are simply too naive. Shun Shutang replied, Second brother, he has never deceived me. I am no longer a child. I can distinguish between true affection and false intentions. That I like him now and wish to be with him. And my feelings for him will only deepen in the future. Shun Siqing regarded Shen Shutang, whose face was streaked with tears, resolutely declaring her affection for someone, intent on being with him at all costs. For the first time, he began to see her clearly. Indeed, Shen Shutang was no longer the little girl trailing after them, seeking their embraces. She had grown up. Her eyes were filled with determination, all for a man. He sighed, his voice tinged with exasperation. Young women often suffer in matters of love. You have yet to experience this. You think that because you like him now, you can plunge head first into it. Regardless of whether it is sweet or bitter, the future is uncertain. Some things do not yield results merely because one puts in effort, nor can affection alone ensure a union between two people. Love is not enough. Brother Qingyu will not let me suffer, nor will he let me endure hardship. When Shen Shutang became obstinate, no one could sway her. It had been the same for over a decade. Shun Siqing, with no other recourse, lifted her up and said, All right, we shall rest for the night. Everything else can wait until tomorrow. Shun Shutang replied, then inquired, Second brother, is your hand all right? It is, but that scoundrel has quite the sturdy bones. Shen Siqing retorted with a scoff, recalling how he had always been called Chengyu, now suddenly addressing his own sister differently. Shun Shutang sniffled, then remembered to apply medicine later. Still concerned for me. You have no idea how long it will take for you to stand on that foot again. Wait until the anesthetic wears off, and you'll be the one crying. Previously, he had wondered who had indulged Shun Chutong's delicacy. Now he understood, finding it rather vexing that a person who could not endure even a little pain had surprisingly held back from crying out earlier. If it hurts, simply call for someone. The doctor is waiting downstairs, available 24 hours. Shun Chutang nodded, wiping her tears with the back of her hand. You didn't hit too hard, did you? Rest assured, you won't die. You still need to come back tomorrow for a lecture. Shun Xiqing chuckled, finding it amusing that someone would dare to lay a hand on Shin Chutang. This matter would not be so easily brushed aside. Shin Chutang looked up at him in surprise, tears still glistening in her eyes. Second brother, he did nothing wrong. Shin Xiqing placed her on the bed. You are still young, but he is an adult. His failure to refuse you is indeed his fault that he had refused her once. But at that time, she had been angry and thrown a tantrum. Now, the thought of it made Shin Chutang's tears well up once more. Shin Xiqing wiped her tears with a tissue. You claim to not like him? Tomorrow will be the first hurdle you both face. Are you afraid? Shin Chutang pondered for a moment, then shook her head with a serious expression. As if to say she was prepared. Shin Xiqing smiled. Very well. Your courage is commendable. Rest now. We will discuss everything tomorrow. Shin Xiqing merely intended to reassure her, knowing that no matter what transpired, the family would not blame Shin Chutang in the slightest. It was merely a way to frighten her. He did not expect her to take it so seriously, appearing ready for a tough battle. Regardless of the hour, Shin Xiqing made calls one by one, notifying everyone. Shan Gengli, roused from his slumber, angrily called Shi Hexuan, scolding him before abruptly hanging up. Shi Hexuan was left sighing at his phone, surprised by how quickly he had been berated. Shan Gengli hurriedly dragged Chun Mushing to the airport. Arriving in the capital city in the early hours of the morning, by then, Shin Chutang had long fallen asleep, having received an additional injection of anesthetic from the doctor. Now sleeping soundly, her face still marked with tear stains. Whether she had awakened crying or was merely dreaming of it, unknown. By the time morning arrived, Shin Yanhang and Shin Sujing had also returned, for Shin Chutang's situation was of paramount importance to the Shin family. Shin Xiqing had not exaggerated the severity of the matter, only presenting the facts, and the two had returned tacitly as dawn broke. Shi Hexuan arrived with the others, regardless of Shi Chengyu's circumstances outside. He was now a child who had erred and was brought by his parents to apologize. After a night, Shi Chengyu appeared even more haggard, his injuries untreated, even the blood at the corner of his mouth left uncleaned. Shin Xiqing assumed he was merely playing the victim. But in reality, Shi Chengyu was in shock. He had not returned home last night, but had sat on a bench outside, gazing at Shin Chutang's window all night. When Shi Hexuan called him, he was still there. Did is Tangdang all right? Shi Chengyu broke the silence first, and everyone turned to him, yet no one spoke. Finally, it was Chun Mushing who replied, She's fine, still asleep. All right, you need not be so somber. Tang has grown up. It is only a matter of time before she finds someone she likes. Chengyu is not an outsider. He is certainly preferable to bringing home some random person, Shi Hexuan remarked. True, that sentiment holds merit, yet Chengyu is indeed at fault. After all, Tang is still a young girl, and Chengyu should guide her. Another added, he is not wrong. He is not a criminal. You cannot interrogate him as if he were one. Shin Chutang emerged from the elevator at an unknown time, limping towards Shi Chengyu and taking his hand, and I am not a child anymore. If anyone should be punished for a mistake, let it be me. Chapter 60. The vow. Shi Chengyu's hand gradually warmed as he felt relieved, having seen for himself that she was unharmed. He hastily wished to assist her to the nearby sofa, but Shin Chutang refused. In the living room, everyone was seated, yet he remained standing. Thus, Shin Chutang's earlier demeanor had indeed resembled an interrogation scene, yet it was his choice to stand. Shan Gengli sighed and spoke. Chengyu, why not sit with Tang? Tang, be obedient. Shi Chengyu bent down, speaking to her softly, maintaining a gentle tone even in such a setting. Shan Chutang gazed at the wounds on his face, her eyes filled with tears once more. She limped to the sofa and sat down, continuing, Brother Chengyu is indeed an adult, but I am the one who acted. He should not bear the consequences simply because he is older. Both families were taken aback. while her three brothers frowned, still unable to accept the reality of Shun Chutang's affections for sure. She knew, is it wrong to like someone? Is it wrong simply because we grew up together? I'm the one who wishes to kiss him, but if anyone is at fault, it is that I have long contemplated this. Shi Qingyu raised his hand to cover her mouth, preventing her from speaking further. Shun Chutang, usually obedient and docile, spoke with an intensity reminiscent of Shi Qingyu, with hints of Shen Xiqing and Shun Yinhong's influence. Everyone was taken aback by this unfamiliar side of her. After a moment, Shi Qingyu, under the weight of her furious gaze, finally released his grip. Tang, let us eat first. I will speak with them. All right? Shun Chutang huffed, crossing her arms and tilting her head, tears still lingering at the corners of her eyes. Yet her resolve remained firm. Tang, you have had your say. Now, it is my turn. Please wash up first. We will eat together shortly. Shun Chutang softened a bit, looking at him. What are you going to say? Will you not want her? Tang, I have never refused any of your gifts. That it is simply not the right time yet. Shi Qingyu smiled gently, providing her with a sense of reassurance that a servant wheeled in a chair. And Shi Qingyu stood, extending his arm toward her. Shun Chutang hesitated briefly before taking his arm and sitting down, looking up at him. I will wait for you. If you do not come, I will not eat. After sending off Shun Chutang, Shi Qingyu walked to the center of the living room and knelt slowly before Shun Chutang's parents, bowing his head in a swift, decisive manner, without a hint of hesitation. In that moment, he appeared more disheveled than ever. His shirt was missing a button, his trousers bore traces of dirt at the knees, his hair was unkempt, and his lips were bruised, entirely devoid of the usual air of nobility. Yet, Shi Qingyu seemed unfazed, his tone serious and solemn. Uncle Shun, Aunt Shun, I am sincere in my feelings for Tang. He lifted his head, his gaze earnest and unwavering. I love her, and no matter how many years pass. As long as she still likes me, I will stand by her side. He professed his love for Shun Chutang, yet he did not speak of love in return. For him, as long as she liked him. That was sufficient, that I will always remain steadfast in my affection for her. The word always felt too abstract, yet coming from his lips, those present almost believed he could fulfill it. I understand your concerns. Fearing that I might not be sincere towards Tang, or that she might be merely infatuated, unaware of what it truly means to love, that a faint smile graced his lips as he continued. However, Tang is quite intelligent. She is more mature than we might assume. Whether her whims are fleeting or she desires something everlasting, I am willing to oblige. As long as I draw breath, I shall bear the weight of Tang's affairs. He adopts an exceedingly humble demeanor, as if this were already a commendable circumstance. Having broached the subject to this extent, to utter a refusal would render the Shun family unfeeling, especially considering that it is Tang who has encumbered him with unwelcome advances. Shun Gengli cleared his throat and stated, first, that before Tang graduates from high school, she cannot engage in romantic relationships. Second, prior to her turning 20, no inappropriate actions may be directed towards her. Third, Tang is the jewel of our family, and we are capable of providing for her. Should you ever lose interest, simply return her to us, but do not mistreat her. Absolutely not. Shi Qingyu, with tears mingling with his smile, bowed deeply and vowed never to contravene this promise. Chen Mushing stepped forward to assist him up, saying, all right, enough of this. Qingyu, you clearly need some rest. Go upstairs and freshen up. Wanqiu interjected, shouldn't you let the child rest a bit before bringing him back? Shui Wanqiu wiped her tears. We did want to, but he insisted on sitting outside, stubborn as a mule. That rascal is getting off too easily. Shen Siken voiced his discontent. Qingyu has always treated Tang well. Besides, we grew up together. We know each other well. What do you mean by knowing each other well? He's a crafty old fox, Shen Yinhang remarked, and no matter how cunning he may be outside before Tang, he will forever be sure, Qingyu. Witnessing Shun Chutang in distress, he worries, unreservedly displaying his grievances, shedding tears, and even playfully acting spoiled. These are not mere facades. Shen Siken found no rebuttal this time. Indeed, it was as such. Regardless of how he presents himself to the outside world, he is perpetually gentle, patient, and sincere in the presence of Shun Chutang. Gengli, I truly apologize, Sure Hushun said, he patted Shun Gungli's shoulder. Shun Gungli scoffed, before you apologize, do suppress that smirk of yours. Compared to Chengyu, you are the real old fox, Sure Hushun chuckled awkwardly. Even without this conversation, we have watched Tang Tang grow up. We consider her as our own daughter. If Chengyu dares to bully her, we shall not let him off lightly. Besides, does Chengyu even resemble someone who would bully Shen Shutang? Even if it means facing my wrath, he would bring her home. What do you mean your daughter? She is our Shun family's daughter. If you want a daughter, you should have one of your own. At the mere mention of those words, Shun Gungli ignited like a firecracker. Casting an unfriendly glance at Sure Hushun, I only agreed to their relationship because I saw that Tang Tang likes Chengyu. Doubt if she ever loses interest, you better take your son away swiftly. All right, I won't be angry anymore. Old brother, I'll accompany you for drinks tonight as an apology. Sure Hushun draped his arm over his shoulder. No more anger, I apologize. How childish. You are adults, for heaven's sake, Chen Mushing remarked, pulling Shui Wanchio's hand. Observing the two middle-aged men bickering, finding it both immature and tedious, Sure Chengyu had already ascended the stairs, initially intending to dine with Shen Shutang. Yet he was sent back to his room to freshen up first. After his bath, Sure Chengyu sat on the carpet, while Shen Shutang dried his hair with a towel. Are you being foolish? Sure Chengyu remained silent, merely gazing at her, while Shen Shutang struggled to reach him. Come a bit closer, Sure Chengyu replied. No more drying. Let us eat. And no matter the time, Shen Shutang's matters were of paramount importance to him, be it dining or sleeping. He was invariably obstinate in these regards. Chapter 61. Dreaming Shen Shutang, in a huff, tossed the towel onto the floor. Sure Chengyu. Tang Tang is not angry. He appeared somewhat dazed, and as Shen Shutang leaned in, carefully avoiding his facial injury, she cupped his face. Sure Chengyu, has your second brother knocked some sense out of you? No, he was merely startled into numbness. He has endured such painfully vivid scenes far too many times. The previous days were so smooth and blissful that he nearly forgot them, rendering him momentarily unable to accept such a shock. Shen Shutang slipped off the bed, leaping into his arms, tightly wrapping her arms around his neck. Sure Chengyu, I'm fine. Yesterday I was simply too impulsive. Am I dreaming? Tang Tang? Sure Chengyu softly inquired, his hand gradually resting on her back. Shen Shutang pushed him away, pressing her finger against the corner of his lips. Does it hurt? It does, he replied, in an instant. Shen Shutang burst into laughter. This is no dream. You are now my future boyfriend, so you must listen to me. First, apply the medicine, then eat, and afterward, get some proper rest and sleep. All right, Sure Chengyu obediently nodded. The roles of the two had shifted. Shen Shutang tended to him, applying medicine, and keeping him company during meals. Sure Chengyu remained quiet and compliant throughout, his eyes never straying from Shen Shutang. After applying the ointment to the corner of his mouth, Shen Shutang attempted to unbutton his shirt, having seen him take a punch to the chest yesterday. Have some decency. Tang Tang is still injured, and you want her to tend to your wounds on your chest too? Shun Sikhen suddenly appeared at the door, scoffing. Sure Chengyu, as if jolted awake from a dream, took Shen Shutang's hand away, his ears subtly reddening. Tang Tang, that's unnecessary, to go find Xiao Jing instead. Shun Sikhen approached, pushing him aside to take a seat. My hand is still injured. You know, Brother Chengyu, go find third brother to tend to your wounds first, then come back, Shun Sikhen insisted, waving his injured hand in front of her. Second brother, you are so childish. Shen Shutang quipped, gently cleaning around his joints with a cotton swab. Second brother, I understand you are upset, but just because I like him doesn't mean you should hold a bias against him. He is genuinely a good person, treating me well and everyone else kindly. Now, place your hand on your heart and tell me, is Brother Chengyu a bad person? Shun Sikhen rapped her lightly on the head. Have you really grown up? Daring to educate your brother now. Don't think I don't know those things you mentioned, but marrying my sister isn't that simple. He ought to face some trials. Second brother. I am your treasure, but Brother Chengyu is also Uncle Sure and Annie's treasure. The fact that the two of them could come together is no small feat, so please don't bully him. Tang Tang, you have truly matured, Shen Sikhen suddenly remarked, retracting his hand. Fine, I will not bully him, but remember, no one in this world is allowed to make you suffer. Shen Sikhen ruffled her hair playfully. If you are happy with him, then continue. If not, just cast him aside, and I shall find you someone else. Shun Chutang smiled. No, I only want him. Stubborn. But you are quite similar to him. There are some people who cannot be replaced. By the time breakfast concluded, it was already past 9. Shi Qingyu had a patch on his body, and the room was thick with the aroma of traditional Chinese medicine. Shun Chutang sat by the bed, accompanying him as he slept. Yet she dozed off first, having relied on the effects of the anesthetic the previous night, feeling both weary and drowsy after a busy morning. Shi Qingyu got up, carried her back to bed, and nestled beside her. After a while, he gently took one of her hands from under the covers, cradling it softly in his palm, before finally succumbing to sleep. When Shun Yinhang came looking for them, he discovered the two of them nestled together in a deep slumber, Shi Qingyu lying outside the covers, holding onto one of Shun Chutang's hands. With a sigh, he instructed a servant to fetch another blanket. The two remained undisturbed within, until Shun Chutang awoke in the evening, her hands still nestled in Shi Qingyu's, held loosely yet with an undeniable grip. Shun Chutang smiled and shifted closer, using her other hand to trace his eyes. Moving down to his nose bridge, suddenly her mischievous hand was captured, and Shi Qingyu opened his eyes, pulling her into his embrace. Tang Tang, do not cause trouble, as their legs brushed against each other. Shun Chutang winced. Inhaling sharply, Shi Qingyu instantly became alert. Are you all right, Tang Tang? Does it still hurt? He asked, lifting the covers to inspect her calf. Brother Qingyu, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt anymore, she reassured him. Shi Qingyu ceased moving, his voice still carrying a hint of morning drowsiness. I thought just now I was dreaming. Shun Chutang burst into laughter, teasing, does Brother Qingyu often have such dreams? Shi Qingyu recalled what Shun Sikhen had scolded him about yesterday, finding it difficult to voice. Yet he could not deny the truth. Are you awake? If so, come down for dinner, Shin Yinhang called from outside, knocking on the door. Shi Qingyu felt as if he had found a lifeline, swiftly leaping out of bed to fetch the wheelchair. Tang Tang, let us head downstairs. Shun Chutang extended her arms toward him. Okay, carry me up. The dining room upstairs was already bustling with people, the table set with 2 places reserved for them. Shi Qingyu wheeled her over, nodding at the others before taking a seat. It had been quite some time since both families had dined together. In previous years, they would often celebrate certain holidays as one. Now that I think about it, it has been ages since we gathered like this. Chen Mushing remarked, let us not be stiff. Dig in. Chengyu, does your wound still hurt? As Shi Qingyu was serving Shin Chutang some food, he glanced up at the inquiry. No more pain. Inch Shun. Good. Just keep an eye on it these next few days, and remember not to only serve Tang Tang. You must eat as well. Mother, my hand hurts. Why are you not concerned about me? Shun Siqing remarked with dissatisfaction. Chun Mushing shot him a glare. It's fortunate I didn't allow your father to beat you. At your age, still so impulsive, like a child. Shun Sujing chuckled. Second brother, I care about you. I'll help you with your food. Shi Hushuan also attempted to mediate. You can't blame Siqing. If I had such a precious daughter being pursued, I'd be even more impulsive than he is. While they conversed, Shun Chutang and Shi Qingyu appeared unfazed, one serving the other as they ate. Shui Wanqiu interjected. All right, let us refrain from such discussions during dinner. We can chat afterward. After finishing their meal, Shin Siqing pushed Shun Chutang towards the garden, while Shi Qingyu was called away by Shan Yinheng. Shun Chutang inquired, Second brother, what does elder brother want to discuss with him? Shin Siqing draped a blanket over her legs. How would I know? Just focus on admiring your flowers. Shun Chutang pouted. The endless summer blooms were splendid, large clusters of flowers radiating vibrancy. Second brother, do you still keep in touch with Xingyang? Why do you ask that? Shun Siqing reacted, his voice slightly raised upon hearing those 2 syllables. Just bored, thought I'd find something to talk about. Shin Siqing scoffed, well, you certainly know how to converse. What connection could there be? It's as if she is avoiding me, so. Have you moved on? Shun Chutang pressed further. Moved on. Shun Siqing laughed self-deprecatingly. If you were asked to let go of Shi Qingyu, could you truly do it? Of course not. Just as Shin Chutang was about to inquire further, Shun Siqing plucked a branch of endless summer and placed it on her lap. All right, no more questions. Ask again, and I might just cry for you. She was blissful, yet here she was poking at his heart. This indeed seemed like something he would do. Shun Chutang chuckled. Fine then, second brother. Can you escort me back to my room? Certainly. Shun Siqing guided her back. Just as they encountered Shi Qingyu and Shun Yinhang descending the stairs, Shen Shutang casually handed the flowers to Shi Qingyu. Brother Qingyu, I didn't give you flowers yesterday. One must present flowers during a confession. She smiled radiantly, leaving Shi Qingyu momentarily stunned, instinctively accepting the gesture. Shun Yinhang patted his shoulder. She's giving them to you. Just accept it. Shun Siqing, vexed, ruffled Shen Shutang's hair. Hey, I just gave those to you. How did they end up in someone else's hands? What was that struggle on the ground for? Just to show off your strength. Shen Shutang turned back with a smile. I'll bring you some later. Second brother. Shun Siqing ushered her into the elevator. Elder brother, hurry up and send him away. He found Shi Qingyu irritating. Shen Shutang's soft laughter echoed from the elevator, mixed with Shun Siqing's disgruntled complaints. Qingyu, let us go. The driver had yet to arrive, so Shi Qingyu accompanied Shun Yinhang outside. Shun Yinhang mused, do you know why I initially agreed to our parents' suggestion of entrusting Tianji to you? The night was silent, with only the sound of their footsteps on the road. Shun Yinhang continued, Tianji had quite the temper when she was younger, very headstrong. He reminisced about young Shen Shutang. And they both chuckled. Once, during the summer, Tianji experienced her first menstruation, causing her much discomfort and aggravating her temper. The newly hired maid, unaware, prepared noodles for her, and she immediately threw her chopsticks. Memories flooded back, the scene becoming clearer. That time, Shun Shutang was 13, while Shi Qingyu had just joined the Shi family. Truth be told, Shen Yinhang had his reservations. After all, they were no longer children. I scolded her, yet you held her gently in your arms, soothing her. You furrowed your brow, and now that I think back, it wasn't because you were displeased with her temper, but rather with me for raising my voice at her. Wasn't it? Shun Yinhang had an epiphany today. They exchanged knowing glances. The answer was evident. He now suspected that if he hadn't been Shun Shutang's elder brother at that time, Shi Qingyu would have certainly confronted him. Later, after calming down, when he sought to find them, Shi Qingyu had already comforted her, softly explaining that her elder brother hadn't meant to scold her, and even sent her some food. That moment, Shen Yinhang felt assured that Shi Qingyu would take good care of her. He never showered Shen Shutang with mere indulgence. While she was indeed pampered, he also imparted wisdom. I recall that period was quite challenging for you. Entering the Shi family at 19, wanting to earn respect, you faced considerable difficulties that I've seen how you handle matters. You aren't without temperament, sometimes even excessively strict. Yet you seem to have never brought your negative emotions around Tianji, always accommodating and supporting her. Upon reflection, you seem to have never lost your temper with her. Previously, he had thought that Shi Qingyu's affection for Tianji was typical of a brotherly bond. He had even subtly warned him against harboring inappropriate thoughts. Little did he know that those thoughts had already emerged, while concealed. Qingyu, I never imagined your feelings for Tianji would evolve in this manner. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Shi Qingyu's affection had long surpassed that of the neighborly brothers. Nonetheless, he had to admit, Shi Qingyu had done exceptionally well. Perhaps he had concealed it so perfectly, or perhaps such feelings only transformed over time. When Shen Yinhang discovered this, he was surprised, yet upon reflection, it felt inevitable. Shi Qingyu's presence in Shun Shutang's life was undeniably strong. After 17 years of daily companionship, it was only natural for her to regard him as part of her life and develop feelings for him. Yet, Shen Yinhang was unaware that the same was true for Shi Qingyu in the past. I was narrow-minded. Now, I believe I can confidently entrust Tianji to you in a different capacity. The car slowly came to a halt before them, and Shen Yinhang paused, adding, Qingyu, some things are hard-earned. Cherish them. Shi Qingyu nodded solemnly, fully aware of the significance of this day. I understand, elder brother. Shen Yinhang entered the vehicle. Well, head home soon. The endless summer flowers held his warmth. And Shi Qingyu gazed at the night sky with a smile. Qingyu, you're back. Yes, mother. Are you still awake? Shui Wanqiu approached the door to greet him. Come here, I have something for you. Shi Qingyu followed her upstairs, watching as she retrieved a wooden box. This was given to me by your grandmother when your father and I married. Now that you have someone you cherish, I'm passing this on to you. Tianji is a wonderful girl, and she's the treasure of the Shun family. She mustn't be wronged, understood? You've always been independent, but remember, whether in love or marriage, it's a matter for two. Ing is still young, so be more accommodating, but also heed what your Uncle Shun says. If there comes a day you no longer feel the same, do not force it. I won't, Shi Qingyu quickly replied, his gaze fixated on the wooden box. Lost in thought, he was more attached to Shin Chutang than anyone else and could not fathom a day devoid of love for her. If such a day were to arrive, he would rather end things beforehand. This notion felt extreme, and he lowered his gaze to hide his swirling emotions. Shui Wankyu chuckled. Look at you, turning into an irrational fool. Fine, mother believes you, but remember, while loving others, do not neglect yourself. All right, your father is still waiting for you in the study. Okay, mother, rest early. After returning to his room, Shi Qingyu trimmed the flowers and placed them in a vase. Then set the box aside before heading to the study. After knocking, he entered. Father. Shi Hushiyuan sat in his chair, slightly intoxicated, and upon seeing him, grunted, Stinky boy, did you get what you wished for? Thank you. Father, Shi Qingyu replied. Thank you for what? I'm your father. But could you at least give me a heads up next time to prepare a bit? Although I suppose there won't be a next time. Shi Qingyu smiled faintly. There won't be a next time. Stinky boy, you're far smarter than your old man. I have nothing more to teach you. Gung Li and the others have spoken with you, and Yin Hang has too. Not to mention your mother should have had a word with you. But today, Ying came to see me as well. Guess what she said? Shi Qingyu looked at him, his eyes inquiring. She told me not to scold you, saying we should treat you like a treasure. Shi Hushiyuan laughed heartily. Qingyu, there are things I've never said, but your mother and I will always be your support. If you encounter any issues, come back to us. That will never be a mistake. Your parents will always help you. Shi Qingyu felt a lump in his throat, murmuring, Father, I understand. All right, go rest. Tomorrow, you should have your chest checked at the hospital. Shi Hushiyuan stood, extending his arm. Why are you dawdling? This is what Ying told me. Shi Qingyu supported his arm. Father, let me help you back. Yes, you all have grown up, good children that don't hold any grudges against Siqing. And make sure to have a good chat with him later. Understood. Father, Shin Shudong's birthday falls in mid-August, and on that very day, when old Master Shun presented another set of dowry, everyone suddenly understood. Shin Siqing silently gave a thumbs up to the box, impressed, and thought to himself, no wonder Grandpa had been a scout in his youth. Chengyu had only visited Wuha Mountain once. He turned to Shi Qingyu and inquired, Qingyu, did Grandpa subject you to intense interrogation? No, Chengyu replied. Grandpa merely asked me a few questions. Shin Shutong, still recovering from her leg injury, was not resting quietly in her wheelchair. She was maneuvering it in circles around the living room, with Shi Qingyu closely following her. You little rascal, you've hidden your secrets quite well. That I just remembered. It's no wonder that last time I visited Grandpa's house, he asked me how old Chengyu was. This was what he meant, Shun Sujing exclaimed as if awakened from a dream. Shun Gungli observed the two of them like fools and bluntly remarked, you two better not claim to be from the Shin family when you go out. It's utterly embarrassing. Shun Siqing chuckled and replied, yes, perhaps it's hereditary. Before Shun Gungli could get angry, Shin Shudong had already burst into laughter. Shin Siqing added, there's an even bigger fool over there. Shin Shudong's laughter abruptly ceased. Dad, second brother, is scolding me. She maneuvered her wheelchair to kick Shin Siqing, but was swiftly lifted by Shi Qingyu. Your leg isn't healed yet. We can't have you falling again. Shin Siqing pushed her wheelchair aside, only getting hurt and not learning her lesson. Who was it that fell from the wheelchair last time? I tripped over something. It's not my fault, Shun Chutong replied, her expression one of grievance as she leaned on Shi Qingyu's shoulder. You're mean. You're in cahoots with second brother. No, I'm just worried you'll fall, Shi Qingyu said, placing her gently on the sofa. The last time Shin Shutong fell from her wheelchair, she had a large bump on her forehead. Shin Mushing felt that this year had not been kind to her, between illnesses and injuries. He even went to Xiangshan Temple to get her a protective talisman to keep close. Tang Tang. Uncle Wen led Xie Tong into the room, and after greeting the others in the living room, he rushed towards the sofa. Xie Tong had just returned from traveling to many countries Shin Shudong had never heard of, arriving back on the day of her birthday. Xie Tong? Shin Shutong exclaimed in surprise, as no one had informed her about Xie Tong's arrival, especially since she had been sending her pictures from abroad just yesterday. Did you miss me, Tang Tang? Siatong exclaimed as she rushed over to embrace her. I was almost dying to see you. Shun Chudong replied, Miss Me. I saw you having a great time out there. Oh, happy or not. I still missed you. I came straight here after landing, Siatong said, nudging her head playfully. All right. I get it, Shun Chutong said, pushing Siatong's wandering head away. Hey, your leg still hasn't healed? When will it be better? Will you be able to go back to school then? It is getting better, but I still can't run or stand for long, Shun Chutong said, glancing at her leg. That's fine. I'll carry you upstairs when the time comes, Siatong said, patting the cast on her leg. One of you, I can still manage. Shun Chudong laughed. That will be quite a burden for you. By the way, aren't you turning 18 this year? Aren't you having a coming-of-age ceremony? Siatong asked, initially thinking it was because of Shun Chutong's leg injury that she wasn't holding one to her surprise. Shun Chudong pouted, her voice tinged with sorrow. Second brother said to wait until I graduate. We combined the coming-of-age ceremony with the graduation banquet to save money. Siatong burst into laughter, as if he is short on cash. Who would believe that? If the Shun family were short on money, I would be destitute. The true motive was clear to all. Hence, this year, like the previous ones, they merely held a small family dinner at home, though this time, Shur's parents also attended. Dinner was filled with joviality. And after the meal, Siatong left in a hurry, as if escaping, leaving Shin Chudong feeling perplexed. Shur Qingyu carried her back to her room, where 2 boxes lay on the table of the balcony. Piquing Shun Chudong's curiosity. What are those? What else could they be? Shur Qingyu placed her on the sofa. One is for my mom, and the other is mine. Shin Chudong was accustomed to multiple gifts from him and smiled, waiting for him to open them. Shur Qingyu's hands trembled slightly as he first opened the wooden box from Shui Wanxiu, showing it briefly to Shin Chudong. This is what Grandma gave to Mom. She asked me to give it to you. Shin Chudong barely got a glimpse, only seeing a green ring before Shur Qingyu closed the lid and set it aside. The other box was larger. Shur Qingyu moved it forward and slowly opened it. A diamond crown appeared before Shin Chudong, illuminated by both moonlight and lamplight, the diamond sparkling brilliantly. This, Shur Qingyu picked up the crown, kneeling on one knee with focused intent as he placed it on Shin Chudong's head. Gently tucking her hair behind her ears, Tang Tang, he called softly, his tone imbued with a touch of reverence. Thank you for choosing to be by my side, that I'm also grateful that you are willing to allow me another identity by your side. It is my honor. However, at this moment, Tang Tang has more important matters to attend to. I know I'm lacking in many areas compared to you, so please don't look down on me. Teach me, and I will learn. Therefore, don't feel disheartened, and grant me a little time. I will wait for you to grow up. With expectations in place, waiting became a sweet endeavor. Others believed Shin Chudong to be younger and that she needed guidance from him. But that was not entirely true. He was often too stubborn and merely cared for Shin Chudong in matters of love. He felt he fell short compared to her. Shur Qingyu spoke earnestly, having prepared many words, yet only managed to articulate them in fragments. Shun Chudong smiled radiantly, extending her hand towards him. Brother Qingyu, I have much to learn as well, so please guide me in the future, my boyfriend. She insisted on addressing him this way, tilting her head slightly, proud yet stubborn. Shur Qingyu chuckled, watching the girl crowned with jewels seated on the sofa while he knelt before her, his eyes glimmering with mirth as he kissed her hand, saying, I look forward to your guidance, my princess. Chapter 64. Shin Chudong had never anticipated that her birthday would be so exhausting. She initially thought her coming-of-age celebration would hold no particular significance. However, the following day, 3 of her brother's assistants, along with a secretary, arrived bearing a mountain of documents for her to sign. The crowd was overwhelming, with several individuals seated on the sofa in a queue. Before long, Lin Shulang also appeared, momentarily taken aback by the scene as he sat beside Wei Chuan. What brings you here? Wei Chuan asked. Lin Shulang smiled. It was the boss's orders. The documents felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in Lin Shulang's hands, and he dared not let go for even a moment. Why are there so many? How long will this take? Shun Chudong complained loudly, rubbing her sore wrists. Secretary Chun smiled apologetically, patiently pointing out where she needed to sign. Miss Shun, you've worked hard. It will be over soon, just here. Just as he finished, Wei Chuan approached with another stack of documents. Shun Chudong sighed heavily, massaging her wrist Give me a moment to catch my breath. Miss, so many people are scrambling to get these signed. Wei Chuan joked, his demeanor reminiscent of Shen Xiqing. Shen Shudong smiled at him. Then you take them. Wei Chuan uncapped the pen and handed it to her. I wouldn't dare. Mississippi, we need to hurry. Shu Lang is waiting too. Only then did Shen Shutong notice Lin Shu Lang seated on the sofa, waiting with a somewhat stiff smile. With no other option, Shen Shudong picked up the pen again, signing away on documents regarding stocks and properties without a glance, following Wei Chuan's lead. After signing another stack, Wei Chuan jokingly remarked, "Thank goodness it's all family. If it were outsiders, Miss Wun Ti be able to sign like this." As Wei Chuan departed with the documents, Shi Qingyu approached, nodding in greeting as he made way for himself. Shi Qingyu sat beside her, gently massaging her hands. "Are you tired?" "Exhausted, utterly so," Shen Shutong replied lazily. Leaning against him, "I was called up early this morning, starting with Shen Sujing, who was in a hurry to leave and urged me to sign, followed by the eldest and second brothers." "What are you doing here?" Shi Qingyu asked, embracing her. "What do you mean by what am I doing here? Can I come?" Shi Qingyu was displeased, pinching her cheek and returning her to her chair, handing her the pen and pointing to the documents. "Here, sign your name." "How could I, Brother Qingyu?" "It's fine if I don't sign," Shen Shutong replied with a charming smile, picking up the pen again. Among all the documents, the one belonging to Shi Qingyu was the thickest, and it took her quite a while to get through half of it. "Why haven't you finished yet? Didn't Wei Chuan bring them all?" Shen Xiqing asked, coming down the stairs in confusion. Taking the opportunity, Shen Shutong paused. "I still have to sign Brother Qingyu, S. Shen Xiqing approached and casually picked up one of the signed documents to peruse, glancing back and forth 3 times before confirming he wasn't mistaken. Shocked, he exclaimed, "Is this the shares of the Shi family? There must be an error in the contract." Certainly, what astonished her was not merely the shares that Shi Qingyu bestowed upon her, but rather the extraordinary number of 41. He had done his research. Aside from the irretrievable scattered shares, Shi Qingyu possessed 80 of the company. They could have allocated 30 or even 40 to Shen Shutang. Yet he chose 41. This additional fraction, even when considered independently, amounted to a staggering sum. But it was particularly striking that it was given on an equal basis, an increment of 1%. "Have you thought this through?" Shen Xiqing inquired, handing the document to Shi Qingyu, his tone grave. Shi Qingyu placed the document on the table, responding with a casual, "I've been considering it for quite some time." "What?" Shen Shudang looked up, her expression one of confusion. Shen Xiqing gently tapped her head. "It's nothing. Let Shu Lang assist you." "Qingyu, come with me." Shen Shutang replied apathetically, watching the two depart. Shen Xiqing led him into the study and closed the door. "Qingyu, we do not oppose you and Tang Tang being together. But have you truly thought this through?" A thought crossed Shi Qingyu's mind, and he smiled gently. "Ergo, this is a decision I made long ago." Shen Xiqing sighed. "There's no need for such extremes. Tang Tang won't love you less for withholding these shares, nor will she love you more for giving them. She has never lacked for such things. Indeed, Tang Tang lacks nothing, but this is my assurance for her. I know she doesn't care for these matters, yet I wish for her to live well in every sense. Even if one day I'm not by her side, I want her to lead a happy life." Shen Xiqing intended to say more, but was interrupted by Shi Qingyu. "Just like how Ergo consistently supports Ms. Zhou, we all wish to give our beloved the very best." Shen Xiqing was rendered speechless. However, with this, Shen Shudang would become the largest shareholder of the Shi family. He then asked, "Do uncle and aunt know?" Shi Qingyu replied, "They do, and they consent." Shen Xiqing, who had previously worried about Shen Shutang being deceived, now found himself concerned for Shi Qingyu. "Qingyu, you and Tang Tang have grown up together. She has never been patient. At 5, she liked singing, practiced for 6 months. At 7, she wanted to learn dancing, but quit on the first day out of fear of pain. And at 10, she tried painting for just 10 months and never returned to it again. Though she learns quickly, she can't maintain interest in anything for long, and she has never been committed to anything for over a year. Qingyu, are you not afraid?" Saying he wasn't afraid was impossible. Merely contemplating it filled him with a bittersweet ache. Shi Qingyu remained silent for a long while. "I am afraid, but it's all right. I trust Tang Dang and her feelings for me." Shun Xiqing still wanted to advise him, adding, "There's no need to give so much. At the very least, you should retain a significant portion for yourself." Shi Qingyu merely smiled, his voice bright. "To me, Tang Tang will always be my top priority, and she will always have her freedom." Shun Xiqing was taken aback, as fragments of memories flooded his mind. Indeed, it was always Shun Chutang seated at the head of the table during meals, always walking ahead while he trailed half a step behind, and always bowing his head when conversing with her. But it seemed he never had a bottom line before her, or rather, his bottom line was Shun Chutang. He had consistently demonstrated through his actions that in his eyes, Shun Chutang was perpetually more esteemed than he, never feeling ashamed of being overshadowed by a young girl. Shun Xiqing suddenly felt a twinge of shame. He was not as admirable as Shi Qingyu. Shun Xiqing chuckled helplessly. Tang Tang must be blessed beyond measure. He found himself a bit envious. "Ergo, I'm the fortunate one," Shi Qingyu stated, his words devoid of pretense. And his smile radiated satisfaction. "What are you two discussing?" Shun Chutang entered, her small figure eager to rush over, only to be intercepted by Shi Qingyu, who gently admonished her, "Slow down, no running to Oh, what were you talking about?" "Sneaking around?" Shun Chutang looked up at him, tugging at his hand playfully. "Nothing much," Shun Xiqing teased. "What could it be? Just celebrating your newfound status as a major shareholder of the Shi family, Boss Shun." "What?" Shun Chutang's eyes widened in astonishment. "When did this happen? How come I wasn't informed? Were you truly so oblivious while signing the contract just now? You're not afraid we'll sell you off?" "Brother Qingyu, is what Ergus said true?" Shun Chutang asked, her expression grave, her eyes filled with urgency as she sought confirmation. "Yes," Shi Qingyu affirmed, tenderly stroking her head. "It's nothing. Nothing." Shun Chutang, unusually irate, retorted that as the Shi family. She was unaware of the true value of those shares. She only knew that Shi Qingyu had invested tremendous effort and hardship into the Shi family, building it up single-handedly. "I don't want this." Shun Chutang choked. "That is something you worked so hard to obtain." Shi Qingyu lowered his gaze to wipe away her tears. "Tang Tang is also something I've worked hard to gain." The two were lost in their own world. Making Shun Xiqing feel somewhat superfluous, he quietly slipped away. "Tang Tang, please don't cry. Just help me keep it safe for now, all right?" "You're lying. You'll definitely refuse when I offer it back." Time had indeed matured her. Such words no longer soothed her. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, contemplating strategies. Hearing his laughter only fueled Shun Chutang's irritation, and she pinched him at the waist. "That doesn't hurt. It tickles." Shi Qingyu caught her hand. "Didn't you say we would always be together? What's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine. There's no distinction." Shun Chutang's voice, laced with grievance, elongated as she leaned into his embrace. If there were no distinction, then why give it to her? Shi Qingyu hadn't anticipated that a simple gift would lead to such tears. His heart ached with compassion and helplessness as he patted her back. "Good Tang Tang, no more tears, but we still need to head home for lunch." Shun Chutang sulked against his chest, wiping her face dry. "You're bullying me." "Yes, it's my fault. I apologize to Tang Tang. Will you forgive me?" Shun Chutang glared at him with her watery eyes. "There better not be a next time." "All right." Shi Qingyu embraced her. "I promise." He mentioned they needed to return home for lunch, specifically to the Shi family's ancestral residence. He had informed Shun Chutang a few days prior. Unable to contain his excitement, Shun Chutang felt indifferent. The gifts they were to bring had long been prepared at home, while Shi Qingyu was an anxious bundle of nerves. Shi Tingwei only knew that Shi Qingyu was bringing someone he liked back, unaware that the person was Shun Chutang. For his grandson's first guest, he spared no expense in courtesy, sending a car to pick them up. The ceremonial red flag limousine halted at the villa's entrance, the driver stepping out to open the door for her. Shi Qingyu waited until she was seated before entering himself. The roses in the roadside flower bed were in full bloom, and Shun Chutang leaned against the car window, gazing outside. The driver, sensing the moment, slowed the vehicle. Shi Qingyu angled his body to shield her waist. "It's nice to have some flowers planted in the yard." "Yes, but those along the road are even prettier." Shun Chutang adored flowers and relished admiring them. She was captivated by the sights along the way. The car arrived slightly later than expected, and as they entered the imposing courtyard, Shen Shutang felt a wave of nervousness wash over her. She grasped Shi Qingyu's hand and asked, "Brother Qingyu, are you nervous?" Shi Qingyu squeezed her palm reassuringly. "It's fine. It's just a meal." Shen Shutang nodded, softly affirming, her grip tightening around his hand. Shi Tingwei waited at the entrance, his anticipation palpable. Upon seeing the car halt, he was poised to rush over and assist with the door. Fortunately, Shi Qingyu quickly emerged, shielding someone as he helped her out. As Shi Tingwei slowly discerned the girl's features, they seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen her somewhere before. When Shen Shutang approached, smiling sweetly as she greeted Grandpa Shi, he instantly recognized her as the youngest daughter of the Shun family. He glanced at Shi Qingyu in disbelief before turning his attention back to Shen Shutang. "You're Tang Tang, right? Come in. Come in." "Thank you, Grandpa Shi." Shi Qingyu guided her forward, leaning down to whisper, "Tang Tang, just smile and be yourself." The interior of the house was decorated in a traditional Chinese style, exuding a sense of antiquity. Upon entering, Shen Shutang finally understood the meaning behind his earlier words that a multitude of people occupied the sofas. The Shi family's parents were present as well, and upon their entrance, everyone stood in unison. Shi Qingyu led her further inside. "Tang Tang, this is my uncle and aunt." "Hello, Uncle and Aunt Dada. So you're Tang Tang? You're truly lovely." Shi Shang interjected before his elder brother could respond. "Are you tired from a journey?" Shi Qingyu proceeded to introduce everyone. "This is my aunt." Shen Shutang quickly smiled and replied, "Hello, Aunt, I'm not tired." "Hello, hello. I never expected Qingyu to bring back such a beautiful girl. He truly is fortunate. Today, I feel immensely fortunate to have my dear aunt visit me." The youngest child in the family is Shi Qingyu, and it has been quite a while since I last encountered such a lively little girl. Shi Shang gazes at her with genuine fondness. Hearing Shen Shutang's cheerful words, she bursts into laughter. "Well, you certainly speak more eloquently than your aunt. Come, sit over here." Shi Shang pulls her to the sofa, where everyone nearby greets her with warm smiles, and Shen Shutang reciprocates graciously. Shi Qingyu sits beside her, occasionally offering her snacks and pouring tea, whenever she is posed with a question she cannot answer. He graciously declines for her, prompting Shen Shutang to turn and smile at him. When it comes time for lunch, the group heads to the dining room. Shi Tingwei, though advanced in age, has taken a liking to cooking, though opportunities for him to do so are rare. However, today is different. In a good mood, he has prepared several dishes for the table. "Tang Tang, don't be shy. Treat this as your own home," Shi Shang says, as she uses the communal chopsticks to place food into Shen Shutang's bowl. Shen Shutang beams sweetly. "Thank you, and I can manage on my own." The Shi family values decorum, and generally, conversation at the dining table is minimal. Yet Shi Shang, ever the rebel, has maintained her defiance from childhood into parenthood. It's not that Shi Tingwei indulges her, but rather that he finds her impossible to discipline. As a child, she was a tough nut to crack. She endured scoldings and beatings, yet remained unyielding, resulting in her having her way in the end. Both girls, being the only daughters in their respective families, have had contrasting upbringings. Shen Shutang was raised in pampered circumstances, while Shi Shang was renowned as the tyrant of the courtyard, unmatched in her defiance. "Tang Tang, do try this. It's Grandpa's dompa pork," Shi Shang says, using the communal chopsticks to place a piece in her bowl. Though Grandpa has aged, his culinary skills remain commendable. Shi Tingwei shoots her a glare, thinking that had Shen Shutang not been present, he would have scolded her. Shen Shutang chuckles at her antics. "Thank you, Aunt." Shi Qingyu retrieves her bowl, expertly cutting the dompa pork into smaller pieces with a spoon before replacing it. "Would you like to try?" he asks. Shen Shutang softly replies with a gentle smile, ultimately eating half and offering the other half to Shi Qingyu. Chapter 66. Yearning to see the world, Shi Tingwei praises her continually, saying, "A little girl ought to eat well. Don't concern yourself with being thin. Girls look lovely in any shape." Shen Shutang blushes shyly, particularly as Shi Qingyu praises her in her ear, causing her cheeks to redden despite her familiarity with his compliments. The meal ends after countless praises. This little girl is quite impressive, showing no signs of shyness. Shi Shang reflects as they bid farewell to their guests. Children raised in affluent households are rarely lacking. Qingyu appears genuinely smitten, in all these years. I've never seen him bow to anyone like this. Not even to Hee-sun. Hee-sun chuckles at his brother's teasing. Isn't it obvious? He brought her home as soon as he came of age, afraid she might slip away. Just yesterday, he celebrated his birthday, and today, he has already brought her home. Shang expresses her surprise. Ah, just turned 18? I thought she merely looked youthful. I didn't realize she's actually quite young. Hee-sun replies, indeed, she just celebrated her 18th birthday yesterday. Shang laughs. That's rather, well, predatory, isn't it? After a moment, she adds, I suppose it runs in the family. Laughter fills the living room as Hee-sun recalls how, upon reaching adulthood, he too pursued his partner, marrying her as soon as they were of legal age. Their first child, Ching-yu, was born after a difficult delivery, which is why they currently have only one child. In this sense, Ching-yu embodies a certain inheritance of familial traits. In another room filled with laughter, Shun Chutang leans against Ching-yu's shoulder, closing her eyes to rest. I've truly become the little pig that second brother spoke of. I'm drowsy after a hearty meal. Ching-yu rubs her belly. No, it's my fault for letting Tang eat too much. Noticing her good mood today and the many compliments she has received, he couldn't help but serve her extra helpings, ultimately leaving her feeling stuffed. Still full? If not, we should have Luo Yang prescribe something for you. Shin Chudang hurriedly shakes her head. No, Luo Yang's medicine isn't as effective as your hands, Brother Chung. Ching-yu chuckles softly, his hands never ceasing their gentle ministrations since they entered the car. All right, today, they were indeed bound for the hospital, as Shin Chutang's leg required a follow-up examination. Although it wasn't particularly serious, they wished to avoid any lingering after-effects. Shin Chutang's greatest fears were medication and injections, and, as a child, she would cling tightly to anyone present, insisting that the doctors in white coats resembled white ghosts. Yet each time, Ching-yu would coax her, explaining that they were angels of mercy, and after so many visits, she learned that coming here often led to her recovery. Gradually, she became accustomed to it, though the frequency of her visits lessened due to her improving health and the fact that minor ailments were now treated at home, with only annual checkups and special circumstances necessitating a hospital visit. Upon exiting the car, Ching-yu opened the door, intending to carry her out, but Shun Chudang waved her hand to refuse. Brother Chung, I wish to walk and digest my meal. Ching-yu expressed a hint of regret. Then take my hand. Without needing to be told, Shun Chutang looped her arm through his, having had her cast removed merely days ago. Shin Chudang was supposed to continue resting her leg for a while longer, but she found it uncomfortable, pouting and tearing up, and had it removed after only a month. Miss Shun, back again? Luo Yang. The nurse called as he put down his pen and returned it to his pocket. Hello, Dr. Luo. Shun Chudang greeted him. She no longer feared doctors, but she still felt a bit timid around Luo Yang, as he was always the one to draw her blood. Ching-yu helped her sit on the sofa and glanced at Luo Yang. Please don't frighten her. All right, Luo Yang chuckled. Just wait here for a moment. I'll have someone arrange the examination. The examination proceeded swiftly, and her recovery was progressing well, though she was still advised to avoid vigorous activities and prolonged standing, after receiving a barrage of medical advice. Ching-yu lifted her into his arms to exit, citing that Shin Chudang had already been standing for a considerable time. With a valid reason, Shun Chutang found herself carried into the car, then out again. After spending another half-month resting at home, the long-awaited start of school finally arrived. Xietong had been away for 2 months, returning only once on Shun Chutang's birthday. Initially, Shin Chudang thought she would not see Xietong on the first day of school. But to her surprise, she spotted Xietong waiting as soon as she stepped out of the car. Tang, I'm here to pick you up, Xietong exclaimed, rushing over. I'll carry you upstairs. Shin Chudang laughed at her rolled-up sleeves. Well, you won't have that opportunity. Turning back to Ching-yu, she added, Brother Chung, you should go to work. I'll go in with Xietong. Ching-yu tousled her hair. All right, call me if you need anything. Once he left, Xietong, feeling bolder, took Shin Chutang's backpack and draped her arm around her shoulder. Why aren't you using it? Shin Chudang replied, You've really lost track of time. First, my leg is nearly healed, and second, our class has changed locations to the first floor. Oh, I left my backpack upstairs. No wonder there are so many unfamiliar faces in class, Xietong remarked, attempting to pull Shin Chudang along, but stopping abruptly when she remembered her leg. Are you not keeping up with the news? Did you have fun? Shen Shutang inquired. Xie Tong answered without hesitation. Of course, the outside world is magnificent. Once inside the classroom, Xie Tong returned Shen Shutang to her seat before going upstairs to retrieve her backpack. Leaning to the side with her chin resting on her hand, Xie Tong spoke with unusual seriousness. Tang Tang, I truly envy you, da-da. Shen Shutang responded, slightly taken aback. What do you envy about me? I envy your freedom to pursue whatever you wish. And having so many brothers, Xie Tong said earnestly, her expression tinged with disappointment. Shen Shutang's demeanor shifted to one of concern. What's the matter? Have you encountered something troubling? It was unusual for someone as optimistic as Xie Tong to suddenly appear so melancholic. Xie Tong rested her head on the desk, her muffled voice emerging. Tang Tang, I don't want to inherit the family business. I don't wish to become a female entrepreneur. Xie Tong was the only child in her family. And suddenly, Shen Shutang seemed to grasp something significant. Did your father say something to you? She asked, leaning closer and gently patting Xie Tong's back. And why Dad wants me to join the company after my college entrance exams. But I don't want to study business management, nor do I want to work in the company, Xie Tong confessed. Turning her head, I want to explore the outside world, travel across the globe, and savor all the delicious foods rather than being confined to the office. That's not what I desire. Chapter 67. Xie Tong has disappeared, Shen Shutang asked. So that's why you traveled during the summer? Xie Tong nodded silently. They wanted me to start studying during the summer, but I didn't want to, so I ran away. If only I could be an adult like you. Shen Shutang pinched her cheek playfully. You will be an adult too, Dad. I think you should have a serious discussion with your parents. Running away won't solve the problem. Xie Tong sighed. I understand, but I am at a loss as to how to communicate with them. Moreover, having ventured outside to behold the scenery, I find myself even less inclined to take on the responsibilities at home. Shen Shutang, observing her troubled expression, couldn't help but chuckle. Oh, so you do have moments of worry. Having known each other for 4 or 5 years, Shen Shutang had rarely witnessed Xie Tong in a state of unhappiness. Her face was perpetually adorned with a smile, as if she had never encountered any worries. Of course, you are fortunate, with 3 brothers to look after you, devoid of concerns, and with money at your disposal that I wish I had a brother too. Well, each has their own advantages. Challenges will inevitably be resolved. Frowning is not in your nature, Xie Tong. Cheer up. Who knows, you might just stumble upon a brother on your way. The school bell rang, and Shen Shutang patted her shoulder, urging her to rise. Whether or not she would find a brother remained uncertain. But not long after, Xian called to inform her that Xie Tong had vanished. The once tranquil weekend was abruptly shattered. Shen Shutang hastily dialed a number, but there was no answer. Oh, not worry. Everything will be fine. Shi Qingyu reassured her. I'll have Shulang send some people out to search. Shen Shutang was on the verge of tears, berating herself for not having comforted Xie Tong more during their last encounter. Where could she possibly be? The only solace was that Xie Tong had enough money, so she wouldn't suffer, yet the very fact that she had money made her whereabouts a mystery. Unable to reach her, Shen Shutang decided to visit the Xie household. Upon arrival, she found Xie Tong's mother in tears, her eyes swollen, arguing with Xie and "It's all your fault. Why did you pressure her? Now that she has gone, are you satisfied?" Xian wore a guilty expression. It's my fault. Please stop crying. Finding our daughter is the priority. Miss Shan, Mr. Shi, I'm afraid we must trouble you. Has Xie Tong been in contact with either of you? Shen Shutang shook her head. No, she seemed perfectly fine yesterday after school. She even mentioned bringing me some treats on Monday. And now she has gone. Tong Tong didn't come home last night. Liang Ying sobbed. Shen Shutang was taken aback, her voice rising in disbelief. She didn't come home last night? This is my fault. Xie and wiped his eyes, recalling how he had spoken to her briefly over the phone after school, never anticipating such an outcome. Initially, Shen Shutang had thought Xie Tong was merely absent for the day, but now that she knew Xie Tong had disappeared since yesterday, tears streamed down her face, her heart racing with anxiety. Where could she have gone? Shen Shutang turned to Shi Qingyu, urging him to dispatch more people to search. All right, don't fret that I've already informed Shulang to contact the police. Shi Qingyu consoled, gently patting her back. Xie Tong is not as fragile as we imagine. She will be fine. Shen Shutang nodded, standing from her chair, hastily wiping her tears with the back of her hand. Yes, it's not the time to cry that I must go find Sietong. Years prior, there had been frequent incidents of wealthy merchants' relatives being kidnapped, with ransom demands sometimes leading to tragic outcomes. But such occurrences had significantly decreased over the years. Those who kidnapped did so for money. If Sietong had been abducted, they would have already come seeking a ransom, yet no such contact had been made. And the police had yet to receive any reports that in fact, the absence of news was perhaps the best news. Aside from bars, internet cafes, and other challenging locations to search, every hotel and inn in the city had been checked, yielding no record of Sietong's stay, and the airport had no information either. Without any lodging and no sign of her leaving the city, where could Sietong possibly be as dusk descended? Shun Shutang, heart grew heavier. She had never anticipated encountering such a situation. She was reluctant to entertain the thought of events spiraling downward, yet she found herself unable to suppress her imagination, conjuring distressing scenarios that pushed her to the brink of despair, fraying her nerves. Exiting a small inn without any leads, Shun Shutang had heard the same refrain countless times. Never seen her. Don Tino. She clutched Shi Qingyu's sleeve, her voice trembling. Qingyu, I'm a little scared. Shi Qingyu grasped her trembling hand and pulled her into his embrace, assuring her everything will be all right. She might just be hiding, which is why no one can find her. Don't be afraid. She will be fine. Are you tired? Shall we take a moment to rest? Shun Shutang shook her head, emerging from his embrace. She was exhausted, feeling as though she had never walked so far. Her feet ached, her legs were sore, but Sietong was still missing. Though Shi Qingyu felt a pang of sympathy, he understood that Shun Shutang was equally stubborn. Sietong was her dear friend, and he couldn't persuade her to give up now. All he could do was accompany her, holding her hand as they searched together. Qingyu, let us check the restaurants in the west side of the city. The evening breeze was cool, and Shun Shutang sniffled, her nose reddening from the wind. All right, Shi Qingyu replied, leading her to the car. The west side of the city was an older district, home to several long-established traditional restaurants. Sietong had once taken her to dine at one of them. They had wandered for quite a while, even getting lost in the alleys, until Sietong suggested tossing a coin. Heads for left, tails for right. Perhaps luck was on their side, for they eventually found their way out, and Sietong had led her to sit by the roadside to enjoy some baked goods. Tea felt like a memory from yesterday. Yet so much time had passed. Tears began to fall from Shun Shutang's eyes, despite her repeated resolve not to cry today. The mere thought of her past moments with Sietong overwhelmed her. Shi Qingyu tenderly wiped her tears, embracing her in comfort. That moment, words felt futile. All they could do was pray for Sietong's swift return. Eat something, Tang Tang. You'll need your strength to search. Upon hearing this, Shun Shutang paused her tears and accepted a sandwich, but after half of it, she found herself unable to continue. Qingyu, do you think Sietong has anything to eat right now? Shi Qingyu was momentarily a loss for words as he gazed at her red-rimmed eyes. Shun Shutang refused to eat any more, and Shi Qingyu finished the remaining half himself. After an hour's drive, she would typically have fallen asleep by now, yet she refused to even close her eyes. The older district was dimly lit, with streetlights flickering sporadically. Shun Shutang stepped out of the car. The ache in her calves caused her to stumble slightly. She quickly grabbed onto Shi Qingyu's arm for support. Let us search for a little longer. We must rest even if we don't want to. Shi Qingyu's voice was firm, carrying an undeniable authority. Shun Shutang sensed her strength was nearing its limit and nodded in agreement. Chapter 68. Would you like to eat roasted sweet potatoes? But the old district was vast, and she had no idea where to begin her search. As she stumbled once more, nearly falling, Shi Qingyu refused to move any further, standing firm as he steadied her. Qingyu. Their eyes met, and with just those 4 words, Shi Qingyu relented, squatting down before her. Shun Shutang hesitated for only a second before leaning against him, wrapping her arms around his neck, feeling pitiful as she let out a couple of sobs. Then resolutely declared, I can't cry. Otherwise, I want to be able to see where people are. Shi Qingyu felt both helpless and heartbroken. Lin Shulang had led a team to search elsewhere, while Shi Qingyu carried Shun Shutang forward. Listening as she remarked that she felt they were close, that this was the spot. Yet she had expressed such sentiments numerous times before, almost at every location. Suddenly, Shun Shutang tapped his shoulder softly, whispering, "Qingyu, wait a moment. It seems there is someone inside. That it was quite normal for there to be people in a house. But this alley was filled with old courtyards, and the doors were worn and dilapidated, suggesting that no one should be residing there." Sure, Qingyu halted, and Shun Shutang descended from his back, steadying herself on his arm as she moved forward, just as she reached for the door. Sure, Qingyu stopped her. Once she was stable, he stepped forward to push the door open. The ancient, decaying wooden door creaked loudly in the stillness of the night as it swung open as a gust of cold wind swept through. And Shun Shutang caught sight of the scene inside. She had just glimpsed a flicker of fire through the crack. It was no illusion. There was a small fire burning in the yard, with two figures seated nearby, turning their heads in unison to look towards the entrance point. One of them, sitting on a wooden stump, was none other than Xie Tong, holding a charred sweet potato, her face smeared with soot. After a moment of surprise, she grinned at Shun Shutang, revealing her blackened teeth. "Tang Tang, would you like to eat roasted sweet potatoes?" Shun Shutang dashed forward at the fastest speed, leaving Shi Qingyu no time to stop her. "Xie Tong," Shun Shutang exclaimed angrily, delivering a punch to her shoulder. "You silly goose." After a day of tension, Shun Shutang finally felt her nerves relax, bursting into tears as she released all the fear and helplessness she had experienced throughout the day. Suddenly, a figure rushed towards her, attempting to pull her away, but Shi Qingyu was quicker, pulling her back into his embrace. Shun Shutang cried uncontrollably against him, her shoulders shaking, gradually growing quieter until she fainted. "Tang Tang, Tang Tang." Xie Tong pushed the person beside her aside and hurried over, asking, "What's wrong with Tang Tang?" Shi Qingyu scooped her up, exasperated, saying, "If you want to go back, then come along." Xie Tong paused momentarily before turning to grab onto Shi Qingyu, jogging after him. "Where are we going? Why are we running? Why did that person just now embrace you? And he knocked your roasted sweet potato to the ground. We hadn't finished eating yet." Xie Tong cast an impatient glare at him, exclaiming, "Oh, stop asking. If you want to come home with me, just keep quiet." Lin Shulang had yet to return, and Shi Qingyu lifted the individual into the car, leaving two bodyguards to watch over the other two, hastily instructing the driver to depart, that they've left. "Why should we follow them?" Xie Tong rolled her eyes again. "Didn't you see Tang Tang faint? If we wait any longer, someone will come to pick us up." Autumn had already set in, and the night breeze felt excessively chilly against the skin. The man ceased his inquiries and stepped in front of Xie Tong. Lin Shulang, who had received the news, arrived swiftly, glancing at Xie Tong, who was accompanied by another person, with some confusion but refrained from asking further, quickly ushering both into the car to head back. "Assistant Lin, is Tang Tang all right?" Lin Shulang sat in the passenger seat, sending messages to the group. "Miss Shun is fine, but you will soon have your own troubles." Since receiving the news that morning, Shun Shutao had not paused, enduring for over 10 hours with barely any food, relying solely on sheer willpower to hold on. Even though Xie's parents felt sorry for Xie Tong and didn't hold her accountable, Shi Qingyu's situation was equally challenging. By the time Shi Qingyu brought the person home, the doctor was already waiting. The doctor conducted an examination, revealing that Shun Shutao, having a weak constitution, had fainted after a long day compounded by emotional fluctuations, but there was no serious issue. She had already been administered glucose. However, a large blister had formed on her right foot, which looked rather alarming. While she slept, Shi Qingyu had the doctor attend to the blister promptly, bandaging the wound. Following Shi Qingyu's instructions, Lin Shulang directly returned the individual to the Xie residence, and the extra person was also dropped off along the way. Xian was both astonished and delighted to see his daughter return after being missing for a day and a night. But when he noticed the person trailing behind Xie Tong, he froze. "Who is this?" Xie Tong lowered her head, unable to look at them. "I found him." Lin Shulang approached. "Mr. Xie, I have returned the person, but such incidents must not happen again." For this trip, the bodyguards from both the Shun and Xie families had mobilized in large numbers, and the police force in the capital had also been deployed. After more than 10 hours, it was as if the city had been turned upside down. One might think a significant event had transpired. "Yes, Assistant Lin, please convey to Mr. Shi that we will express our gratitude on another day. It is too late today, and you should return to rest as well." Lin Shulang nodded and departed. Xian scrutinized the individual standing in front of Xie Tong, something that could momentarily be referred to as a person. Sietong, I will refrain from scolding you for running away from home. But what is this you have brought back? Sietong awkwardly chuckled a couple of times, peeking from behind the individual. This is a person, can't you tell? He just looks a bit disheveled at the moment. A wash would do him good. Of course, I know it's a person. Oh, Dad, I'm starving. I'm cold and hungry. Let's hurry inside. Xian, helpless, let out a cold snort and led the two inside. Once they reached a well-lit area, he finally saw the individual Sietong had brought back. From below, he had mistaken the long hair for that girl, only to discover it was a boy. Tall and slender, his clothes were ill-fitting and quite worn. Xian inquired, "What do you mean by this? Are we opening a shelter at home?" Liang Ying, having already shed tears of joy, emerged from the kitchen with a meal prepared by the servants. Sietong quickly pulled the individual to sit down, handing him utensils. He has no family. I felt sorry for him and brought him back. Do you even know his identity? You just brought someone home casually? Xian was infuriated, feeling dizzy, and you feel sorry for him? Aren't you afraid he might be a bad person? Liang Ying tugged at his arm. Enough, the child just returned. Let her be. Let her eat and rest, and we can discuss this tomorrow. The so-called bad person sat in the chair, his gaze shifting between the others, seemingly pondering the meaning of their words. It wasn't until Sietong placed the food in front of him that he began to eat. Chapter 69. A brother found Liang Ying felt a deep sense of satisfaction simply having her daughter back. Not inquiring much about the unexpected guest, and arranged for a guest room to be prepared. However, the individual closely followed Sietong into the bedroom, only to be pulled out by Xian. You, why are you going in there? What is your name? Where are you from? And how old are you? Xian fired off a series of questions, but the individual looked bewildered, as if he couldn't understand. Sietong, you didn't bring back a fool, did you? Sietong yawned as she emerged from the room. He's not a fool, Dad. He understands. He just takes a bit longer to respond, but I've already asked him those questions. And he didn't know the answers, Xian retorted. He doesn't know. What else could he be if not a fool? I'm not a fool, the individual suddenly interjected, startling Xian, who released his grip. All right, if you're not a fool, then you should know you can't enter my daughter's room. There's a guest room next door. Sleep there, and tomorrow we'll find your family. Why? The individual looked at Sietong. I have no family. She said she is my family. Why can't family members sleep together? He pointed at Sietong, looking perplexed. Before Xian could scold him, Sietong quickly began to explain, Dad, don't listen to his nonsense. He might be a bit out of it right now, don't take it to heart. And you, stop talking nonsense and go to bed. We'll deal with this tomorrow, Sietong said, her irritation palpable. She truly needed sleep. If she didn't rest soon, she might collapse. He remained still, and Sietong pushed him into the guest room, insisting he sleep on the bed until morning. With a loud bang, she slammed the door shut and returned to her own room. Xian stood at the door, dumbfounded. Dad, it's time to sleep. Another door slam echoed, and Xian, glancing at the closed door, cursed inwardly before returning to his room. Shen Shutao did not awaken until the following afternoon. When she first stirred, her body felt weak and achy. Shi Qingyu helped her sit up. Where's Sietong? Upon waking, her first inquiry was about Sietong. Shi Qingyu felt a surge of irritation but could not direct it at her. Sietong is fine. He handed her water, observing as she drank, wanting to say something but immediately adopting a serious tone. Yes, fine. She's at home safe and sound, but you are not to mention her again today. Shen Shutao looked at him in surprise, her eyes almost visibly declaring, I'm jealous. Shi Qingyu slightly turned his head, feeling displeased, to have put yourself in such a state looking for someone. You barely ate. And you didn't even mention your pain that you've hurt your foot. Shen Shutao watched his lips move, unable to catch his words clearly, only sensing that he was somewhat displeased. She pulled him closer and planted a light kiss on his cheek. The sound crisp and clear, causing Shi Qingyu to halt abruptly. Shi Qingyu froze, his eyes filled with light, and he instinctively embraced her. Kissing me one tea help, that won't it? Shen Shutao feigned disappointment. Then I won't kiss you next time. It will help, Shi Qingyu quickly replied, pulling her even closer. But next time, it won't be resolved with just a kiss. You've injured your foot, and didn't tell me that if we hadn't found you? Would you have needed to faint from exhaustion before stopping? Shen Shutao nestled against him, speaking contradictory words. I didn't to Brother Qingyu, I'm hungry. Shall we go eat? Shi Qingyu swallowed all his words in an instant. All right, I can't win against you. What do you want to eat? Shun Shutao pondered for a moment. Don't a pork? The last time Grandpa made it, it was quite delicious. Shi Qingyu smiled slightly, feeling helpless. I can't ask Grandpa to cook today. Would tomorrow be all right? I'll go back and learn from him. Shun Shutao nodded, pouting slightly. All right then, but today you must make me tomato beef soup. Sure. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, gently patting her back as soon as Shun Shutao finished her meal. Xietong arrived. Xian let her in, bringing numerous gifts as both an apology and a gesture of goodwill. Tang Tang. Are you all right? Shun Shutao grunted, refusing to look at Xietong, still angry. Xietong approached cheerfully. Tang Tang, don't be mad. I'm fine now, see? You may be fine, but I was nearly exhausted searching for you. Shun Shutao angrily hit her. I tell you everything, yet you run away without a word. You don't consider me a friend at all. Xietong grew anxious. No, that's not it. Please let me explain. Shun Shutao quickly wiped her tears, staring intently at her. Then explain. Xietong hesitated, thinking she would need to soothe her for a long time, but was surprised to find Shun Shutao was easily appeased. I didn't mean to keep it from you. It just happened so suddenly. After I got into the car yesterday, my dad called me with some troubling news. And while the driver was away buying something, I slipped away and I didn't know where to go. So I just took a random bus. Then I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I found I had reached the final destination, with my wallet and phone missing. Xietong chuckled foolishly. You know how I get when I'm upset. I either eat or sleep, but I didn't expect to sleep so deeply. Shun Shutang glared at her, feeling a mix of exasperation and disappointment. You have no idea how infuriating you are. I've been worried sick searching for you for ages, and what do I find? You indulging in roasted sweet potatoes. Tang Tang, I know you care for me and love me the most, but I admit I was wrong this time, and I assure you there won't be a next time. Xietong pouted and apologized, fully aware that although Shun Shutang appeared fierce, her heart was as soft as a freshly baked bun. I wandered around for quite a while yesterday too, and somehow ended up at that restaurant we visited before. But it had already moved. I couldn't find my way out of that alley without you. Tang Tang, you were my lucky star. Shun Shutang pushed her head away. Enough of your nonsense. If there is another time, I shall ignore you, that I promise. I swear, there will definitely be no next time. Xietong raised her hand in a solemn vow, her expression earnest. It's my fault for making you search for so long. But I can carry you to school. Shun Shutang scoffed. Who needs you to carry me? You should go to school by yourself for the next few days that I've taken a leave of absence. Ah, Xietong lamented, clutching Shun Shutang's arm. Please don't. It's so dull to go to school alone. How about I take a leave as well to keep you company? Shun Shutang pondered for a moment, a faint smile gracing her lips. That might not be feasible. That be by the way. Who was that person you were with yesterday? Have you really picked up a brother for yourself? You remember? Xietong exclaimed in surprise. I thought you didn't see him that day. Shun Shutang had fainted rather quickly yesterday, hardly comprehending what had happened before she was carried away by Shi Qingyu. She shot Xietong a sidelong glance. I'm not blind, you know. Besides, someone did inform me that I heard you brought someone back. What is the story there? Xietong hesitated. Well, I met him in the alley yesterday. He gave me 2 sweet potatoes. And that is how we got acquainted. He seems to have been abandoned, with no family or memory of who he is. So I brought him home. And then, what do you plan to do? Shun Shutang queried. Xietong sighed. I haven't figured that out yet. But he doesn't seem like a bad person. Since I brought him home, I can't just let him continue wandering. Can I? It's a pity he looks a bit simple-minded. I wonder if there is something wrong with his head. If he is all right, I might actually consider having him take over the family affairs. Shun Shutang noticed her drifting thoughts and immediately guessed her intentions. Pinching her cheek, stop daydreaming. And no matter how much you wish, your uncle and aunt will never entrust the family assets to a stranger. I already spoke with your uncle and aunt about your reluctance to take over the family business. We can discuss it properly, but you mustn't vanish again without a word, making everyone worry. I know, Tang Tang, you're the best. Xietong rubbed her head against Shun Shutang's shoulder, suddenly pausing, her voice dropping. Tang Tang, what do you think about asking my parents to adopt him? Shun Shutang was taken aback. While Xietong grew more convinced, he is not stupid, just a bit slow to react. If my parents adopt him, he won't be a stranger anymore. What nonsense are you spouting, you little rascal? Xian descended the stairs, his anger palpable as he approached, carefully stifling it in Shun Shutang's presence. That don't provoke me here in the Shun household. Xiatong darted behind Shun Shutang on the sofa. Dad, don't get worked up. Either have another son or adopt him. Xian's temper flared, his chest heaving with indignation. Xiatong, come here. Uncle Xia. Please. Tong was just speaking whimsically. Let us all calm down. Shun Shutang interjected, positioning herself between them. Xiatong, come out here. Shi Qingyu, hearing the commotion, hurried down from upstairs, approached the sofa, and lifted Shun Shutang to one side. Does your leg hurt? Stop encouraging her mischief. That I'm fine. If it hurt, I would say so, Brother Qingyu. Shun Shutang replied. Shi Qingyu gazed at her, and she gradually felt guilty, having not mentioned her discomfort from yesterday. Xiatong silently noted Shi Qingyu's attention. Was he unaware of Shun Shutang's pain? She had managed to evade contact and found a place to hide. Let us go. Stop embarrassing yourself here. Come home with me. Xiatong retreated. Dad, please calm down. Let us talk this over. Shun Shutang urged. Uncle Xia, please let Xiatong finish speaking. Xian gave Xiatong a scrutinizing look before sitting on the sofa. I'm curious to hear what you have to say. Dad, I mean no harm. I just feel very lonely. Tang has 3 brothers who keep her company after school, but I come home alone. Xian was taken aback, seeing the dejection on Xiatong's face. His lips moving, but ultimately letting out a sigh. You and your mother often come home quite late, and I feel so lonely at home that I have no intention of letting him take over the family business. I want to keep that under my control. Xiatong slowly approached. I just thought we could adopt him first. I would like to have a brother, and he seems simple enough to handle. Our family isn't incapable of providing for another. Can't we just take him in as a companion? Xiatong pleaded softly, nudging Xian's arm. Xian, though reluctant, felt the weight of his only daughter's wishes. Xiatong, we need to discuss this. I'll talk it over with your mother. Okay, I knew you would come through for me, Dad. Xiatong nestled her head against his arm, beaming brightly. Shun Shutang couldn't help but smile too, unaware of how many times she had praised others in such a manner. Shun Shutang leaned back on the sofa, her legs gently massaged, the soreness dissipating. Shi Qingyu focused solely on her, enveloping her foot in his warm hands. All right, enough of this. Let us go home, Xian instructed. Dad, you should head back first. I still have things to discuss with Tang. Just as Xiatong finished speaking, Shi Qingyu's brows furrowed slightly. Xian's words were abruptly interrupted by the ringing of a phone. It was Liang Ying calling. When are you coming back? He asked, throwing a fit, wanting to find Xiatong. Xiatong sprang up from the sofa. We can't lose him. I'm coming back right now. Don't run off, she shouted into the phone. Stay right there and wait for me. The other end fell silent. Okay. Tang, I'll come find you to play again tomorrow. I'm heading back now. Xiatong declared as she grabbed Xian's arm and rushed towards the door. Hurry, Dad. After a flurry of excitement, the living room fell silent, with only Shun Shutang's soft laughter echoing. Shi Qingyu embraced her. Tang, don't let her come tomorrow. Why not? Shun Shutang feigned ignorance, her sparkling eyes revealing a hint of mischief. Shi Qingyu remained silent, pressing her into his embrace, lowering his head to place a kiss atop her head. Because I'm feeling jealous, he admitted candidly, causing Shun Shutang to giggle uncontrollably in his arms. Outside the grand floor-to-ceiling windows, the sun had dipped below the horizon, casting the sky in a twilight, while the interior remained aglow with warmth. Shun Shutang softly inquired, then, Brother Qingyu, may I keep you company tonight? Shi Qingyu froze for a moment, his throat tightening, before he leaned down to kiss her head again. That's not permissible, Tang. The sweet, calming scent enveloped him, and he inhaled deeply, stealing kisses now and then, as if that alone would suffice. Shun Shutang had grown accustomed to his refusals in this regard. The more he said no, the more she wished to tease him. But I want to sleep together. Her innocent, clear eyes sparkled with longing. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, shaking his head in resignation, firmly denying her, Tang, that's not allowed. Shun Shutang huffed, nestling back into his embrace. Shi Qingyu. Yuri's so heartless. Chapter 71. The certificate. Shi Qingyu replied softly, and she remained blissfully unaware of how her innocent gaze tugged at his heartstrings, with her fragrant, soft presence in his arms. He found it hard to focus on anything else. Yet, Shun Shutang continued to tease him, seeking to provoke a reaction, leaving him with no choice but to indulge her whims and wish for time to pass more swiftly. The next day, when Uncle Shang brought Sietong in, Shi Qingyu regretted having only prayed for time to hurry along yesterday, forgetting to pray for Sietong to visit less frequently. It would have been bearable if she had come alone. But she had brought someone with her. Shen Shutang noticed Shi Qingyu's displeased expression and leaned closer to whisper a few calming words, extending her hand to him. Sietong brought the newcomer over. Having tidied their hair and donned fresh attire, the newcomer appeared cold and fierce, exuding an air of wariness, standing close to Sietong. Shi Qingyu shot a warning glance at Sietong, pulling Shen Shutang's hand as if to showcase their bond. Sietong sat back down on the sofa, somewhat speechless. Tang, are you feeling better? Much better. I'll be returning to school tomorrow, Shen Shutang replied, then inquired, is what you said to Uncle Xie yesterday true? If you ever feel bored, you can come play with me. You never mentioned it before. Sietong inquired, do you think I seem like someone who fears solitude? If I were to express that sentiment, how can my father possibly agree? I merely adopt a strategy of retreat to advance. Those words were somewhat half-truths. I am accustomed to solitude and relish the freedom of being at home. Furthermore, there is someone here who might be quite jealous. I suspect she would have been disdained within a couple of days. Shen Shutang was rendered speechless, having worried about feeling guilty for quite some time yesterday. By the way, Tang, are you adept at naming things? Shen Shutang, somewhat puzzled, glanced at the person sitting motionlessly beside Sietong and thought, you can't possibly want to name him. Sietong nodded, saying, yes, my father said that anyone I bring back should be my responsibility, but I am too lazy to think of a name. Being too casual isn't ideal, and I simply can't come up with anything. Shen Shutang hesitated, thinking it might not be appropriate. Shi Qingyu glanced over, pondering, why should Tang be tasked with naming a stranger? His dissatisfaction grew as he regarded Sietong with increasing disfavor. Sietong felt an urge to crack open his skull to see if it contained only Shen Shutang. Thinking, it's just a name, must you really be jealous over this? I genuinely can't think of anything. I can't just call him Xie or Xie. What does that have to do with me? All right, two voices chimed in unison, and Shen Shutang exchanged a glance with Sietong before both turned to the person beside them. It's just a name. It's no trouble. Sietong, taken aback, stammered, I was just saying that casually. Let us call him Xie. Sietong had intended to take the easy route, but hadn't meant to be so casual, leaving him in a quandary. Let us use the character for one in uppercase, Shen Shutang interjected at the right moment. Sietong quickly replied, all right, this one works. At least it doesn't seem so haphazard. With the name settled, Shi Qingyu instructed Uncle Shang to take care of the household registration. Sietong felt exceptionally pleased, reclining in his seat and gazing at the ceiling of the car, declaring, from now on, you shall be called Xie, and you must obey me in all matters. Sure, will we be the closest of companions henceforth? Xie asked. Sietong recalled the years he spent abandoned and wandering, feeling a pang of pity that, of course, those listed on the same household registration are indeed close. We are family. Xie paused for a moment, then his lips slowly curled into a faint smile. All right. However, it would be quite some time before Xie realized that this closeness was not quite what he had imagined. Shi Qingyu kept him at home for another day before allowing him to return to school. By this time, Sietong had already attended classes for the second day, and Xie had completed his enrollment procedures, attending classes in the next room. He listened to Sietong's words, seemingly only heeding her commands. If Sietong instructed him not to come find her during class, he would comply, only joining her for lunch. Last year at this time, Shen Shutang was unwell, prompting Shi Qingyu to postpone a high-level meeting at the Shi Corporation and rush back. This year, however, he brought her along to High City. Before their arrival, Shen Shutang had secretly consulted Shen Siken about what she should do during the meeting, as it was her first time attending such an event. Shen Siken had playfully ruffled her hair, advising her to smile, raise her hand when necessary, and to look to Shi Qingyu for guidance on whether to agree or disagree. She indeed followed this advice, donning a somewhat childish yet serious expression that, surprisingly, conveyed a certain gravitas. Shi Qingyu had effectively become her little assistant at the high-level meeting, which was primarily attended by the Shi Corporation's veterans and some individuals later nurtured by Shi Qingyu. They had never seen him in such high spirits, smiling radiantly at a young girl like a child savoring a sweet treat. This young lady from the Shun family isn't going to join Shun Corporation, but has become a major shareholder in the Sure Corporation. Can you not see the obvious? While she is still merely a shareholder for now, she is likely to become the lady of the house in no time, that I doubt she'll merely be the lady. She'll likely be the master, and no news has leaked yet, but half the shares have been casually given away that if a marriage or engagement is announced, wouldn't he be handing over his entire fortune? The senior executives in the conference room chuckled, noting that while their president had many admirable qualities, he did seem a bit love-struck. Shin Shudang had never been to High City and took the opportunity to enjoy a brief stay before returning. Shun Suching, who had been seldom seen throughout the year, also returned, bringing two significant pieces of news. Point one was his announcement to withdraw from the limelight and transition to behind-the-scenes work during his second year of high school. Shin Suching had suddenly expressed a desire to study acting, adamant in his pursuit. Shun Gungli had initially opposed this, as the family had planned a military career for him. However, Shun Suching, along with his siblings, was notoriously stubborn, refusing to back down even in the face of adversity. This was the first time Shin Suching had resolutely articulated his desires to Shun Gungli, even taking 3 days to prepare a comprehensive future plan and negotiating several times until he finally managed to persuade him. Now that he had achieved some success in his career, he declared his intention to step back. When Shin Chudang returned, she found the two of them had already had a quarrel. Shun Sikhen sat on the sofa, legs crossed, laughing at their misfortune. Shin Chudang felt indifferent, but the second piece of news left her in stunned silence for quite some time. Shin Suching had registered his marriage with G-Man. The last time they met, their relationship had yet to be defined, and now upon his return, they had already obtained their marriage certificate. Shin Suching had always been the most obedient and compliant of the 4 siblings. Yet he had secretly accomplished such significant milestones. What does it feel like to get married, Shun Suching? Why do you seem to be growing more childlike as you age, acting so impulsively without considering the consequences? Shin Gungli-'s voice was filled with both anger and helplessness as he sighed repeatedly on the sofa. Even if you disregard your own well-being, what about the girl? Did you formally propose? Have you met her parents? Did you make any commitments to so casually register your marriage? Marriage is no trifling matter. If anything goes awry, how much burden will fall upon that girl? Or were you coercing her? Shun Gungli found it hard to believe that his son could act so rashly. Yet the abruptness of the event, paired with the depth of his feelings for her, made it conceivable. Shin Suching certainly would not force her. He had worked hard to gain her affection. Dad, it was a bit rushed, but we don't mind. I didn't pressure her. I'll make up for what she lacks. Shun Gungli sighed again, stating that this matter would need to be discussed with their mother, advising him to wait until she returned from her trip before addressing it. For now, you should reflect on your actions at home. After Shun Gungli ascended the stairs, only the 3 of them remained in the living room. Shin Chudang moved beside Shin Suching and asked, "Third brother, what does it feel like to register your marriage?" Shin Sikhen, pulling her back by the collar of her shirt, admonished, "What are you thinking? What feeling can one derive from a mere piece of paper? You're too young to be contemplating such things." "I'm not. I'm just curious," Shun Chutang retorted, fidgeting with her clothes. "You're so annoying, second brother." "Thank you for the compliment," Shin Sikhen quipped, playfully flicking her forehead and ruffling her hair. "Xiaoqing, have you never considered that she might have ulterior motives for approaching you?" Shin Suching's eyes widened in shock. "Second brother, please don't say that. She couldn't care less about me. Others may flock to wealth and power, but she avoids it like the plague. After she visited the last time, she even deleted me from WeChat. She is not that kind of person. Her intentions are pure. If anyone had ulterior motives, it would be me." Shun Sikhen scoffed. "Look at you. You re so pathetic that I think third brother is right. I also believe G-Man is not that kind of person." Shun Chudang chimed in, nodding in agreement. She recalled hearing Xietong mention how chaotic the entertainment industry could be. Yet G-Man exuded an aura of purity, vibrant like a red rose blooming in a snowy landscape, strikingly beautiful. Upon hearing Shun Chutang speak, Shin Sikhen suddenly remembered something. "I had someone investigate her before. 6 years ago, second brother. She has already told me everything. I'm aware. Please stop investigating her." Shun Suchi interrupted. We are already married. We should trust each other. Your actions are quite disrespectful. Shun Sikhen smiled helplessly, his voice trailing off. Do as you please. If anything arises, I'll handle it. The family can withstand some turmoil. That you're overthinking it, second brother, Shun Suching replied. The following day, the Yin family of 3 visited, and Anna had become chubby and fair, with large, dark, round eyes. Shun Chudang cautiously took in from Zhao Wenxian's arms. Awkwardly swaying her, she said, Anin, I'm your aunt, with a playful giggle. Anin waved her little hands in front of her. Shin Chudang made silly faces to elicit laughter from her, gradually becoming more adept at the motions as she carried Anin in circles around the living room. The moment Shi Qingyu entered, he was greeted by the sight of Shun Chutang clad in a warm white loungewear, her hair loosely tied back with a few strands cascading down her chest. Playfully grasped by Anin, her soft laughter enveloped Anin in warmth. His heart was suddenly stirred, as if a scene from a dream had stepped into reality. Shi Qingyu walked over and gently freed her hair from Anin's tiny grip. Brother Qingyu? She inquired. Shi Qingyu focused on reading her hair, his movements tender and cautious. Don't move. I wouldn't want to hurt you. Shun Chudang stilled, lowering her gaze to Anin, who was whining softly, a little rascal daring to tug at her hair. May I hold him? Shi Qingyu asked, a hint of nervousness in his voice. Shun Chutang's eyes sparkled with amusement. Can you? Brother Qingyu? She had intended to offer him guidance, but to her surprise, Shi Qingyu skillfully cradled Anin in his arms. Anin is much better behaved than you were as a child. From a distance, Shun Sikhan, seated on the sofa, remarked, You are the least capable among us at holding a child. Shun Chudang huffed lightly. But I managed quite well just now. Indeed, Tang Tang is wonderful. Shi Qingyu smiled gently, adeptly holding Anin. Shun Chudang stood beside him, playfully engaging Anin. Isn't Anin just adorable, Brother Qingyu? Very adorable. Not only that, he bears a striking resemblance to Shun Chutang as a child. Shun Chudang chuckled, unable to resist pinching Anin's chubby little cheeks, which prompted him to cry out in protest. Shun Yanhang hurried over to take Anin. He probably hungry. I'll go prepare some milk for him. Such a spoiled little one. Shun Chudang muttered softly, tiptoeing to pinch Shi Qingyu's cheek. Brother Qingyu isn't spoiled. Shi Qingyu steadied her waist. Be careful. He lowered his head, allowing her to pinch his cheek. The two stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, where several maple trees outside appeared like a crimson haze. Suddenly, Shun Chutang leaned into his embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Brother Qingyu, time passes so swiftly. Shi Qingyu was momentarily taken aback, shielding her with his presence. Indeed, it does. In the blink of an eye, winter had returned, and more than a decade had slipped away as the little ones grew up. His heart felt as if it might melt into a pool of sweetness. Resting his chin atop her head, he turned, shielding her from the living room's occupants, and leaned down to steal a quiet kiss, smiling contentedly. The matter concerning Shun Sujing ultimately settled, with the wedding date fixed for May 16th. As the new year approached once again, Shun Boyu returned from Yanshi. After 2 years of traveling, he was back in Beijing for the holidays. Though he appeared notably aged, Shun Chudang only knew he had been visiting old comrades. Unaware that often he was bidding farewell to those he would never see again in their youth. They had faced life and death together. But in the twilight of life, confronting such matters inevitably brought forth a deeper sorrow. The younger generation noticed his melancholy and endeavored to keep him company, striving to lift his spirits. This year, the family had welcomed new members, creating a lively atmosphere, and gradually, Shun Boyu emerged from his gloom. He had long been aware of Shun Chudang and Shi Qingyu's relationship, so he was not surprised, scolding both of them playfully before engaging Shi Qingyu in a 2-hour conversation in the study. As for the content of their discussion, when Shun Chutang inquired, Shi Qingyu remained tight-lipped. A few days after the new year, old Master Shi unexpectedly found himself in the hospital. The snow had fallen, and the steps were icy. When Shi Qingyu slipped while descending, he fell hard. Fortunately, everyone was home and quickly rushed him to the hospital. He was admitted to a senior ward at the military hospital, and upon waking, he kept mentioning his younger relatives. Shun Chudang took a day off to visit him with Shi Qingyu. Upon arrival, they encountered a group of familiar faces leaving, individuals often seen in the news. who greeted Shi Qingyu before departing. As soon as the crowd dispersed and the ward fell silent, Shi Tinghua looked up to see the two enter, smiling. Qingyu, Tang Tang has come to see me too. Grandpa, Shun Shutang exclaimed as she hurried to his bedside. Are you feeling any better? Much better. Much better, Shi Tinghua replied with a warm smile. Seeing you, Tang Tang, makes me feel good, Shi Qingyu called out to his grandfather, placing the nourishing soup he brought on the table before sitting beside Shin Shutang. Yet, the truth remained that as his grandfather aged, the inevitable day would come. Shin Shutang momentarily froze, recalling how Shun Boya had mentioned something similar just days prior. She glanced at Shi Qingyu, feeling a bit lost. Shi Qingyu gently patted her hand. You seem to be doing quite well, grandfather. Tang Tang loves your dompa pork. I can never replicate that flavor. Shi Tinghua laughed heartily. You little rascal. Indeed, grandpa. I do love it, and I hope to enjoy it again soon. Shi Tinghua promised. Yes, once I recover, you can come over to play, and I'll make it for you. I still have much to live for. I haven't yet seen you and Qingyu marry and have children. Among all his descendants, Shi Tinghua was most concerned about Shi Qingyu, the youngest yet the most mature, harboring secrets that no one could penetrate, except for this young lady before him. Shi Qingyu paused, holding Shun Shutang's hand gently before squeezing it again. Grandpa, Tang Tang is still young. Shi Tinghua scoffed lightly. I'm speaking to Tang Tang. Refrained from interrupting. Tang Tang, when you last visited, I didn't get the chance to speak with you properly. He said earnestly. Qingyu can be secretive. Over the years, he has kept a distance from everyone, except you. He truly cares for you, and I hope you can be patient with him. But if he ever bullies you, come to me, and I will certainly support you. Shun Shutang felt her cheeks warm, smiling sweetly. I understand, Grandpa. Brother Qingyu is wonderful that I may not be mature enough yet, but rest assured, we will be all right. So, you must take care of yourself and wait for our wedding. And, for the baby, as she spoke, her face flushed a deep crimson. Shi Tinghua had only been teasing her earlier, but seeing her say it made him chuckle. Tang Tang, I was just joking. Marriage and children are significant life events. Yuri's still young, so there's no rush. I aimed a little bit longer. He glanced at Shi Qingyu, pondering how he didn't seem like someone willing to let Shin Shutang have children just yet. Shin Shutang's blush deepened, feeling as if her earlier comment made her seem overly eager, even though she was indeed a bit anxious. She shyly lowered her head, her ears burning. I merely mentioned it. Young people today have their own ideas about careers and relationships, and we can no longer dictate your lives. You two should let things unfold naturally. Focus on your studies, and no matter how eager Qingyu is, he must wait. Shun Shutang smiled sweetly in agreement, the heat on her face lessening. After chatting for a while longer, they accompanied Shi Tinghua for lunch before taking their leave. Outside, the wind howled, and Shun Shutang shrank in her scarf, concealing her face as Shi Qingyu opened the car door for her. Throughout the journey, Shun Shutang's spirits were somewhat subdued. She had witnessed the joy of welcoming a new life, yet it seemed everyone had forgotten that life could also fade away. Both her grandfather and old Master Shi had reached the point where discussing death was necessary, and she had never confronted the reality of losing someone to owe her. Death was frightening. How could one accept that a person could vanish entirely from their life? She pondered. It seemed utterly incomprehensible. She leaned against the car window, fogging it up with her breath and writing, Brother Qingyu, why do people die? The answer was all too simple. As one ages, the body gradually weakens. The functions of various organs decline, ultimately leading to an inability to sustain life. Unexpected accidents and inevitable illnesses also claim lives. Yet, Shi Qingyu understood that Shun Shutang sought more than this straightforward explanation. He drew her closer. Are you afraid, Tang Tang? Shun Shutang nodded, then shook her head. It was not fear, but rather a bewilderment towards the unknown. Brother Qingyu. She did not elaborate, merely calling him softly, her voice filled with reliance. Yes, I'm here. Shi Qingyu caressed the back of her neck. Life and death are the norms of existence. Some leave to explore another world, so there's no need to be sorrowful. Shun Shutang nodded slowly, her understanding abstract yet tinged with sadness. Brother Qingyu, if you had found a girlfriend closer to your age and hadn't waited for me, would old Master Shi have felt less regret? Shun Shutang inquired once more. Shi Qingyu gently patted her back, murmuring, "Tang Tang. I only want Tang Tang." His tone was resolute, mirroring the unwavering attitude he had shown Shun Shutang when he declared that he only desired her. His gaze drifted past Shun Shutang, catching sight of his name on the car window. Shun Shutang nuzzled against his shoulder a couple of times, replying, "All right." Shi Tinghua had spent over a month in the hospital, having long wished to be discharged. Unable to withstand the persistent encouragement from others, he would always respond by saying he would stay just one more day, day by day. This accumulated into over a month. Eventually, he could endure it no longer and stealthily returned home from the hospital, inviting Shun Shutang over for dinner. As the wintry chill gradually dissipated, May arrived, bringing with it lush greenery and the gentle onset of early summer. This season was adorned with jasmine and locust blossoms, alongside the wedding of Shun Sujing and Ji-man, which contributed to the sweet aroma in the air. Their wedding was modest, attended only by close friends and family. Xietong managed to secure a spot as a bridesmaid, even more thrilled than Ji-man. The bride herself at Ji-man, who typically favored red in various vibrant and muted shades, donned a white wedding gown today. Her hair elegantly styled and adorned with a white veil. Shun Shutang and Xietong flanked her on either side, observing as the stylist arranged her veil. "Sister Ji-man?" "No, I should now call you sister-in-law." Shun Shutang sweetly remarked, then queried, "Sister-in-law, what prompted your sudden decision to marry Sang-ge?" Chapter 74. The wedding Ji-man glanced at the two beside her through the mirror, smiling softly. What was the reason? Was it his nervous yet composed greeting when they first met? His unwavering choice to protect her in times of danger? Or perhaps it was his countless affirmations of love, assuring her that she remained as pure in his heart as on the day they first encountered one another? These were all valid answers that Ji-man slightly tilted her head, her gaze landing on the bouquet of blue irises and pure white jasmine resting on the table. She had once felt guilty about nearly straying from the right path. Yet Shun Sujing had repeatedly reassured her that, in his eyes, she would always be as innocent as when they first met. It's sudden? Ji-man asked with a smile. It does seem rather unexpected. In truth, she had never contemplated marriage. That morning, upon rising, she had seen Shun Sujing cooking in the kitchen, turning to her with a smile. Without a second thought, she had asked, "Shall we get married?" Unsurprisingly, Shun Sujing had agreed, quickly finishing the overcooked egg, and they had parted ways to retrieve their household registration, meeting at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Shun Sujing, seemingly anxious about her potential change of heart, had firmly held her hand throughout. The arrival of love is always unexpected, much like her sudden decision to marry. In reality, it felt rather natural, Ji-man mused, her face aglow with happiness. Shun Sujing had pursued her for long enough. She owed him an answered that moment. Shun Shutang truly grasped the feeling of excitement that Xietong had described, and she too began to laugh. "Sister-in-law, you will surely be happy." "Sister Ji-man." "You will undoubtedly find happiness," Xietong echoed. Although she had no idea how Shun Sujing had won her over, she trusted in her idol's judgment. That Ji-man responded to them. "Thank you, and you both as well." "Madam, young ladies, it is time," the attendant announced. Shun Shutang quickly stepped aside, as Xietong was a bridesmaid along with several of Ji-man's friends. "Sister-in-law, I will head to the banquet hall to wait for you," she said. The attendant led Shun Shutang upstairs, where the banquet hall was already filled with guests. She searched the crowd for Shi Qingyu. Seated in a prominent position, Shi Qingyu was hard to miss. And Shun Shutang quickly spotted him, jogging over. Today, she wore a white knee-length dress, her hair half up and cascading over her shoulders. As she approached, she lightened her step, covering Shi Qingyu's eyes from behind. In a playful voice, she asked, "Guess who I am?" Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, raising his hand to grasp her wrist. "Who could it be? It's a bit tricky to guess." Shun Shutang lowered her hand, resting her chin on his shoulder, and huffed. "If you can't even guess your own girlfriend, I must punish you." The sensation of her breath tickled his ear, and as he held her hand, he inquired, "And how shall I be punished?" Shun Shutang giggled, leaning closer to whisper in his ear, "I punish you by making you marry me." That was hardly a punishment. It was a gift he yearned for. When we marry, it must be adorned in blue. Like the luminescent sea that I want to wear a beautiful wedding gown with a grand skirt, and Siatong must be my bridesmaid. The bouquet should be endless summer blooms in blue, just like the one I gifted you last time. And I want. In just a few sentences, Shi Qingyu's heartbeat spiraled out of control, his mind conjuring images of Shen Chudang approaching him in a wedding gown. He thought he would be unable to hold back tears. Shi Qingyu turned his head, their faces now inches apart. Suddenly, Shen Chudang fell silent, her words trailing off. The banquet hall was filled with lively music and the chatter of guests, but Shen Chudang distinctly heard him say, "Okay." A smile spreading across his lips. Amidst the surrounding noise, she could clearly hear her own heartbeat, each thump resonating like a drum, transforming into courage as a voice in her mind urged her to kiss him. In that fleeting moment, she surrendered to her heart's desire and pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. Shi Qingyu's smile froze on his face, then deepened as he attempted to grasp her, only for Shen Chudang to dart away, sitting beside him with an innocent expression, as if to say she had done nothing wrong. Shi Qingyu took her hand in his, gripping it tightly. The music in the banquet hall shifted, and Shen Chudang turned to see the grand doors slowly open, revealing G-Man walking in, linked arm in arm with her father. She joined in the applause, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion for Shun Sujing's struggles and the happiness that lay ahead for the couple. On stage, Shun Sujing smiled, though his eyes glistened with unshed tears, trying to restrain himself as G-Man had warned him that if he cried, she wouldn't share the bridal chamber with him. G-Man, feeling embarrassed, was the first to shed tears, even before reaching the stage. Though this was not her first time wearing a wedding gown nor her first wedding, she had encountered similar scenes during filming. Yet only at this moment did she realize that no matter how skilled an actor one might be, such feelings are impossible to feign. The ceremony was devoid of overly complicated rituals, with only the newlyweds reading their vows in choked voices on stage. Once the formalities concluded, that evening, G-Man posted on Weibo, sharing her marriage certificate and announcing her wedding, yet revealing nothing about her husband's identity. Having already become a leading actress, her career in the entertainment industry was well established, and she had no intention of concealing it. Upon seeing her post, Shen Sujing rushed over, tail wagging with excitement, pulling her into his embrace and affectionately calling her wife. G-Man playfully pushed his head away. "Hey, you cried today, wife?" Shun Sujing buried his face in her neck, placing a gentle kiss on her collarbone. Wife cried too, so we're even, though they had long been intimate. Today felt different. Today was truly their wedding night. G-Man continued to push his head away. Shun Sujing, are you really not concerned about your family? The Shun family, though not particularly concerned with social standings, was composed of equally matched individuals. While Shun Siqing was currently single, his future partner would undoubtedly be commendable. Shin Shutang's situation was even more favorable, being childhood friends with a mutual affection and comparable family backgrounds. Amidst such company, she felt out of place, being a creative worker, one might say an artist, or in less flattering terms, akin to an entertainer, someone who wouldn't rank among the societal elite. Shun Sujing, however, could not fathom why the enviable family background of others repeatedly became a stumbling block in his eyes. With a resigned smile, he said, Man, to me, the CEO of a listed company and a leading actress in the entertainment industry are indistinguishable. Both are remarkable and deserving of respect. Achieving the pinnacle in any field is an impressive feat. I believe this, and my family does too, so you need not feel pressured. That G-Man's eyes stung with emotion. She had expected Shun Sujing to say his family did not care about such matters or that he himself was indifferent. Instead, he told her she was exceptional and worthy of admiration. He, and indeed they, had never looked down upon her. It turned out that the one harboring prejudice was she. Upon reflection, how could a family of such stature allow their son to enter the entertainment industry and harbor bias? Unable to hold back her tears, she cupped Shun Sujing's face and kissed him, their breaths intertwining as she heard him proclaim his everlasting love for her. And so did she. Chapter 75. Is it not permissible to kiss? As May passed, the weather gradually warmed up. This year, however, there was one paramount event on the horizon: the college entrance examination in June. While the classmates in the class were engulfed in anxiety and tension, Shen Chutang and Siatong were radiating joy. Both had received recommendations for admission, and unexpectedly, so had Xia. Tong had initially intended for him to simply tag along, or perhaps study abroad if necessary. Assuming he was rather dim-witted to her surprise, he was not only capable, but learned even faster than the two of them. Successfully securing a place at university, the CF family gradually came to accept Xie's presence. And upon learning that both children had been admitted to University A, they were overjoyed, readily agreeing to Tong's request for a post-graduation trip. Logically, they could have skipped classes, but Shi Qingyu had been busy lately. And Shen Shudang found herself bored at home. Tong preferred not to stay home either, so they continued to attend school punctually each day. Tong busily planned their travel itinerary, while Shen Shudang accompanied her in the endeavor. This year, Tong also turned 18, and Shen Shudang gifted her a private jet along with a crew. For someone with an insatiable desire to explore the world, it was the perfect gift. Tong teased Shen Shudang for finally showing some thoughtfulness this year, no longer merely showering her with gifts, and secretly wished to devote herself to her, of course. The latter was impossible, so Tong's birthday wish transformed into a desire to remain lifelong friends with Shen Shudang. The 2 days of the college entrance examination were rather uneventful. Once the final exam concluded, they stood amidst the crowd, reveling in the exuberance of youth. This beautiful age, a singular experience in life, was indeed worth cherishing. Shi Qingyu arrived to escort Shen Shudang home, and though Tong seemed oblivious to the reluctance on his face, she hopped into the passenger seat. Despite his discontent, he could not voice it today. Merely casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Shen Shudang, she stifled a laugh, initially intending to tease him further, but upon witnessing his discontented expression, she relented and informed him that Tong would be leaving the following day, which eased Shi Qingyu's demeanor somewhat. Tang. Growing up is truly wonderful, Tong exclaimed, indulging in a moment of carefree revelry. Upon returning home, she instructed the servants to fetch some beer and had already ordered takeout on the way. With a beer in one hand and chicken feet in the other, her laughter was radiant, celebrating the freedom that adulthood brought. I want to travel the world, aboard the magnificent plane you gifted me. When I arrive at each destination, I shall send you photos and local delicacies. Shen Shudang sipped her juice, smiling in response. All right, I shall await your updates. Future globetrotter. Tong downed 3 cans of beer in quick succession. Ultimately collapsing against Shen Shudang's shoulder with a hiccup, Shen Shudang, feigning disgust, attempted to push her away, but Tong simply giggled. Tang. I need to go home and pack. You're utterly inebriated, and you still plan on packing? Shen Shudang retorted. I'm not drunk, just a tad dizzy. I'll be fine in a bit. Tong clung to her arm, staggering toward the exit. With no option left, Shen Shudang sought assistance from a servant to support Tong and called for a driver to take her home. She also messaged Xie, requesting him to pick Tong up. After sending Tong off, Shen Shudang headed to the study to find Shi Qingyu. Her face was slightly flushed from the lingering scent of alcohol, and upon seeing him, she rushed into his arms, Brother Qingyu. She called softly, her voice exceptionally sweet. Shi Qingyu, catching a whiff of the faint alcohol on her, felt as though he too were intoxicated, chuckling softly. What's wrong? Missing me already? Shen Shudang nestled closer. I've been thinking about you that I graduated, Brother Qingyu. I'm no longer a child. His heart fluttered at her words, and he responded softly, Tang, you're remarkable. What she yearned for was not mere praise. She looked up at him and asked, Brother Qingyu, don't you want to kiss me? How could he not desire that? Yet, the person in his arms was Shen Shudang, whom he cherished deeply. Thus he treated her with utmost care, striving to suppress his urges that I could seem she was unaware of how difficult it was for him to restrain himself. Shi Qingyu's throat bobbed, and he replied hoarsely, Tang, I made a promise to Uncle Shen. Shen Shudang was aware of the vow, having heard about it from Shen Xiqing. Feeling somewhat disheartened, she buried her head back into his embrace. A year felt like an eternity to her, and she reluctantly acquiesced. Upon receiving the message, Xie promptly descended the stairs, politely replying with a thank you. The night air was stifling, blowing hot and not at all refreshing. Just after showering, droplets of water trickled down his hair. After waiting for nearly half an hour, the car arrived, and Tong, still dazed, sat in the back seat, smiling. Xie bent down to carry her out. Thank you. Though he was typically reticent, he recalled Xie Tong had mentioned that one should express gratitude when helped. Xie easily detected the scent of alcohol on her. Frowning slightly, he carried her upstairs and laid her on the bed, tucking her in, only to be kicked away by Xie Tong. He paused for a moment before covering her again. "I'm dying of heat. Take the blanket away," she protested, still somewhat aware of her surroundings due to her drunken state. Recognizing that she was home and that Xie was nearby, Xie remained silent, pursing his lips as he stood by her side. When she was on the verge of falling asleep, he covered her once more. This time, Xie Tong did not protest or kick the blanket away. A smile crept onto his face, and suddenly he leaned down and kissed her cheek. Xie Tong had not fully succumbed to slumber. She had merely been too lazy to respond. Now, however, her mind went blank, and the sensation on her skin confirmed that it was not a dream. Her senses sharpened abruptly, and she pushed Xie away, exclaiming, "What was that for?" Xie appeared bewildered and somewhat hurt. "Didn't you say we're the closest of friends?" Xie Tong was momentarily at a loss for words, then heard him ask, "Isn't it permissible to kiss?" "It's not," she shouted, feeling the urge to lash out, but his expression of utter confusion stifled her anger. "You should leave. I want to sleep now." Her heart raced as she pushed him out the door and slammed it shut. What was happening? What was he thinking? The audacity of Xie made her want to confront him right then and there. Yet her head was spinning and fatigue washed over her, with events unfolding so suddenly. She decided to sleep first. Climbing back into bed, she rolled around in frustration, hitting her pillow and muttering curses until she eventually drifted off. Xie stood outside, bewildered, for quite some time, until the silence from within prompted him to return to his room. He spent the entire night searching for answers, only to realize that their kind of intimacy was not the sort he desired. They could not kiss, let alone become lovers. He had never encountered a dilemma more perplexing than this. However, when he resolved to ask Xie Tong what to do the next day, she had already disappeared. Chapter 76. How about marriage? Shen Shudang was blissfully unaware of any of this, only receiving a message from Xie Tong stating that she had set off at 5 in the morning. Still nestled in her cozy bed, she marveled at Xie Tong's reckless pursuit of her passions, completely oblivious to the fact that she was actually running away. During the summer break, Shen Shudang found herself entirely at leisure. Shirching went to work punctually every day, while she relaxed at home, indulging in secret ice cream treats. One day, as she was lounging on the sofa, savoring her ice cream, she received a call from Shen Yunhang, who reported a quarrel with Zhao Wenxian. Zhao Wenxian had gone abroad for a vacation, and Shen Yunhang was unable to reach her, with no choice but to leave their child behind. He felt helpless. Everyone at the municipal office was aware of the couple's recent spat, as he came to work daily with the child in tow. Worried about her being alone abroad, Shen Yunhang sought Shen Shutang's assistance in contacting Zhao Wenxian. After hanging up, Shen Shudang found Zhao Wenxian's WeChat and initiated a video call. After several rings, it connected, and she eagerly exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I've been so bored at home these past few days. Can I come visiting?" Zhao Wenxian replied, "I won't be home for a few days. Just come over if you want to see him." It appeared to be evening on her end, and the room was dimly lit. Shen Shutang feigned surprise. "Sister-in-law, where have you gone? You're not a spy sent by my brother to gather intel, are you?" Zhao Wenxian seemed to catch on and frowned. "Did you have a fight with my brother?" Shen Shudang continued to feign surprise. "How could Big Brother treat you like this? It's outrageous. I'll call him right now and scold him." Zhao Wenxian quickly interjected, "No, I don't want to tell him." It was undeniable that she felt touched. Despite their disagreement, family members were urging her to be reasonable, to care for Enon, to understand her husband, and to embody the role of a virtuous wife and mother. "I am fine. Tanged. I just wanted to clear my mind for a bit. I'll return in a few days," Zhao Wenxian said, wiping her tears, her voice choked with emotion. Shen Shudang quickly reassured her. "Sister-in-law, please don't cry. I'm also feeling bored at home and want to go out. Just tell me where you are, and I'll come find you that I can keep you company, enjoy some food with you, and take beautiful photos." Zhao Wenxian hesitated for a moment, nodded, and disclosed the location to her. Shen Shutang offered her some comforting words, assuring her to wait, and after hanging up, she approached Uncle Shang to express her intention to travel abroad. Uncle Shang was startled, thinking she had uncovered something, But it was a relief that Shen Shutong's destination was different. He first called Lin Shulang to inform him, then swiftly made arrangements for Shen Shutang. Lin Shulang intended to suggest waiting for Shi Qingyu to return, but Shen Shutang was exceedingly anxious, not even waiting for a private jet, opting instead for the earliest flight available. By the time Shi Qingyu grasped the situation, she had already boarded the plane. Leaving him with only a message, he frowned at the notification, feeling as if he had been abandoned. A pitiful sight indeed. After work, upon seeing Shen Yanhang and Unin at home, and learning the full story, he felt a mix of helplessness and resentment. The two exchanged glances, then shared a bitter smile. Shen Yanhang felt relieved, yet pitied the fact that he was left alone in this situation. When Shen Shutang arrived in Bolivia, it was just dawn, and Zhao Wenxian had rented a car to pick her up from the airport. In her haste to arrive, she had forgotten to bring the jacket Uncle Shang suggested. Leaving it in the CAR.IT was only upon landing that she understood his reasoning, and she had to retrieve some clothing from her suitcase. Wrapped in the jacket, Shen Shutang sat in the passenger seat and asked, "Sister-in-law, what made you think of coming here?" Zhao Wenxian gripped the steering wheel tightly, her eyes focused on the road ahead. "That I read about it in a book and wanted to see it for myself. Plus, you mentioned last time that one could travel alone." This was her second courageous endeavor, or perhaps third. Shen Shutang had previously praised her bravery when she gave birth to Unin. Shen Shutang sniffed. "That sounds quite good, sister-in-law. How long have you been here? Are you planning to change locations soon?" Zhao Wenxian glanced at her briefly before returning her gaze to the road, a hint of surprise in her tone. "I only just arrived yesterday. That I asked this what Big Brother meant by having traveled for a long time." Shen Shutang's lips twitched, and she chuckled. "Well, that's perfect, sister-in-law. We can enjoy a couple more days here." Zhao Wenxian smiled and nodded. "Yes, indeed." Upon reaching the hotel, Shen Shutang changed into warmer clothing, and Zhao Wenxian took her out for breakfast. Although Shen Shutang was curious about the discord between them, she refrained from asking to avoid revealing her undercover identity. After their meal, Zhao Wenxian suggested that Shen Shutang return to her room to rest for a while, promising to take her out in the afternoon. Unable to sleep in an unfamiliar place and feeling a bit fearful, Shen Shutang ran to Zhao Wenxian's room and squeezed onto the same bed with her. Zhao Wenxian had also not slept well the previous night. Knowing Shen Shutang was coming, she had awakened early, fearing she might miss any news about her arrival. They slept until the afternoon, and when Shen Shutang got up to drink some water, she noticed Zhao Wenxian was still asleep and chose not to wake her. After replying to Shi Qingyu's message, she sat by the window, gazing at the scenery outside. The architecture predominantly white with red rooftops, forming a neat expanse from a distance. Shen Shutang snapped a photo to send to him, then settled down on the sofa, engrossed in her phone. "Tang Tang, you woke up and didn't call me?" Zhao Wenxian rubbed her eyes as she got out of bed, asking the time. Shen Shutang checked and replied, "It's a little past 3. I saw you sleeping soundly, so I didn't want to disturb you. A little past 3? Zhao Wenxian repeated, sitting on the sofa. "I had planned to take you to see the salt flats, but it seems that might not be possible now." Shen Shutang glanced out the window. "It's fine. We can go tomorrow." "All right then, I'll take you to a nearby place to have some fun," Zhao Wenxian said, smiling gently. Shen Shutang nodded in agreement, then suddenly inquired, "Sister-in-law, is marriage good?" "Why do you ask that all of a sudden?" Zhao Wenxian was somewhat taken aback. To her, Shen Shutang still appeared quite youthful. However, realizing how far Shen Shutang had traveled to find her, she patiently responded, "Marriage itself has no inherent good or bad. It is the partner that determines that." Shen Shutang probed further. "So, do you think Big Brother is a good partner for marriage? How could he not be?" Zhao Wenxian sighed, replying, "He is a wonderful husband and an excellent father. He is the kind of partner that everyone in the capital desires. Yet there's just a lack of affection on his part. She was fortunate to have married him. Perhaps she shouldn't expect more. Yet, human nature is often greedy. How could one not yearn for more?" Chapter 77. Forever by your side, all right. Let's not dwell on that. We came out to enjoy ourselves. Shen Shutang was about to ask something more when Zhao Wenxian interrupted her, prompting her to abandon the thought and agree with a smile. Zhao Wenxian had prepared an itinerary and ultimately decided to take her to visit the Casa de Libertad Museum. Driving slowly, Shen Shutang was anxious about her concentration, refraining from speaking. Although she knew Zhao Wenxian taught at a university, she was unaware that her subject was history. Most of the exhibits in the museum were ones she could describe briefly. Occasionally observing them with focused attention, Zhao Wenxian exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Yet in that moment, Shun Shutang sensed something distinctly different about her. Instinctively, she pressed the shutter, capturing the moment. Zhao Wenxian turned to smile at her. Having rarely been photographed, she was momentarily unaccustomed to it, her smile appearing somewhat forced. Shun Shutang approached her softly, saying, "I won't disturb you, sister-in-law. Please focus on your viewing." She said this and distanced herself, seizing the opportunity to stealthily capture a few more shots while Zhao Wenxian was unaware. Gradually, Zhao Wenxian relaxed, eventually glancing towards the camera. They spent the entire afternoon taking numerous photos, concluding their visit after wandering for over 2 hours on the return journey. Zhao Wenxian's mood visibly brightened, and she chatted happily with Shun Shutang. As they approached the hotel entrance, Zhao Wenxian braked at a red light, saying, "Tang Tang, thank you for accompanying me." Shun Shutang, engrossed in the photos on her camera, looked up upon hearing her sister-in-law, "Family doesn't need to say thank you." Zhao Wenxian chuckled. As the light turned green, she eased the car forward. Not long after, a sudden crash jolted them forward, causing Shun Shutang to brace herself, her camera falling to the ground. "What happened?" Zhao Wenxian glanced back. "It's nothing. It seems we were rear-ended. I'll go handle it. You stay in the car." With that, she exited the vehicle, but Shun Shutang turned to look outside, hearing the commotion. Soon, she followed Zhao Wenxian out, seeing her emerge. Zhao Wenxian pulled her behind her and began negotiating with the opposing party. They had been driving normally when the other party crashed into them. Yet, Shun Shutang heard the other party demanding an exorbitant compensation. And she felt compelled to intervene, but Zhao Wenxian shook her head, signaling her to stay back. The 3 individuals from the other party were all male, even if it were just Shun Shutang alone. "They shouldn't act rashly. Sir, the price you mentioned is completely unreasonable. This accident is not entirely our fault, and we certainly don't carry that much cash with us. That's no issue. Just leave one person here and have the other go get the money." Shun Shutang's brows knitted together, and she whispered, "Sister-in-law, should we call the police?" "Hey, this isn't your hometown. The police aren't going to be fast here," one of the men sneered. Zhao Wenxian's hand trembled slightly as she clutched Shun Shutang's. Rummaging through her wallet, suddenly, the leading man reached out towards them, prompting Shun Shutang to quickly pull Zhao Wenxian back a few steps. Angered, the man surged forward, but unexpectedly, another figure appeared, delivering a swift kick. Shun Shutang looked up to see Shi Qingyu and Shun Yinheng standing protectively in front of them. Zhao Wenxian's hands trembled even more. Having never faced such a situation before, she had merely been holding herself together. But fear coursed through her. Shun Shutang patted her back, reassuringly saying, "It's okay, sister-in-law. Big brother is here." The commotion had erupted into a scuffle, and Zhao Wenxian dared not look, turning her head away. The men were all trained. Their instructors had been from the military, so Shun Shutang had no worries about their ability to handle the situation, focusing instead on calming Zhao Wenxian. Lin Shulang stood nearby, speaking into his phone, seemingly unaware of the unfolding drama. Shi Qingyu and Shun Yinheng swiftly resolved the matter with the other party and rushed over. "Xian." Shun Yinheng called out hoarsely, his heart racing with fear. Shun Shutang turned Zhao Wenxian around, then jogged over to Shi Qingyu's side. "Brother Qingyu, are you all right?" Shi Qingyu was rubbing his wrist and then enveloped her in his arms. "You scared me to death." Shun Shutang looked up, then on tiptoes, pecked his chin. "But I'm fine now. Brother Qingyu always arrives just in time." Shi Qingyu gazed at her nonchalant demeanor, feeling an urge to be angry, but unable to muster the energy. He helplessly redirected the conversation. "Aren't you concerned about Big Brother?" "Big Brother has someone looking after him," Shun Shutang replied sweetly, trying to kiss him again, only to be playfully tapped on the head by Shi Qingyu. "Since when did you become so bold? Huh, you dare to run off after sending a message." Although the retribution comes late after autumn, Shun Shutang felt a twinge of guilt as she playfully nestled in his embrace. Shi Qingyu could only hold her tightly. The police arrived swiftly, accompanied by several bodyguards, alleviating the need for the 2 of them to handle the remaining matters. Shun Shutang retrieved her camera from the car. while Shi Qingyu held her hand with one and the camera with the other. Zhao Wenxian and Shun Yanang walked ahead, seemingly reconciled. By the way, has elder brother arrived? What about Nin? Shin Shudang suddenly inquired. Shi Qingyu smirked and replied, she is with second brother. Second brother? Shin Shutang expressed surprise, then chuckled as a thought crossed her mind. Is second brother suitable? Shi Qingyu remarked, whether suitable or not, it must be so. At that moment, Shun Siqing, who was still in the country and unmarried, was already experiencing the challenges of fatherhood. Having been awakened multiple times since 7 in the morning, he had no choice but to rise and comfort Nin. Shi Qingyu had indeed erred. Shin Shudang had never been as demanding as Nin in her childhood. Oh dear, I beg you. May I call you father? Please stop crying. Your dad has gone to find your mother. Let us be reasonable. There's no benefit in making me, your little uncle, suffer. The little one, just over a year old, could hardly comprehend the words. One moment she wailed, the next she babbled in response. Despite his helplessness, his gentle patting revealed a tenderness he couldn't hide. That, of course, Shin Shutang and the others were oblivious to all this as they sat in the dining room enjoying dinner. Zhao Wenxian, still shaken, initially appeared dazed. After shedding some tears, she felt better but had eaten little before retreating to her room. Shin Shudang quickly gathered her belongings, casting an innocent gaze at Shi Qingyu. Brother Qingyu, you taught me to allow them some private space. That IT was a long ago lesson. Shi Qingyu could only smile in resignation as he led her to a new room. Her little intentions were written all over her face, making it challenging for him to pretend not to notice. Shun Shutang, content, held his hand, her smile radiant. I also wish to sleep alone, Brother Qingyu, but I am afraid. I cannot sleep by myself. IT would be wonderful if you could accompany me. I will be with you, forever, Shi Qingyu replied, grinning as he ruffled her hair, the soft strands slipping through his fingers, releasing a hint of sweetness. Chapter 78. Trust. After washing up, Shun Shudang snuggled into the covers, her head peeking out. When Shi Qingyu emerged from the bathroom clad in a bathrobe, her gaze was fixated upon him. Her unabashed stare was impossible to ignore. Shi Qingyu approached the bed and pulled the covers higher to shield her view. Shin Shutang wriggled out, unable to suppress her smile. Tang tang. Shi Qingyu's tone was filled with exasperation. Be good. I need to change. All right, I want tea. Look, Shin Shutang replied, turning her back. You go out. A low chuckle escaped his lips as he retreated to the bathroom with his clothes. Once he donned his sleepwear and returned to bed, Shun Shutang pouted, Brother Qingyu, you don't trust me. You're guarding against me. Shi Qingyu embraced her, stating, no, it's not you I don't trust. He kissed her forehead, whispering, sleep well, tang tang. Shun Shutang nestled closer, softly asking, Brother Qingyu, when will you marry me? In this regard, Shin Shutang seemed more eager than Shi Qingyu, impatiently seeking an answer. Tang tang, take your time. Besides, you're still too young, Shi Qingyu replied, stroking her soft hair and placing a gentle kiss atop her head. I am not ready yet either. Would you be so kind as to wait for me? Very well, Shun Shutang acquiesced, finding a comfortable position in his arms and closing her eyes. Good night, Brother Qingyu. Good night, Tang Tang, he responded softly, tightening his embrace. In that moment, everything felt dreamlike. He closed his eyes, but soon opened them again to check on her, kissing her hair repeatedly, until they finally drifted into a deep sleep late into the night. They both enjoyed a restful night, awakening later than the neighbors. Shin Shutang stirred, still drowsy, and heard the sound of water running in the bathroom. Half awake, she remained seated on the bed for a while. When Shi Qingyu emerged from the bathroom, she called out softly. What's the matter? He inquired. Shin Shutang opened her arms, wanting a hug. Shi Qingyu chuckled and lifted her into his embrace. Shin Shutang murmured that it was cold, but did not pull away. Instead, she clung to him, wishing to warm him. Shi Qingyu carried her to the living room, poured her a glass of warm water, and held it to her lips, wiping the corner of her mouth afterward. Shin Shutang leaned against his shoulder, playfully stating, I want to sleep more. Still sleepy? Shi Qingyu asked, already carrying her to the bedside. Shin Shutang wrapped her arms around his neck, refusing to let go, insisting, together. Shi Qingyu tucked her into the covers, saying, Be good, sleep a bit longer that I'll stay beside you. Why? We're heading back today? Aren't we going to play for a few more days? Sure, Qingyu adjusted her hair. No, elder brother has things to attend to, and Anin is still with second brother. Shen Xiqing had already sent numerous distress messages, even summoning Chen Mushing back to the capital. Fearing he wouldn't manage Anin well. Just sleep peacefully, he reassured her. Shen Shutang murmured in agreement and fell back asleep. Later, when Shi Qingyu carried her to the car and then onto the plane, she remained in slumber. Had it not been for his trustworthy character, Shun Yinhang would have genuinely doubted whether Shi Qingyu had done something to her. Halfway through the flight, Shen Shutang finally awoke, nestling against Shi Qingyu, expressing her hunger. If you don't wake up soon, I'll have to explain everything to elder brother, Shi Qingyu teased, pinching her cheek. Shen Shutang had gained a bit of weight during this time. Upon waking, she felt soft and warm. She gazed at him, her eyes glistening. I was just sleepy. Since arriving, she hadn't adjusted to the time difference, sleeping lightly the previous afternoon before waking again. That it was only with Shi Qingyu by her side that she felt secure enough to rest. Now I'm hungry, she stated, her stomach protesting with a couple of growls. Shi Qingyu gently replied, All right, it's not your fault, Tang Tang. It's my doing for letting you sleep so soundly. Shun Shutang, feeling a bit shy, nestled deeper into his embrace. I'm hungry. I want to eat. Okay, I'll have someone prepare something. The latter half of the journey passed swiftly. Shun Shutang had arrived alone, enduring a grueling 10-hour flight, struggling to stay awake with nothing to do. The return trip, filled with eating, playing, and teasing Shi Qingyu, was much more enjoyable. The sofa felt significantly more comfortable than the first-class seats, and by the time they landed, she felt rejuvenated. Upon hearing they were returning, Shun Xiqing had eagerly taken Anin back to Lanjiang Court, waiting at the door with her in his arms. As soon as Shun Yinhang stepped out of the car, he handed Anin over, exclaiming, Here, here. Your son is too rowdy. Since yesterday, Shun Xiqing felt as though he might lose his sanity if this continued. Shun Yinhang cradled Anin, swaying her gently, whereas Anin being rowdy. By this time, Shun Xiqing had already dashed off, racing upstairs while shouting that he needn't be called for dinner. He truly needed to catch up on sleep. Shen Shutang hadn't seen him like this in a long time. He appeared so vibrant and carefree. She laughed joyfully behind him, marveling at the wonders of time. Time is indeed magical, as is love. Love can humble the proud, instill fear in the brave, and embolden the timid. Time takes away some things while leaving others behind. She recalled Zhao Wenxian recounting her youthful crush on Shun Yinhang during the journey back, ultimately providing an answer to Shen Shutang's question from yesterday. How about marriage? Marriage has never been the grave of their love, but rather the fertile ground in which it flourishes. She had known Shun Yinhang for many years, while it was their engagement that introduced him to her. Zhao Wenxian often felt unfortunate, born into such a family, her character not aligning with Shun Yinhang's preferences, yet she was grateful that without her family background, she would have had no chance of marrying him. Life is a tapestry of gains and losses, and indeed, she considered herself fortunate, blessed with a beloved partner and adorable children. This was more than enough. Shun Shutang, on the other hand, believed that Shun Yinhang was not as indifferent to Zhao Wenxian as she suggested. In his eyes, there were only two kinds of people, those within his circle and outsiders. Zhao Wenxian had long since been embraced into his life. Perhaps it was the culmination of years of unrequited affection that rendered Zhao Wenxian feeling ethereal and insecure, often fearing that Shun Yinhang's feelings for her were not genuine. Yet, she failed to realize that over the years, her demeanor had transformed. She was no longer timid nor shackled by the so-called ideals of a virtuous wife. Shun Yinhang had bestowed upon her the confidence of being loved, allowing her to express her temper, to become fiery, and even to speak with a playful tone that she herself did not recognize. Thus, she decided to entrust everything to time, for it would reveal all answers in due course. Chapter 79. Do Not Abandon Me. Shun Shutang's birthday celebration coincided with her coming-of-age ceremony, during which numerous gatherings were held, including a graduation party and classmate celebrations. She attended a few of her classmates' events, finding the routines largely similar, eating and chatting, but she refrained from participating in dance parties, as she neither knew how to dance nor desired to join others in such pursuits. However, She had no intention of skipping the graduation dinner. These were once-in-a-lifetime experiences she yearned to savor. Siatong had returned from abroad, appearing slightly tanned and a bit thinner. Upon her arrival, she headed straight to the Sure family home and refused to leave. During this time, Shen Shudang had ordered several dresses. With no time to prepare herself, Siatong clung to Shen Shudang, insisting on selecting an outfit from her wardrobe. Shen Shudang chose a green satin mermaid gown that fit Siatong perfectly, accentuating her fair complexion. Over the years, Siatong's shoulder-length hair had grown longer and was now styled into curls by a professional. She donned an ice blue, sleeveless gown adorned with a matching, oversized bow at the chest, exuding a charm that blended simplicity with elegance. Both were trying on such attire for the first time, and after applying makeup and donning high heels, they supported each other as they walked around the living room, bursting into laughter. Their school had reserved the banquet hall on the third floor of a hotel, and after locating their designated area, Shen Shudang and Siatong entered arm in arm. Once seated, Siatong immediately began indulging in the hors d'oeuvres. Although they were enjoying themselves, the food was rather uninspiring. Novel the first time, but bland upon repetition. The graduation dinner followed a familiar routine. The homeroom teacher delivered well wishes, after which Shen Shudang applauded along with the crowd as dishes were served. Siatong, however, was more focused on her meal, devouring not only her own portions but also Shen Shudang's, at times finishing off 2 servings of certain dishes, prompting Shen Shudang to worry about her overindulgence. When a dish of cheese-baked lobster arrived, Siatong's eyes sparkled at Shen Shudang, well aware that she detested the hassle of such intricate foods. "Tang Tang," she said with a mischievous grin. Shen Shudang instantly understood her implication. "You really aren't feeling full, are you, Tong Tong? I'm genuinely concerned for you, da-da. Tang Tang, you underestimate me, that I feel perfectly fine. The portions are quite small." Siatong cheerfully replied, taking a plate from Shen Shudang and handing her half of the lobster, shell removed. "Who attends a banquet merely to fill their stomach?" Shen Shudang retorted helplessly. "But if you truly can't get enough, we can always grab something upstairs afterward." Shen Shudang fretted over Siatong's potential overindulgence, while simultaneously worrying that she might indeed leave unsatisfied. Siatong exclaimed, setting down her fork and embracing Shen Shudang's arm. "Tang Tang, I knew you loved me the most. You are an angel, a fairy, the most adorable treasure." She feigned a kiss on Shen Shudang's cheek, who gently pushed her head away, exclaiming, all right, I get it. Your mouth is all greasy." Tong Tong. Their playful banter was interrupted as they turned to see Xie Yi standing behind them, having observed for an indeterminate length of time. "What brings you here? Shouldn't you be with your classmates?" Siatong instinctively inquired, memories of previously forgotten matters flooding back. "That I wanted to see you," Xie Yi replied candidly, though a hint of guilt shadowed his expression. "What happened last time was my fault. I was unaware." "Stop right there." Siatong hastily released Shen Shudang, glaring at Xie. "I've already forgotten what happened last time. Please do not bring it up again." Xie Yi found it peculiar. He remembered distinctly, wondering how she could have forgotten so quickly. Yet recalling that Siatong often had a poor memory, he deemed her forgetfulness somewhat normal. Shen Shudang found herself experiencing the sensation of being a bystander. Glancing between Xie Yi and Siatong, her eyes wide with curiosity, eager to uncover more of the story, "I'd like to talk to you," Xie Yi stated. "Very well," Siatong replied without hesitation, "that I'm still dining with Tang Tang. Let us discuss it after the banquet." Xie Yi pondered for a moment before agreeing. "All right. But you should hurry. Standing here is rather awkward." Siatong urged him to leave, feeling relieved once he turned away. Shen Shudang pinched her cheek, genuinely curious. "What happened last time? What could it be, Tang Tang? I told you he has ill intentions. He actually kissed me. It was terrifying," Siatong exclaimed, having never encountered anything so frightening in her brief life. She whispered this in Shen Shudang's ear before resuming her meal, mumbling, "I need to eat quickly. Who wants to talk to him? I'll run away after finishing." Shen Shudang was still trying to process Siatong's earlier words. "What do you mean by kiss and terrifying? How could those two concepts possibly be linked?" Upon hearing Siatong's intention to flee, she inquired in surprise, "You're going to run again?" Gradually, she came to realize why Siatong had so readily agreed earlier. She had no intention of conversing with him. Indeed, it is somewhat frightening. Shun Chutang remarked casually, then asked, so, do you plan to run forever? You'll be in the same university. How far can you truly escape? Xietong was unconcerned with such details. For her, even a single day's escape was worth it. She took a sip of the champagne in her glass. Sweet and delicious. Tang tang. You should try it. Let us run first. I haven't decided yet. She confessed, uncertain when she might come to a conclusion. Shun Chutang chuckled softly, amused by Xietong's antics. The way you're trying to flee is rather entertaining, Tong Tong. Let us go to tea that moment. The banquet was nearing its conclusion. Xietong linked arms with Shun Chutang, genuinely wishing to escape. However, today she wore high heels, which forced her to walk briskly beside Shun Chutang as they stepped out of the banquet hall. They froze, for Xie stood just outside the door. Their eyes met, and Xietong thought only 2 words. It's over. Did you eat enough? Xie asked. Xietong desperately wanted to claim she had not. Hoping to turn back inside the banquet hall to find a way to escape, but she noticed he was holding 2 bags of takeaway. She forced a chuckle. I'm full, really. Then let us go home. I suddenly feel a bit thirsty. Could you go outside and buy me a cup of milk tea first? I'll be down shortly. Xie stared at her intently, hesitating before saying, together. No. Xietong quickly rejected. I am afraid you'll run away, just like last time, without a word. Xie bluntly exposed her thoughts, adding, even if you want to run, you must take me with you, that I'm the one you picked up. You cannot abandon me. Chapter 80. Boyfriend Xietong was taken aback. She wanted to flee precisely to avoid him. I'm not trying to run away, she stammered, nor do I wish to abandon you. She wished she could instantly teleport or dig underground. Anything to escape her current predicament. Then let us head home. There's milk tea in the car. Xie extended his hand towards her. Xietong, on the verge of tears, glanced at Shun Chutang for help, only to see her withdraw her hand and gently nudge her. Tong Tong, hurry back. You promised to talk to him. Xie stepped forward, grasping her wrist. Let us go home. Xietong never anticipated that Shun Chutang would betray her at this moment, especially after she had just promised to help her escape. Tea must be that spending so much time with Shi Chengyu had corrupted her. Shun Chutang waved at Xietong with a mischievous grin, resembling a cunning little rabbit. Once the two had departed, Shun Chutang belatedly realized that she too needed to return. She glanced around and then proceeded forward, but had not walked far when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning to look, she found nothing there. The silent corridor inexplicably stirred a sense of unease within her, prompting Shun Chutang to quicken her pace as she entered the elevator and descended. Once outside, she sent a message to Uncle Shang. Classmate shunned out a voice suddenly came from behind. Shun Chutang, still lost in thought about earlier events, was startled and instinctively turned to see a male classmate approaching. Relieved, she asked, "What is it? Is there something you need?" The boy took a few steps closer and said, "Classmate Shun, I would like to reintroduce myself." Shun Chutang, puzzled and with her brows slightly furrowed, did not have the chance to respond before he continued speaking. My name is Chen Wenzhou. I am 18 years old, from Jing City, and I was also admitted to a university through recommendation. Just like you may not know me, but I have been observing you for quite some time. You are kind, intelligent, and quite beautiful. Classmate Shun, I have liked you for a long time. Would you be my girlfriend? Slightly frowning, Shun Chutang found his approach presumptuous, her tone cooling as she replied, "I'm sorry, but that is not possible." "Why not?" Chen Wenzhou pressed on, unwilling to give up. Shun Chutang took a couple of steps back, stating, "You just said it yourself. I don't know you. I do not entertain the idea of dating strangers, and besides, I already have a boyfriend." Out of the corner of her eye, she spotted Uncle Shang's car parked nearby, and she turned to walk over. Upon opening the door, she discovered Shi Chengyu sitting inside. Pouting in grievance, she climbed into the car. "What's wrong?" Shi Chengyu asked, gently ruffling her hair. "Who was that? Did he upset you?" Shun Chutang crossed her arms and turned her head away, muttering, "Oh, it's nothing, just a confession." Shi Chengyu paused for a moment, slightly taken aback, and stammered, "Well, it's my fault for being late." Tang Tang, he wrapped his arm around Shun Chutang's shoulders, pulling her closer to him. "You're not angry anymore, are you? It's not worth dwelling on." Despite leaning into his embrace, Shun Chutang was still harboring a sense of frustration. How long would she have to wait after someone had so brazenly stolen her first opportunity for a confession? She didn't wish to wait any longer. After arriving home, Shi Chengyu escorted her to her room and advised her to freshen up, promising to come back to tuck her in. However, instead of doing so, Shun Chu Tang dashed to the kitchen downstairs, rummaged through the wine cabinet, and found a bottle of fruit wine that Xie Tong had previously enjoyed. Stealthily, she brought it back to her room. Though it was fruit wine with a fruity flavor, the alcoholic scent was quite potent. After consuming more than half the bottle, Shun Chu Tang felt full and attempted to stand to find Shi Chengyu, only to find herself dizzy, swaying unsteadily with each step. After 2 failed attempts to reach the door, she decided to sit on the couch and wait for him, confident that he would come. Once Shi Chengyu emerged from the bathroom, he found her curled up on the couch, her head buried in her knees. Assuming she was crying, he rushed over, asking, "What's wrong, Tang Tang?" His words halted abruptly as he noticed her flushed cheeks, and the scent of alcohol filled the air, momentarily intoxicating him as well. "Have you been drinking?" Shun Chu Tang giggled softly and replied slowly, "Because alcohol gives me courage. And what are you feeling courageous about?" Shi Chengyu inquired with a smile, his tone unconsciously laced with affection, finding her exceedingly adorable at that moment. Shun Chu Tang lifted her face, grinning widely as she asked, "Brother Chengyu, do I look like a gift today?" She gestured to the large bow on her chest. Shi Chengyu affectionately ruffled her hair, his voice gentle as he replied, "Tang Tang, you are not a gift. You are a blessing, an offering from heaven to me." Shun Chu Tang's expression soured at this. It was always the same. Last year, she called him her boyfriend, and he called her his princess. Now, he referred to her as a blessing. Yet, none of these labels were what she desired. Shaking her head, her mind fuzzy yet resolute about her intentions, she said, "Shi Chengyu, will you be my boyfriend? You must agree today." Her demand was firm, yet her intoxication rendered her soft and gentle. Shi Chengyu's suspicions were confirmed. Shun Chu Tang's courage, borrowed from alcohol, was meant for him. Hearing her say it shocked him profoundly. He chuckled softly before responding, "All right, I agree." There was no longer any reason to refuse her. Such matters did not require a specific person to voice them. He had waited longer than Tang Tang, yet he displayed remarkable patience. Shun Chu Tang's sluggish brain took a moment to process his words. And once she confirmed she hadn't misheard, her lips curled upward as she asked, "Boyfriend?" "Yes," Shi Chengyu replied, his throat tightening as he confirmed, "I am your boyfriend." Shun Chu Tang's smile brightened even more, her fair skin glowing with a rosy hue. She reached out, grasping the collar of Shi Chengyu's sleepwear, declaring, "Boyfriend, I'm going to kiss you now." With that, she pressed her lips against his. Shi Chengyu's body bore a slight chill, causing her to instinctively shiver, awkwardly catching his lips and nibbling gently. Unfamiliar with kissing, she relied solely on her instincts, as if savoring a piece of mousse cake. The moment their lips met, Shi Chengyu lost all capacity for thought. Every sensation was magnified, the warmth of her lips overwhelming him. The taste of fruit wine lingered, sweet and intoxicating, as he grasped her waist and slowly reciprocated the kiss, only to realize he was even more inexperienced than Shun Chu Tang. His body trembling slightly, the exhilaration from his racing heart made him forget everything else. Mimicking Shun Chu Tang's earlier actions, he captured her lips softly, kissing her tenderly. However, it wasn't long before Shun Chu Tang drifted off to sleep, a smile still gracing her lips. Shi Chengyu couldn't help but chuckle softly, feeling somewhat helpless. She was entirely satisfied while leaving him to endure the longing. He laid her gently on the bed, leaned down to kiss her lips once, then again. He and T expected that the confession he had prepared for so long would go unused. It was an ordinary night. Yet for her, it was a moment that could not be forgotten. Shi Chengyu leaned down to kiss her again, his gaze softening as he whispered, "I'm sorry, Tang Tang, for making you wait so long." He rose and returned to his room, but did not go to bed. Instead, he headed to the bathroom, where the sound of running water echoed for a considerable time. The next morning, upon waking, Shun Chu Tang was informed that a plethora of gifts had been delivered, ranging from flowers to jewelry and precious diamonds. The items that had gone unused were now presented to her, including a sapphire necklace designed by Shi Chengyu himself. He did not perceive the timing of the gifts as wasteful. Nor did he intend to save them for another occasion, but he understood that Shen Tang did not lack for such things. Yet he still wished to gather all the beautiful things he could find and present them to her. Although Shen Tang had been intoxicated the previous night, she retained a clear memory of what transpired, especially upon seeing the pile of gifts in the living room. The memories flooded back. In recognizing the special significance of this particular gift, she adorned herself with the necklace. The sapphire nestled against her fair neck, resembling a glimmering blue lake, particularly striking. During the weekend, Shi Chengyu took her back to the Shi residence. After a period of recuperation, Shi Tingyu had regained his health, and several younger relatives had come to keep him company, filling the courtyard with lively chatter. Shi Chengyu played with the younger children in the yard, expertly demonstrating how to assemble a toy gun model, eliciting awe and admiration from the little ones. Seated in a rocking chair, Shi Tingyu fanned himself with a palm leaf, reminiscing. Chengyu had this talent since childhood. I thought he might join the military, but who would have guessed he had no desire to? He and Eason couldn't bear to see him go down that path. Then we thought he might enter politics. But he wasn't interested in that either. It seemed both he and his father had chosen to pursue their own aspirations, perhaps because they were the youngest in the family, possessing the confidence and freedom to make their own choices. Shen Tang smiled faintly, lost in thought as she recalled something from her youth. When she was around 12 or 13, she first spoke of her dreams and those of Shi Chengyu. At that time, Shen Yanhang had just graduated and was sent to a remote village for training, enduring harsh conditions and rarely returning home. Packages took an eternity to arrive, often passing through multiple hands before reaching their destination. Meanwhile, Shen Si-chan had decided to study abroad, which only distanced them further. With two family members gone, the house felt emptier. Shen Tang had sat on Shi Chengyu's lap, tearfully asking if he too would leave. He had wiped her tears and replied, "My dream is to always be by your side." It turned out he had said this many times before, but at that moment, she had thought it was merely a playful jest, not taking it seriously. Yet, every word Shi Chengyu spoke to her was treated as a vow he intended to uphold. "Grandfather, do you think it's a pity?" Shen Tang inquired. "What a pity? What is there to lament? Young people should pursue whatever they desire. The world belongs to you." Shi Tingwei waved his fan, adding, "Moreover, Chengyu is doing exceptionally well. The times have changed, but I firmly believe that he will achieve remarkable accomplishments in any field he ventures into." "Indeed," Shen Tang affirmed with a smile, her gaze drifting towards the individual seated in the courtyard. The warm sunlight enveloped him, adding a touch of warmth to the scene that a few children surrounded him, creating a picturesque tableau. She mused that if they were to have children in the future, it would undoubtedly be as beautiful as this moment. Shi Tingwei remarked, "I must say, the fan that old Shen gifted is quite practical." Shen Tang chuckled lightly. "Among all the gifts, you picked this one. He was merely jesting with you." According to Shin Boyu, had he attempted to elope with the youngest daughter of the Shun family decades ago, he might have been met with a bullet. However, given that Shi Chengyu is a decent fellow and that Tang harbors affection for him, he reluctantly acquiesced to their relationship. "That's splendid, splendid indeed." Shi Tingwei laughed heartily. "I have never interacted much with your grandfather. I'd only crossed paths with him a few times. I once perceived him as aloof, yet now he seems like a playful old child." "Playful old child," Shen Tang mused, finding the description rather fitting. "When the opportunity arises, I shall introduce you to each other. Then there will be two old children together." "Very well," Shi Tingwei replied, then added, "Oh, please refrain from addressing me with my surname. It sounds peculiar. Just call me Grandpa like Chengyu does." In this regard, Shi Chengyu was certainly more self-aware than her. He addressed their grandfather with ease. "All right, Grandpa," Shen Tang replied with a sweet smile. Noticing that time was drawing near and seeing that Shi Chengyu was still preoccupied, she suggested, "Shall we prepare a meal, Grandpa? I wish to learn how to make crab roe tofu from you." Shi Tingwei looked puzzled. "Why not learn to make dompa pork? Isn't it your favorite? But Chengyu brother prefers crab roe tofu." Shen Tang casually remarked while stretching her limbs. Shi Tingwei was taken aback, unsure whether to be surprised by her knowledge of Shi Chengyu's preferences or by the fact that he allowed her to know them. Nevertheless, it seemed inconsequential. He chuckled heartily. "Very well. I shall teach you. It's the season for crabs now. The coastal waters have just opened, and the crabs caught this morning will be delivered by noon. The ingredients are already prepared. Shi Tingyue took on the role of chef while also instructing Shen Shutang. Once a formidable figure on the battlefield, he now reveled in his culinary endeavors, teaching one dish today and another tomorrow, finding joy in every moment. Shen Shutang's coming-of-age banquet was scheduled for her birthday. Although it was termed a coming-of-age celebration, she had already reached adulthood a year prior. She had begun her studies early, with a tutor being engaged at the age of 5. However, due to her frail health as a child, Chen Mushing was reluctant to send her to school too soon. It wasn't until she turned 13 that she entered middle school. A year later than most of her peers, that time, with fewer family members around, she often felt bored at home, and it was indeed time for her to attend school, her health having improved significantly. Thus, Chen Mushing finally felt at ease allowing her to go. Time flew by, and the little girl who once needed someone to hold her hand while walking had grown up, now able to move gracefully in high heels. "Mama, do I look beautiful?" Shen Shutang asked, twirling in front of her, the hem of her dress swirling with her movements, sparkling in the light. Her crown, even more exquisite than last year's, adorned her head, yet it was lighter. For sure Qingyu treated her like a princess and remembered her words about heavy crowns being a strain on the neck. "Beautiful," Chen Mushing replied, her eyes brimming with tears. "Our Tangdang has truly grown up this time." Shen Shutang stepped forward to embrace her gently, saying, "Mama, you mustn't shed tears." After saying this, she wiped the corners of Chen Mushing's eyes. "I feel as though I've never thanked you for bringing me into this world." "What a strange thing to say. It was your father and I who brought you into this world without your consent. You chose to come, and your father and I are overjoyed. We require nothing of you. As long as you live happily and can appreciate the beauty of this world, free and unrestrained, we will be content." Chapter 82. A violation. Shen Shutang's eyes moistened as well. She had never broached such topics with him before, and they had never imposed any expectations upon her that be why conventional standards. Shen Shutang and her siblings might not be deemed particularly dutiful children, nor as filial as others might claim. With tears mingled with laughter, Chen Mushing rested her head gently on Shen Shutang's shoulder. "Dearest Tang, bringing you into this world was our wish as parents, not your obligation. Thus, whatever life you wish to lead, or whoever you choose to share it with, your father and I will not dictate your choices. We will merely serve as your steadfast support." Shen Shutang's tears fell freely now, and she gently dabbed them away with a tissue. "Mama, you are the best mother in the world." Chen Mushing smiled back. "And you, Tang, are the best daughter." Yes, she helped Shen Shutang adjust her hair. She gazed at her daughter, who now stood nearly at her height, a swell of pride blossoming within her. "Qingyu has also grown up under our watch. He has treated you well over the years. Sometimes I even feel he does better than I do. Love is mutual, as is giving. Tang must also love Qingyu well in the future." Chen Mushing added. Shen Shutang clung to her arm. "But won't Mama feel jealous?" Chen Mushing glanced at her and retorted, "Jealous of what? To witness you find someone worthy of a lifetime commitment brings me immense joy. However, your father may not feel the same." With a light laugh, Chen Mushing continued, just as a knock echoed from the door. "Are you ready?" "It's about to begin," Shen Sikin called impatiently from outside, only to be reprimanded softly by Shen Gengli for his impatience. Today, the Shen family was missing Shen Yanhang and his family. Although Shen Gengli had retired and was free, Shen Yanhang's status had changed significantly over the past 2 years, making his presence inappropriate for such an event. Shen Suqing and Ji-Man were on their honeymoon abroad, leaving Shen Sikin as the only brother present. As Chen Mushing opened the door with Shen Shutang beside her, she found Shen Sikin rubbing his ear, groaning, "Look at him. Even at my age, he still pulls my ear." They both laughed, and Chen Mushing replied, "Regardless of your age, you will always be our child. If he wants to pull your ear, he shall. Fine, I accept my fate." Tang, you look absolutely stunning today," Shen Sikin exclaimed sincerely. "How could our Tangdang possibly be so beautiful?" Shen Shutang realized it was not her beauty that was being praised, but rather the accolades showered upon her by him. "Second brother, can't you use some different words for compliments?" Shen Sikin chuckled. "Nope, beautiful is the highest compliment I can give. Father's not as good as I am." Shen Sikin turned to Shen Gengli. Asking, "Isn't that right, Dad?" Shun Gungli reached out to swat him, but he deftly dodged. "You cheeky lad, daring to jest with your father." Shin Sikin quickly responded, "Hey, Dad, the banquet is about to commence. Let us hurry and take Tang Tang downstairs." Finally relenting, Shan Gungli turned his gentle gaze towards Shun Shutang. "Come, Tang Tang, let us head down together." Shun Shutang nodded, linking her arm with Chun Mushing's, feeling both anxious and excited. Shun Gungli descended the stairs ahead of them. This banquet was quite formal, with a media presence invited. Prior to this, several news agencies had heard of the Shun family's plans to host a media event for their daughter's coming-of-age celebration, leading many prominent media outlets in the capital to vie for the opportunity. However, they were taken aback when only the official media arrived. Though frustrated, they recognized their inferiority and marveled at the Shun family's regard for their daughter. Only after the official media released news would they have a chance to share it. "Thank you all for taking the time from your busy schedules to attend my daughter's coming-of-age banquet. Although she has already reached adulthood, her heart remains youthful and charming. I hope you will continue to look after her and show her kindness." As he finished his speech, the audience erupted into applause. Shen Gungli raised his hand for silence, concluding with a wish for everyone to enjoy the evening. He then stepped off the stage, walked to Shin Shutang, took her hand, and linked it with his arm. "Tang Tang, let me introduce you to some uncles and elders." Shin Shutang was just smiling at Shi Qingyu when she heard this and quickly nodded, quietly pointing at Shun Gungli and mouthing, "Wait for me." Shi Qingyu nodded in return, waving at her. Such a banquet was not merely a birthday celebration. The attendees were all notable figures in the capital, and introducing Shun Shutang to them served to emphasize her importance to the Shun family. Shin Shutang followed Shun Gungli as they made their way around the banquet hall, eventually arriving before Shi Qingyu. "Have you been waiting long?" The words carried a unique significance as Shun Gungli raised his glass to toast with Shi Qingyu. As soon as they approached, Shi Qingyu had already stood up, lowering his glass slightly. "It was worth the wait, Uncle Shun." Shun Gungli was likely intentional, ultimately bringing the person before him. Though it had been a while, Shi Qingyu was not wrong. It was indeed worth the wait, whether it took a few minutes or several years. Had it not been for the inappropriateness of the occasion, Shun Gungli might have simply rolled his eyes. He patted Shin Shutang's hand and remarked, "All right, I'm bored too. Letting you take you out for some fun." "Okay, thank you, Dad," Shin Shutang replied with a smile. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly. "Uncle Shun, you've worked hard." Shin Shutang linked her arm with Shi Qingyu's and said, "Brother Qingyu, I believe this is the first time I've linked arms with you." When they were together, they typically held hands or were embraced by Shi Qingyu. "Do you like it?" Shi Qingyu asked, subtly shifting her arm to make her more comfortable. "I do. But I like Brother Qingyu even more," Shun Shutang said with a beaming smile. The smile on Shi Qingyu's lips was now thoroughly uncontainable. He squeezed her hand and said, "If you're tired, lean on me." Shin Shutang shook her head. "No, that wouldn't look good." After all, it was still a formal occasion. She had to maintain an image befitting a young lady. Shi Qingyu led her towards the sofa, saying, "No one will dare say anything." Shin Shutang slightly raised her head and whispered near his ear, "But I can't let people think that Shi Qingyu's future wife lacks decorum." She laughed, clearly noticing Shi Qingyu's footsteps falter. Her words were like a stone cast into still water, creating ripples. "Tang Tang, stop teasing me," Shi Qingyu said softly, his tone affectionate yet helpless. Shin Shutang gazed at him with her sparkling eyes, appearing quite innocent. "What?" Shi Qingyu smiled but remained silent, brushing her hair behind her ear. "No, it's just that when I see Tang Tang, I lose my composure." The spot on her ear where his fingers had touched instantly warmed. And Shin Shutang shot him a glare, playfully scolding, "Shi Qingyu, that's against the rules." Usually so serious, he had suddenly said something like this, leaving her a bit taken aback. Chapter 83. Does it resemble our wedding? At this moment, Shin Shutang was undeniably stunning, and beyond that, Shi Qingyu could think of no other descriptor. He felt that this word was created solely for her, with her brows slightly furrowed in mock annoyance and her cheeks flushed with shyness. Her voice was charmingly delicate when she scolded. Shi Qingyu let out a low chuckle. "All right, then punish me, Tang Tang." I accept. His voice, already melodious, now took on a magnetic allure in her ear, causing Shin Shutang's cheeks to redden further. She suspected he was being intentional, thus shot him a glare and huffed. "I'm not talking to you, Day." As Shi Qingyu noticed her face gradually turning crimson, he realized he could no longer tease her and fell silent. Though he enjoyed playful banter, he knew she was easily flustered. Concerned that she might become upset, he laughed inwardly, his smile unwavering as the evening progressed. Others approached to toast. With Shi Qingyu present, no one dared to raise their glass above Shen Shutang's. Shi Qingyu's mood remained cheerful, and he smiled throughout the night. As the evening culminated in a waltz, they danced together, having practiced beforehand, now moving with ease. Shen Shutang's hand rested on his shoulder, and she gazed at him with a sweet smile, eventually falling into his embrace as the music concluded. As the festivities drew to a close and the guests began to disperse, the crystal chandelier in the center of the banquet hall continued to shine brilliantly. Shen Shutang stood on the second floor, gazing down, her eyes sparkling like stars. During the toasts, she had secretly sipped 2 glasses of champagne, feeling a light buzz, which made her increasingly restless. She could barely stand. Leaning against Shi Qingyu, "Brother Qingyu, does this resemble our wedding?" After the wedding, the newlyweds bid farewell to their guests. Shi Qingyu met her gaze and softly replied, "Not at all. Our wedding will be far more grand." With blue as the primary color and an endless summer bouquet, he had envisioned countless details for their special day. Shen Shutang giggled, nestled in his embrace, and playfully complained, "Brother Qingyu, my feet hurt." Shi Qingyu snapped back to reality, his gaze shifting from her lips as he bent down to remove her high heels and set them aside. Lifting her foot to rest on his shoe, "Is it uncomfortable?" he inquired, standing while supporting her waist. Shen Shutang shook her head, the crown atop her head wobbling slightly, prompting Shi Qingyu to steady it with his hand. "Once this is over, I'll take you upstairs to rest." Shen Shutang responded affirmatively, then wrapped her arms around his neck, her voice soft, "Brother Qingyu, I want to kiss you." Before he could agree or refuse, she tilted her head and kissed him, her movements more confident than last time. Shi Qingyu pressed her against the wall, one hand at her waist, and the other cradling her head and the crown atop it. During this second kiss, Shi Qingyu's composure was evidently much better than before. He no longer trembled with excitement. He drew her closer, inch by inch reclaiming control, until Shen Shutang, unable to bear it any longer, began to tap his shoulder, prompting him to release her. Shen Shutang buried her face in his shoulder. Too shy to look up, the intoxicating effect of the alcohol giving her a euphoric sensation, as if floating on clouds. Gripping Shi Qingyu's waist, she mumbled, "I think I need to sleep." At a low, husky laugh escaped Shi Qingyu's throat. "Tang Tang, you're wonderful for letting me know in advance." Unlike last time, when she had fallen asleep mid-kiss, Shen Shutang recalled something, feeling even more embarrassed, burying her face deeper, and in a playful act of retribution, she bit him on the neck. The tingling sensation in his neck almost made him lose control. Shi Qingyu endured, laughing as he lifted her into his arms, one hand supporting her while the other carried her high heels. Shen Shutang clung to his neck, relishing this embrace, facing one another, nestled closely, feeling warm and secure in his hold. She peacefully drifted off to sleep as Shi Qingyu carried her back to the top-floor suite, waking her gently to wash up and change into her pajamas. Shen Shutang, dissatisfied, lingered for a long time, half asleep, playfully demanding that Shi Qingyu coax her back to sleep. Even without her coaxing, Shi Qingyu would have done so. She was unaware that his earlier words about losing control were no mere jest. Shi Qingyu felt fortunate that she currently had her eyes closed, sparing him from having to confront his flustered state. In the past, he would have comfortably stayed by her side for a long time, but once certain things began, they became uncontrollable. Now, every touch, even the scent of her sweet fragrance, rendered him restless. He could not pinpoint when he lost control over these matters. His usually rational mind often wandered towards thoughts that quickened his heartbeat, and his body followed suit, no longer under his command. Once she fell asleep, Shi Qingyu bolted from the room as if fleeing, barely managing to kiss her twice. Just as he finished a shower, Lin Shulang called, informing him that photos of them had been taken on the second floor, as a guest had returned to retrieve something and inadvertently captured the scene. Instinctively raising their phone, perhaps they were both too immersed in the moment, causing Shi Qingyu's usual vigilance to fade, resulting in the photos being taken. Shun Shutang stood on Shi Qingyu's shoes, pressing him against the wall to kiss him, while he held her waist with one hand and protected her crown with the other, treating it as a precious treasure. The situation was swiftly resolved. The photos were retracted within 10 minutes, and Lin Shulang even kindly obtained the original images to send to Shi Qingyu. However, that night, several media outlets and newspapers were on standby, anticipating explosive news. They expected to hear updates from the Shun and Shi families. But instead, a photo emerged. Despite its quick removal, many saved it. The image conveyed a wealth of information. The Shi family's president, enjoying a passionate kiss, the crown atop the girl's head, the dazzling gown illuminated by lights. And even the high heels at her feet made headlines. Help! What kind of celestial couple is this? Who was it that said Shin's daughter was unattractive? Exactly. This clearly is a beautiful sister. That back, that waist, those feet, sigh. This comment has been deleted. That crown, it's more beautiful than those housed in foreign museums. Is this what a wealthy family looks like? I don't want a crown. Just one crystal from would suffice. My demands are modest. Just one diamond from the high heels would be enough to make me wealthy. Shun Shutang's face was not visible, yet every aspect of her, from her attire to her jewelry, was scrutinized. The trending topic oscillated between removal and reemergence. The photo was deleted only to be reposted, spiraling out of control. Shi Qingyu decided against further removals, opting instead to manage the comments and the direction of public opinion. Chapter 84. A title ultimately. Only his face was revealed. If there was any embarrassment or disgrace, it would be his alone, and he felt no qualms about it. Unfazed by the kiss from his girlfriend, he harbored no sense of shame. Rather, he was eager for the entire world to know he was Shun Shutang's boyfriend, although Shun Gungli was infuriated that it was Shun Shutang who initiated the kiss. He ultimately refrained from voicing his displeasure, instead lamenting to Chen Mushing for quite some time. Shen Xiqing, however, was a different story. He bombarded her with several 60-second voice messages, eventually resorting to threats, exclaiming how infuriating it was that his ethereal sister was so brazenly pursued. It was almost enough to drive him to madness. The following day, Shun Shutang was roused from her slumber by an international video call from Xie Tong, who sent her a plethora of photos and messages. Still nestled in her blanket, her eyes barely open, she heard Xie Tong praising her, prompting her to rub her eyes and scroll through their conversation. There were photos of their kiss, online comments, and a barrage of laughter. Upon seeing the images, her mind went blank for 3 seconds as she shot up from her bed. What on earth is this? Shen Shutang nearly shouted in disbelief. Xie Tong laughed heartily on the other end, asking, shouldn't you, the person involved, be the most aware? Never did she expect that her silence would lead to such a grand revelation. Shen Shutang's face flushed crimson as she protested. No, this is not how it should be. The internet is going wild, Xie Tong retorted. Shen Shutang's hands trembled as she clutched her phone, opening Weibo to find a long list of trending topics and pictures, instantly wishing she could turn back to the previous night. Of course, she still wanted to kiss him, but certainly not in such a conspicuous manner. Shen Shutang lamented. How could this happen? How am I supposed to face anyone now? Did Shen Xiqing see it? Did Mom and Dad see it? The embarrassment made her scalp tingle as she buried her face in her pillow, wailing. Xie Tong's voice, dripping with schadenfreude, echoed from the phone as she tossed it a bit further away. Just as Shi Qingyu arrived at the door, he heard the commotion inside, hesitated for a moment, then pushed the door open to in the living room. He could hear Shun Shutang's muffled cries, pitiful and forlorn. He approached the bedside and gathered her into his embrace, asking gently, "What's wrong?" Shun Shutang, already flustered, felt even more bashful upon seeing him. Shi Qingyu noticed her tousled hair, her eyes devoid of tears, and her cheeks flushed from just waking up and the embarrassment, evoking an irresistible urge to kiss her. Shen Shutang leaned her head against his chest, covering her face with her hands, murmuring, "It's all your fault." "My fault?" Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, stroking her hair. "You were so bold when we kissed, and now you are hiding like a quail. It seems you only had the courage because of the wine. All right, in a few days, the hype will die down. If it doesn't, we can always find some other news to overshadow it." Shun Shutang gave a soft lifting her head to rest on his shoulder. "Next time, we need to find a more secluded spot. Shi Qingyu couldn't help but laugh at her. Even though this incident had yet to pass, she was already thinking about the next time. He was at a loss whether to feel happy or resigned as he lifted her up and walked toward the bathroom. Fine, but you need to freshen up now. After that, we'll go downstairs for breakfast and then head home. Shen Shudang steadied herself on the carpet, taking the toothbrush and brushing her teeth slowly. While they were still eating, the official media published an article celebrating the birthday of a young lady from the Shen family. The Shi family's official account almost immediately retweeted it with a caption, "Happy birthday to Princess Shen." They even initiated a lottery at the bottom of the Weibo post, distributing hundreds of thousands in red envelopes. Shen Shutang's face flushed again, but her heart swelled with sweetness. It felt as if they had finally made their relationship official, no longer needing to worry about anything. They could finally enjoy their romance. Kisses and hugs were perfectly normal. Shen Shutang reassured herself, allowing the warmth on her face to gradually subside. Once the Weibo post was made, many netizens expressed their delight, feasting on the couple's affection from the previous night until they were utterly stuffed. However, unexpectedly, an explosive piece of news broke out in the afternoon. G-Man's fiancée turned out to be Shen Sujing. The news Shi Qingyu had intended to use to quell the hype was overshadowed. The announcement of the actress and the retired leading man's marriage sent shockwaves through the entertainment industry. They had only collaborated a few times, and no rumors had circulated about their relationship. How had they suddenly gone from colleagues to newlyweds? They were already on their honeymoon that moment. Shen Sujing and G-Man were on a small island. After finishing a shower, Shen Sujing saw G-Man's Weibo post and, in disbelief, questioned her, "Why did you suddenly post this? Is it because of Shutang's situation?" It was common to suppress one matter with another, but G-Man had no need to do so. Stretching on the bed, G-Man smiled and asked, "Haven't you always wanted a title?" Shen Sujing paused momentarily, replying, I already have a title." G-Man beckoned him over, and Shen Sujing leaned onto her, saying, "But I want everyone to know who I married." Shen Sujing, "You are remarkable. You deserve this." She had previously been unaware of how long Shen Sujing had harbored feelings for her, only learning from Shen Shutang during the initial years of their acquaintance. Shen Sujing had never intruded upon her life, but later, he stood by her through difficult times, and eventually, he transitioned from the limelight to become her manager. She realized that he wanted to elevate her to the pinnacle of success, closing the gap between them. With each passing moment, G-Man came to the clear understanding that no one was better than Shen Sujing. As he nuzzled against her neck, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Wife, thank you," G-Man sensed he was on the verge of tears but chose not to expose him, instead gently tousling his coarse hair. "Shen Sujing, you are so delicate." She could not hide the laughter in her voice. And as her words fell, she burst into giggles. Outside, the azure sea met the cerulean sky, with her beloved by her side, creating a picture of completeness and happiness. The trending topic of their wedding remained on the charts for an entire week. And Shen Sujing's previously dormant Weibo was suddenly inundated with comments from fans. However, he no longer responded on Weibo, having already decided to retreat behind the scenes, leaving the publicity to G-Man. As for everything else, he would handle it. With new points of interest emerging online, Shen Shutang's situation naturally attracted less attention, allowing Shi Qingyu to discreetly clean up any traces without leaving a mark. He couldn't bring himself to part with even a silhouette of her. Some comments were too explicit, and even women's remarks felt inappropriate, making him feel as though his girlfriend was being scrutinized, which was quite unpleasant. His Chutang was not someone to be objectified. She was the radiant moon in the sky, a princess raised with care. She was the one he vowed to cherish for a lifetime. Treasured and accompanied forever, it was a creed he held dear. Chapter 85. Desecration. Shi is so handsome. I want to kiss him too. Shi looks so sexy while enjoying himself. Can Shi date a few more girlfriends? Shen Shutang leaned back on the sofa, animatedly reading the comments on Weibo, her brows knitting tighter as she reached the end, wondering what Shi was doing in bed. Shi Qingyu, unable to bear it any longer, tossed down his pen and covered her mouth. Shutang, spare me. He had been preoccupied with managing the comments regarding Shen Shutang, neglecting his own. Shen Shutang huffed, turning her head away, her expression practically screaming jealousy. Deleting their photos is one thing, But these comments remained that I rarely used Weibo before, but now every time I log in, I'm bombarded with such remarks. Not only was she jealous, but she was also quite angry. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Chengyu pinched her cheek. Chutang, I was wrong that I end this life. I have eyes only for you. Only you can kiss me. Shun Chutang turned back, regarding him with suspicion. When did you become so smooth-tongued? I mean it, Shi Chengyu replied with a smile. Aren't you here to keep me company while I work? Instead, you've been here reading comments for so long and even reciting them to me. Only to make yourself upset. He picked her up and gently coaxed. Stop looking at them. I'll take you out for a nice meal at noon, and next week, we'll go back to Wanqing Island. For now, can you just bear with me for a bit? Fine, I'll see how you perform. Shun Chutang replied, her voice laced with reluctance as she settled on his lap, fiddling with her phone. After a while, she stared at her screen in a daze before suddenly looking up at him and asking, Shi Chengyu, do you want to kiss me? From her recollection, Shi Chengyu had never taken the initiative to kiss her. It was said that when a man liked a woman, he would feel a desire. Shi Chengyu met her gaze, his throat involuntarily tightening as he spoke, his voice tinged with helplessness. Chutang, I made a vow to your uncle. How could he not want to? Every moment spent with her made him long for her. Yet love was not about reckless indulgence. Chutang could express her desires, but for him, it was different. He understood that once he crossed that line, he would lose control. Yet again, he provided the same answer. Shun Chutang wrapped her arms around his neck, turning to kneel on his lap, and inquired, Shi Chengyu, I'm asking, do you want to kiss me? She gazed intently into his eyes. And although Shi Chengyu offered no reply, the tumultuous emotions swirling within his gaze spoke volumes. Shun Chutang smiled, for it was the first time she had so clearly perceived such an expression in his eyes. Akin to a calm sea concealing a brewing tempest beneath its surface. Brother Chengyu, but I have not sworn an oath. Shi Chengyu understood the unspoken implications of her words. A subtle smile graced his lips. Tang Tang, it cannot be like this. Yet Shun Chutang remained undeterred by such concerns that if even strangers could entertain such notions, what hesitation could she afford now that he was by her side? With abandon, she wrapped her arms around his neck and kissed him, nibbling on his lip, inadvertently applying a bit more pressure, reminiscent of the comments she had seen earlier. However, her understanding of kissing was limited to this, and she made no further advances. She seemed utterly fearless, lost in the moment, disregarding the possibility of falling. Shi Chengyu's hands instinctively supported her waist, fearful of her falling, passively enduring the situation. Every ounce of his being surged with blood, while reason urged him to refuse and withdraw. Yet her soft waist in his grasp and the sweetness of her kiss ensnared him further, rendering him willingly captivated. Such an act proved to be somewhat challenging. After merely 2 minutes of kneeling, Shun Chutang grew weary. As she shifted to change positions, she heard Shi Chengyu emit a muffled groan before abruptly pushing her away. Confused, her eyes glistened with moisture as she looked at him. Questioning, what is wrong? Shi Chengyu pressed his lips tightly together, unable to meet her gaze, and set her down without uttering a word. Hastily retreating to the lounge, he took 2 pills from the bedside cabinet. Beads of sweat trickling down his forehead, his shirt clinging transparently to his body due to perspiration, his fists clenched, veins protruding on the back of his hands. He remained motionless, resembling a statue. Shun Chutang stood outside, bewildered for a long moment, before suddenly recalling something, her cheeks flushing crimson, caught in a dilemma of whether to sit or stand. She vowed she had merely intended to kiss him, without deeper thoughts. How could she have entertained such notions? Sitting on the sofa, she rubbed her face, the warmth of her cheeks transferring to her hands. After a while, Shi Chengyu emerged from within, upon seeing him in a change of clothes. Her face reddened further, her gaze unsure of where to rest. Shi Chengyu approached somewhat awkwardly, asking, What would you like to eat for lunch, Tang Tang? Shun Chutang was momentarily taken aback, her surprise fleeting before she replied. Anything is fine. Shi Chengyu chuckled lightly, extending his hand toward her. Come, I will accompany you for a meal. Shun Chutang hesitated, inquiring, Is that all right? It is, he assured her, taking her hand. His demeanor remained calm, as if nothing had transpired. Had Shun Chutang not been present, she might have doubted whether he was the same person. Brother Qingyu, I promise I won't act like that again. Once in the car, Shun Shudang slyly adjusted the gear shift before apologetically confessing her guilt. In an instant, Shi Qingyu felt a pang of disappointment and reluctance within him, but he ruffled Shun Shutang's hair, saying, "There's no blame on you, Tang Tang. You need not feel guilty, but in the future, please don't be so sudden. Allow me some mental preparation." Regardless of how difficult it might be, he did not wish to see Shin Shudang compromise herself. Shin Shudang felt somewhat bewildered, unable to comprehend why kissing required mental preparation. Yet she remained silent, obediently nodding. After their meal, she retreated to the lounge for an afternoon nap. Only then did Shi Qingyu permit Lin Shulang to enter. "Mr. Shi, the new medication has arrived." After placing the paper bag on the table, Lin Shulang hesitated before reminding him, "Mr. Shi, this medication should not be taken too frequently." In truth, he found it somewhat perplexing. Even if Shi Qingyu had sworn an oath to Shin's parents, they were already a couple, and certain actions could hardly be deemed excessive. Yet Shi Qingyu had not taken that step, instead opting to endure through medication. His willpower was remarkably steadfast, not resembling that of an ordinary person. Shi Qingyu paused in his perusal of documents, responding with a faint hum. However, his thoughts were occupied with Shun Shutang, who lay sleeping in the lounge. He had never spent the night there before, having only occasionally lain down, but now that bed would bear her scent and the memories of today. His beloved, his girlfriend, awaited him after work. That a smile unconsciously formed at the corners of Shi Qingyu's lips. Fortunately, the medication's effects had not yet worn off, or else he would not have dared to indulge in such thoughts. Others might not understand, but Shi Qingyu was acutely aware that he would rather endure, as he had in the morning, allowing the effects of the medication to take hold and that feeling to gradually fade, than engage in such acts while she remained uninformed. That would be sacrilege, not love. Chapter 86. Jealousy. Lin Shulang observed him, lost in thought, and quietly exited the room. Having been by Shi Qingyu's side for many years, he was more cognizant than anyone of Shun Shutang's significance in Shi Qingyu's heart. "Assistant Lin, is Mr. Shi inside?" Just as Lin Shulang closed the door, he heard someone calling from behind. He turned around to see Jiang Yunyan. "Mr. Shi is inside, but Miss Shun is napping in the lounge. If you have matters to discuss, I can inform Mr. Shi to step out." "All right," Jiang Yunyan replied with a smile, noting that it was the first time he had seen Shi Qingyu yield his space to someone else. Yet he understood perfectly. Anything that seemed unusual about Shi Qingyu transformed into reason and normalcy with Shun Shutang's name attached. Lin Shulang gently knocked and entered again, informing Shi Qingyu that Jiang Yunyan had come to see him. Shi Qingyu closed his computer, rising to check on the sleeping Shun Shudang. He placed a gentle kiss on her forehead before departing. "I thought this time you would announce your engagement at Tang Tang's birthday party." Jiang Yunyan teased, standing up with a smile upon seeing him. He had recently returned from abroad and missed the celebration, eagerly awaiting engagement gifts. But instead, he had only seen photos that tormented him as a single man. Childhood sweethearts, perfectly matched, their feelings reciprocated. No one could be more suited than they. Jiang Yunyan found himself at a loss for words to describe them. Soon, Shi Qingyu replied with a smile, his eyes reflecting subtle joy. Tang Tang's coming-of-age celebration is just that. It cannot be overshadowed by other matters. Besides, there's been no proposal yet. How can there be an engagement? Confession, dating, proposal, engagement, and then marriage. None of these steps can be omitted. He knew that even if he were to offer nothing and do nothing, merely asking Shin Shutang would lead her to say she was willing. Yet he was unwilling to deprive her of what she deserved. That would be unjust to her. Jiang Yunyan felt a jolt of surprise, quickly responding, "Then I shall congratulate you in advance." After they shook hands and sat down, Shi Qingyu slightly nodded. "Let us discuss the matter at hand." "It is still about the Wu family." Jiang Yunyan began to. "He is currently seeking connections to resolve this issue and extricate himself. Having even approached my father, he asked me to inquire about your stance." There were indeed numerous connections to be found in the capital, but who possessed the authority to bypass the Shi family? In the years since Shi Qingyu took over Shi Corporation, he had implemented sweeping reforms and cleared out certain personnel within the company. Demonstrating a firm attitude and swift methods, Wu Wenjun held a position in a real estate company under Shi Corporation, and Jiang Yunyan found it inconceivable that, given the precedents set by Sure Corporation. He would dare to act against the tide, embezzling over $100 million from a government project. Jiang Yunyan had previously encountered this seemingly honest individual and could not fathom how he could commit such an act. Over $100 million, especially in a public welfare project. Thankfully, Sure Qingyu had caught it in time. Otherwise, had the project been completed and issues arisen, both Sure Corporation and the Sure family would have faced dire consequences, the repercussions of which were unfathomable. Sure Qingyu's expression turned icy. To go back and tell your uncle that he has broken the law, and everything should be handled by the law. All right, your words give me reassurance. Jiang Yunyan replied, fully aware that Sure Qingyu's statement would resonate with more than just himself. Entrusted to the law may sound simple, yet everyone knew the depths of the waters involved. Wu Wenjun dared to act this way. How could he not have backing? In a few days, I will be going abroad for a while. I'll need your help to keep an eye on certain matters. No problem, you can rest easy about that. Just as Jiang Yunyan finished speaking, Sure Qingyu's phone on the table vibrated twice, illuminating the screen. Understanding the cue, Jiang Yunyan remarked, I have no other matters. You can get back to work. Sure Qingyu stood up, nodding at him before exiting. Upon returning to his office, he found Shen Shudang curled up on the sofa, gazing blankly at him as he entered. Tang Tang, are you awake? Sure Qingyu hurried over, lifting her into his lap. Did you have a nightmare? Shen Shutang clutched his hand, nodding, her eyes moist. It was so frightening. I couldn't wake up. It's all right now. Brother Qingyu is here. He soothed her gently, patting her back. Will you always be here? Shen Shutang asked softly, her grip tightening. Will you accompany me forever? Of course, Sure Qingyu replied without hesitation, kissing the top of her head. In this life, and the next. As for the life after that, he would promise her when the time came. Sure Qingyu gazed at her with tender affection, holding her hand, thus assuring Tang Tang that there was no need to fear. Shen Shutang obediently nodded. I will always be here with you, Brother Qingyu. All right. Sure Qingyu smiled, placing a gentle kiss at the corner of her EY as the fear of being haunted began to dissipate. Shen Shutang found solace in his embrace, remaining still and composed. After drinking some water, she felt a bit more awake and gradually regained her strength. Shen Shutang slipped from his side, saying, Brother Qingyu, you should get back to work quickly. We need to go home together later. Sure. Sure Qingyu draped a blanket over her, saying, Stay here and wait for me. It won't take long. Sure Qingyu was a man of his word. He didn't want Shen Shutang to wait too long. After more than an hour, while Shen Shutang had only managed to watch half of the movie and had taken just a few bites of the fruit, Sure Qingyu was already done with his work. He eagerly took her hand, ready to head home. After dinner, the two sat on the balcony sofa, gazing at the stars, with Shen Shutang leaning her head on his shoulder and swinging her legs. Brother Qingyu, will I have to stay in a dormitory when school starts? Do you want to stay in a dormitory, Tang Tang? Sure Qingyu asked, secretly hoping for a negative response. The dormitories at university were quite decent. They had been renovated this year, adding double rooms, and if that didn't work out, they could always remodel a place across the school. Well, I kind of want to, but I also don't, she replied. She had never stayed in a school dorm before and was eager to experience it. Yet she disliked the idea of living there every day. Sure Qingyu reassured her, It's all right. There's a place across the school, so when you want to stay in the dorm, you can, and if you prefer to come home, you can do that too. Just enjoy yourself at school. You don't have to worry about me. That if you miss me, just call me over. It's no trouble. Just as Shen Shudang took a bite of watermelon. She laughed at his words, exclaiming, Sure Qingyu, this is so sour. Quickly, Sure Qingyu reached out to help her spit it out, but Shen Shutang instead offered the remaining half to his lips, and he naturally took a bite. Not sour. It's sweet, he insisted. Sure Qingyu, I meant that your jealous expression is so sour. Shen Shutang laughed joyfully, her whole body shaking with mirth. Sure Qingyu playfully pinched her waist and pulled her closer, saying, What can I say? Your boyfriend just happens to be fond of being jealous. Chapter 87. Waiting for you, Sure Qingyu had informed Shen Shudang in advance about the day he would be going abroad for a business trip. Yet on the day of his departure, Shen Shudang still struggled to adapt, feeling a bit reluctant to let go. Wasn't it supposed to be tomorrow? Why are you leaving a day early? Is it really just 3 days? You will return in 3 days, right? Otherwise, I will be anxious waiting. Next week, we still need to visit the new house and go to Stargazing Island. You haven't forgotten, have you? Shin Shudang closely followed behind Shi Qingyu in the wardrobe, tugging at his sleeve with a pitiful expression. Time was pressing. Shi Qingyu had just found his tie and coat when he took a moment to quickly kiss her forehead. Tang Tang. Be good. Just 3 days at most, 4 days at the latest. Your second brother will be back and will spend these days with you. I will try my best to return as soon as possible. All right? Okay. Shin Shutang reluctantly agreed, taking the tie from his hands. Then I will tie it for you. All right. Shi Qingyu bent down, lowering his head, fearing she would tire herself by standing on tiptoe. Shin Shudang focused on her task. It was her first time, and she proceeded slowly yet meticulously, tying the knot and gradually adjusting it to the right position. Done! Shin Shudang beamed with satisfaction at her handiwork, while Shi Qingyu looked down at her. The expectations he had were seemingly fulfilled, and the softest corners of his heart were stirred repeatedly, filling him with happiness. Tang Tang, wait for me to return, Shi Qingyu said softly, his tone carrying a hint of solemnity. As if he were making a vow. Shin Shudang huffed lightly. I will only wait for you for 3 days. If you return late, I won't wait anymore, and I will order all the furniture in the new house to be pink. Shi Qingyu chuckled softly, drawing out the word. All right, everything will be according to Tang Tang's wishes. Shin Shudang took his hand, escorting him to the door, suppressing her reluctance. Shi Qingyu, come back early. After a moment of silence, Shi Qingyu hesitated before replying hoarsely, okay. Shin Shudang pushed him out the door, watching him walk away, and suddenly called out, Shi Qingyu, no matter when you come back, I will wait for you. Shi Qingyu turned back, feeling an urge to rush over and embrace her, but Shin Shudang had already turned and entered the house. Both of them understood that if they lingered any longer, this trip might very well be canceled. Shin Shudang recognized he had his own matters to attend to, so she resolutely turned away. Not looking back, as the car gradually drove away, Shi Qingyu felt a mix of anxiety and tension swirling within him. Mr. Sure, the arrangements on Stargazing Island are nearly complete, and we have also contacted the Rosenthal family. They mentioned that they need you to go in person. Shi Qingyu set down his phone, gazing at the overcast sky outside, feeling a sense of heaviness that made it hard to breathe. All right, expedite all matters and return as soon as possible. Several hours later, the plane landed, and Shi Qingyu touched the tie at his neck. A faint smile gracing his lips as the fatigue of the journey vanished in an instant. Lin Shulang. Mr. Shi, do you want to return to the hotel to change clothes first? No need. Shi Qingyu glanced at his watch. Contact the Rosenthal family and inform them that I am on my way. Lin Shulang made the call from the passenger seat, scheduling time with them. It was an hour's drive, and Shi Qingyu leaned back in the back seat, watching the rapidly retreating scenery outside. The car stopped at the entrance of the estate, and Lin Shulang got out to open the door. Mr. Sure, we have arrived. The current head of the Rosenthal family is Duke Eric Rosenthal, the person we are about to meet. Shi Qingyu nodded slightly as the estate's butler approached to lead them into the castle. Passing through the castle and entering a garden filled with splendor, Lin Shulang was halted at the entrance, and a male servant gestured for Shi Qingyu to proceed, stating, Our Duke has requested only Mr. Sure. Shi Qingyu nodded to Lin Shulang, signaling him to wait there. In the garden, a long table was set, adorned with intricate tablecloths and luxurious tableware that underscored the host's status. Shi Qingyu stopped before a man, who extended his hand. Mr. Shi, hello. Shi Qingyu was slightly taken aback as he shook hands, replying, Hello, Duke Rosenthal. He then inquired, Do you speak Chinese? Yes, Rosenthal replied. Many years ago, I visited your country and lived there for a few years. My subordinate informed me that you have something important to discuss with me. Shi Qingyu nodded, candidly stating, Yes, I have heard that your family possesses a blue diamond. Rosenthal was taken aback by this directness. Frowning as he asked, You traveled all this way just for this blue diamond? He shook his head disapprovingly. Mr. Shi, I thought you were a smart man. If there are business matters to discuss, I would be more than willing. Many desired to meet him. This ambitious young man had come seeking a partnership between two corporations, yet he found it surprising that it was merely for a diamond. Rosenthal sighed inwardly. Shi Qingyu, understanding his thoughts, boldly replied, Duke Rosenthal, I do indeed wish to collaborate with the Roche Group, but I've come this time solely for the blue diamond. Rosenthal appeared puzzled. While blue diamonds were rare, Shi Qingyu did not seem like a greedy person. He voiced his curiosity. Why? Because I wish to use it to propose to my beloved, Shi Qingyu stated, a subtle smile gracing his lips. The blue diamond symbolizes unwavering love. According to legend, those in love who wear a blue diamond together have their souls eternally bound. Rosenthal snapped out of his astonishment, laughing. Mr. Shi, that is merely a legend. Duke Rosenthal, she is my beloved, Shi Qingyu replied solemnly, locking eyes with Rosenthal. Then she is very fortunate, Rosenthal remarked. No, Shi Qingyu firmly countered. I'm the fortunate one. Rosenthal fell silent. Quietly assessing Shi Qingyu, he knew it was impolite, yet he was eager to see the expression on Shi Qingyu's face, one filled with determination, devotion, and even a hint of gratitude and affection. His sharp eyes could clearly discern that Shi Qingyu was not lying to Mr. Shi. I admire you, Rosenthal said, but the blue diamond will not be easily given to you. The blue diamond had been passed down through their family for nearly a century. Though moved by Shi Qingyu's love, it was not enough for him to relinquish the blue diamond. Not easily given means it will be given. Just with some difficulty, Shi Qingyu had anticipated this and was mentally prepared. What do you need me to do? Rosenthal gestured towards the distant golf course. I am quite curious about your love story. Very well, it would be my honor. Shi Qingyu let out a breath of relief. This was far easier than he had anticipated, hardly a challenge at all. Chapter 88. Life at stake from the afternoon until dusk. Rossard sat aside his club, having played the longest game of golf in his life. All for the sake of a love story. In his understanding, most individuals from Shi Qingyu's homeland were reticent in expressing their affections. Yet Shi Qingyu was different. He felt no shame in a man's profound love for another. His words brimmed with unmistakable affection. Mr. Shi, if given the chance, I would very much like to meet her. Rossard expressed. Shi Qingyu smiled lightly. Very well. Shall we dine together? Rossard inquired. Not necessary. Shi Qingyu shook his head. I haven't been in touch with her all afternoon. I miss her a bit. Rossard chuckled, his voice hearty yet laced with teasing. Then I shan't keep you. Let the butler escort you home. As for the blue diamond, come collect it tomorrow afternoon. Thank you, truly, Shi Qingyu replied earnestly, a flicker of vitality igniting in his weary gaze. Lin Shulang had waited for quite some time and was relieved to finally see Shi Qingyu emerge. He promptly stood, but as they reached the estate's exterior, Shi Qingyu suddenly stumbled sideways. Lin Shulang, quick-witted, caught him. Mr. Shi, should we go to the hospital? Since the afternoon, Shi Qingyu had felt sharp pains in his heart. Clutching his chest, he waved a hand dismissively. It's probably just fatigue. Let us head back to the hotel. The journey had taken 11 hours by plane, and upon arrival, he went straight to the estate, spending an entire afternoon playing golf with Duke Rossard. Even the fittest individuals would struggle under such demands. Observing Shi Qingyu's fatigue, Lin Shulang felt a pang of sympathy and helplessness as he assisted him into the car. Shall I call a doctor to the hotel? Yes. Shi Qingyu closed his eyes. Leaning against the back seat, I've arranged for Duke Rossard's people to come by tomorrow afternoon to collect the diamond. You secured it? Lin Shulang exclaimed in surprise, not expecting him to succeed. After a moment, feeling slightly out of line, he swiftly changed the topic. How much did it cost? Having accomplished something, Shi Qingyu felt a wave of satisfaction and patiently explained, such nobles disdain discussions of money. They believe that talking about finances is the domain of the ignorant nouveau riche. They prefer to converse about emotions and love. This is why I could move Duke Rossard. Just have someone bring some gifts tomorrow, he concluded. The existing flawless blue diamond was the only one of its kind, with no prior valuation or price. Yet they were individuals who cared deeply about such matters. Lin Shulang acknowledged, noting it in his memo. Upon arriving at the hotel, the doctor Lin Shulang summoned arrived just in time to examine Shi Qingyu, advising him to rest more. After a shower and medication, his heart still felt unrelieved, his neatly folded tie placed by the bedside. Calculating the time, it was just past 3 in the morning back home. After a moment's hesitation, Shi Qingyu dialed a number. After a few rings, the night shift maid answered, Sir, where is Tang Tang? Shi Qingyu inquired. The young lady left with young master Shun this morning and won't be here tonight. If needed, I can check next door, the maid replied. That won't be necessary. Don't disturb her sleep. Just tell her I'll be flying back tomorrow afternoon when she wakes. Understood, sir. After hanging up, Shi Qingyu glanced at the tie beside him. Feeling both exhausted and alert, devoid of any inclination to sleep, that he massaged his chest, leaning against the headboard, scrolling through photos of Shin Shutang on his phone. I must sleep, he told himself. If I rest now for 5 hours, Tang Tang will be up soon. I can video call her, then retrieve the diamond in the afternoon, and finally return home. With his itinerary mentally arranged, he encouraged himself to sleep, the screen displaying a candid shot of Shun Shutang sleeping peacefully. He smiled softly and closed his eyes. After a hard-fought battle for slumber, he found himself ensnared in a dream. A seemingly endless road, traversed alone in darkness, the jarring sound of a doorbell ringing incessantly. A most unpleasant nightmare. Shi Qingyu jolted awake, sitting upright in BT. It was not a dream. There was indeed a knocking at the door. More accurately, a pounding. Several missed calls illuminated his phone. He had slept less than 2 hours. Deeply enough to miss them all. Rising from bed, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, opened the door, and found Lin Shulang standing there, his expression fraught with urgency. Mr. Shi. Lin Shulang hesitated, steeling himself before speaking again. Miss Shun has had an accident. What did you say? Merely hearing those words sent a jolt of pain through Shi Qingyu's heart. He struggled to brace himself against the doorframe. Lin Shulang handed him a backup phone, its screen's brightness illuminating his pallid face. It displayed a brief message. Miss Shun has been in a car accident. Life-threatening. Return urgently. Shun Shutang in a car accident. Life-threatening. Shi Qingyu's mind could not reconcile those words. He refused to believe it, yet his entire being began to tremble. The phone fell from his grasp, the sound snapping him back to a sliver of rationality. Mr. Shi, the flight is still over 2 hours away. You need to return now. Shi Qingyu's voice quivered as he turned back to the bedside to seize his phone, not forgetting to grab the tie. During the journey from the hotel to the airport, Shi Qingyu mechanically dialed numbers, calling Shun Shutang, Shun Sikin, and Shin Yinhang, but none answered, all calls going unanswered. The message had come from Luo Yang, who had just emerged from the operating room to find the hospital in disarray. The top floor had been sealed off, all on-duty doctors summoned, with a long queue forming on the 3rd floor for blood donations. Upon ascending, he discovered both Shun Yinhang and Shun Sikin present. Their faces clouded with worry, that a sense of foreboding crept into his mind, yet the oppressive atmosphere deterred him from inquiring. Only when a nurse emerged from the operating room requesting a large supply of type O blood did he ascertain that the individual inside was Shun Shutang. Luo Yang had conducted regular checkups for Shun Shutang, fully aware of her blood type and health status. However, the circumstances within the operating room remained a mystery to him. He only knew that all available type O blood in Beijing's hospitals had been summoned. Yet the line for donations continued to grow. Shan Yinhang declared that at any cost, they must save her. Besides the blood supply, the finest doctors from all departments in Beijing had been called in. This night was destined to be one of sleeplessness. Unable to reach Shi Qingyu, Luo Yang could only spare a moment to message Lin Shulang before being summoned to a meeting. The 11-hour flight from night to day was an arduous ordeal for Lin Shulang that he could only speculate how Shi Qingyu had endured those 11 hours. Devoid of any news, he could ascertain nothing regarding Shin Shutang. Fixating instead on the words life-threatening displayed on his phone, rereading them over and over. Chapter 89. Cardiac arrest. By the time Shi Qingyu arrived at the hospital, it was nearing evening. The sun dipped low, casting an orange hue through the corridor windows, reflecting off the tiled floors. Bright yet blinding, I could see the end of the hallway. The red light above the operating room remained illuminated. As he approached, he discerned 3 figures standing nearby. He trudged forward, and upon nearing, recognized Shun Yinhang and the others. He still could not bring himself to believe that the person within the operating room was Shun Shutang. Big brother. Shi Qingyu's voice was hoarse and strained. As if something lodged in his throat, he longed to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. In the heavy silence, a soft sigh broke through. Shi Qingyu's emotional defenses crumbled in an instant. He fought back tears, taking a few steps forward, his words stumbling out. Big brother, how is Tang Tang?